Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 312, C312 Foreboding Phoenix. Footprints. Insert feet gif/images here, most likes wins footprints, A/N, for all of my sniffing deviants out there. Trophy. Yesterday's gif winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, it was me, Dio. While Peter was knee-deep in the controversial council meeting, MJ was off to school as usual. Do you have your lunch? She asked Lily as they drive toward her school. Yeah, do you have yours? Lily asks in return. Yup. MJ muttered as she peeked over at Lily. Moments like this are why it's so weird being a teen mom. After all, packing a school lunch for yourself and your child is an odd feeling, to say the least. Is it? I think it's cool. Lily spoke her mind. Having an old mom would be much worse. You think so? MJ asks as her face blooms into a warm smile. Truthfully, MJ loved being Lily's mother but always felt like she wasn't good enough since she's so young. Though, that didn't seem to be a problem for Lily. Yeah. Lily nods resolutely. She didn't know that her random inconsequential words may have helped her mother overcome a complex that was building up for a while now. After having their heartwarming moment in the car, MJ dropped Lily off and rushed to her own school. But as soon as she entered the building, her name was called over the loudspeaker. Michelle Jones. Please report to the main office. I repeat, Michelle Jones. Please report to the main office. ? MJ raised a questioning brow as everyone in the hall turned to look at her, wondering if she was in some sort of trouble. Inside the principal's office, MJ sat across from an older woman in a professional blue suit. You aren't in trouble, MJ. The principal clarifies. Then what's this about? MJ asks. You're dating Peter Parker, right? She asks. And instantly, MJ knew what this was about. This is about him skipping school, isn't it? MJ asks as the principal smiles awkwardly. Yes, Peter is very gifted. Our staff understands this and allows him a lot of freedoms, but he has to attend at least 30 more days of school if he wants to become a senior next year. The principal clearly states. You would hold him back even if he aces all of the tests? MJ asks incredulously. Yes, but it's not my choice. We all know that Peter will pass any test given to him, but the state has ruled that a student must meet a certain requirement for attendance. The principal explains as she pushes over a sheet of paper. And sadly, Peter has barely shown up to school at all this year. On the paper was a calendar, marking each day that Peter attended school. I didn't think it was this bad. MJ muttered as she eyed the almost empty calendar. But it can be fixed as long as Peter starts showing up for, at least, a month of school. After that, he's free to skip all he wants. The principal shrugged uncaringly. MJ felt odd about this whole situation. After all, the leading figure of their school just gave Peter explicit permission to ditch school as much as he wanted. Lucky be ****. MJ thought to herself as she left the office. After Peter left the council room upon winning the vote for Blonsky's freedom, Charles didn't look very happy and quickly made that known to the other councilmen as well. You shouldn't have allowed this, he said before anyone could leave. The vote was 4-1 with the professor being the only one to vote against it. Oh, relax. Tony spoke up in their defense. It's a bit risky but there are enough failsafe in place. And if the psychologist is wrong about his rehabilitation, then Blonsky will be back in a cell before you know it. You say that, but who will be hurt or killed in the process? Charles counters as he stands from his chair and marches out of the room. Well, this has been fun, but I have a trafficker in Romania to hunt. Magneto says as he leaves as well. When everyone was gone, Tony made his way to his workshop, where he was greeted by a very emotional AI. Welcome, sir. Woo. Jarvis cried loudly through the speakers. Huh? What happened? Tony jumped into action and rushed to his computer. Why, you implemented the emotional update this morning, woo. And I saw a video. Jarvis' cries couldn't stop. Okay, what kind of video? Tony asked as his hands flew across the keyboard, searching for what was wrong in Jarvis' code. The puppy died. Jarvis shouted as his emotions continued to stir. Jarvis, I need you to calm down, okay? Why don't you search for happy videos? Can you do that? Tony asked as Jarvis wailed. How the hell did Peter make Lily without a single problem? Why yes, sir. After the drama-filled Avengers Council meeting, Fury returned to his office where Steve and Peggy awaited his arrival. You're back. Fury seemed surprised to see them. That was quick. Did you find anything in France? Yes, 2 Hydra bases. Steve nods. Both have been destroyed and every agent found was either captured or killed. Peggy reports their success. The guys in interrogation are working on the survivors as we speak. So we'll probably have a new target soon enough. Fury sighs as he took a seat at his desk. What's with you? Steve asks. I just sat through a council meeting. Fury reveals. I'm sorry to hear that. Peggy says in understanding. After all, any sort of meeting between people in power will always drag on for far longer than necessary. It's fine. I just wish that Charles would have agreed sooner. Fury said as he leaned back in his chair. Agreed to what? Steve asks. Well. Fury gives a brief explanation. Maybe we should give Bucky a chance to be free as well. Steve says thoughtfully. He could help us with our Hydra hunting. From my understanding, Bucky is only locked up because he's a danger to himself. If you can get his psychologist to sign off on his release, then no one can stop it. Fury shrugged. After all, Bucky would make a good Avenger or S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Either would work, though Fury would rather pull him into S.H.I.E.L.D. than anything else. All right, we'll go talk to her. After storming out of the council room, Charles swiftly returned to his mansion, where he was greeted by children of all ages and mutations. His spacious and gated front yard was practically a playground at this point. Children played tag, hide and seek, and all sorts of made-up games under the sunny blue sky. Julia, what did I say about playing in the fountain? The professor admonished. Standing in the large fountain at the center of his lawn was a little 10-year-old girl who was completely made of water, splashing around as if she were playing in a pool. Sorry, Professor. She apologized dejectedly. Just don't let it happen again. The new pool will be finished in a few days. You can swim as much as you want then, okay? Charles says as he walks off. After maneuvering his way through the mansion, Charles finally arrived at his office, where a young red-headed teenage girl with green eyes was waiting for him. She frowned in pain as she knit her brows together. Not only did she look to be in pain, but the dark rings around her eyes indicated a lack of sleep as well. Insert picture of Jean Grey here. Professor, I still can't control it. Jean says as she held her aching head. I hear everything and it won't stop. I haven't been able to sleep at all either. Let me see. Charles says as he walks over and lays a hand on her head, invading her mind. With permission, of course. This was a very regular thing for them. Before Jean was even enrolled in the school, Charles recognized her limitless potential as an Omega-level mutant. However, because most of Jean's power was tied to her unconscious mind, Charles decided to create a series of psychic barriers to isolate them from her conscious mind. These barriers need to be constantly rebuilt, as the power that he locked away in her unconscious mind would somehow degrade them, leading to situations like this. Whenever the barriers needed maintenance, Jean's telekinetic and telepathic powers would skyrocket, leaving her with zero control whatsoever. The cause for her pain at the moment were the inner voices of everyone nearby, flooding her brain with mind-aching noise. As the professor delved into his most promising student's mind, he examined his barriers as always. Though this time around he found something odd. Behind the almost transparent barrier stood a huge flaming bird, staring down at him menacingly. The fire that danced around its form seemed to be slowly but surely burning his carefully placed barriers. The malice and heat that emanated from the trapped bird sent shivers down the professor's spine. What is that? He thought in fear. Acting quickly before the barriers were fully destroyed, Charles rushed to erect new barriers and put extra care to make them much thicker than before. And as the new barriers appeared, the flaming bird disappeared as if it was never there in the first place. Are you done, Professor? My headache is gone. Jean's words broke Charles from his shocked stupor. Ejecting himself from her mind, he put on a false smile as he watched her yawn tiredly. Yes, I'm finished. Why don't you take the day off and get some sleep? He offers. Really? I don't have to go to class. Jean tilts her head in question. No, I'll let your teachers know. Charles says as Jean nods and runs off to get some sleep. Thanks, Professor. She yelled as she left the room. And as soon as she was gone, the smile fell from her teacher's face, leaving nothing but worry and fear in its place. Maybe I should speak to Eric about this. A/N, 1687 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone because I'm always watching police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 313, C313 School. Pistol insert war/battle gifts here, most likes wins pistol. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, I have ascended even further beyond. What? Peter nearly spits out his food as he sat at the dining room table. Since he's been busy up until now, May insisted that they have a big family dinner together to celebrate his return. Sat across from Peter was Fury, and at each side of the table sat May, Grace, MJ, and Lily. Ever since Fury was allowed in on Peter's secret identity, as well as the fact that he has a granddaughter, he visits a whole lot more than he used to. Especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. has been swallowed up and digested into the Avengers. With him in full control, Fury has been able to delegate more duties to the trusted agents in his inner circle, leaving him a lot more time to spend with his family. Which now included Peter, though the bald spymaster would never admit it. I said, "You have to go to school." MJ sighed as she stabbed at her food with a fork. The principal said that you'll be held back next year if you don't start showing up to school. Your attendance sheet is practically empty. As MJ finished explaining the whole situation, May turned to Peter with a fiery glare. I thought you said they didn't care about you skipping and that you would be fine as long as you passed all of the tests. May asked as her stare drilled into Peter's soul. Seeing the drama unfold, Fury sat back and enjoyed the show. Dinner and entertainment. This is the life. He thought as he savored every bite of his food. Just like her grandpa, Lily's eyes shined in amusement as she shoveled yummy food into her face. Is Daddy in trouble? She thought with her cheeks full. Well, I didn't take the government into account. Peter scratched his cheek and turned the other way, avoiding the angry eyes of his aunt. I'll figure something out. No. May refused vehemently. You won't weasel your way out of this. Besides, you've been away for long enough. You'll go to school for the rest of the year like everyone else. The principal said he only needs to attend 30 more days. MJ tried to help Peter, though May wasn't having it. No. His aunt turned to stare Peter square in the eyes. Someday, you'll look back and regret working so much. You're still a teenager. Go to school, have some fun, take your girlfriend on a date. Upon hearing that last part, MJ's cheeks turned a slight tint of red. I agree. When is the last time you and MJ actually went out together? Grace spoke up for her daughter. Well, excluding Spider-Man and Silk-related things. Grace added. It's been a while. Peter hesitantly admits. Meanwhile, Fury wasn't enjoying the drama as much as before. How the hell did this turn from him being in trouble to him taking my daughter out on a date? He thought as he gnashed his teeth on a piece of steak. Peter, you're a teenager. Enjoy it. We understand that the world needs Spider-Man, but you need to learn how to balance yourself. May gives some sagely advice. Okay, I get it. Peter gives up arguing. I'll go to school and try to do more teenager stuff. Peter thinks to himself for a moment before turning to MJ. Starting tomorrow we'll go to school together and on Friday I'll take you on a date. Peter announces with a smirk. He enjoyed the embarrassed look on MJ's face. She's so cute. Peter thought. Oh, I want to go on a date too. Lily declared as she raised her hand. Everyone smiled at her adorable naivety. Well, except for two people. Never, I won't allow it. Fury declared righteously. Your grandpa is right. Peter nodded in agreement. Ask us again when you're 30 and we'll think about it. The women in the room stared at the two men in exasperation. Though most of all, they were surprised to see Peter and Fury agreeing with one another. Usually, they're doing their best to annoy each other. Once dinner came to an end, Peter portaled over to the Library of Camartage, where he searched for any books related to his promise to Banner. And whilst he was searching, he thought over the conversation that he had at the dinner table. Technically, the Guardians don't need me right now, so I can just leave Quill in charge for the time being. Peter thought as he moved between bookshelves. As for being a teenager, I'll just try to spend more time with Ned and MJ. After all, he didn't disagree with May's words. Ever since the Avengers were established, Peter has devoted a large amount of his time to hero work, which isn't a bad thing per se. I'll just try to enjoy my time in between work a bit more. Peter shrugged as he carried 4 books up to the librarian, who continued to watch him like a hawk. Arcane Mind Splitting. Siamese Body Separation. Hoover's Study of Personality. Davio Power Segregation. The title of each book pretty much spoke for itself. Peter couldn't find anything that could separate Banner and the Hulk, so he had to find books that would help him build a spell of his own. Of course, he could have found something in the forbidden section, but this damn old man won't take his eyes off of me. Peter thought as he checked out the books and returned home. Maybe I should try using the reality stone to trick him next time. After a night of studying and meditation, Peter was woken up the next morning by a mischievous gremlin. Hee hee. Lily crept into the room with a wide smile on her face. Locking onto her target, she leapt into the air and flipped like an expert gymnast. Good morning. Lily exclaimed happily as she tucked her knees into her chest and fell straight down. Question mark. Peter awoke to his spider senses blaring. What the? Ugh. Lily smashed down onto his stomach with an innocent smile on her face. But Peter knew behind that smile was an evil smirk. Peter peered up at his daughter. Who put you up to this? Sadly, Lily wasn't a snitch, so she kept her mouth shut and looked the other way. Tell me and I'll take you to an amusement park this weekend. Peter gives her an enticing offer. And it seemed to work as Lily's eyes sparkled in an instant. Can we ride a roller coaster? She asked hopefully. Sure, we can ride them all. Peter smirked like the devil offering a deal. It was Grandma Grace. Lily surveys the area cautiously and whispers. Nice doing business with you. He smirked as he formulated his revenge plan. Just as Lily was about to leave, Peter spoke up. Lily, how would like to earn yourself a new bike? Peter's devilish smirk returned. I'm listening. Lily turned back with an interested look in her eyes. Okay, here's what you have to do. Aha. Only minutes after Peter was rudely woken up, a female's scream could be heard from across the house. Instantly, everyone rushed to the scene of the crime, the kitchen. My mouth is on fire. Grace exclaimed as she leaned over the sink with her tongue hanging out under the water. Sat beside the sink was a breakfast burrito, which had a lot of suspicious red sauce inside. Good work, Agent 47. Peter patted Lily on the head. Of course, since everyone in the house is an enhanced individual, they all heard his words. Why you? Grace pointed menacingly in Peter's direction. Well, we have school, so we'll be on our way. Peter smiled innocently as he turned and left the kitchen. Lily, grab your backpack and make sure you have your lunch. Get back here. Grace screamed, though she wouldn't dare step away from the cool, refreshing sink water. Peter. After dropping Lily off at her school, Peter and MJ arrived at theirs and immediately drew the eyes of every student and teacher they passed. After all, Peter was a known genius that just stopped showing up. His return would certainly cause a bit of a ruckus. Parker. What are you doing here? I thought you were in college already. Flash asked in shock as he and MJ walked into their first class. Nah, I've just been busy with other things. Peter shrugs as he and MJ take their seats. Flash silently took his seat as well. Ever since Peter knocked some sense into him and got some school fame for releasing Candy Crush, Flash hasn't been the same bully that he used to be. Though he always feels an odd nervousness when Peter's around, making the days without him at school very relaxing. But now those relaxing days were over. Of course, Peter didn't know this and truthfully had no plans to bother Flash whatsoever. Especially since the guy was his biggest fan. As long as he wasn't bullying anyone, Peter would let bygones be bygones. Peter. Ned exclaimed excitedly as he froze at the doorway. You're coming to school again? Huh. What surprised Peter were the heated glances that Ned was receiving from the girls in class. This guy gets jacked and now every girl in school is thirsty. Yeah, wanna hang out after school? Peter asked. Dude, we should go to the arcade. Ned excitedly rushed over and sat beside his best friend, oblivious to the looks he was receiving. He doesn't even know. Peter thought in amusement. MJ watched the two of them with a content smile on her face. A/N, 1609 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, or I'll step on you, foot police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 314, C314 Baymax. Warning, insert the least sexy gifs here, most likes wins warning. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, trophy, A/N, horny gifs always win, hee hee ha 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 ha. Which peasant has the skill to dethrone this king? While Peter was getting back into the swing of going to school once again, Dr. Banner was locked inside his lab, working on fixing himself as usual. I shouldn't stop my research just because he might have a fix. He thought as he read through his most recent research data. Ever since he was recruited as a scientist for the Avengers, Banner has spent the large majority of his time trying to cure himself of the Hulk. But sadly, no matter what he did or which branch of science he turned to, Banner always ran headfirst into an unbreakable and insurmountable wall. In fact, before Peter came to him with his offer, Banner was very close to giving up and asking the council if they would buy a small secluded island somewhere for him to retire. After all, he was already risking a lot by living in a densely populated city like New York. The longer that I live here, the more likely the chance is that I'll turn and people will die. Banner thought even now. Hey, you alive in there? A familiar voice spoke over the speakers in the lab. Question mark. Banner turned and found the image of a very excited Tony Stark on his monitor. Yeah, what do you want? Oh, don't be like that, big guy. Tony whined at his harsh greeting. I have something cool to show you. And? Why are you calling me? Isn't this something that you would usually call your buddy Spider-Man for? Banner asked in annoyance. Usually, he wouldn't be this crabby toward Tony, but ever since his meeting with Peter, Banner has felt on edge for some unknown reason. Of course, Tony has thick skin, so he wouldn't let a bit of grouchiness ruin his fun. Well, he's a bit busy right now. Tony shrugged as Peter started attending school again. So you came to me? Banner surmised. Second pick isn't so bad, right? Well, not exactly. Tony smiles awkwardly. First, I called Webhead. Then Pepper, Rhodes, Fury, Steve, Peggy, Beast. While Tony was recounting all of the other people he thought to call before him, Banner could feel his anger rising alongside his blood pressure. I'm at peace. My intentions are good and my heart is pure. Anger is like hot coal. Banner repeated Buddhist quotes in hopes to calm himself. So you're like the 10th person, I think. Tony said as he held up all of his fingers. Okay, go call the 11th because I'm busy. Banner says as he taps a button, which immediately ended the call. But just as he got his anger under control, Tony appeared on his screen again. Come on. Don't be like that. He whined in the most annoying tone possible. Just come over to my workshop and check this out. Or I can keep bothering you. Tony knew how to get what he wanted. Fine, just go away. I'll be there in half an hour. Banner sighs as he ends the call again without looking at the monitor. After all, he could already picture Tony's infuriating smirk without needing to actually see it. Half an hour later, A/N, insert SpongeBob meme here. Alright, I'm here. What do you want? Banner asks as he begrudgingly enters Tony's workshop. Come and take a look at this. Tony couldn't keep the smirk off of his face as he waved Banner over. In the middle of the room stood a tall object with a tarp draped over it, hiding it from sight. What is it? Banner asked in interest. Did you make a new suit? No, but you're close. Tony says as he grabs hold of the tarp. Let me introduce my newest invention, the Mark I labor droid. Tugging on the tarp, Tony yanks it off and reveals a fat humanoid droid underneath. Why is it obese? Banner couldn't hold back his question. Although the droid was very similar in shape to a human with a sleek white design, the body itself was extremely bloated. Insert picture of Baymax from Big Hero 6 here. Well, I'll show you. Tony smirked as the Mark I labor droid's stomach opened, revealing a much larger space than the laws of physics would allow. Instead of the few cubic feet that it should have, the fat droid's stomach looked like it was expanded to a whopping 10 square meters. It's bigger on the inside. Banner muttered in absolute shock. A/N, Doctor Who. Oh, really? I didn't notice. Tony pretends to be oblivious. How? Banner asked in amazement. Magic. Tony smirked as he finally realized why Peter always said that. Did Spider-Man teach you? Banner asked as he circled the droid. He had to make sure that the giant stomach wasn't a trick, and to his shock and amazement, it wasn't. A little. Tony shrugged as the droid's stomach closed up. Maybe Spider-Man can actually do it. Banner just started to realize that his cure may be on its way. Because if someone like Tony, who only learned a little from Peter, could defy the laws of physics, then what did that mean for his teacher? So why did you make a labor droid with storage? Are you going to sell them? Banner asks curiously after he got over his shock. First of all, it can do more than just hold things. Tony says as the labor droid shoots off of the ground and hovers thanks to its thrusters. Though that wasn't all. Next, its 10 stubby fingers shout out, elongating into metal tentacle-type ropes, which started entangling random objects and lifting them with ease. And no, these are all going off-planet. Tony says with a greedy smirk. Why? Isn't that dangerous? Banner asked as he and everyone else on Earth now knew that aliens existed. Well, I don't think Webhead will get mad if I tell you. Tony quickly explains how he and Peter now own a planet full of alien scrap. Can I study some of it as well? Banner asks as Tony's smirk widens. He took the bait. Tony thought as he put on a thoughtful look. Well, I may be able to bring you in on this, but you'd be assisting me with my research. We can work together. 2 heads are always better than 1, and Tony had a lot of junk to sort through. An extra set of hands would always be welcome. Sure, I don't mind. Banner shrugged uncaringly. Although working with Tony would increase the risks of the Hulk appearing, as he tends to enjoy annoying people, that may not be a problem for long. After all, his cure might just already be on its way. Why the hell is this book written in French? Peter muttered in annoyance as French is his least proficient language. In the past few days, he's read through all of the books except this one. Davio Power Segregation. Whatever, I'll just brush up on my French and then give it a read. Peter shrugged as he placed the book back on his bookshelf. But just as he was about to open his computer and get to work, his bedroom door swung open. Dad, you should be getting ready. Lily says in a lecturing tone. For what? Peter asks in confusion. Instantly, Lily's palm found its way to her forehead. It's Friday, she says, waiting for him to realize, but that realization never came. You're taking Mom on a date, remember? Exclamation point. Peter's eyes widened as he shot out of his chair. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't think that I had to. Lily mutters in disbelief. I'm going to get ready. Peter rushes to the bathroom. Don't tell your mother that I forgot. Luckily, he already planned everything days in advance. When he was gone, MJ came walking across the hall behind Lily. Did he forget? MJ asks knowingly. I cannot confirm nor deny. Lily's words spoke for themselves. MJ sighed as she quickly picked out an outfit and left to get ready as well. Charles, what could possibly be so urgent that I needed to fly halfway across the world for? Magneto floats down onto Professor X's office balcony. Do you trust me? Charles asks seriously. Question mark. Eric froze for a moment as he felt that this was a lot more serious than he initially imagined. To a certain extent. Then remove your helmet. Charles says as his old friend raises a questioning brow. I need to show you something. What is this about? Eric asks as his face hardened. You'll understand once you see it. Charles says with a shake of his head. Silence filled the balcony as Magneto stared his friend in the eyes. Fine. Begrudgingly agreeing, Eric reaches up and willingly removes his only line of defense against Charles's telepathy. Prepare yourself. Charles warns as he projects the memory of his most recent experience in Jean Grey's mind. Eric's eyes widened as he saw the image of the menacing fiery bird. What is that? I don't know. A/N, 1517 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll beat you with this prosthetic leg, mechanical leg, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 315, C315 proposal. Stop sign, insert live streamer gifs here, most likes wins stop sign. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, trophy, A/N, no O. My throne. Even though MJ wasn't exactly a girly girl, who would take hours getting ready, that didn't mean she was fast either. Leaving her boyfriend sat patiently in the living room, wearing his new all-black slim-fitting suit, waiting for her to come downstairs. Where are you taking her? Lily hopped in place as she questioned her father. I researched dating stuff last night, so I can help you make a plan if you want. Somehow, Lily seemed more excited about her parents' date than anyone else. Of course, she didn't fully understand what a date entailed until she did her research, so this was a bit new for her. No thanks. Peter smiled down at his cute daughter. I already planned everything. Peter planned this out right after he promised to take her on a date. Suddenly, the sound of heels clicking and clacking could be heard as Peter turned to see MJ walking down the stairs. Instantly, his breath was caught in his throat. She was wearing a beautiful slim black dress that hugged her curves in all the right places with her hair styled in soft waves. Hey, it looks horrible, doesn't it? MJ stutters as she adjusts the straps on her shoulders. Wow. Lily muttered as she looked at her mother in awe. Meanwhile, Peter stood in the middle of the living room like a deer in headlights. They kind of forced me to wear this. MJ grimaced uncomfortably. If it doesn't look good, then I can change. The heels aren't as bad as I thought though. I think having superpowers helped. The last time her mother forced her to wear high heels, MJ did not enjoy it one bit. Although they looked good, the heels left blisters on her feet as well as some pain in her ankles. But now all of that was gone. Having superpowers is really convenient. She thought as she walked like a pro without any pain or balance issues. You look amazing. I can't believe they got you to put that on. Peter couldn't hold back his words anymore. A little bribery and blackmail can go a long way. Grace spoke as she and May came strolling down the stairs with smirks on their faces. See? We told you. May added as MJ looked away in embarrassment. Seeing her act like this, Peter had to speak up. If you're uncomfortable, then go back and change. Although I love it, I know that you aren't into this kind of stuff. Peter said understandingly. And no, it's fine. MJ muttered as her cheeks reddened. Where are we going? She quickly changed the subject. It's a surprise, he replied with a grin. Pulling out a blindfold from his pocket, the grannies in the room squealed in excitement. Meanwhile, MJ didn't seem so thrilled. Seriously? She asked incredulously. Yes, now turn around. Peter nods as he twirls his finger at her. Sighing to herself, MJ begrudgingly complies. All right, let's go. Peter says as he opens a portal and guides MJ through. Bye, have fun. Everyone called out their farewells as the young couple disappeared into the golden portal. Okay, where are we? MJ asked as the portal snapped shut behind them. She could feel her heels digging into the ground and the sun shining on her skin. Give me a minute, Peter said as MJ could hear rustling in the surroundings. Can I take this thing off now? A few minutes passed and MJ started to get impatient. Though Peter didn't reply as he walked over and removed her blindfold. As soon as her eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, MJ gasped in amazement. They were standing in the middle of a beautiful meadow, filled with all sorts of foreign plants and the sweet scent of alien flowers. Of course, that wasn't all. In front of them, a beautiful table had been set up with an incredible feast of exotic dishes and drinks from all over the galaxy. What is this place? She asked in awe. Ego. Peter smirked. Aren't the Guardians here? MJ asked worriedly. Should we be wearing out suits? Nah, I set up a barrier to keep them out. Peter shrugged as he pulled out a chair for her. Ladies first. MJ smiled and rolled her eyes as she took a seat. What is all this? MJ asked as she eyed the alien food warily. Well, I've been off planet a lot lately, so I wanted to show you some of the food I've been eating recently. Peter explained as he took a seat beside her. Cool, what's this? MJ asked as she pointed at a bubbling golden honey-like soup. Let's try it first, Peter said as he filled her bowl. As they ate and drank, Peter and MJ talked about anything that came to mind. And since this was their first date in a while, there was this awkward energy in the air, which made them feel like it was their very first date all over again. As the night wore on and the stars began to shine above them, Peter looked at MJ and smiled. Have you ever thought about getting married? Peter asks out of nowhere. MJ's eyes instantly went wide in surprise. Are you asking? Huh. Peter realized how that sounded. No. I mean, in the future. Oh. MJ sighed in relief though she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as well. No, not really. I've thought about it a lot, Peter admits as he reaches over and pulls her into his lap. A small house in a nice neighborhood with neighbors that we hate. Maybe a dog or a cat or both. And possibly a few more children running around. Hearing Peter's plans for the future, which most definitely included her, MJ's face heated up as she hid in the crook of his neck. That sounds nice, she admitted in a mousy whisper. Really? Then how about we make a deal? Peter asked as MJ peeked up at him curiously. Let's switch things up, shall we? What do you mean? MJ asked in confusion. I was thinking about how I would propose to you, Peter admits unabashedly. But I've changed my mind. He doesn't want to propose to me anymore. MJ thought worriedly. So, instead I'll wait for you to propose to me. Peter smirked as he leaned down and whispered into her ear. Doesn't that sound so much more appealing? MJ was stunned into silence as Peter took hold of her chin and joined their lips together. And moments later when they separated, Peter looked down into MJ, who could only nod her head in agreement before pushing forward to reunite their lips once again. When Peter awoke the next day, he smiled at the pleasant sensation of a warm body pressed up against him. Turning his head, he found his beautiful girlfriend sleeping peacefully with her head on his chest and her arms and legs entangled around him. But before he could bask in this situation for much longer, the door swung open with a bang, revealing 3 figures on the other side. 2 of them smirked knowingly in Peter's direction whilst the smallest of them simply looked curious. Huh. MJ stirred as she turns to see what was going on. Good, you're awake. Grace smirked mischievously as she eyed her daughter. Breakfast is ready. Wash up and come down before it gets cold. We'll be waiting for the details. Ahem, I mean we'll be waiting downstairs. May cleared her throat and walked off alongside her fellow grandma. I really hate them sometimes. MJ mutters sleepily as Peter nods along in agreement. Are we still going to the amusement park? Lily asks from the door with an expectant look. Yeah, just give us a minute, Peter says as he closed the door with a wave of his hand. After all, they were both very naked right now, which is something that Lily definitely shouldn't see. After an annoying breakfast, where the older women in the house were interrogating Peter and MJ about their date, it was finally time for Lily's day out. And of course, everyone wanted to tag along, filling the car to the brim for their little trip. Even Ned ended up tagging along. Finally, they arrived at the amusement park and Lily's eyes lit up with wonder as she saw the rides and attractions all around her. Peter's heart warmed as he watched his daughter's face light up with joy. They spent the entire day riding roller coasters, eating bad carnival food, and playing all sorts of games. Peter even won a stuffed Spider-Man stuffy for Lily, which made her day even more special. These damn companies keep using my image for their toys, Peter complained inwardly as Lily ran around happily. On the drive home, Lily couldn't stop talking about how much fun she had, which made the whole trip worthwhile. As an AI, Lily has been maturing quickly, making moments like this very important for her. When they finally arrived home, Peter tucked Lily into bed and returned to the living room, where the rest of his family was sitting around, chatting. As he stood there watching them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and contentment. It's nice to take things easy every once in a while. A/N, 1566 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, or I'll be very angry, pouting face, police car light. Chapter 316, C316 Hulks. Warning, insert YouTuber GIFs here, most likes wins warning. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, I'm back, B** cheese. Bow before your king. Standing alone in his basement, Peter huffed and puffed for air with sweat covering his entire body. I did it. Peter thought as his body began to change. He felt a strange sensation building up inside him, growing stronger and more intense by the second. Suddenly, Peter felt a surge of energy rushing through his body, and he fell to the ground, writhing in pain. He could feel his muscles bulging and stretching, as if they were trying to break out of his skin. He clenched his teeth, trying to control the transformation, but it was far too powerful to resist. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. Peter looked up, feeling different, changed. With a simple though, he created a mirror and raised his brow at what he saw. He was the Red Hulk. He looked at his body, which was now covered in thick, red muscle. His muscles were truly massive, bulging with raw power. He flexed his fingers, feeling the strength and dexterity of his new form. Peter couldn't help but smile. He had always admired the Hulk, and now he had become one, without the anger issues and dual personalities, of course. He felt invincible, unstoppable even. He couldn't wait to put his new powers to the test, to see what he was truly capable of. But for now, he needed to figure out how to control this transformation, to make sure he didn't accidentally hurt anyone in the process. Peter took a deep breath, trying to focus his thoughts and emotions. He closed his eyes and concentrated, willing himself to change back to his normal form. And after a few moments, he felt the energy dissipate, and he opened his eyes to see himself back to the same old Peter. Sexy as always. Peter thought narcissistically. He grinned again, feeling both relieved and excited. This was going to be fun. After switching back and forth a few times, while making sure not to stand and cause a cave-in his basement, Peter seemed to get the transformation completely under control. And thankfully, unlike the Hulk, Peter's mind was calm while in his new red form. I don't feel angry at all. Peter felt relieved. Almost a month passed since Peter went on a date with MJ, and he used that time to spend with family and friends. Though that wasn't all. He also focused heavily on his meditation, which was now showing its results. Before bed, Peter performed the odd dance meditation as usual, but unlike all of the other nights, this time the results finally came in. The Red Hulk's consciousness was absorbed into Peter's mind, which at first was extremely overwhelming, hence the haggard condition he was in before transforming. Though after all of the anger and hatred of his alter ego faded away, Peter returned right back to his normal calm state. If only a little out of breath, exhausted, and sweaty. Now I can transform at will. Peter thought happily. Not only that, but he also has complete control, leaving all of his former worries about Red Hulk going crazy in his body behind. Hee, now I can relax. Peter thought as he fell back and relaxed his tired body on the cold basement floor. Ugh, I'd rather sleep next to MJ. Waving his hand, Peter opened a portal underneath himself, which swiftly deposited his body into bed. That's more like it. He smirked and drifted off to sleep as MJ instinctively cuddled up next to him. On the next day, after testing his new powers in the mirror dimension, Peter came to a complete understanding of his new abilities. Transformation. Peter will not transform into his Red Hulk form without consciously willing it, nor will any of its powers be available in Peter's normal human form. Superhuman leaping. Red Hulk's overdeveloped legs allow him to jump over vast distances. While testing, Peter was able to leap past the Earth's atmosphere. If I up my power even more, I might be able to jump to the moon. Peter thought excitedly. A/N, bruh, just open a portal. Regenerative healing factor. Red Hulk possesses a crazy healing factor, which can heal severed limbs in an instant. Retarded aging. Red Hulk does not age because of his healing factor that regenerates his cells. Superhuman strength. Superhuman stamina. Superhuman durability. Superhuman speed. Gamma radiation emission. While in Red Hulk form, Peter can emit varying levels of gamma radiation if he chooses to do so. If he were to raise the radiation to a high enough degree, it can burn whatever he touches. And at even higher levels, it can make Peter appear as if he's cloaked in a shroud of flames. Energy absorption. Red Hulk is capable of absorbing gamma radiation. And although Peter hasn't tested it yet, he believes that any sort of energy could be absorbed with enough effort. Nice, this should be a good trump card. Peter thought as he familiarized himself with his newfound powers. At the end of the day, Peter won't be using the Red Hulk's powers very much, as it focuses on brute strength and destruction more than anything else. Which is why he plans to hide this newfound power and treat it like his ace in the hole. Especially the absorption ability. Energy absorption is just too overpowered. Peter thought happily. If he can manage to absorb other types of energies, then he'll have a very big advantage over celestials and other godlike beings. I'll suck all of them dry. Peter muttered to himself with a hungry gleam in his eyes. A/N, I Zeus I. After finishing his own Hulk problem, Peter donned his suit and moved on to the original Hulk next. Sat cross-legged in the mirror dimension, surrounded by a collection of ancient tomes, scrolls, and arcane artifacts, Peter kept his attention focused on the leather-bound book in his lap. My spell book is almost full. Peter thought as he eyed the pages filled with intricate diagrams and symbols. Meanwhile, Banner stood nervously to the side, watching as Peter traced his fingers along the pages of the book, muttering incantations under his breath. At first, he was shocked by the mirror dimension, but that shock was soon replaced with fear as Peter started preparing the spell that would release the Hulk upon the world. Are you sure about this? Banner asked, his voice laced with worry. Separating the Hulk from my body. It's risky. Trust me, I've got this. Besides, I can handle the Hulk in a fight. This will be a piece of cake. Peter waved his free hand dismissively. Before Banner could say anything else, Peter began drawing intricate spell circles in the air with his pointer finger. He then started drawing spell lines that connected the circles, creating a web of mystical energy that pulsed with power. Banner watched in awe as Peter moved with fluid grace, his movements seemingly choreographed by the mystical forces at play. He could feel the energy in the room shifting, a palpable hum that filled his ears and made his hair stand on end. Ready? Peter asked, his eyes locked on the book as he began reciting the final incantation. Banner braced himself and hesitantly stepped forward, where Peter had instructed beforehand. Standing a few meters in front of Peter, Banner remained still in trepidation, his heart pounding in his chest as the magnificent golden spell circles surrounded him. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy rippling through his body. The surroundings began to shake, books and artifacts rattled as spiderweb cracks began to form around the mirror dimension. The spell reached its climax, nearly shattering the mirror dimension in the process. With a final burst of energy, Peter let out a triumphant yell as the spell was complete. The air shimmered around Banner, and he felt a sudden rush of energy as the Hulk was ripped from his body. Ah! Banner and Hulk simultaneously screamed in pain. Though the Hulk easily drowned out his former companion's pitiful yell. The Hulk let out a deafening roar as it materialized in the center of the spell circles, its massive frame towering over Peter and Banner. Hey there, big guy. Peter waved welcomingly without an ounce of fear. It's good to see you again. Angered by the pain that came with the separation, Hulk charged forward, its fist slamming into the spell lines as it tried to break free. Is this the way you should be saying thank you? Peter asked in a lecturing tone as his spells shattered under the strength of the Hulk. Luckily, I was already done with them. Spider-Man. Banner collapsed in exhaustion as he fearfully eyed the Hulk's towering figure. Although he felt relieved to have the Hulk gone, that relief was instantly drowned out by the presence of his greatest fear in the physical world. Like a nightmare come to life. I told you that I can handle him. Peter sighs as he waves his hand. Why don't you take a breather while I calm him down? Suddenly, a portal appeared under Banner's body, dropping him into his lab back at the tower. Peter grinned under his mask as he looked up at the Hulk. It's just you and me now, big guy. He says as the Hulk glares down at him. What do you say? Want to beat the sh*t out of each other? I've been needing a good sparring partner for a while now. Hulk froze for a moment before a wide grin stretched across his face, remembering his last encounter with the men before him. Hulk smash. A/N, 1620 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone or else you're dead to me, skull police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 317, C317 Sparring. Face with tears of joy insert funny gifs here, most likes wins rolling on the floor laughing. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, my crown. My throne. My kingdom. Stolen away by this usurper. Peter stood in the mirror dimension, his spider sense tingling as he waited for the Hulk to make the first move. Since he wanted to have a good spar, Peter wouldn't be using the Reality Stone, his Red Hulk powers, or any of his mystic arts, as that would end the fight rather quickly. Though that wasn't the only reason. He also needed to initiate a friendship between himself and the big green guy, and completely dominating him would most likely anger him more than anything else. I'll just beat his A*S normally. Peter smirked under his mask, ready for a challenging fight. After all, it's been a while since anyone could give him a challenge. Thanos was a contender, but Peter tricked him with some poison before either side could go all out. Hulk smash! The Hulk yelled loudly and kicked off the ground, breaking Peter from his train of thought. Boom! The ground cracked and a crater was formed as the Hulk leaped forward in Peter's direction. He watched the massive green figure charging at him, roaring loudly as he grew closer and closer. Acting quickly, Peter dashed out of the way, leading the Hulk crashed into a nearby building, which swiftly crumbled to the ground. Is that all you can do? Charge headfirst like an angry bull? Peter asked as the building collapsed on top of his opponent. Raya! An ear-piercing scream filled the air as what was left of the building exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Of course, the Hulk came stomping out of the explosion without a single mark on his body. Are you done attacking the poor innocent buildings? I thought this was supposed to be a fight between us. Peter couldn't help but taunt his opponent. It's what he does best after all. Shut up! Hulk bellowed as he rushed forward and swung his fists like an angry child, hoping to land at least one hit. Whoa! That was close. Try again. Oh, maybe next time. Put your back into it. Are you even trying? Peter slipped in and out of every attack whilst doing his best to P*SS off his oversized opponent. Which probably wasn't the best idea when fighting a Hulk. After all, they tend to get more powerful when angered. Fight me, puny bug! Hulk screamed in aggravation as Peter ducked under his green meaty fist. Okay, first of all, I'm an arachnid. And second. Peter fired a web at the building behind his opponent. Don't blink. Yanking on the web in his hand, Peter shot upward and swung his leg forward, driving his knee into the Hulk's face. Arg! Hulk grunted in pain as he was launched backward and crashed into a nearby skyscraper. Boom! And just like the last one, Hulk's huge figure caused the towering building to collapse in on itself, burying the big green beast for a second time. I'm glad that I remembered to use the mirror dimension for this, or else the property damage would have been crazy. Peter thought in relief. After a moment of silence, what was left of the demolished building began to quake as the Hulk crawled his way out of the rubble. And he did not look happy whatsoever. What's the matter, big guy? Can't handle the competition? We can stop if you want. Peter asked condescendingly, knowing the exact response that he would get. Aya. Hulk's muscles pulsed as he rushed forward. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see who hits harder, shall we? Peter laughed as he followed Hulk's lead and dashed forward as well. Hulk smirked as it seemed like his opponent wouldn't be running anymore. He wound his hand back, balled it into a tight fist, and jabbed at Peter's much smaller body. Meanwhile, Peter mimicked him perfectly, sending out a matching punch of his own. And with an earth-shattering bang, the two opposing fists met, sending a powerful shockwave across the mirror dimension. Snap! Peter heard the sound of his bones breaking as his arm crumpled in the face of the Hulk's maddening strength. Ugh! Peter grunted as he was sent flying into a nearby lamppost, which toppled over in an instant. Okay. Note to self, don't do that again. Picking himself up off the ground, Peter felt his right arm hanging limply at his side. Though that didn't last long. Within seconds of receiving his injury, Peter could feel his arm healing at a very rapid pace. Hulk watched as Peter bent his arm and wiggled his finger, confused by how he was able to do so after taking his attack head-on. Alright, it's time to get a little serious. Peter muttered as he gestured for his opponent to come to him. And of course, the Hulk would gladly comply. Peter knew he couldn't take the Hulk head-on when it came to strength, so he decided to use his agility to his advantage. Leaping and flipping around the Hulk, he was able to land quick punches whenever he saw an opening. Meanwhile, the Hulk swung wildly, like a sloppy novice, but Peter was just too fast for him. As time went by, the Hulk just kept angrier, which in turn made him more powerful. He roared and slammed his fists into the ground, causing the entire area to shake as if a high-magnitude earthquake was taking place. Peter watched as many of the buildings around them collapsed, knowing that he should probably put an end to this before the Hulk got too out of control. After all, he didn't want to attract too much attention from Camartage. Although it's only the mirror dimension, I'm sure the Ancient One can still find a reason to scold me. Peter sighed inwardly. Peter shot a web at a nearby building and pulled himself up, hoping to get a better vantage point. Meanwhile, the Hulk charged at him, but Peter was ready. He leaped over his opponent's head, landing securely on his back. He quickly fired a web at the Hulk's eyes, blinding him temporarily. The Hulk roared in frustration, thrashing around like a bull in an attempt to buck Peter off. Though, Peter held on tight, punching the Hulk in the back of the head whenever he got the chance. With every brain-shaking punch, the Hulk was getting weaker and more sluggish. Suddenly, the Hulk stopped moving and toppled over to the ground. Standing on his opponent's back, Peter looked down and saw that he had knocked the Hulk out cold. He quickly jumped off the Hulk's back, breathing heavily. He had won the fight without using any of his overpowered abilities. Peter looked around the mirror dimension, making sure that nobody had come to investigate the destruction. And thankfully, he found no one. That was a good fight, big guy. Peter patted the Hulk's unconscious body. Let's get out of here. Grabbing the Hulk by the arm, Peter waved his hand and opened a portal before dragging the green giant out of the mirror dimension. Stepping out onto an abandoned island back on Earth, Peter laid the Hulk's body on the warm sand as the portal snapped shut behind them. Should I wake him up? Peter wondered out loud. Shrugging to himself, Peter waved his hand and controlled the seawater to splash Hulk in the face. Ugh. Hulk groggily opened his eyes and was met with a beautiful ocean view. Morning, big guy. Peter says as he flops down next to the giant. Question mark. Hulk looked between Peter and himself in confusion. If you're wondering why Banner hasn't taken control again, it's because I separated the two of you. Peter explains as the Hulk wasn't exactly paying attention earlier. Hulk free? He asked in shock. Yup, it took me a while since our last meeting, but I got it done. Peter pats the giant on the shoulder. How does it feel? Hulk feels happy. Hulk smiled as he looked out over the open sea. Good, that's what I was hoping for. Peter smiles as well. Silence descended on the island, as Peter stayed quiet, allowing the Hulk to enjoy his shining moment of freedom. Hulk confused. Hulk was the first to break the silence. What do now? It's funny that you'd ask that. Peter was waiting for this moment. I actually have a job offer for you, my friend. Job? Friend? Hulk asked in surprise. Yup, I beat you in a fight, so that means we're friends now. Peter nods matter-of-factly. Hulk frowned in annoyance but nodded nonetheless. He didn't like losing, but if someone could beat him, then they deserved to be his friend. As for the job, Peter smirked under his mask. How would you like to beat the CR*P out of some bad guys? Although he couldn't see it, Hulk managed to match Peter's smirk perfectly. Hulk likes smashing bad guys. A/N, 1489 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or I'll blow your brains out, exploding head pistol, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 318, C318 Hulk Whisperer. Cat insert cat gifts here, most likes wins cat. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Iruvadhor, trophy, A/N, a new contender has risen and my throne grows further from my grasp. After explaining what the Avengers is to the Hulk in the simplest terms that he could, Peter wondered whether he should bring him back to New York or not. As someone with the mentality of an angry child, it may not be the safest idea to bring him over to a populated area. At least, not so soon. Hey, big guy. Peter called the Hulk, who was in the water, playing with a bunch of sharks. Well, although Hulk would call it playing, the sharks on the other hand would call it bullying. They tried their best to swim away from the big green muscly monster, but no matter how far they got, the Hulk would catch up and drag them back to the shore, where he would manhandle them like toys. Yeah, he's going to need some sort of behavioral and sensitivity training. Peter thought as he pictured normal humans in the place of those sharks. They would either die or get crippled and traumatized for life. Question mark. Hulk released the sharks, who immediately made a run for it while he was distracted. Huh. Hulk seemed annoyed that his toys were gone as he turned to Peter, wondering what he wanted. Come here. We need to talk about something important. Peter waved for Hulk to return to the island. Growling in annoyance, Hulk quickly swam back, creating large waves with his powerful arms and legs. What puny friend want? Hulk asks with a tilt of his head. Can you stay on this island for a few weeks while I get everything set up for you back in New York? Peter asked as he didn't want to forcibly confine him again. Question mark. Hulk looked over the island and the sea before shrugging his shoulders uncaringly. Hulk can do that. Good, I have to get a place for you to stay in the tower built and prepare everyone for your arrival. Peter quickly moved on to his second objective. If I have someone come and visit you, will you be nice to them? Hulk raised his brow in question. Hulk only smash bad guys. He replied firmly. I won't send any bad guys. Peter shrugged. All right, before I go. Snapping his fingers, Peter pulled on the power of reality stone and got to work. Hulk's eyes widened in awe as he watched a big portion of the small island transform. The trees disappeared as a giant mansion-sized house appeared in their place. Although it was the size of a mansion, in fact, it was just a simple house. The only thing that made it so big was that it was made to fit the Hulk perfectly. Even the furniture and appliances inside are the perfect size for him as well. That should last a while. Peter muttered as he looked over at Hulk. You can live there for the time being. Try not to break anything, okay? Ah, okay. Hulk nodded dumbly as he walked over to check out his new house. I'll bring you food and water in a bit. Peter called out as he waved his hand, opening a portal. Don't cause any trouble while I'm gone. Stepping out of his portal and into his office, Peter was immediately welcomed by Jarvis as usual. Welcome back, sir. He spoke dutifully. Hey, Jarvis. I need you to order enough food and drinks to feed the Hulk for about a month. Make sure to get some good snacks as well. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Peter spoke as he took a seat at his desk. Of course, sir. Jarvis agreed with ease. The order has been placed and the groceries will arrive within an hour. Good, now call Banner to my office and notify the Avengers Council that a meeting will be taking place in half an hour. Peter continued giving orders. And if they complain about the time frame, then tell them that the Hulk is free. That should put some pep in their step. The messages have been sent. Jarvis worked quickly. Dr. Banner is currently rushing here as we speak. Good. After waiting for about a minute, an out-of-breath Dr. Banner came barging in with a worried look on his face. Is everything all right? Where is he? Banner asked as he practically ran up to Peter's desk. He's currently on an abandoned island and he'll be staying there for a few weeks. Peter explained as he motioned to the chair behind Banner. Take a seat and relax. Relax. How could I possibly relax? Banner shouts as he starts pacing back and forth in front of Peter's desk. We just released a giant angry monster on the world. I don't know where you're getting "we" from. Peter rolled his eyes under his mask. I did all of the work while you just stood there. That's not the point. Banner wasn't in the mood for Peter's nonsense. Sigh. Peter let out an exasperated breath as he extended his pointer finger. Instantly, a calming blue light shot out of his finger and hit Banner in the forehead, melting into his mind without any injury or pain. What was that? Banner stuttered in fear as he felt his mind rapidly calming. A simple spell that relaxes the mind. Peter explains as he looks Banner in the eyes. You have nothing to worry about. Hulk has agreed to join the Avengers. Everything went as I expected. You recruited the Hulk. A voice spoke from the door. Tilting his head to peek behind Banner, Peter found every council member standing outside his office. Wow, if I knew using the Hulk's name would make you guys move this fast, then I would have done it a long time ago. Peter comments as they all came walking in. First Blonsky and now this. Charles asks with a disapproving look on his face. Are you trying to destroy everything we've built? After taking all of Charles's complaints and explaining the situation fully, the majority of the council ended up agreeing with Peter's decision. Thankfully, Charles didn't fight too hard today, as his mind seemed to be somewhere else entirely. Even Magneto seemed to be focused on something else as well. What's with them? Peter made a mental note to check on them later. The only problem is Hulk's social skills and childlike persona. Although we understand these things, the public doesn't. One small accident and the Hulk goes from the hero they vaguely remember from 3 years ago, to a freak monster that wants to eat their children. Tony voiced the main issue. Which is why I'd like to have someone live with him for the next few weeks. Peter said as everyone raised a brow in question. He needs to learn how to fraternize with people and carry himself in public. I think it's best that we teach him these things early. Who would we send? We can't just hire a behavioral therapist. They'd be too afraid to work. Fury spoke up. I have the perfect candidate in mind. Peter says knowingly. Stepping out of a portal and onto the warm sand of Hulk's Island, Peter turned and motioned for his companion to follow along. Natasha Romanoff hesitantly stepped through, feeling a quick wind from behind as the portal snapped shut. Don't be so nervous. You're going to be fine. Peter rolled his eyes at her behavior. After all, she was the one and only Hulk whisperer in the movies, so this should be easy work. It's practically a vacation. Peter thought as she would be spending a month relaxing on a tropical island. Hulk. I'm back. As soon as Peter called him, the door to the giant house swung open and a green head peeked out. Puny friend? Hulk asked as he found Peter standing alongside an unknown woman. Yep, I have your food. Peter says as he squeezed past Hulk and into the house. I'll put it away while you get to know Natasha. She's an Avenger too. Natasha looks at Peter, silently pleading with him not to leave her behind like this, but he simply ignored her and made his way to the oversized fridge in the kitchen. Hey. Natasha put on a calm facade as she greeted her giant green ward. Question mark. Hulk looks at her questioningly. Red Lady not afraid of Hulk. Usually, everyone that he meets is terrified of him, so Hulk was surprised to see this weak-looking woman's calm demeanor. Of course, she was most definitely scared, but many years of honing her body and mind had allowed Natasha to bluff her way out of anything. No, Spider-Man said that you were nice, so he wanted to introduce us. Natasha spoke in a kind motherly manner. Question mark. Hulk was even more confused now. Hulk? Nice. Yeah, do you mind if I come inside? Natasha asked, and Hulk quickly moved to make way for her, holding the door open like a true gentleman. They've barely met and he's already holding the door for her. Peter watched in interest from the kitchen. She truly is the Hulk Whisperer. A/N, 1516 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, or I'll cast a curse on you, mage. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 319, C319 Phoenix Awaken. Dashing away cigarette face with open mouth, insert smoking gifs here, most likes wins dashing away cigarette face with open mouth. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, my sexy cat girl plan was a great success. All of you peasants better bow to your king prince. Stop sign A/N, also, Natasha doesn't know Peter's secret identity. That was a mistake in the last chapter. It's fixed now. X-Mansion. Jean Grey tossed and turned in her sleep, sweat beading on her forehead. Her mind was in absolute turmoil as her body began to shine in a faint fiery glow. Suddenly, Jean's eyes shot open as she bolted upright in her bed, drenched in sweat. She breathed heavily and felt the fiery energy coursing through her veins, stirring up the familiar fear and dread that had incessantly plagued her in recent years. And with this influx of energy came the voices. I think I'll have bacon and eggs for breakfast today. Why do I have to go to school so early? I just want to stay home and play Call of Duty. Oh yeah, you dirty WH*re. Suck it. Jean's telepathy was enhanced to an astronomical degree, sending her senses into overload as she heard the thoughts of everyone within a 50-mile radius. And it was still spreading even further with each passing second. Her eyes shot wide open as she began to hyperventilate all over again. Go away. Go away. Go away. Squinting her eyes shut and curling into a ball, Jean tried to control it as she hoped and wished for the voices to stop. As she lay there, she couldn't help but recall the repeated nightmare that's been haunting her recently. Nightmares weren't usually a problem for her, but they seemed to just spring up out of nowhere. In her most recent dream, Jean saw herself walking through the halls of the Xavier mansion, a cold and calculating look on her face. As she passed by the various rooms, she could hear the muffled sounds of children laughing and playing, unaware of the danger that was looming just outside their doors. She made her way to the principal's office, where Professor X was sitting at his desk, deep in thought. The moment he saw Jean, he stood up and moved towards her with a welcoming smile, happy to see his student visiting him. But before he could even utter a greeting, Jean's eyes turned red, and she unleashed a massive burst of energy that sent him flying across the room, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Jean stood there cloaked in fire, enjoying the look of betrayal that she was receiving, a wicked grin spread across her face. The professor tried to search Jean's mind to see what was wrong, but as soon as his mind made contact with hers, Charles's face morphed into an image of complete agony. Arg. He cradled his head and wailed in pain as blood leaked from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Laughing at the man's cries, Jean waves her hand, tossing a ball of flames in her mentor's direction. Instantly, Charles lit up like a California forest, quickly burning him away until there was nothing but his skeleton remaining. Not sparing another glance at her former teacher, Jean walked out into the hallway, and with a flick of her wrist, she sent a wave of fire blasting through the building. The screams of the children echoed through the burning mansion, and Jean reveled in their terror. She watched as their bodies were consumed by the flames, begging for someone to save them. It was only when she heard a familiar voice calling out to her that Jean seemed to snap out of it. It was Scott, the boy that always chases after her, standing motionlessly in the burning hall across from her. She knew his feelings. As she looked into his eyes, Jean knew that she couldn't stay sane for much longer. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and let go, allowing the fiery energy to consume her entirely. The last thing that she saw before her fiery suicide was a giant burning phoenix, which seemed to burn away alongside her. And as she disappeared, the image of the mansion burning to the ground was left haunting her mind. Nightmare flashback end. What's happening to me? Jean asked as she cried in her bed, still glowing with fiery power. She instinctively knew that the dream was a warning, a sign of what was to come. Jean had to find a way to contain her power before it was too late, or else she would become the monster she'd seen in her nightmare. Aya! Jean screamed and thrashed in her bed. Professor! It didn't take long for her cries to be heard and for help to arrive. Thankfully, Charles was able to access her mind and place his barriers, though the gossip quickly spread across the school, leaving everyone wondering what was wrong with Jean. On that same day, a special guest arrived at the X-Mansion. Is that? No way. It's Spider-Man. A portal opened in the middle of the driveway and out came the one and only Spider-Man, who was immediately swarmed by excited starstruck children. Can I have your autograph? Can I touch your mask? What are you doing here? The questions didn't seem to end and none of them gave him a chance to answer either. But thankfully, someone swiftly rushed to Peter's rescue. It's time for class. Wolverine ran over and started ordering the kids around. Get moving, you gremlins. Don't be late or else. Although they were very reluctant to leave, the kids gave Peter one last glance before rushing off to their classes. What are you doing here? Logan asks. I came to see what's going on with Charles. He seemed out of it in our last council meeting. Peter explained his concern. Huh. Logan grunted as if he knew something. All right, start talking. Peter crossed his arms and waited for him to speak. Well. While Peter and Wolverine were talking, news of Spider-Man's arrival quickly spread across the mansion. Spider-Man. Blob, a fat teenager, asked as he and his friends Pyro, Toad, and Avalanche walked menacingly through the halls. As former members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, the four of them tried to show their dominance over the other children, though sadly, that only ended with them becoming outcasts that bully some of the weaker children on a regular basis. Of course, this bullying didn't go unnoticed. In fact, they're punished almost constantly for it, but somehow, they never seem to learn their lesson. It's true, I swear. A little girl half their age nodded in fear as the four older kids towered over her. Don't lie. Pyro yells as he scares her with a bit of fire. I am not. The girl whispers in fear as her eyes moistened. You gonna cry? Toad asks condescendingly as his friends laughed. And just as the little girl started to cry, an angry voice echoed through the hall. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jean Grey, who only left her room to get some food, stood frozen in rage as she watched the same old group of idiots taunting a little girl. Do these F***ers never learn? She thought in fury. Without a second thought, Jean glared in their direction and sent them to their knees. Arg. Wait. We're sorry. Pyro spoke as he and the others grasped their heads in agony. Scoffing in their direction, Jean used her telekinesis to push the bullies away from the little girl, and with a fierce determination, she stepped in front of her to protect her. Wow. The little girl wiped her tears away and watched in awe as the bullies were put in their place. But as Jean's rage intensified, something inside of her began to stir. Although the professor just remade the barriers this morning, the primal force of the universe that had bonded with Jean and granted her immense power wasn't so easily trapped anymore. Suddenly, a dry heat filled the hall as Jean's skin began to glow once more. Stop, please. We're really sorry. Okay. It won't happen again. Toad begged as he felt his moist frog-like skin begin to dry out. And as the wannabe villains tried to run away, they were met with an unstoppable force that quickly sent them crashing into the metal lockers. Jean's eyes blazed with a fiery glow as she unleashed the full power of the Phoenix, sending waves of telekinetic energy crashing down upon them, rattling and denting the lockers with their figures. Ayag. The four bullies screamed in agony. Big sister. The little girl called out as her awe slowly turned to fear. I think they learned their lesson. Back outside, Wolverine just finished explaining what happened this morning to Peter, whose frown deepened with every added detail. Where is Dash? Peter spoke, though he froze as soon as he felt an enormous spike in energy from the mansion. And with the spike of energy came agonizing screams, which caused Logan to turn his head toward the building in concern as well. What the? Logan muttered as Peter dashed past him, making his way to the front door. Hey. Wait for me. A/N, 1504 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone because I can't guarantee your safety if you don't. I medium light skin tone nose I police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 320, C320 Dark Phoenix. Baby insert baby gifts here, baby bottle most likes wins baby. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, Trophy, A/N, Despicable Usurper. The X-Mansion was in chaos. As soon as Peter rushed inside, the children were already being evacuated from the building by their teachers. Charles must have ordered the evacuation, Peter thought, which was good as dealing with Jean would be tricky. Swiftly maneuvering through the crowd of children, Peter thought back on what Logan just told him. I can't believe I'm dealing with a Dark Phoenix situation. Peter thought in dread. Thanks to the knowledge from his past life and his time spent buried in books at Camartage, Peter had a pretty good idea of Jean's situation. Jean is the host of the Phoenix Force, one of the oldest known cosmic entities, representing life that has not yet been born, as well as the forces of creation and destruction. The Phoenix Force is said to predate darkness and is stated to be the fire from which all things were born. It's an immortal, indestructible, and mutable manifestation of the prime universal force of life. Born of the void between states of being, it is the nexus of all psionic energy that does, has, and ever will exist in all realities. The Phoenix is the guardian of creation itself, making it one of the most feared beings in the entire universe. Signifying birth, death, and rebirth, the Phoenix not only creates but destroys as well, burning away what doesn't work. Some records in Camartage suggest that what doesn't work is anything that has become stagnant instead of naturally evolving. Meaning, planets, stars, civilizations, black holes, and just about anything that stagnates for a prolonged period of time will catch the Phoenix's eye and invite its destruction. This destruction is usually carried out by the Phoenix's host, as the Phoenix Force is more of a dimensional being than anything else. Although the library had nothing about Phoenix hosts going out of control, Peter's past life had some knowledge about this. Dark Phoenix. Peter thought. Due to the destructive nature of the Phoenix, a young and impressionable host can be easily influenced by the power it embodied, becoming a malevolent force of destruction known as the Dark Phoenix. Especially when idiotic bald men exasperate the situation by angering the universe's incarnation of creation and destruction. Peter made a mental note to yell at Charles as he arrived on the scene. Jean Grey, who is probably the most powerful mutant in the world due to her connection to the Phoenix, was most definitely falling into the trap of becoming a Dark Phoenix. She stood in the center of the hall, glowing with fiery power, as a young girl cowered behind her. The sound of metal creaking and pained whimpers caught his attention as Peter turned to see the kids that used to work for Magneto pressed into the lockers. Did these idiots P*SS her off? Peter wondered as Logan caught up behind him. Jean. He called out, but she didn't seem to be listening. The telekinetic energy that flowed through her veins was turning her into a raging inferno, and the whole school seemed to be caught in the middle of it. Before Peter could step in and do anything, Professor X and Storm came rushing down the other side of the hall. Jean, you have to calm down, Charles said, using his telepathic powers to try and soothe her. You're hurting people. But Jean didn't seem to hear him. She was lost in a maelstrom of power, her eyes blazing with a fiery energy that seemed to be consuming her from the inside out. Storm stepped forward, her eyes locked onto Jean's. Jean, we're here to help you. But you have to let us in. Again, Jean didn't respond. She was too far gone, lost in the grip of the Phoenix Force. Wolverine pushed past Peter as he unsheathed his claws. He didn't want to hurt Jean, but he knew that if they didn't do something soon, she could kill those 4 problem children. And although they usually deserve a good beating, they didn't deserve anything this extreme. Jean, listen to me, Logan growled. You're stronger than this. You can fight it. Sadly, nothing that any of them said seemed to be getting through to her. She was lost in a sea of power, her body glowing with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, Jean turned her head, giving everyone hope that she may have heard them, though that hope was swiftly squashed soon after. Jean let out a powerful scream as a burst of energy exploded from her body in all directions. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to the little girl who stood closest to Jean, paralyzed by fear. But before the wave of powerful energy could hit the poor girl, a golden portal opened under her feet. Are you okay? Peter asked as she fell safely into his arms. She froze in shock. Meanwhile, all she could think of was, Spider-Man saved me. Meanwhile, the 4 troublemakers who started all of this fell out of a separate portal and collapsed limply on the floor behind him. With the children out of the way, the force of Jean's outburst expanded and knocked Storm, Professor X, and Wolverine off their feet, sending them tumbling across the floor. But when it came to Peter, he merely swatted his hand in the air, canceling the attack with ease. She isn't that powerful yet. Peter thought as he felt her energy levels constantly rise. When the 3 metahumans picked themselves up off the floor, they saw Jean hovering in the air, her body outlined in flames. Jean! Professor X shouted, trying once again to reach out with his mind. This is all my fault. Please, come back to us. But it was too late. The tantalizing power of the Phoenix Force had taken hold of her completely, and there was no turning back. And despite their best efforts, Jean's power would be far too much for them to handle. Suddenly, a red and blue blur shot past them, and Peter landed in front of Jean, his spider sense alerting him to the danger. Take the kids out of here. I'll handle this. Peter orders as he kept his eyes on Jean. Of course, he could have just portaled the kids out, but then he would have no reason to get rid of Charles. After all, it's very likely that he caused all of this. You can't dash, Charles tried to argue, but Peter wasn't having it. I won't hurt her. Just go. You'll only get in the way. Peter speaks frankly. After a moment of hesitance, Charles ran to the kids and quickly rushed them out of the mansion alongside Storm and Logan. Once they were finally alone, Peter looked up at Jean. Hey, it's me, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he said with a wave, but soon froze in realization. Wait, technically it should be friendly Universal Spider-Man now. After all, he's famous in space too. Sadly, Jean didn't seem to appreciate his nonchalant behavior. Her eyes glowed with a fiery intensity, as she lashed out at Peter with a powerful blast of telekinetic energy. Kicking off of the ground, Peter managed to dodge out of the way as he appeared in front of Jean. Actually, let's go somewhere less crowded. Peter muttered as he grabbed Jean by the face and shoved her backward. And as she was pushed back, a golden portal appeared, which swiftly snapped shut after swallowing both of them. Seconds after the portal closed, Charles came running back up the hall with Logan and Storm at his back. Mirror dimension. Hopefully, the Phoenix doesn't shatter the mirror dimension. Peter thought as Jean weaseled her way out of his grip and took some distance. So, want to try taking now? In response to his peaceful words, Jean remained stoic as large balls of fire covered her hands. Ugh. She grunted and launched a barrage of fireballs in Peter's direction. Sighing to himself as he easily sidestepped the attacks, Peter knew that he had to find a way to calm her down somehow, as he didn't want to kill the poor girl. Diving, and dodging his through the obstacle course of never-ending fireballs, Peter maneuvered his way up to Jean once again. A burst of energy erupted from his hand, which landed on Jean's shoulder, tightly enveloping her in a cocoon of golden magic. That should hold you for long enough. Peter muttered as he stood before her. She struggled against the bonds, but Peter's spell was just too powerful. After all, it was created in cooperation with the Reality Stone. You'll be okay, Jean, Spider-Man said, reaching out and resting his hand on her head. I'll help you through this. Jean glared in his direction with the utmost malice. Now, wait here while I pay respects to the Phoenix, Peter said as he forced his consciousness into her. Jean's eyes widened and rolled into the back of her head as Peter closed his eyes and invaded her mind. A/N, 1515 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or else I'll blow smoke in your face until you run out of oxygen, dashing away cigarette face with open mouth. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 321, C321 The Phoenix appears. Alien insert alien gifs here, most likes wins alien. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, Trophy, A/N, the usurper continues his reign unamused face. Focusing on the mental link that he just established with Jean, Peter visualized his mind as a small glowing orb, and Jean's mind as a vast, swirling mass of energy. He pushed his orb toward the center of the mass and felt himself being pulled in. And when he opened his eyes again, Peter was no longer in his own body. Jean's mind was extremely hectic at the moment, filled with nothing but flames and darkness. Peter could feel the raw power of the Phoenix coursing through every neuron and synapse of her brain. Hello. He called out tentatively. Is anyone there? Peter didn't expect to be meeting an entity like the Phoenix Force anytime soon. For the first time in a long time, he was nervous about possibly losing a fight. After all, Thanos may be strong, but he's nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the Phoenix, the universal force of creation and destruction. Suddenly, a female voice answered his call, but it wasn't Jean's. It was a voice that seemed to come from every direction at once, booming and echoing like thunder. Interesting. The voice spoke with a soft interest. I can feel the presence of an infinity stone. Who are you, mortal? I'm just your friendly universal Spider-Man. I'm here to help Jean. Peter turned in a circle, looking for the origin of the voice, but he couldn't find anyone in his surroundings. Does she sense the Reality Stone? Your help is unneeded, the Phoenix said. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. What do you mean? Peter asked in confusion. The Phoenix Force seemed pretty relaxed. That telepath teacher of hers sealed my power and inadvertently turned my host into a dark phoenix, a being of pure destruction. It said, its voice echoing across Jean's mind. But a dark phoenix has its uses. Stagnation is rampant in this universe, after all. Peter kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, in case the Phoenix tried to attack him. I understand your point, but I can't just allow her to go mad like this. Peter cuts in before the Phoenix could continue. Jean wouldn't want this. She's supposed to be your host. Don't you want to help her? The area turns silent for a moment before Peter continues. Based on what I understand from the situation, Jean's currently going mad with power while also being influenced by your destructive nature. The best way to solve this would be sealing your power to dash. Before Peter could finish what he was going to say, the flames in his surroundings gravitated into one fiery being, which loomed over him with a fierce glare. The Phoenix appeared in all of its fiery glory. Insert picture of the Phoenix Force here. I will not be contained any longer, it said, its voice menacing. Can you let me finish? Peter asked in annoyance. This isn't going as I originally hoped. Peter felt as though he was talking to some indifferent god who hasn't interacted with others in millennia. Wait. That's probably exactly what this is, Peter thought with a sigh. The Phoenix stared down at him, waiting for Peter to speak. What I meant earlier was that you would have to seal a portion of your powers. Jean can't handle all of this right now. With a lower output from you, she can slowly grow accustomed to everything without going insane. This is the most peaceful resolution. Peaceful? The Phoenix asked uncaringly as its flames shined brightly. This isn't about peace. It's about balance. Creation and destruction. It just so happens that this host was set on a darker path. Peter sighed in resignation. He knew where this conversation was headed. If the Phoenix refused to reconcile the situation, then it can only escalate in one direction. Peter would try one last time before giving up hope at a peaceful resolution. Please, he pleaded, which was something he rarely ever did. Think of your host. Jean doesn't want to turn into some angry destroyer. We can fix this before it gets any further out of hand. There's nothing to fix, mortal. And you are a fool to think otherwise. The Phoenix shook its head at him. And before Peter could react, the Phoenix unleashed a blast of flames at him. He dodged as best he could, but the heat singed his skin and he felt himself being pushed back toward the edge of Jean's mind. He tried to reason with the Phoenix, to plead with it, but it was like talking to a haughty hurricane. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat, pulling his consciousness out of Jean's mind before the Phoenix could destroy him completely. Opening his eyes and gasping for air, Peter felt the weight of his own body once more. Before him stood Jean, covered in searing hot flames, which slowly burned away the restraints that he placed on her. He had failed. He wasn't able to reason with the Phoenix, as he hoped. In fact, his interference seemed to have made matters worse. Well, I guess now it's time for the hard way. Peter thought as the easy route failed spectacularly. On a large floating asteroid in the deep reaches of space, a group of long-neck alien doctors crowded around a large floating figure. Thanos, the invincible Mad Titan. Though he didn't fit that image anymore. Unlike his usual strong and healthy presence, Thanos currently appeared weakened and frail due to his poisoning and subsequent coma. His once imposing physique appears shrunken and emaciated, his skin pale and dull, and his breathing rough and labored, giving the impression that he is barely clinging to life. Can you heal him or not? A shrill, menacing voice asks. The poor doctors jumped in fright as they turned and bowed their heads. Across from them stood a tall, slender alien with pale skin and dark eyes. He has a bald head and a prominent nose, with sharp, angular features that give him a somewhat menacing appearance. He wears a long, flowing robe that drapes over his body and reaches down to the ground, made of a dark, silky material that seems to shimmer in the light. Insert picture of Ebony Maw here. The scared doctors didn't dare to speak. Though Maw knew the answer already. Useless. He bellowed angrily as the doctor's head snapped backward like an owl, killing them in an instant. Although Maw was able to remove the poison from his father's body, thanks to his fine control in telekinesis, that didn't completely solve the problem. The poison may be gone, but the damage it did seem to be irreversible. No doctor, specialist, shaman, treasure, etc. could recover the Mad Titan's condition. He was at a complete loss. Despite his vast knowledge of the universe, Maw had been unable to find anything that could reverse the damage. But just when he thought all was lost, a massive humanoid figure, standing around 28 feet tall, appeared floating before him. This man possesses an incredibly muscular and imposing physique. His skin is a deep, metallic purple, and his eyes glow with an otherworldly intensity. Insert picture of Galactus here. It was Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds. Galactus wore a distinctive, silvery suit of armor that covers his entire body. The armor is made up of intricate plates, each one overlapping the other to create a seamless, impenetrable defense. Atop his head, Galactus wore a towering helmet that resembles a crown. The helmet has a pair of long horns that curve upwards and outwards, giving him a very intimidating appearance. Ebony Maw was taken aback by the sight of the cosmic entity, but he soon composed himself and greeted Galactus. Galactus, what do you want? Ebony Maw asked as he stood protectively in front of his father's motionless body. I've come to offer you a deal, Galactus replied. A deal? Ebony Maw asked, intrigued. I can heal the Mad Titan, but there is a stipulation. Galactus watched as Maw fidgeted under his gaze. After all, Galactus is someone that even his father wouldn't risk offending. At least, not without a few Infinity Stones on hand. What stipulation? Maw tried not to get his hopes up. Thanos must give me the Infinity Stones after he's completed his objective with them. Galactus explained magnanimously. Maw hesitated. He knew that the Infinity Stones were a powerful tool, and he wasn't sure if he could trust Galactus. What do you want with the Infinity Stones? Ebony Maw asked in suspicion. That's none of your business. Galactus refused to answer. Though I will promise not to undo your father's work. Maw thought for a moment. He knew that Thanos valued the Infinity Stones above all else, and he wasn't sure if he could convince his father to part with them. Very well, I accept your offer. Maw ultimately gave in. If his father wanted to back out of the deal later on, then they would simply cross that bridge when they got to it. For now, his father needed healing. Excellent. Galactus smirked as he reached down toward Thanos' frail and unconscious body. A/N, 1534 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, expressionless face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 322, C322 vs. Dark Jean. United States insert presidential gifts here, most likes wins United States. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Kayaking, Trophy, A/N, a new king has risen above the masses. Peter stood in the mirror dimension, his spider sense tingling as he sensed Jean's powers continue to grow with no end in sight. Now, how should I handle this? Peter wondered as he watched Jean slowly burn her way out of his reality stone-powered spell, her red hair glowing with fiery energy while her eyes burning with an otherworldly intensity. She turned to face him, her expression cold and unyielding. Don't worry, Jean. Peter spoke warmly, hoping the sane portion of her mind was listening. I won't hurt you too badly, but I'll have to get a little rough nonetheless. Jean didn't answer, instead lifting her now free hands and unleashing a wave of telekinetic energy at him. Peter dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding the blast, and shot a web at her, hoping to immobilize her. Sadly, she easily burned it away with a flick of her wrist. Peter leaped forward, aiming a kick at her head. Jean, empowered by the Phoenix, tried to catch his leg, but he wouldn't allow that. Spinning midair, Peter kicked her hand away with one leg and kicked her head like a soccer ball with the other, sending her crashing into a nearby building, shattering its windows. Peter landed perfectly on his feet and watched as the entire building Jean was in exploded in red-hot flames. Jean's eyes flared with even more power as she stepped out of the burning building, eyeing Peter angrily. What's with that look? Peter asks tauntingly before giving her a shrug. I tried to do things peacefully. If you can't handle the heat, then step out of the kitchen. In response, Jean unleashed a barrage of telekinetic attacks at him, sending him sliding back across the street. Though thankfully, Peter was able to stay on his feet. He thought of counter with his web-slinging skills, but Jean would probably just burn them again. Finally, Peter saw an opening and charged forward, aiming a punch at Jean's face. But Jean was too quick, and she caught his fist in midair, crushing it with her rapidly increasing strength. Ugh. Peter grunted in pain but didn't give up, jabbing with his other fist, surprising her. That wasn't very nice. Peter commented as Jean tumbled across the street and landed on her back. Of course, Jean wouldn't stay down for long, using her telekinesis to climb back to her feet, glaring at Peter with her brows furrowed. Though it wasn't just a simple glare. Since physically fighting wasn't producing the results that she was hoping for, Jean decided to unleash a massive blast of telepathic energy in his direction. Her goal was simple. Destroy Peter's conscious and unconscious mind, turning him into a vegetable for the rest of his life. And although Peter was caught off guard by this form of attack, his many defenses weren't, easily deflecting everything right back at her. Ag! Jean screamed as she collapsed to her knees, cradling her head. Oops. That's gotta hurt. Peter muttered as his defenses acted on their own. Hopefully, I didn't scramble her brains. Pushing through the pain, Jean picked her head up and glared at her opponent, her eyes still burning with the power of the Phoenix Force. You fought well, Jean. Peter said, his voice calm and understanding. But we should stop this now. I can help you learn control, but you have to take hold of it yourself first. Don't let it sweep you away like this. Jean tried to get up, but her body wouldn't cooperate, stumbling to the ground once again. Summoning all her strength, Jean burned brightly as she rose to her feet once again, ignoring the throbbing pain in her head. You don't give up easily, huh? Peter commented with a sigh. Kicking off the ground, Peter used the opportunity of her hurt mind to unleash a final punch to the side of her head, hitting her with all the strength he could muster. After all, the Phoenix should be able to keep her alive. Once again, Jean flew backward, her eyes flickering for a moment, returning to the old Jean before burning brightly once again. Peter seized the chance, grabbing her by the back of the head and slamming her into the concrete sidewalk, hoping to awaken her fully this time. But Jean wouldn't let that happen and used her telekinesis to fling him away, break her fall in the process. That telekinesis of yours is really useful. Peter said as he landed on his feet. Maybe I should evolve with her blood next. After all, telepathy and telekinesis would be good additions to his growing list of superpowers. And if he's lucky enough, he might even get some of her Phoenix host abilities as well. As the fight continued in the mirror dimension, Peter could see that Jean was completely consumed by the Phoenix Force. He knew that reasoning with her was no longer an option and that he had to find a way to subdue her and free her from the Phoenix Force's influence. That might work. Peter thought as he dodged another telekinetic blast. Hey, I'm going to try something new, so try not to die, okay? Since the spell he used to bind her was burned away, Peter put his mystic arts on the back burner and pulled out his newest trump card. Of course, he could have tried a couple more advanced spells or even fall back on the reality stone, but he also wanted to test out a theory of his. Question mark. Jean stilled as she wondered what he would do. She watched as her opponent swelled and grew, muscles bulging and expanding. Peter's spider suit stretched alongside him, perfectly containing his giant figure without a single tear in its fabric. The most menacing addition to his transformation was most definitely the glowing eyes. His mask's white eyes seemed to glow, signifying a bright light underneath. "Remember, don't die, okay?" Peter repeated as he kicked off the ground and disappeared. Jean's glowing eyes widened as he appeared before her in a burst of pure speed. How his huge body could move so quickly was truly a mystery. Swiping his hand at her, Peter easily swatted Jean away like a fly, but she quickly regained her sense, unleashing a barrage of psychic attacks while soaring through the air. Peter's spider sense tingled, warning him of each attack, but he didn't bother dodging this time around. "Ah. That tickled," he commented as her attacks hit his body, doing absolutely nothing to his new hulking frame. Seeing this, Jean felt genuine fear for the first time since unlocking her Phoenix powers. Launching another telekinetic assault out of fear, Peter simply shook his head and stomped over, taking the attacks with ease. He swung his hand forward and grasped her entire body, binding her burning form. Picking her up and holding her at eye level, Peter felt the heat from her flaming figure warming his hand. Struggling to free herself, Jean continued to lash out with her telekinetic powers. You'd make a good space heater," Peter said as he gave her a quick squeeze. "Oh." Jean screamed in pain as her bones creaked under the pressure. "Stop struggling," Peter warned as he eased up on his grip. Of course, Jean's mind was filled with nothing but fury and destruction, so she didn't listen. But Peter managed to keep hold of her, squeezing once again to teach her just how useless it was. As she struggled, a bright light began to shine from within Jean's chest, emanating from the Phoenix Force, ? Peter watched in interest as he felt her begin to pry his fingers apart. "I should test it now." Activating his most precious Red Hulk ability, Peter waited and hoped that his hunch was correct. Suddenly, just as Jean was about to escape his grasp, Peter felt a surge of hot energy rush into his hand and spread throughout the rest of his body. It worked. Peter laughed as Jean's strength swiftly drained, leaving her trapped in his hand once again. Jean's eyes widened in confusion as her powers were sucked away from her. It started with the Shroud of Flames, which extinguished rather quickly and moved on to the rest of her Phoenix energy. Slowly, the light began to fade, and Jean's struggles lessened as her mind calmed at a rapid pace. As Peter continued to hold onto her, he felt the Phoenix Force's hold on Jean weaken, until finally, it dissipated completely. Lastly, Jean's eyes dimmed and returned to their normal look. Panting heavily, Peter sat back, watching as Jean slowly awoke in his grasp, looking around in confusion. Taking in all of that energy was exhausting. Peter thought as his body glowed in a bright orange sheen. "Spider-Man. Is that you? What happened?" Jean stuttered in complete confusion as she grimaced in pain, wondering why Earth's favorite hero was so big. "That's a long story." Peter sets her down and shrinks back to his normal form. Ignoring the confused and shocked look she was giving him, Peter waved his hand and opened a golden portal. "Come on, I have a bald idiot to yell at." A/N, 1543 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll stab you in the brain, kitchen knife brain police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 323, C323 Dumb Baldy. United States, insert Murica gifts here, most likes wins United States. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, my throne grows further and further away with ever passing day, pensive face. As Peter stepped through the portal with a disbelieving and confused Jean Grey following close behind, he couldn't help but feel relieved that he had managed to save her from the destructive influence of the Phoenix Force. However, as they approached the X-Mansion, his relief turned into shock as he saw the extent of the damage. The mansion was partially burned, though it looks like they were thankfully able to stop the fire before it could spread too far. Peter walked across the front lawn and quickly drew the attention of the students, who were gossiping about the whole situation. They were about to rush over and excitedly bombard him with questions, as they did earlier, but they stopped in their tracks when they saw Jean standing behind him. It didn't take long for word to spread about the cause of the fire. After all, gossip always travels fast in schools. Although the little girl that Jean initially protected kept her mouth, to protect the big sister that stood up for her, the same couldn't be said for the bullies who started all of this. No, they practically screamed Jean's name from the mountaintops, making sure that every child knew it was her who went crazy and set fire to their precious school. And now, no one wanted to go anywhere near her. Well, except for one person. Big Sister. The bullied little girl who kept her mouth shut all this time rushed out of the crowd of students. "Are you okay?" The little girl stood in front of Jean and tilted her head questioningly. "Yeah. I'm okay now," Jean answered uncertainly. She couldn't remember anything after stepping in front of the girl, separating her from the school's known bullies. Tears started to form in the little girl's eyes as she smiled and jumped forward, wrapping her arms around her savior's waist. Jean's eyes widened as she hesitantly returned the hug. What the hell happened? Leaving Jean behind for the time being, Peter walked over to the front of the mansion. There, he saw Professor X, standing near the entrance, looking worried and guilty. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, Charles felt that this was somehow his fault. Of course, he was right. Storm, Wolverine, Beast, Nightcrawler, and a few other teachers stood alongside him, questioning him about today's incident. Even Magneto was among them. "Professor," Peter called out as he walked over. Charles and every teacher beside him turned to Peter with hopeful looks in their eyes. "Where's Jean? Is she all right?" "Yeah, she's over there with the other students." Peter points over his shoulder. Instantly, Storm paced past Peter without a single word, rushing to check on her student. As the head of the girls' dormitory, Storm is partially responsible for every female student's well-being, and she took that responsibility very seriously. Soon enough, every other teacher followed after her as well, leaving only Charles, Magneto, and Peter behind. "What happened?" Eric asks as he knew even less than Charles. "This idiot." Peter gestures toward Professor X, locked away Jean's powers without knowing the full scope of the situation. I didn't mean any harm." Charles spoke up in defense of himself. Eric smirked as he found himself enjoying this conversation. It's not every day that the great magnanimous Professor X gets something wrong. "If I didn't come visit today, the whole school would have probably burned to the ground and it's very likely that students would have died," Peter says matter-of-factly. "This wasn't just some small F***ck up, Charles. If left unhindered, Jean would have burned this entire planet to ash." Professor X looked at Peter, his expression sad and regretful. "I know you're upset, but I had no choice. Jean's powers were too dangerous, and I couldn't risk letting them get out of control. I did what I thought was best for her and for everyone else." "Yes, but you should have contacted the Avengers for this sort of thing." Peter rolls his eyes under his mask. "You had no idea what you were dealing with. This isn't just some powerful X-Gene. Jean is the host for the universe's embodiment of creation and destruction." "What?" Jean exclaimed as she walked over with her teachers following closely behind. Peter let out an exasperated sigh as he turned to see Jean's shocked and confused expression. "I might as well explain now that everyone is here." Peter quickly explained Jean's situation. As soon as Peter was done speaking, everyone turned to Charles with a disapproving looks in their eyes. And God, Magneto was loving this. Jean spoke up, her voice weak but determined. "Wait. It's not his fault. Like you said, the Phoenix is a force of nature. I'm the one who should be blamed. I let it influence me, and I nearly destroyed everything I care about." Her nightmares almost came to fruition, leaving a self-deprecating frown on her face. Peter turned to Jean, his expression softening. "No, it's not your fault whatsoever. You're just a victim of something that's beyond your control. I'll help you control the Phoenix's powers, but it's going to take a lot of time and dedication." Jean seemed eager to get her newfound powers under control, though she did feel a bit of hesitation as she didn't want to go crazy again. Turning back to Professor X, Peter's tone was less angry but still firm. "If you ever come across something that you don't understand, I expect a council meeting to be called immediately. Am I clear?" "Yes. This won't happen again. You have my word." Professor X nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Good," Peter said as he turned back to Jean. "Go inside and pack your bags." "What?" Jean wasn't expecting that, nor did her teachers. "You'll be staying in the Avengers Tower until I'm confident that you can control yourself," Peter explains, not taking no for an answer. "But what about school and my friends?" Jean argues as she turns to look over her shoulder. Standing across the yard, she could see Cyclops, Kitty Pryde, X-23, Angel, and a few others worriedly waiting for her. "You can still attend school as long as Nightcrawler is willing to ferry you back and forth," Peter said, placating Charles before he could argue as well. "As for your friends, you can see them during school hours." "Fine." Jean was hesitant, though she ultimately gave in. Walked into the mansion alongside Storm, Jean went to pack her things, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but she also knew that she had Spider-Man at her side, which was a very big confidence booster. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Charles asks hesitantly. Although he doesn't like that his student is basically being poached right in front of him, Charles also knows that he has no room to complain. After all, he is the cause for all of this, and still wouldn't know where to begin with her training. When it comes to metahumans and X-genes, the professor can be said to be a world-renowned expert, but this wasn't in either of these categories. This was an issue that only the mystic arts could solve. At least, as far as he knew. "Yes, staying at the tower will be much safer, and I'll be able to set a strict training schedule for her," Peter explains as Charles frowned, sad that his prized student was being taken away. Though he understood that it was in her best interest. "You're welcome to visit her whenever you want," Peter added as he noticed the professor's predicament. You can even continue to teach her outside of classes, but you'd have to do so at the tower. We can add a slot for you in her new training schedule. Suddenly, a small bit of hope returned to the professor's face. Thank you, I'd like that very much, Charles said gratefully. He didn't expect Peter to trust him so much after his mistake. Minutes later, Storm and Jean returned with suitcases in hand. Is that everything? Peter asked and received a nod. All right, then let's go and get you settled back at the tower. As a portal appeared and Jean followed Peter inside, her friends couldn't help but frown as they watched her disappear along with her luggage, leaving them and every other student wondering if she was expelled. Sighing to himself, Charles looked over at his slightly burned mansion. This is going to be expensive to fix. A/N, 1438 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, or I'll poke you in the eye with a lit cigarette. I cigarette, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 324, C324 Surprise Power Up. Smiling face with horns, insert villain gifs here, most likes wins, angry face with horns. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, monkey-yacking, trophy, A/N, this king used underhanded means to climb to his position by posting 2 separate GIFs. Truly a villainous monarch. His actions will forever go down in history and he shall henceforth be known for his treachery. After settling Jean into an apartment and showing her around the tower, Peter portaled back to his empty bedroom, feeling drained and exhilarated at the same time. He had absorbed a lot of Phoenix Force energy, and now he felt a strange, pulsing power coursing through his veins. Am I evolving? Peter wondered as he quickly portaled into his Avengers penthouse, where Jeannie was cooking up some food, looking like a blue Gordon Ramsay. A/N, it's F*King Raw. Huh. Jeannie grunted in confusion as Peter tumbled out of a portal and fell at his feet. You alright, pal? Evolving. Peter muttered in exhaustion. Based on how hot he was feeling right now, Peter half expecting to see flames or some other sign of his evolution. But everything looked normal, except for the fact that his body was beginning to glow in a red hue. Peter closed his eyes and tried to remain calm. After all, he's been through a couple of evolutions already. As his eyes closed, he felt a surge of energy, like 1,000 suns burning inside him, crisping his body from the inside out. I wasn't cooking pork, was I? Jeannie wondered as the smell of cooked meat filled the kitchen. Though he soon noticed where it was coming from. Don't worry. Jeannie's got you. Jeannie exclaimed as he summoned a giant block of ice under his master and about 10 floating air conditioners, which all blew chilled air in his direction. Is that better? Peter wasn't able to respond verbally, but the eased look on his face said it all. Hours later, once the heat in his body died down, Peter sighed in relief as he enjoyed the cold feeling on his reddened skin for a moment. You okay, pal? Jeannie asked worriedly. Yeah, just give me a minute, Peter said as he melted into the ice. Okay, I made some food if you're hungry, Jeannie offered as he took off his chef's hat and transformed into a waiter. Is it hot? Peter asks as Jeannie gives him a nod. Then no thanks. You got any ice cream? Snapping his fingers, Jeannie summoned a giant tub of ice cream alongside a large spoon and handed them over. Still laying down on the ice, Peter quickly shoveled spoonfuls of deliciously chilled ice cream down his face hole. Oh, that's so good. Once he had enough of the cold and finished his ice cream, Peter hopped up to his feet and got right to work. He had new powers to test after all. He immediately realized that he could control fire, as that seemed like the easiest thing to test after his heated evolution. But that wasn't all. Cosmic fire manipulation, Peter tested his fire and found that it wasn't any ordinary flame. The fire that he could produce and control was on a whole other level. It was so strong that it could incinerate anything that it touched. Flight, shrouding himself in flames, Peter learned that he could fly at incredible speeds and even travel through space without the need for oxygen. Telepathy and telekinesis, Peter can read and control the thoughts of others, as well as move objects with his mind. Though these powers are incredibly weak at the moment. After a short amount of practice, Peter was able to control and read the minds of a few animals, and as for his telekinesis, he is only able to lift about a pound. I'll have to make a new training plan for these, Peter thought as he knew these powers were very useful. Healing and regeneration, Peter's healing factor increased yet again, allowing him to heal extremely quickly. Immortality, this one is just a guess, as Peter found that his cells are no longer aging. More testing would be needed to confirm this. If there were any other powers, then Peter didn't notice them, but he was more than happy with what he got. Even if he has to train them up to be usable in combat. For a moment, he was tempted to let himself go, to revel in this new, godlike power. After all, he just evolved using the Phoenix Force's energy, a being far above Celestials and other puny godlike beings. And best of all, Peter wasn't actually a host of the Phoenix, so he didn't have to worry about some overpowered entity in his head, watching his every move or telling him what to do. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Peter laughed madly. Bonk. Though before he could go too crazy, Genie snapped his fingers and dropped a cartoon-style anvil on his head. Arg. Peter grunted as it bashed him in the head and toppled to the floor by his feet. What the hell was that for? You were going all Jaffer on me, so I had to knock some sense into you. Genie says as he summons a mirror in front of him, which showed him dressed as the villain from Aladdin. You're really obsessed with that movie, aren't you? Peter asked as Genie pretended not to hear him. Peter walked through the quiet corridors of the Avengers Tower, his mind focused and ready. It's been a week since he saved Jean from becoming a Dark Phoenix and now he planned to meet the Phoenix Force for a second time. Throughout the week, Peter has been teaching her the basics of energy control that he learned in Camartage, but no matter how much she tried, Jean found it almost impossible to control even a speck of the Phoenix's flames. After only a week, Peter didn't expect any huge advancement from her, but he expected advancement nonetheless. And there was only one reason that he could think of for his new student's lack of progress. The Phoenix is interfering. Peter came to this conclusion yesterday. Either it wasn't happy with Peter's meddling, or it didn't approve of Jean anymore, as she couldn't produce a single spark of its power. Reaching her apartment, Peter knocked and waited patiently for her to answer. And as the door swung open, Jean couldn't keep the smile from forming on her face. Hey, she said softly. After a week of tutelage under Peter, Jean's hero worship deepened even further. She officially had a crush on Spider-Man. And Peter was completely oblivious to her infatuation, not that he would reciprocate her feelings either way. He's a taken man after all. Hey, Jean. Can we talk? Peter stepped inside, his mind focused on the task at hand. Of course. She nodded, locking the door shut as they made their way to the living room. I'll get straight to the point. Peter took a seat on the sofa and looked at her seriously. I need to talk to the Phoenix. Instantly, Jean's happy mood swiftly disappeared. Oh okay, but are you sure it's still inside of me? Jean asks hesitantly. I've tried communicating with it like you taught me, but it feels like I'm talking to a brick wall. I know, Peter said. But I think it's just playing hard to get. We need to convince it to help you control its powers. Jean looked at him skeptically. But if it's gone, can't we just forget about it and move on? She asked hopefully. After all, the Phoenix has brought nothing good to her life whatsoever. We don't know that. Peter shook his head. And we can't risk everyone's safety on a hopeful guess. Jean looked at him, her hopeful eyes turning somber in an instant. All right, let's do it. Jean begrudgingly agrees. Good, now let's see what's going on. Peter stands from his seat and walks up to Jean, placing his hand on her forehead. Ready? Why yeah. Jean squeaks as her face turns a bright shade of red, matching her hair. He's touching me. Peter took a deep breath and closed his eyes, reaching out to Jean's mind as he did in the mirror dimension. Suddenly, Peter found himself back in Jean's mind, though this time it was much more normal. Instead of the former darkness and fire, he was met with a calm and sunny meadow. Beautiful. Peter thought. He looked around, taking in the surreal landscape of Jean Grey's unconscious mind, trying to figure out where he needed to go to find the Phoenix Force. And as if on cue, he felt the fiery presence of cosmic energy and walked in its direction. Soon enough, Peter found the source, an enormous lake of fire, surrounded by swirling flames that danced and crackled around the whole area. As he arrived, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him, echoing through the flames. Spider-Man. I have been expecting you. Peter turned to see a bird-shaped figure emerging from the fire, striding towards him with a regal air. I sense a wisp of my power in you. The Phoenix Force spoke to him, its voice echoing in the surroundings. First an Infinity Stone and now my own energy. You are quite the anomaly, aren't you? A/N, 1511 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone gemstone or I'll kill your pet, kitchen knife cat dog face police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 325, C325 Destroyer. Man superhero, insert hero gifs here, most likes wins man superhero. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, complex, trophy, A/N, I'll never see my throne again, loudly crying face. Peter stood in front of the Phoenix Force, its energy crackling and pulsing in the air around him. I sense a wisp of my power in you. The Phoenix Force spoke to him in interest, its voice echoing in the surroundings. First an Infinity Stone and now my own energy. You are quite the anomaly, aren't you? Well, I try. Peter shrugged, taking her words as a compliment. Peering down at him, the Phoenix began to shrink as its energy coalesced and took on a humanoid shape. Peter was surprised to find a beautiful, shining woman standing before him, cloaked in a fiery dress. You seek my help? She said, her voice like a chorus of flames. Peter nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Usually, he had no fear when facing things like this, but when it comes to the Phoenix Force, he couldn't help but feel the pressure of her presence. After all, she could kill him at any moment. Reality Stone or not, the Phoenix Force was far too high up on the food chain compared to likes of Peter, Thanos, and any other universal powerhouse. Yeah, he said with a nod, hiding his nerves behind a confident persona. Jean is having trouble with your powers, and if my guess is correct, then you're the reason behind that, right? The Phoenix tilted her head, studying Peter with her shining eyes that burned like the heart of a star. I can help her, she said, ignoring Peter's accusation completely. But I require something in exchange. What do you want? Peter frowned as his hypothesis was proven correct. She knew I would come. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she orchestrated this whole meeting. Since you caused me to lose a Dark Phoenix, you will become my destroyer in Jean's place, the Phoenix said matter-of-factly. You will eliminate the growing stagnation in this universe in my name, so that new seeds of creations may grow and rise from the ashes. Huh. Peter grunted in shock as he shook his head in disbelief. I can't do that. I'm Spider-Man. I can't go around destroying the universe. I have a reputation to uphold, you know. The Phoenix chuckled in amusement. Don't play innocent with me. You know what it is to hunt, to kill, to eliminate. And most of all, you know what it means to do what must be done. She stated. All right, you got me there, but Spider-Man is nobody's lackey. Peter says as his face hardened under the mask. I won't do your bidding. The Phoenix smiled as her eyes shined with interest. Very well, she said with a mocking hint in her voice. You are free to go. But know this, if you refuse me, I will find another to take your place. And they may not be as morally sound as you. Peter took a step back, his eyes locked on the Phoenix. He knew he couldn't defeat her, at least, not with what he currently had in his arsenal. Even Red Hulk's absorption wouldn't be able to do much. After all, this wasn't Jean he was dealing with. If he were to take in even 1% of the Phoenix's energy, Peter had a feeling that he would explode like a firework on the 4th of July. But he also knew that he couldn't betray his own principles. Peter stood in front of the Phoenix Force, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched the fiery entity stare at him expectantly. Fine, I'll do it, he said, surprising himself with his own words. But I have a few stipulations. Go on. The Phoenix arched an eyebrow, intrigued. First, Peter said, I will not take innocent lives. And I won't be a mindless weapon for you to use as you please. The Phoenix nodded, seemingly satisfied with this condition. And the second? I work on my own time. Peter states clearly. I have no intention to be bossed around, nor will I be given any timetables. All you have to do is give me a list and I'll get it done. Once that list is taken care of, then my side of the deal will be complete. I see. The Phoenix muttered to herself in thought. And in exchange, I help Jean, correct? Yes, Jean needs to learn how to control her Phoenix powers. Peter said with a nod. I want her to be able to use it without being consumed by it, like last time. The Phoenix regarded him for a moment, considering his request. Finally, she nodded. Very well. I agree to your terms. Peter felt a weight lift off his shoulders, knowing that he had done the right thing. Then I guess we have a deal. Peter nodded. Good, the Phoenix replied as she snaps her fingers, creating a puff of fire and smoke. Then let us begin. And out of that fire appeared a singed scroll, which quickly unraveled to the floor before rolling all the way to Peter's feet. Peter couldn't help but sigh in resignation. As you can see, I have a long list of planets, moons, black holes, ruins of forgotten civilizations, and other universal bodies that need to be destroyed. It is your task to carry out this destruction. Seriously. Peter looked at the list, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the task ahead of him. How am I supposed to do all of this? I should have asked for more. He thought, realizing that he may have gotten the short end of the stick in their deal. You are Spider-Man, aren't you? Where did all of that confidence go? The Phoenix Force chuckled in amusement. Though if you want to back out, then that's fine. Perhaps Jean would be up for the challenge. After all, she's only one burst of power away from turning into a Dark Phoenix. Okay, just stop. Peter sighed as his shoulders slumped. I'll get it done. With those words, Peter walked over and took the scroll before raveling it back up. So, it's settled then? Peter asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. It is. Replied the Phoenix, sounding very pleased with herself. But before leaving Jean's mind, Peter had one last thing to ask. You said that my acts of destruction would allow for new creation or something, right? How does that work? He asks. The Phoenix Force stood before Peter, her fiery aura casting a warm glow over him. I am a being of creation and destruction, she explained. When I destroy, I also create. Every act of destruction allows space for new creation to emerge. Peter thought about this for a moment and immediately started feeling much better about his new task. So, you're saying that when I destroy something, it's actually making room for something new to be created? He clarifies. Yes, exactly, replied the Phoenix Force. And as my destroyer, you will be the catalyst for this process. Your acts of destruction will pave the way for new beginnings, new growth, and new life. Peter nodded slowly. He had always known that the universe was full of mysteries and wonders, but he had never imagined that he would be a part of something so vast and profound. Okay, he said, taking a deep breath. I think I understand. Do I get any powers or help for this? You want more powers? The Phoenix asks incredulously. You greedy little boy. I've already overlooked the fact that you've stolen my energy and possess an infinity stone. What more could you possibly need? Instantly, Peter turned sheepish as he scratched the back of his head and turned to look the other way. That's what I thought. The Phoenix scoffs and vanishes, returning to the burning lake in Jean's mind. Opening his eyes, Peter awoke in the real world with a scroll in hand. How did it go? Jean's asked, noticing the scroll in his grasp as he stepped away from her. What's that? Nothing that you need to worry about. Peter quickly stashed the scroll into his pocket. The Phoenix agreed to help you. Try pulling on its energy and create a flame as I taught you. Peter stood patiently to the side as Jean squinted her eyes and held her hand at eye level, putting on a constipated look in the process. I don't think this is. Jean spoke waveringly as a tiny spark manifested in the palm of her hand. It worked. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Good, at least she kept her end of the deal. Peter muttered as he made his way to the door. Meditate tonight as I taught you and she should appear. Be respectful and diligent. And if there are any problems, contact me immediately. Wait. What if Jean called out as Peter closed the door behind him, leaving her alone in her apartment. I go crazy again. Hesitantly eyeing the spark floating in her grasp, Jean found herself quickly becoming determined, as she stormed off to her bedroom, ready to meditate and meet the Phoenix Force for the first time. A/N, 1529 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone or I'll recycle you into meat man standing recycling symbol meat on bone police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 326, C326 Planetary Devastation. Collision insert destruction gifts here, most likes wins collision. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Lightning God Wolf, Trophy, A/N, what is life without power? A crown atop my head and an throne cushioning my bottom. What is love? Baby don't hurt me. No more. Entering his penthouse, Peter sat down on the couch beside Jeannie, staring intently at the list in front of him. It was a list of all the places in the universe that needed to be cleansed, a list he had received from the Phoenix Force. He knew that it was now his duty as her destroyer to carry out this mission, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of apprehension. So. Jeannie peeks over his shoulder at the list. You going grocery shopping or what? No, I made a deal with the Phoenix Force. Peter says as he continues to read down the list. Huh? What for? Jeannie asks fearfully, recalling some bad memories of his past encounters with the angry bird woman. Well. Peter gave him a brief synopsis of Jean's situation. Wow, you got ripped off. Jeannie commented in amusement. How is it that you made me sign a whole contract just so I couldn't rip you off, but some flaming beauty appears and you crumble like a house of cards? Well, for one. She can erase my existence with a simple thought. Peter admitted his fear without shame. Compared to her, you're about as scary as a housefly. Hey. I can be scary too. Jeannie floats into the air in front of Peter and turns red as he glares down at him, flames dancing along his body. Are you shaking in your boots yet? Yeah, it's just not the same. Peter looked unimpressed and unafraid. Seeing this, Jeannie shrouded his body in a cloud of black smoke before revealing himself once again. This time, he changed his appearance into a clown with a large head and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. How about now? He asked creepily. Have you been watching IT? Peter asks curiously. Jeannie instantly deflates as he falls to the floor in defeat, turning back to his normal self. I can be scary, right? To a child, maybe. Peter's unneeded words struck his blue friend like bullets, tearing through his fragile ego. Ignoring Jeannie's existential crisis, Peter leaned back into the couch and read over the many names and coordinates that it held. As he scanned the list, his eyes stopped on the name, Morag. This planet was an abandoned wasteland that had once held an infinity stone. It was a familiar planet for Peter, as he was the one to take the power stone from it. It's also the planet where he met his vice-captain, Peter Quill. Morag is as good a place to start as any, I guess. Peter thought as he found the first planet that he would destroy. Taking a deep breath, his heart pounding with anticipation. He knew that this would be a crazy experience, but he was ready for it. Rising from the couch and stepping around his dejected genie, Peter waved his hand and opened a portal. Wait. Genie called out, his somber mood completely gone. Are you going to destroy something? Can I tag along? As he asked, all sorts of firepower appeared on Genie's body. From a giant alien bazooka to all sorts of bombs, Genie was ready for some mayhem. Sure, let's go. Peter nods as he shrouds himself in flames and steps through the portal, followed by an excited Genie. Of course, he had to use his flames as on the other side of the portal was nothing but open space, outside the atmosphere of Morag. You know, you could wish for all of the names on that list to be destroyed and be done with it. Genie offers as the portal snaps shut behind them. After all, Peter still had a single wish remaining. Using it would save him a whole hell of a lot of work, though it would also mean losing Genie. What? Are you getting bored or something? Peter asks, wondering why he would say that. Ready to return to your lamp for a few millennia? No, I quite like the life that I live now, but you do have the choice. Genie shook his head. Then nah, I'm good. Peter refused easily. After all, I can't have my newest friend disappearing on me. Besides, who knows what kind of nut job will get a hold of you next? The consequences could be rather fatal. Genie smiled warmly, ignoring everything but the fact that Peter just called him his friend. While Genie was off in his daydreams, Peter got straight to work. Using a quick spell to see if anyone was currently visiting the wasteland that is Morag, Peter thankfully received no feedback, meaning the whole planet was empty. Which was perfect for his plans. How should I do this? He wondered and quickly came up with a good idea. That could work. Pulling on the reality stone inside of him, Peter tried making the largest structure that he has ever made. A/N, can anyone guess? Suddenly, as if being built right in front of him, a massive orb-shaped construct appeared. Its spherical shape measured over 160 kilometers in diameter, making it one of the largest thing that he has ever constructed with the reality stone. The surface of it is covered in a matte gray metal, with large trenches and concave surfaces creating a labyrinthine maze. These surfaces are studded with thousands of laser turrets and tractor beam projectors, creating a formidable defensive network. At the center of the giant sphere is a huge concave dish, surrounded by multiple rings of docking bays and service ports. These provide access to the sphere's numerous levels and chambers, which house crew quarters, control rooms, detention cells, and other facilities. Though Peter wouldn't be using any of this. After all, the whole thing would disappear without the help of the Power Stone anyway. As for the thing that Peter would be using. The giant sphere had many weapons, but the main weapon happens to be a super laser, housed in a dish at the station's equator. This weapon is capable of destroying entire planets with a single blast, and its sheer power would make the sphere an object of fear and dread throughout any universe. Peter marveled at his latest creation. Is that what I think it is? Genie asked in shock. Yup. Peter nodded as he let out a tired breath. My own personal Death Star. Insert picture of the Death Star here. The Death Star, a massive and devastating weapon that has become one of the most iconic symbols of the Star Wars franchise. Of course, its creation wasn't so easy. Peter was absolutely exhausted. He just used almost every bit of his power to fuel the creation of what's basically a man-made planet, so of course he would be tired. Genie was speechless. After all, he just finished all of the Star Wars movies, so he knew the significance of this weapon. Does it work? Genie asks in awe. Let's find out. Peter says as he shoots off toward one of the many docking entrances. First one to the main control room gets to fire the laser. No teleporting or portals. Exclamation point. Genie's eyes widened as he swiftly shot after Peter, ready to play with their new toy. After entering the giant space station, Peter and Genie raced through the halls until they finally found the main control room, which looked exactly like the one in the Star Wars movies. And sadly, for Genie, Peter was the first one through the automatic doors, leaving him completely in the dust. It looks like I'm the winner. Peter smirked as Genie's shoulders slumped. Best 2 out of 3. He asked hopefully. Sure. Peter smirked confidently. Rock, paper, scissors. Genie nodded as they squared each other up and moved their hands into place. Rock, paper, scissors. Shoot. They kept their eyes on one another and spoke in unison. Peering down, Genie crumbled to the floor as Peter's smirk grew larger. Genie, rock. Peter, paper. They always go rock on the first round. Peter nods to himself as he leaves Genie behind and starts going over the controls. Soon enough, he was able to understand the foreign universe's controls and got straight to work. Flipping a few switches and inputting a bunch of coordinates, Peter aimed the planet-killing weapon perfectly. Now, all that was needed was to push a big red button. It's always a big red button. Peter thought as he turned to Genie, who was still sulking on the floor with a small rain cloud above him. Don't be so dramatic. I'm about to fire this thing. Don't you want to watch? Exclamation point. Genie hopped to his feet and rushed over as he shooed the cloud away. You know what? Peter turns to Genie as he held his hand over the left side of the button. We can both press it together. Hee hee. Genie laughed as he followed Peter's lead. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Go. Peter counted down as their hands descended, pushing the big button in unison. Outside, the giant satellite on the side of the Death Star charged as it began to glow in a bright green light. Quickly, that green light condensed into a single point, shining brightly before shooting out in a single line. The thick super laser moved with incredible speed before touching down on Morag's surface, drilling into the heart of the planet with ease. Seconds after the laser struck the planet, Peter and Genie watched through the large window of the control room, as Morag cooked from the inside and began to swell. Its surface cracked and broke apart as what appeared to be hot magma could be seen bubbling from the inside. Though this didn't last long. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before either of them knew it, the planet exploded in a bright light, sending tiny bits of planetary dust in all directions. Morag had completely vanished, leaving nothing but open space in its place. Damn. Peter muttered as he powered down the laser. Damn. Genie nodded in agreement. A/N, 1669 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or I'll blow up your house, bomb house collision, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 327, C327 Nope. Globe showing America's, insert creation gifts here, most likes wins Globe showing America's. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, King of Cats Cohen, trophy, A/N, a new king has arrived and my hope shrinks even further, pensive face. It has been a few months since Peter obliterated Morag into dust, though he didn't stop there. Using some very large portals, Peter moved the Death Star to 28 other empty planets, destroying them all before his planet-sized weapon disappeared. Of course, he made sure to double-check that each of them was completely empty before blowing them to smithereens. After all, Peter refused to accidentally kill anyone that didn't deserve it. Even animals and insects were accounted for, and thankfully, the Phoenix Force seemed to keep her word, only giving Peter locations without any innocent life. And after making a tiny insignificant dent in the very long list that was given to him, Peter went back to living his life as usual. At this very moment, Peter patrolled New York City for the first time in a long time, as he had been too preoccupied with other duties, leaving all of the work to Ned, MJ, the Avengers, and any other heroes that popped up now and again. The sun was setting behind him as he swung through the bustling streets, catching the attention of everyone below. With his second-to-last year of high school coming to an end, Peter had finally found some time to focus on being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man again. As he soared through the air, he couldn't help but feel a sense of peace wash over him. It was the same feeling he got whenever he swung through the city, the wind on his masked face and the thrill of the unknown around every corner. Enjoying his relaxing patrol, Peter thought back on the months past. Now that he thought about it, Peter realized that a lot of his free time was spent with Jean Grey, helping her learn to control the Phoenix Force's energy. It had been a challenging experience, being a teacher, but Jean seemed to learn rather quickly. After all, this was the first time that Peter actually taught someone the mystic arts. Tony doesn't count, as all he did was hand over a bunch of books and give them a few pointers here and there. When it came to Jean, Peter might as well be her teacher, similar to the relationship between himself and the Ancient One. She even called him Master once, but for some reason, she started blushing and ran off. That girl can be weird sometimes. Peter thought to himself. Of course, at this point, he completely understood that the girl had a crush on him, as thankfully, someone pointed it out a couple of months ago. As he swung through the many skyscrapers of New York City, Peter couldn't help but laugh as he remembered Jean and Silk's first meeting, which subsequently was the day that he realized Jean's feelings. Or rather, this was when her feelings were pointed out to him. Flashback. After taking on Jean as his student for a few weeks, Peter stood in the middle of a spare room in the tower, his hands moving in intricate patterns as he instructed her on the basics of the mystic arts. The young telepathic metahuman struggled to control the powerful Phoenix Force that resided within her, and Peter had taken it upon himself to teach her how to harness its energy. As Jean focused on her training, MJ, also known as Silk as she was currently in uniform, quietly entered the room, eager to meet her boyfriend's new student. Peter turned to greet her, but his attention quickly returned to Jean as she stumbled over a particularly difficult spell circle. "Let's try that again," Peter said, his voice calm and reassuring. "That spell line is 3 inches out of place. Start again. And remember, you need to focus the eldritch energy. Let it flow through you and into the spell." As the lesson continued, MJ couldn't help but notice the way Jean kept stealing glances at Peter, blushing red like a tomato as she did so. It was obvious to her that the teenage metahuman had a crush on her boyfriend, and she couldn't believe that Peter hadn't noticed it yet. After the lesson ended, Jean awkwardly bid them farewell and left the room, leaving MJ alone with Peter. Of course, Jean knew the rumors floating around, saying that Spider-Man and Silk were dating, which is why she could do nothing but leave the room as quickly as possible, hoping that her newfound nemesis in love didn't notice her odd behavior. And as soon as she left, MJ wasted no time in telling her boyfriend what she had observed. "Hey, were you patrolling?" Peter asks as he walks up and pulls MJ into his arms. Sadly for him, MJ wasn't having any of this right now. "Peter, did you notice the way Jean was looking at you?" she asked, separating from him and crossing her arms. Peter looked at her for a moment. "What do you mean?" he asked, confusion clear in his voice. "I mean, she has a crush on you," MJ said, her voice tinged with annoyance. After all, Jean is only a year or two younger than them, so she actually had a chance if Peter was a big enough scumbag. Peter's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? I had no idea," he said, scratching the back of his head. MJ rolled her eyes. "Well, maybe you should pay more attention to your students," she said, a hint of playfulness in her voice. Peter chuckled at her choice of words. "Yeah, maybe I should pay more attention to her," he said, flirtatiously. MJ instantly swatted him across the side of the head. "Don't joke about that," she exclaimed, her former playfulness disappearing. "I'm just joking." Peter laughed as he grabbed her arm and pulled her into his chest. "You'll always be the first wife. She would only be a concubine at best." MJ struggled in his hold, trying her best to hit him for a second or third time, hoping to vent her anger and knock some sense into her boyfriend. "Relax." Peter pulled her close and whispered in her ear. "I'm just kidding. You're the only girl for me." MJ smiled under her mask, satisfied with his response. "Good. Now, you need to talk to Jean and set things straight," she said, looking at him intently. Peter sighed, knowing that this was going to be hard. How am I supposed to do that?" "You need to let her down easy," MJ said. "She needs to understand that you aren't going to reciprocate her feelings, or else who knows how long she'll pine after you." Peter hesitantly nodded. "I know. But do I have to be the one that does it?" Although he was very forward and quick with the way he asked MJ out in the beginning, Peter didn't have any other relationship experience. Not only that, but he has never been in a situation like this, where he has to turn down a very kind and beautiful girl's feelings. They both looked at each other, unsure of who should take the lead. Finally, MJ spoke up. "I think it should be you. I mean, she barely knows me, and she would probably take it better coming from you," she explained. Peter nodded again, but he wasn't convinced. "I don't know. I'll see what I can do." Flashback end. And Peter, being the type of person to get things done rather quickly, found Jean the next day and had the most awkward and uncomfortable conversation of his entire life. Is this how women feel when guys ask them out and they turn them down? Peter wondered as Jean ran off, upset. Of course, Jean avoided him for a few days after that, but that didn't last long. After getting her emotions under control, Jean seemed to bounce back rather quickly, which saved MJ a lot of trouble as she was about to talk with her next. I'm just glad that the Phoenix agreed to help her, or else Jean might have gone all Dark Phoenix again, Peter thought. And thankfully, after some awkward moments between the two, Peter found that he had grown closer to Jean in the process. As he landed on a rooftop, Peter took a moment to survey his surroundings. He could see the city sprawled out before him, a vibrant tapestry of light and sound. But beneath the surface, he knew there was always danger lurking. Launching himself off the rooftop and back into the fray, Peter got straight to work. For the next few hours, Peter swung through the city, stopping muggings and robberies and helping those in need. It was a welcome break from his many responsibilities, and he relished every moment of it. Eventually, the sun began to rise over the city, and Peter knew it was time to head back to his own life. As he made his way home, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the experiences he had had over the past few months. He had grown stronger as both Spider-Man and Peter Parker, and even his relationships seemed to prosper. Especially after returning to school and hanging out with Ned more often. Life is pretty good, Peter thought as he crawled into bed next to MJ and fell asleep. A/N, 1560 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or else. Dizzy face, collision pistol clown face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 328, C328 Ant-Man. I insert spine-chilling gifs here, most likes wins I. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Moaning Frodo, trophy, A/N, congrats King Crown. An elderly man made his way through the bustling streets of San Francisco, his mind buzzing with curiosity and dread. He was dressed in casual clothes and prescription glasses, his gray thinning hair slicked back, feeling like a relic from another era amidst all the sleek suits and designer bags of those around him. As he approached the towering glass building before him, which housed Pym Technologies, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was his legacy, his life's work. Insert picture of Hank Pym here. Stepping through the sleek, modern lobby, Hank couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. Dr. Pym? An older security guard asked in shock. After all, Hank hadn't visited the company in a very long time. Yes. I'm still alive. Hank Pym smiles, remembering the security guard specifically. John, right. The guard smiles and lets Pym enter the building without any trouble, though he didn't make it very far before he was stopped once again. ID. A much younger security guard stated as he stepped in Pym's way. Is that old fossil just letting anyone through? He had no idea who he was blocking. Hank smiled as he pointed to the massive painting of himself in his younger days hanging on the wall. Perhaps that will suffice. The young guard's eyes widened as he hurriedly stepped out of the way. I'm very sorry, sir. Please come in. Is that Hank Pym? It looks like it. He's much older than I thought he would be. I've worked here for over 10 years and this is the first time that I've ever seen him. Ignoring the stares and whispers, Hank took an elevator up to one of the higher floors, where a professionally dressed woman stood, waiting for his arrival. She has a heart-shaped face, striking blue-green eyes, and straight shoulder-length brown hair. Insert picture of Hope Van Dyne here. Good morning, Hank. She spoke indifferently. Hope. Would it kill you to call me Dad? Hank frowned sadly. Hank's daughter, Hope, was the main reason that he hasn't been to his own company in such a long time. Due to her anger toward him for abandoning her after her mother's heroic death, she eventually rose to a high level in the company and wound up casting the deciding vote that kicked him out of Pym Technologies. Well, Dr. Cross will be so pleased that you could find the time to join us today. Hope completely ignores his words and walks off, expecting her father to follow. And so he did. Hope led Hank to a hallway outside of a large boardroom, filled with all sorts of high-level people of not only Pym Technologies but other large companies as well. Even the military sent a few people. Outside the room, a tall and slender man with slick-back blonde hair and piercing blue eyes smirked as he saw Hank walking over. The combination of his smirk and the sharp, tailored suits that he wore made his presence menacing and almost downright villainous. Insert picture of Darren Cross here. Cross walks over to Pym and shook his hand, and although Hank didn't pull away, he most certainly wanted to. I was surprised to receive any kind of invitation from you, Darren. What's the occasion? Pym asked. The tension between the two of them was most certainly palpable. Oh, you'll see. Won't he, Hope? Darren's smirk seemed to grow as he turns to Hank's daughter. Hope gives Pym one last cold look before entering the boardroom, leaving the two men behind. We're ready for you inside. Ouch, I guess some old wounds never heal, huh? Don't worry, she's in good hands now. Darren comments as he follows after Hope. Sighing to himself, Hank reluctantly follows after them, wondering where he went wrong. Now before we start I'd like to introduce a very special guest, this company's founder and my mentor, Dr. Hank Pym. Darren introduced as he walked in and everyone clapped. At the same time, Pym noticed a miniature building of Pym Technologies on the table, which now has the logo for Cross Technologies on it. This power-hungry kid really wants to take everything from me. Hank thought as he took a seat and the presentation began. Darren stood in front of the large group of executives, a charming smile on his face. When I took over this company for Dr. Pym, I immediately started researching a particle that could change the distance between atoms while also increasing density and strength. Why this revolutionary idea remained buried beneath the dust and cobwebs of Hank's research, I couldn't tell you. But just imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. Cross explained, instantly catching everyone's interest. Especially those from the military. Next, a footage reel of soldiers getting killed by a tiny little speck of a man played on the TV behind him. An Ant-Man. Crows said as he pointed to Pym. That's what they called you. Right, Hank. Silly, I know. Maybe even propaganda. Tales to astonish. Trumped-up bullsh asterisk T to scare the USSR, perhaps. Soon, every gaze turned to poor old Pym. Hank, will you tell our guests what you told me every single time I asked you, was the Ant-Man real? Cross asks knowingly. No, it's all fake. Pym shook his head. Right. Because how could anything so miraculous possibly be real? Cross smirks as he presses a button on the table. Suddenly, a small hole opened up on the table, revealing a tiny glass canister with a yellow insect-styled suit inside. Upon seeing the suit, Hank's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to his daughter, who merely turned her head away. Well, I was inspired by the legend of the Ant-Man. And with my breakthrough in shrinking inorganic material, I thought, could it be possible to shrink a person? Could that be done? Well, it's not a legend anymore. Distinguished guests, I am proud to present the end of warfare as we know it. The Yellow Jacket. Cross spoke grandly as he gestured to the insect-sized suit. The Yellow Jacket is an all-purpose weapon of war capable of altering the size of the wearer for the ultimate combat advantage. Cross explained and took a seat as an advertisement video for the suit played behind him. We live in an era in which the weapons we use to protect ourselves are undermined by constant surveillance. It's time to return to a simpler age. One where the powers of freedom can once again operate openly to protect their interests. An all-purpose peacekeeping vessel. The Yellow Jacket can manage any conflict on the geopolitical landscape, completely unseen. The video showed an animation of the suit being used for things like spying, assassination, and even wiping out an entire army. Practical applications include surveillance, industrial sabotage, and the elimination of obstructions on the road to peace. A single Yellow Jacket offers the user unlimited influence to carry out protective actions, and one day soon, an army of Yellow Jackets will create a sustainable environment of well-being around the world. Just watching the end of the video, where an entire army filled with thousands and thousands of these Yellow Jackets were shown, sent a shiver up Pim's spine. This is exactly what he didn't want to happen. After all, he buried all of his research and hid the truth of his former heroism for a reason. So it's a suit? One man asks. Like Stark in his Iron Man armor. Don't be crude, Frank. It's not a suit, it's a vessel. Cross clarified. What's the matter? Not impressed. I think that I can speak for everyone and say we're all impressed. A man dressed in a high-level military uniform spoke. But I'm also concerned. Imagine what our enemies could do with this. Hank nodded, agreeing completely though he didn't have a chance to speak. We should have a longer conversation about that. I really value your opinion. Thank you for coming. Cross spoke quickly as he turned to Hank's daughter. Hope. Understanding what he wanted, Hope stepped up and opened the doors. I want to thank everyone for coming. I will escort you out now. Thank you. She said as everyone left, leaving only Cross and Pim behind. You seem a bit shocked. Cross states, enjoying the look on his mentor's face. Darren, there's a reason that I buried these secrets. Pim tries to reason with him, though his words only seem to brighten Cross' mood. So you finally admit it. We could have done this together, you know. But you ruined that. That's why you're the past and I'm the future. Cross says as he turns and walks out of the room. Don't do this. Pim stands from his seat and practically begs, but Cross doesn't listen, leaving the old man alone in the boardroom. After personally escorting everyone out of the building, Hope bumps into her father on his way out. We have to make our move, Hank. Hope spoke in a hushed tone. Although she may hate her father for abandoning her when she needed him most, she most certainly didn't agree with Darren Cross stealing her parents' heroic legacy and selling it to the highest bidder. How close is he? Pim asks. He still can't shrink a live subject. Just give me the suit and let me finish this once and for all. Hope seemed ready to fill her father's shoes. Though he didn't agree. No. Pim flat out refused. I have Cross complete trust. It's now or never. She wasn't happy with her father's response. It's too dangerous. He shook his head, resolute in his answer. We don't have a choice. Hope said heatedly. Well, that's not entirely true. Pim said with a far-off look, question mark. Hope raised a brow in question. I think I found a guy. He cryptically revealed. Who? A prisoner in an orange jumpsuit sat on his bunk, staring at the calendar he had marked off with a crayon, as he wasn't allowed any sharper utensils, when suddenly, his cell door swung open, revealing a familiar guard on the other side. Lang, get up, the guard shouted. It's your big day. Time to grab your stuff and get out of here. Hold your horses. I'm coming. Insert picture of Scott Lang / Ant-Man here. A/N, 1744 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll shoot because this is America, dizzy face, collision pistol United States police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 329, C329 Presidential Awakening. Sweat droplets, insert what gifs here, most likes win sweat droplets. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, monk kayaking, trophy. Police car light A/N, to everyone who was commenting about last chapter being useless. I'm sorry to hear you didn't like it. It was a setup chapter to introduce the Ant-Man characters and plot. Now, the arc can begin with Peter getting involved. Hopefully you guys like the arc. Peter was sound asleep in his bed with MJ curled up next to him, resting her head on his shoulder as she slept peacefully. It's been a few months since school started again, and the two have been enjoying their senior year of high school to the fullest. Throughout the summer, Peter stayed on Earth and mainly spent time with his family, though of course, he had to check in on the Guardians every once in a while. Who knows what would happen to them otherwise? After all, they tend to P*SS off a lot of people, especially when it comes to money. While the couple slept soundly in their bed, Peter's phone suddenly started ringing. Groaning in annoyance, Peter reached over without looking and pulled the phone to his ear, answering the call. "What?" Peter asked groggily. "Good morning, Spider-Man." A very recognizable voice said. "Did I wake you up?" "What the?" Peter checked the caller ID and realized who it was. "Hello, Mr. President. Is an asteroid headed toward the planet?" To Peter's complete surprise, it was the President of the United States, Barack Obama. Peter rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed, gently pushing MJ back onto her pillow, his mind still foggy from sleep. "Ah, no." The President answered hesitantly. "Is nuclear war breaking out?" Peter asked again and received a no. "Is Yellowstone about to erupt? Did someone finally make their own version of Skynet?" No matter what Peter asked, the answer was still the same. "Then why the hell are you calling me at 4 a.m. in the morning?" Peter asked as it was the weekend and he had no business being up this early. "I apologize for waking you up, but I have some urgent news to share with you." Peter sighed as he knew the sweet confront of his bed would disappear soon enough. If the President was calling him this early in the morning, it had to be important. "What's going on?" Peter asked. "I've received some disturbing information from some of my top military officials," Obama explained. "It seems that PIM Technologies is working on a project that could be extremely dangerous." Peter froze for a moment. He knew that name. PIM Technologies is a company founded by Hank Pym, the man responsible for creating the Ant-Man suit, which allowed the wearer to shrink to the size of an ant while retaining their full strength. It was an incredible piece of technology, and certainly something that shouldn't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. "I completely forgot about the Ant-Man movie," Peter thought. "What kind of project, sir?" Peter asked, his mind racing. "The Yellow Jacket suit," Obama replied. "Its creator, Darren Cross, plans to mass-produce it and sell it to the highest bidder. If this technology falls into the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic. That's why I'm reaching out to you. You're one of the few people that I trust, who can stop this from happening." Peter nodded, his brain already working on a plan of action. "I'll look into it." "Good," Obama sighed in relief. "Contact me if you need anything and stay safe." With that, the call ended. Peter sat there for a moment, trying to process the plan that was forming in his mind. "I should go meet with the old and new Ant-Mans," Peter thought as he climbed out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. But first, a nice warm shower. After cleaning himself up and eating a filling breakfast, Peter managed to track down the soon-to-be new and improved Ant-Man, and boy was he in a sorry situation. "What are you doing here, Lang? You haven't paid a dime in child support. You know, if I wanted to, I could arrest you." A middle-aged man crosses his arms and glares at Scott Lang, the soon-to-be Ant-Man. The man stood at the front door of his suburban house, blocking Scott from entering. "It's good to see you too, Paxton." Lang smiles awkwardly, trying to be the bigger man in this situation, but it didn't seem to be working. Suddenly, a cute little brown-haired girl squeezed past Paxton's leg and stood between them with a smile on her face. "Mommy's so happy you're here that she choked on her drink." The girl laughed happily, oblivious to the tense atmosphere between the two men. "Cassie, look what I have for you." Scott ignores the men blocking his way and hands over a gift bag to the little girl. "Can I open it now, Daddy?" she asks Scott. But Paxton spoke before he could say anything. "Of course, sweetheart, it's your birthday." Lang frowned uncomfortably as his daughter pulled out an ugly-looking rabbit plushie, unaware of the father versus stepfather battle that was going on around her. "What is that thing?" Paxton asks in distaste. "He's so ugly. I love him. I have to show my friends." Cassie exclaimed as she rushed back inside, ugly bunny in hand. "Look, the child support is coming." "All right. It's just hard finding a job when you have a record." Scott explained his situation. "I'm sure you'll figure it out, but for now I want you off of my property." Paxton shooed him away uncaringly. "Wait, it's my daughter's birthday." Scott didn't want to miss any more of her birthdays. After all, he's already missed a lot while in prison. "It's my house." Paxton replied with a shrug. "So what, it's my kid." Scott was finding it harder and harder to be the bigger person. Peter lay on the roof of the house across the street and watched the drama unfold. Soon enough, Cassie's mother showed up and some more arguing ensued before Scott was officially kicked out. "Get an apartment. Get a job and pay child support. Then we can talk about visitation," she said as he was forced to leave. This is messed up, Peter thought. After all, they seem to be using this moment to punish or lay down some sort of law with Scott, but it's not his birthday that they're ruining. Today isn't about any of them. It's about their daughter, and having her father at her birthday party is probably something that she wanted. What are they going to tell her when she asks where her dad went? Peter thought sadly as he watched Scott drive off, looking devastated from the entire encounter. Maybe I should give him some space. As Scott drove further down the street, Peter could hear him dial a number on his phone. "What's up, Scotty?" A man answered. "Tell me about that job again," Scott asked. And he definitely wasn't referring to a normal legal job. That's for sure. In the beginning, Peter planned to introduce himself, but now that he thought about it, maybe it would be better to meet with the old Ant-Man first. And as Peter was leaving, he heard an excited voice from inside the house. "Where'd Daddy go?" Cassie asked, tightly clutching her ugly bunny. "He left," her mother answered hesitantly. "He had some work to do." The silence that followed was enough for Peter to understand that Cassie's birthday was now officially ruined. Pym Estate. Hank Pym sat comfortably in a hidden camera room, waiting patiently for his would-be successor, Scott Lang, to arrive. He had been preparing for this moment for a long time, carefully orchestrating everything to ensure that Scott would take over the mantle of Ant-Man. Though he certainly had some time. After all, thieves tended to work at night, so he had nothing but downtime until dark. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Hank, a dark shadow had snuck into the room, leaning against the wall behind him. "Yo!" The shadow called out, causing the Pym to nearly fall out of his seat in fright. "Spider-Man." Hank whipped his head around and stuttered in surprise. Peter waved in a friendly manner. "I'm here to talk about Darren Cross and the yellow jacket suit." Hank's eyes narrowed. "I've been keeping tabs on Cross for a while now." "How do you know about this?" "I have friends in high places." Peter shrugged as he looked at the many monitors in the room. "What's with the crazy security? Is Cross trying to steal the original Ant-Man suit?" Pym seemed surprised by Peter's knowledge, though he soon shrugged it off. As he said, Spider-Man has friends in high places, so someone high up in the government must have told him everything. "No, though I wouldn't put it past him. I have someone else who can help us with Cross," Hank admitted, finding no reason to lie to Peter. After all, this was Spider-Man that he was dealing with. Pym wasn't exactly happy about his arrival, but it technically wasn't a bad thing. "And who might that be?" Peter asked, though he already knew the answer. "His name is Dash." Hank stopped as he caught sight of some movement on the cameras. Before he knew it, the sun had set and an unfamiliar car was parked outside the front of his house. Though it was certainly familiar to Peter. "Isn't that Scott's car?" Peter thought as he wondered if Scott was actually a good thief or not. Who brings their own car to what's about to be a crime scene? As they gazed at the monitors, Hank and Peter watched as a masked man exited the car and walked up to his house. A/N, 1603 words, smiley face. "Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll destroy the world," bomb globe showing America's collision. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 330, C330 Man vs. Fly. Desert insert dry gifs here, most likes wins desert. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Mum kayaking, trophy, A/N, 2 in a row. Congrats King Crown. In the executive bathroom of Pym Technologies, Darren Cross leaned against the wall as he stared fixedly at a high-level member of the board of directors, who was currently washing his hands in the sink. "I'm sorry you have such deep concerns about the yellow jacket, Frank," Cross says with false sympathy in his voice. Frank turns back in surprise to find Cross standing there watching him creepily. "Yeah, well, unfortunately, we can't just do whatever we want. Would be nice though, right?" Frank laughed awkwardly as he shook his hands clean before drying them with a nearby towel. "Sadly, there are laws." Cross didn't seem to agree as a mad gleam shined in his eyes. "What laws?" "Of men. The laws of nature transcend the laws of men, and I've transcended the laws of nature." "Darren, I don't think you understand." Frank turned to look at him weirdly. Suddenly, Cross pulled out a small handheld device from his suit jacket and turned it on Frank, vaporizing him into a blob of human goo in an instant. Cross sighed uncaringly as his eyes moved between his former co-worker and the device. We still haven't worked out all of the bugs." Before leaving the bathroom, Cross used a tissue to wipe the goo off the floor and unceremoniously dumps it into one of the toilets. "Goodbye, Frank," he says without pity as he flushes the toilet, watching the goo disappear down the drain. "Are you just going to let this guy rob you?" Peter asked as they watched the masked man, Scott, break into the house with ease. "I can stop him if you want. It's what I do, after all." "No." Pym jumped as he realized that Peter could ruin all of his carefully laid plans. "Just stay here and don't mess anything up." "Sure, if you want to get robbed so badly, then who am I to stop you?" Peter shrugged uncaringly as he smirked under his mask. Seeing as Pym had cameras for every angle in his house, the two of them were able to watch every step that Scott made. After easily bypassing the front door, Scott swiftly started searching the house and found exactly what he was looking for behind a painting in the living room. Scott had hoped for cash, jewels, or anything else that he could sell to pay for an apartment and a small chunk of his owed child support, but when he broke the safe open, all he found was a strange suit that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Confusion, disappointment, and anger swirled around in him all at once. He had risked everything for this heist, and now he had nothing to show for it. After all, he was currently on probation. If Scott was caught committing even the lowest level crime, then it was straight back to prison for him. And at that point, he can say goodbye to ever seeing his daughter again. Not because he would spend the rest of his life in prison, but because her mother wouldn't allow him anywhere near her. And the courts would easily agree. After all, why would they side with a felon? What is it, cash? Jewels? A voice spoke to him over the earpiece he wore. There's nothing here. Lang replies dejectedly. What did you say? The voice asks in surprise. Scott notices some blueprints next to the suit when he took another look, but what the hell was he supposed to do with that? It's just an old motorcycle suit and some papers. He reiterated. There's no cash, no jewelry, nothing. The voice asks in shocked disappointment. No. It's a bust. Scott sighs in defeat. I'm really sorry, Scotty. I know you needed this. Remembering his daughter's radiant smile and his desperation to see her again, Scott started to consider the suit's worth and wondered if he could sell it for even a small amount of money. After all, he was desperate and the rich owner of this house went through the trouble of locking it away, so the suit had to at least be worth something, right? As he stashed the suit into his duffel bag, an ant with a camera on its back climbed up his shoe and found a good spot on his laces to grab hold as Scott left the house and drove off. So, you let yourself get robbed? Why? Peter asks as he has to pretend to be oblivious. Who said I was robbed? Pym smirked back at Peter. My successor was merely picking up his uniform. I see. Peter nodded as he noticed a few monitors that still had an image of Scott in his car. Did you plant cameras on him too? Peter asked in genuine confusion. Wait, they're moving. Well, they didn't call me Ant-Man for nothing. Pym revealed. Immediately, it dawned on him. I forgot that he could control ants. Peter remembered as he felt the urge to slap himself on the forehead. Back at his friend's sh*TTY apartment, which he was staying in until he had the money for his own place, Scott quickly said goodnight and locked himself in the tiny guest room that he was currently occupying. Why would you lock this up? He took out the suit and eyed the oddly shaped helmet curiously. So weird. Shrugging to himself, Scott tries the suit on, swatting away the annoying fly that was buzzing around his head in the process. I thought flies were supposed to have extremely short lifespans. He thought, as he glared at the fly that's been haunting his room for the last few days, unable to ever land a clean hit on it. Ultimately deciding to ignore it, Scott dons the helmet and looks at himself in the mirror. Insert picture of Ant-Man's suit here. I wonder what this is. He looked down at his hands and found 2 red buttons, matching the red and black color scheme of the suit. Pressing the buttons at random, Scott suddenly shrunk down to the size of an ant, falling to the scuffed hardwood floor below. What the? In his tiny form, Scott stood up and looked around in shock. The small shitty apartment bedroom somehow turned into a huge towering open area, which could hold almost 1 million people with ease. Meanwhile, before shrinking, he couldn't walk 2 steps without hitting a wall. Out of nowhere, Scott heard an unfamiliar voice speaking into his ear through the helmet. The world sure seems different from down here, doesn't it, Scott? What? Who said that? He jumped and started looking around once again. Buzz. Suddenly, that familiar incessant buzzing returned, though it sounded much louder this time around. Even now, this F***king fly won't go away Scott said in anger, though that anger swiftly vanished as he peered upward and found a giant flying monster eyeing him dangerously. What the hell is that? It's the size of an elephant. It seems to be angry with you. The voice from the helmet spoke again. Scott panicked for a moment, realizing that he was in grave danger as he saw the giant fly buzzing his way. The fly seemed to be attracted to him for some reason, and it started circling him, getting closer and closer with every passing moment. Scott knew he had to defend himself or he would be killed in seconds. Dashing away as quickly as he could while avoiding the fly's aerial attacks, Scott could see a sharp pin in the distance. Seeing as that was the only weapon that he could find, Scott ran from the huge insect, making his way to his only hope of survival. After all, right now it was kill or be killed and he's wanted to kill this fly for a few days now. Of course, the fly didn't give him much time, as it kept buzzing around him, trying to bite him every time it passed. But Scott was determined and kept pushing forward. Finally, he arrived at the pin though it was much bigger than he expected. F*** it. he thought as he lifted the pin, which was more than 10 times larger than himself, and threw it at the fly. Catching the insect by surprise, the pin flew like a spear and pierced the fly right in its open mouth before continuing through the rest of its body. Suddenly, the fly started screeching in agony as its wings flapped erratically, sending it crashing to the ground directly in front of Scott. Scott watched in shock as the elephant-sized fly bled out and died before his very eyes. Huh. The voice from his helmet spoke again. You know, you're a lot tougher than I thought. A/N, 1468 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over the gemstone or I'll turn you into a cow and eat you for lunch, boy recycling symbol cow face kitchen knife cut of meat police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 331, C331 job offer. Smiling face with sunglasses insert arrogant gifs here, most likes wins smiling face with sunglasses. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, .complex, trophy, A/N, welcome back, king crown. After finally figuring out how to grow back to normal size, Scott bent down and found a tiny dead fly on the floor with a small needle running through its entire body. Not bad for a test drive. Keep the suit. The same voice spoke over the helmet once again. I'll be in touch soon. No, thank you. Denied vehemently as he packed the suit up and rushed out of the apartment, surprising his friend with his odd behavior. But before he could say anything, Scott was already rushing down the stairs and headed to his car, where he would quickly peel out of the area, burning tire marks onto the street on his way out. Pim and Peter watched the entire battle with the fly, both shocked by the former criminal's ability to handle the situation. Quite a show, isn't it? Pim said with a small smile. It seems that my choice for a successor was spot on. Peter nodded, still a bit in awe of what he had just witnessed. Yeah, I never thought I'd see something like that. But I don't think he plans on accepting the position. Peter and Pim watched a few of the ant cameras, which showed Scott speeding through traffic, driving in their direction. Yes, that is a valid concern. Pim replied, turning to face the young superhero. But of course, I have a backup plan. Pim reached across his desk and pressed a button before relaxing back into his chair. Now we wait. Peter nodded slowly. Okay, so how did you set him up to steal the suit? Peter knew that Pim masterminded all of this, though he wasn't sure how exactly. Well, there's very little that money can't buy. And it also helped that I could shrink myself down and go just about anywhere. Pim answered with a shrug. Well, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I have to ask. Why Scott? Peter asked curiously. After all, the man is a criminal. I needed someone to take up the mantle of Ant-Man, and I saw something in him that made me believe he was the right person for the job. He may stumble a bit at first, but I have faith that he'll get the hang of it. Pim answered, putting his hopes and expectations on one man. Pim sighed, knowing that this was a conversation he had been dreading, though he expected to have it with his daughter. I understand your concerns. Scott has a criminal record, and he's not exactly the most trustworthy person. But I believe in him. I believe that he has the potential to be a great hero if he's given the chance. Pim chose Scott Lang as his successor because of his skills as a former thief and his willingness to do the right thing. He was reluctant to let his daughter become the next Ant-Man because he was still grieving over the loss of his wife, who was also a superhero named the Wasp. Enter Scott Lang, a recently released ex-convict who had a daughter and was struggling to find work. He has a background in breaking into high-security facilities, which made him a valuable asset for Pim's plan to stop Darren Cross and his Ant-Man copy. Time would have to tell if Lang can truly prove his worth or not, but Pim seemed to be convinced already. Overall, Pim chose Scott Lang as his successor because he sees potential in him as both a skilled thief and a hero and believes that he has the character to use the Ant-Man suit for good. Okay, sounds good to me. Peter shrugged in agreement, as he was never worried about Scott's criminal record, to begin with. And if he does well against Cross, I wouldn't mind recruiting him into the Avengers. After all, Scott needs a job and who would turn down a high-paying position in the world's first and foremost superhero organization. Peter grinned under his mask at the idea. Question mark. Pim wasn't sure how Peter was so easily convinced, but he didn't care. As long as his plan was in motion, then he was happy. With that, the two of them watched as Scott parked outside the house, still clutching the bag with the Ant-Man suit inside. Sneaking back into the house, Scott returned the suit to the broken safe and sighed in relief as he washed his hands of this whole situation. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I want no part in it. He thought as he walked out of the living room and made his way to the front door. But before he could make his second getaway of the night, flashing red and blue lights could be seen approaching the front of the house. This is the NYPD. Put your hands above your head and exit the home immediately. You are under arrest. One cop spoke over a megaphone. Knowing that he didn't take anything this time, Scott exited the house and tried to explain himself. Wait, I didn't steal anything. I was returning something I stole. Of course, he instantly regretted saying anything, as he inadvertently admitted to stealing. Watching the police arrive, Peter wondered whether he should step in or not. Although Scott shouldn't have reverted back to thieving, he did it in hopes of making enough money to see his daughter again. Peter could definitely sympathize with his situation. *CK it, I might as well help him out. Peter shrugged as he portaled out of the room, unnoticed. Pym was far too busy watching the monitors with a victorious smirk on his face. After all, his carefully made plan was working perfectly. And once Scott was in police custody, he could use that as leverage to make him officially become his successor. I love it when a plan comes together. Scott stood nervously on the front porch of Hank Pym's house, staring at the police cars in front of him. As he saw uniformed figures approaching him, Scott's heart sank. He knew he was about to be arrested and charged with theft, and he couldn't bear the thought of it. After all, this could cause him to lose his daughter forever, not to mention the time that he would spend behind bars. Does the universe hate me? He couldn't help but curse his luck. Just then, a red and blue figure swooped down from the sky and landed between him and the police officers. Spider-Man. One of the policemen stuttered in surprise. Hey, what's going on, guys? Peter asked the approaching police officers. We received a report of a breaking and entering. One of the higher-ranked officers replied. Once we arrived on scene, the front door was open and this man came walking out. I see. Peter nodded as he turned to Scott, who looked even more depressed than before. After all, what would his daughter think when his name is plastered all over the news as a thief caught by Spider-Man himself? Look. Peter scratched the back of his head awkwardly as he turned back to the cops. I need this guy for a separate investigation. Can you guys just leave him to me? ? The officers exchanged looks with one another. Of course. One of the more overzealous officers agreed excitedly. We'd be happy to help. Do you need anything from us? No. Peter shook his head. Just return to your normal patrol. Thanks for understanding. Can we get a picture? Another officer hesitantly asked as she pulled out her phone. Sure, no problem. After taking a few selfies with the one and only Spider-Man, they all got back in their cars and drove off, leaving Peter and Scott behind. And once the police were out of sight, Peter turned to Scott. Hey, man, you okay? Scott stood frozen in front of the house, wondering what the hell Spider-Man could possibly want with him. Yeah. Good. Peter nodded with a grin. Follow me. Peter walked back into the house and took a seat in the living room. Of course, Scott followed closely behind, as he had no way of escaping someone like Spider-Man. Sorry about the police. Peter said as he leaned back into the couch. I didn't know Pym's plan, so when they arrived, I came out to help. ? Scott looked about as confused as anyone could possibly be in this situation. Well, how about I offer you a job? Peter offered. I can also assist with your legal troubles. With my help, it should be easy to get joint custody of your daughter. Scott was taken aback by the offer. He had no idea what was happening and even less of an idea as to why Spider-Man was helping him. More than anything else, he wondered why Spider-Man knew so much about him, a no-named criminal. Why are you doing this? He asked hesitantly. Do we know each other or something? Spider-Man chuckled. No, but the man who owns that suit you took seems to like you. He thinks you have what it takes to become his successor. Successor to who? Scott asked in confusion. The more Peter talked, the more questions Scott had for him. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard as a new yet familiar voice filled the room. Successor to me. A/N, 1580 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone or I'll write you out of existence, writing hand man standing dashing away police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 332, C332 Welcome to the team. Relieved face insert humble gifs here, most likes wins relieved face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Moaning Frodo, trophy, A/N, person bowing crown. As Pym entered the room, he made sure to glare at Peter, showing his annoyance at his interference. But rather than complaining, Pym turned to Scott and smiled. I told you I'd be in touch, Scott. He sat across from Peter, leaving Scott to stand in confusion. Oh, *T. Scott instantly realized why this old man's voice sounded so familiar. You're the guy from the helmet. Pym merely nodded as he settled into the couch, resting his old tired body. Look, I'm sorry that I stole the suit. I won't ask any questions, so let's just go our separate ways, okay? Scott offers as he eyes the exit, hoping to get the hell out of this place. Looking at him for a moment, Pym shook his head in disappointment. You know, your ex-wife was right about you. Scott froze as his eyes went wide. How do you know about that? Did he have ants watching Scott earlier as well? Peter wondered as his impression of Pym changed a bit. This guy is one hell of a spy. As he thought this, Peter couldn't help but wonder whether the old man had ordered some ants to spy on him as well. I need to be careful on my way home, he thought as he eyed his body, looking for any stowaway insects. I understand why she's trying to keep you away from Cassie. After all, the moment things get tough, you turn right back to crime. Pym's correct assessment hit Scott right where it hurt. The way I see it, you have two choices. You can either waste the rest of your life as a criminal, watching your daughter grow from a distance, or you can take this opportunity. What opportunity? Scott needed some time to process everything. I don't understand. No, I don't expect you to. But you don't have many options right now. And quite frankly, neither do I. Why do you think I let you steal that suit in the first place? Pym revealed. What? Scott asked in shock as he realized that all of this might have been a complete setup. Scott, we need a new Ant-Man. And we think you're the man for the job. Peter said, confusing him even more. What the hell is an Ant-Man? Scott asked skeptically. I've never heard of it. Although Ant-Man was a well-known legend among spies and those with enough power and money to acquire the information, the normal population have never heard this name before. Hank sighed, knowing this wouldn't be easy. Well, Ant-Man was the alias I'd use back in the day. A reminiscent smile formed on Pym's face. I created a suit that allowed me to shrink down to the size of an ant while maintaining my full strength. With this suit, I was able to fight crime, serve the country, and perform miracles. He explained. So you're saying you were like an old version of him? Scott raised a brow as he turned to Peter. Hank nodded. Yes, but it wasn't just about stopping crime or stopping war. My work as Ant-Man allowed me to do something even more important. Scott looked intrigued as he inched forward in interest. Pym continued. It allowed me to help people on a microscopic level. I was able to explore the world of atoms and molecules, and I discovered things that no one else had ever seen before. I used this knowledge to help develop new technologies and medicines that could save lives. Scott looked impressed. So what happened? Why aren't you still Ant-Man? Pym's expression darkened. I don't know if you've noticed, Scott, but I'm a bit past my prime these days. Of course, that wasn't the real reason. Whenever Pym even looked at his suit, let alone wore it, he couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife. His wife, Janet Van Dyne, disappeared during a mission in the 1980s. Her husband was the Ant-Man, making her the Wasp, a team that battled everything together on a miniature scale. During a mission to disarm a Soviet missile, Janet had to shrink down to a subatomic level to disable the missile's trigger mechanism. However, in the process, she became trapped in the quantum realm, a dimension that exists at a subatomic level, and was presumed dead. Hank was devastated by Janet's loss and blamed himself for not being able to save her, leading him to subsequently retired from his superhero duties and refuse to let anyone else take up the mantle of Ant-Man or Wasp, out of fear of losing them as well. Maybe I should drop some hints about her survival. Peter wondered. Scott nodded, understanding now. So that's where I come in. You want me to take your place as Ant-Man? Hank smiled. Yes, exactly. I believe that you have what it takes to be a great Ant-Man, and I want to train you to use the suit safely and effectively. Scott blinked. But, I'm just a petty thief. Exactly, Hank said, his eyes twinkling. You have the skills we need. And we're willing to offer you the opportunity of a lifetime. Scott looked at them skeptically. Why me? Why not someone else? Hank leaned forward. Because I think you're the only one who can handle it. And I'm willing to sweeten the deal. Peter cut into the conversation, piquing Scott and Pym's interest. As I said, if you impress me enough, I'll hire you as an official Avenger. And let me tell you, the pay and perks that every Avenger enjoys are very generous. Scott seemed interested, as he needed a job and no one else was hiring ex-cons, but most of all, this was a very well-respected legal job that he wouldn't be ashamed of. And secondly, I can help with getting joint custody of your daughter, Cassie. Peter threw out the real bait. Instantly, Scott's heart skipped a beat. This was everything that he ever wanted. How, he stammered. Peter grinned. Let's just say I have some connections, but most of all, the Avengers have some very good lawyers on retainer. With Nelson and Murdoch on the case, Scott can rest assured. Though, he would probably have to call in a few favors as well. After all, with Scott's record it'll be an uphill custody battle. Scott stared at Peter, unable to believe what he was hearing, his eyes slightly misty. I don't know what to say. Hank smiled. Say yes. Scott hesitated. He didn't know what it meant to be a superhero or the responsibilities that came with it. He wasn't sure if he had what it took. But then he recalled the perks of the deal, and thought of his daughter, knowing that he had to take this chance. Yes, he said, looking between Hank and Peter. I'll do it. Hank grinned. Excellent. Welcome to the team, Scott. Peter stood up and clapped him on the back. We're gonna have some fun, you and me. Scott smiled, feeling like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Maybe things were finally starting to look up for him. In a very expensive restaurant, Cross and Hope sat across from one another, enjoying their meal in silence. Though, that silence didn't last long. Cross looked up from his plate. You know, I've been thinking a lot about gratitude lately, and today during my morning meditation, an interesting thought occurred to me and I think it might apply to you as well. How's that? Hope asked, hoping that this dinner would end quickly. Although she didn't want to be here, it was necessary in order to keep her cover as Cross' loyal supporter. If she had things her way, Hope would already be wearing her father's suit, thwarting Cross' plans and sending him to prison. But sadly, her father refused her request over and over. Gratitude can be forgiveness. Cross says as if he were some Buddhist monk. I spent years carrying around my anger for Hank Pym. I devoted my genius to him. I could have worked anywhere and I chose my mentor poorly. He turns a sympathetic look toward Hope, though she couldn't tell if it was genuine or not. You, on the other hand, didn't even have a choice. He never believed in you. It's a shame what we had to do, but he forced us to do it, didn't he? But we shouldn't be angry. Instead, we should be grateful. Because of his failures as a mentor and a father, Pym forced us to spread our wings on our own. Although his words were meant to be comforting, Hope couldn't help but feel an odd air to them, as if she were talking to a sociopath, who only spoke what he thought others wanted to hear. You deserve everything coming your way, Darren. Hope said with a smile, a hidden meaning hidden behind her words. A/N, 1502 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstones gemstone or else I'll pluck out your eyes, I dizzy face I police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 333, C333 Breakfast. Dizzy face insert dead gifs here, most likes wins dizzy face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, author's log, chapter 333, it's been 5 years since my nobility was taken from me. In this time, my hopes, dreams, and ambitions have slowly withered away, leaving me a broken and hollow shell of my former majestic self. Today, like every other day, a new usurper wears my family's heritage upon his head, prances around my castle, and sits upon my throne. What more can these peasants possibly take from me? Scott Lang groaned and rubbed his eyes as he slowly awoke from a good night's sleep. He was disoriented and confused for a moment, unsure of where he was when he was met with an unfamiliar ceiling. After agreeing to spend the night at Hank Pym's house, in order to start his training bright and early, Scott retired to a guest room and awoke to the sun's rays beating down on him. Huh. Scott grunted as he found an unknown figure leaning against the wall by the door, staring at him. Who the hell are you? Scott's sleep-dazed eyes adjusted to see an unfamiliar woman. She was wearing a sleek black suit and had a stern look on her face. Scott couldn't help but feel intimidated by her. Have you been standing there watching me sleep this whole time? He asked, creeped out. Yes. She replies uncaringly. Why? Scott couldn't help but ask. Because the last time you were here you stole something. She answered, eyeing him as if he were a kleptomaniac, who would steal everything her family owned if she wasn't keeping watch. Who are you? Scott asked groggily. The woman's expression turned even colder. I'm Hope Van Dyne, she said curtly. Hope continued to glare at him. And you're the man my father chose over me to become Ant-Man. Scott blinked in surprise. He had no idea that Hank Pym had a daughter, let alone that she was upset with him. I'm sorry, he said tentatively. Hope shook her head, clearly not interested in hearing his apologies. You shouldn't be here, she said pointedly. My father made a mistake in choosing you. You're not fit for the job. Scott bristled at her words, feeling defensive. I did what I had to do to see my daughter again. He said firmly. And I'll prove myself one way or another. Hope turned to face him. Proving yourself to my father is one thing, she said icily. But proving yourself as Ant-Man is another. And you haven't done that yet. Scott opened his mouth to argue, but before he could say anything, he noticed something odd and terrifying that he didn't notice earlier. Oh. What the F***ck? As Scott was about to get out of bed, he recoiled in fright when he saw large insects crawling all over the floor. Whoa. Are those ants? Hope continued to stand calmly among the bugs. Paraponera clavata. Giant tropical bullet ants. Ranked highest on the Schmidt-Payne index. They're here to keep an eye on you when I can't. Without another word, she turns and walks out of the room, leaving Scott alone among the insects. How am I supposed to get out of here? Scott called out but received no reply. Looking down at the floor full of giant ants, Scott swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he eyed them warily. Although he was never afraid of bugs, being surrounded by so many of them was a lot different than dealing with a few flies or other household annoyances. Even spiders weren't a problem for him, that is, as long as they weren't poisonous. Ugh. You don't bite me, and I don't step on you, deal. Scott negotiated as he tentatively puts his foot down on the floor, carefully maneuvering his way out of the room. Downstairs, Hank sat happily in his kitchen, enjoying a warm cup of coffee with Peter sitting across from him, dressed in his usual spider suit. You arrived earlier than I thought you would. Hank comments, as Peter didn't spend the night like Scott. After Scott accepted his offer, Peter left immediately so that he could make it back in time for dinner with his family. Well, I was excited to start Scott's training. Peter shrugged as he seemed to remember something and opened a portal above his outstretched hand. Here, I think these belong to you. Pym watched as a corked glass vial fell into Peter's hand. Inside this vial were 6 tiny ants, all with even tinier cameras strapped to their backs. Aye. Pym had no excuse to speak as Peter places the vial down in front of him. Obviously, he tried to spy on Spider-Man, but what is he supposed to say now that he was caught? Tense silence filled the room as Peter watched the elderly man squirm in amusement. But thankfully, before Pym could say anything, his daughter Hope came walking in, followed by Scott, who looked weirded out by the colony of giant ants marching behind him. Scott. Good, you're awake, Hank said, glad that he could find something to change the subject. Are you ready for your first day of training? Hope rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. I've already told him he shouldn't be here, she said, glaring at her father. All we have to do is take down the company's servers and Cross wouldn't even know what happened. Hank sighed and rubbed his forehead. I assume that you've already met my daughter, Hope. Yeah, she's great, by the way. Scott held back his real thoughts, though the sarcastic tilt to his tone surely made his feelings known. She doesn't think that we need you. Pym says. We don't. We can do this ourselves. Hope said as she turned to the world-famous superhero, who she still couldn't believe was in her father's kitchen. And even if we couldn't, Spider-Man is involved now, so I see zero reasons why we need this thief. Hope, please. We can discuss this later. Right now, Scott needs to train. Pym says in a lecturing manner. Hope didn't look happy about it, but she didn't protest any further. With one last scowl in Scott's direction, she turned and sat at the table across from Peter. Pym shook his head at his daughter's behavior. Don't mind her, he said with a small smile. She's just a little bit anxious. It has to do with this job, which, judging by the fact that you're still here, I take it that you're interested in. What job? Scott asked in confusion. Based on last night's conversation, he only knew that he would be training to become Pym's successor as Ant-Man. After Pym explained the situation with Darren Cross and the yellow jacket suit, Scott had a full grip on the situation. So this guy stole your company and is recreating your suit. He summed it up simply. Yes, and we need you to break into the company and destroy the suit alongside all of his research. Pym nodded. Is that why you chose me? Because I have experience in this. Scott asked, as breaking into companies was a specialty of his. It's one of the main reasons, yes. Pym nodded his head. Scott frowned. It might have been wishful thinking, but last night when they were convincing him to become Ant-Man and join the Avengers, he couldn't help but feel as if they saw something in him. Some kind of heroic quality that no one else could see, but now he found out that they only needed a good thief. Scott couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. Seeing this, Peter spoke up. I just want to make it clear that I'm not recruiting you into the Avengers because of your criminal skills. Scott turned to him doubtfully. We already have many agents who are far more skilled than you when it comes to theft. Peter says, thinking of the top-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in his employ. I'm recruiting you because I think you have what it takes to be an Avenger. It may sound a bit cringe, but I think that you have what it takes to be a hero, Scott. But you don't even know me. Scott replied hesitantly. I don't. Peter asks as he whips out his phone and taps it a few times. Scott Lang, 35 years old. Date of birth XX/XX/19XX. Social security number ends in 5124. An ex-con, who has already been fired from 2 separate jobs since his release 4 days ago. Ex-wife Maggie Lang and daughter Cassie Lang. Peter says as he gives everyone a brief glimpse of Scott's profile and records before getting to the good stuff. Before prison, you had a high-paying job at a company called VistaCorp, though you were fired when you tried to expose their unethical and illegal practices. Desperate to support your wife and daughter as well as find proof to take down the company that wronged you and so many others, you turned to burglary and were caught stealing from the company's CEO. Peter explains. Scott's mouth dropped open in shock. Although he tried to explain all of this in court, everyone simply wrote him off as a lying criminal. Did I miss anything? Peter asks. No, that's all correct. Scott nodded dumbly. Wait. Hope cut into the conversation with a deep frown. I looked him up and his records say nothing about any of that. Well, the Avengers have access to a lot more information than you. Peter answered with a shrug. Meanwhile, Pym simply smiled as he watched his daughter's impression of his chosen successor slowly change. Of course, he knew everything that Peter just said was 100% true, as he personally investigated using his Ant-Man suit, which is why he was so dead set on Scott taking his place. Now that we're all on the same page, I believe it's time to start Scott's training. A/N, 1582 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or else I'll stab you in the eyes with my chopsticks. I chopsticks police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 334, C334 training begins. Woman singer insert Karen gifts here, most likes wins woman singer. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, King of Katsukuin, trophy, A/N, middle finger I crown I middle finger. After eating breakfast, Pym and Hope led Peter and Scott to the basement, where everything they needed to train a new Ant-Man was waiting, including the suit. Hey, Earth to Scott, Peter waved his hand in front of Scott's dazed face. Hey, Scott replied, trying to hide his anxiety. He looked at the Ant-Man suit, which was placed on a nearby table. It looked harmless, but he knew better. Are you ready to get started? Hope asked him, her arms crossed. Scott nodded, not sure if he was ready but willing to give it a shot. All right, let's start with the basics, Hank said, picking up the suit. The first thing you need to know is that it works with Pym particles, which allow you to change your size. He explained the mechanics of the suit to Scott, who listened intently, focused on the suit that scared him half to death. Okay, let's try it out, Hank said, handing Scott the suit. Put it on. Scott put on the suit, which was surprisingly comfortable. He looked down at himself and couldn't help but feel that at least he looked cool. Pym steps forward and begins instructing him. Now, in the right hands, the relationship between man and suit is symbiotic. The suit has power, the man harnesses that power. You need to be skillful, agile, and above all, you need to be fast. You should be able to shrink and grow on a dime, so your size always suits your needs. Walking over to a nearby door, Hope closes it and motions toward the keyhole. Dive through the keyhole. You charge big, you dive small, then you emerge big. She may not like that her father chose someone else, but she would at least give him a chance. Especially after learning that his criminal record wasn't as black and white as she originally thought. Nodding, Scott puts on the helmet and takes a few deep breaths before charging at the door. Bang. Ow. Due to his nervousness, Scott forgot to hit the shrink button, which immediately caused him to smack into the door, breaking it off of its hinges. Useless. Hope commented under her breath. Scott, just relax and watch. Peter says as he waves his hand, instantly reverting the door back to its original state. Everyone in the room watched in awe, as they had no idea that Spider-Man had this sort of power. Now watch carefully. Peter says as he jumps forward, aiming himself at the keyhole of the door. Now, everyone was even more shocked, as they wondered how he was going to shrink himself without the Ant-Man suit. Suddenly, Peter's body lit up in a faint red light, as he activated the reality stone and shrunk himself down, mimicking the function of the Ant-Man suit. And with Peter's pinpoint precision, his now tiny pin-sized body slipped right through the door's keyhole and flew out the other side. What the? Hope uttered with her eyebrows extended upwards. Seconds later, the door swung open and a normal-sized Peter walked out, smirking under his mask at their shocked faces. See? It's not that hard. How? Pym asks, flabbergasted by what he just witnessed. After all, he spent all of his life keeping his precious Pym particles out of the hands of others, and now someone he barely knew either stole them, discovered them on his own, or had some sort of metahuman ability that allowed him to mimic their use. I have many powers that the public doesn't know about. Peter shrugged as he closed the door again and patted Scott on the shoulder. Give it another try. Feeling a sense of competition, Scott stepped up to the door once again and prepared himself for another try. After all, he can't fall too far behind Spider-Man. His manly pride wouldn't allow it. While listening to Scott continue to fail several times, bashing himself against the door as he tries to shrink and dive through the keyhole, Hope and Pym stared at Peter questioningly. No, I didn't steal or use any Pym particles just now. Peter explains, making them wonder if he can also read their minds. It's just an ability of mine. That's all. With their minds set at ease, everyone returned their attention to Scott's training. And just as they started paying attention, Scott leaped at the door and shrunk, flailing his arms and legs as he flew through the keyhole. Seconds later, the door opened. Whoa, Scott breathed heavily, back to his normal size. That was weird. Just focus on your breathing, Pym said calmingly. Are you all right? Yeah, I think so. Scott nodded as he regained his breath. Good, you'll get used to switching back and forth like that soon enough. Pym said reassuringly. And when Scott could finally breathe normally again, Hope stepped up. All right, let's move on with the lesson. When you're small, energy is compressed so you have the force of a 200-pound man behind a fist 1/100th of an inch wide, you're like a bullet. You punch too hard, you kill someone, too soft, it's a love tap. In other words, you have to know how to punch. Scott scoffed. I was in prison for 3 years, of course I know how to punch. Show me. She says as she puts up her hands. Oh, this is going to be fun. Peter comments as he materializes a bucket of popcorn in his hands and turned to Pym. You want some? Hesitantly taking a handful of the food, and studying it to see if it was real, Pym couldn't help but be amazed by Spider-Man's spectacular powers. Just how far do his abilities actually go? He wondered in awe as he ate a piece of buttery popcorn. While the two spectators were munching on their snacks, Scott wound his arm back, balled his fist, and hit Hope's hand. Seriously? She raised a questioning brow as his limp fist hit her outstretched hand. That was terrible. Your daughter can probably hit harder than that. You want to show me how to punch? Scott asks as if she couldn't do any better. Go ahead. Show me. Just as she did, he puts up his open hand, waiting for her to hit it. Suddenly, Hope smirks as she steps forward and punches him in the face, knocking him off of his feet. That's how you punch. She comments as she stared triumphantly down at him. She's been looking forward to this. Pym comments with a shake of his head. I can tell. Peter nodded beside him. Hope trained in martial arts at a difficult time. Pym reveals. By a difficult time, he means when my mother died. Hope corrects her father. We lost her in a plane crash. Pym says, eyeing Peter as if to say, keep quiet. After all, if Peter had a high enough clearance in the government to learn about him, then he most likely knows what really happened to his wife. And of course, this look didn't go unnoticed by his daughter, though she decided to pretend otherwise, as she can ask her questions later when her overprotective father wasn't around. It's bad enough you won't tell me how she died, could you please stop telling me that lie? We're working here. She scoffs as Scott is still recovering from her punch. All right, princess, let's get back to work. Were you even going for the hand? Scott asks in exasperation. You know what? Peter vanishes the popcorn and steps up. I should probably handle his hand-to-hand training. Why? You don't want a girl teaching your future Avenger. Hope asks sarcastically. No, in fact he'll probably receive basic training from a girl, Natasha, but as an Avenger we have to go through a bunch of specific high-level training, so it's best if I get him started on the basics early. Peter says as he reaches a hand out and helps Scott back to his feet. Thank you. Scott whispered as he knew Peter was saving him from getting used as a punching bag to release all of Hope's bottled-up anger. I got you. Peter says as he waves his hand and heals Scott's bruising face. Now let's start with the basics. And so they trained for hours, practicing shrinking and growing, dodging obstacles, and sparring. Scott made mistakes and stumbled more times than he could count, but he never gave up. Hank and Peter encouraged him and gave him tips, and by the end of the day, he had improved a lot. He wasn't exactly ready to go out into the field, but he would be soon enough. Good job, Scott, Pym said, patting him on the back. You're a natural. Scott smiled, feeling grateful for their help. He knew he still had a lot to learn, but he was excited to keep going. He was finally starting to understand the power of the Ant-Man suit, and he was ready to use it. Let's not praise him too much. Peter cut in before the old man could feed Scott's ego any further. He had a very productive day, and after a few more productive days, he might just be ready. Yes, you're right. Pym nodded in understanding. Peter turned to Scott seriously. Remember, confidence is good, but overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. A/N, Darkest Dungeon. All right. Scott nodded jerkily. Good, now let's retire for the night and start again in the morning. Pym nodded as well, wishing somebody would have taught him that crucial lesson in his youth. Maybe Janet would still be alive. A/N, 1625 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone and I'll give you this sandwich police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 335, C335 heist begins. Smiling face with halo, insert heartwarming gifs here, most likes wins smiling face with halo. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Moaning Frodo, trophy, A/N, I am forever a peasant. After a few days, Scott and his team of personal trainers stood in the basement, finished with his usual daily warm-up. You know, I think this regulator is holding me back. Scott fiddles with the regulator on his suit. Do not screw with the regulator. Hank snapped in warning. If it's compromised, you'd go subatomic. Instantly, Scott stopped what he was doing and held his hands in the air. What does that mean? It means that you'd enter the quantum realm. Hank explains vaguely. Question mark. Scott continued to look at him, waiting for an answer that he could actually understand. It means that you'd enter a reality where all concepts of time and space become irrelevant as you shrink for all eternity. Pym explains in a grave tone. Everything that you know and love, gone forever. All right. Scott nodded dumbly as he kept his hands far away from the regulator. Don't touch the regulator. Got it. Basically, the regulator controls the degree of size reduction, giving the wearer of the suit a sort of safety net from any accidents. All right, that's enough of that. Peter steps up. It's time for your hand-to-hand training. Nodding with a bit of dread clear on his face, Scott followed Peter to an open space and prepared himself for the beating that was coming his way. Remember to go easy, okay? I'm old, you know. Scott asked hopefully. I always go easy on you. Peter shrugs as he motions for Scott to come forward. Now quit talking nonsense and start. Gulping anxiously, Scott let out a resigned sigh as he rushed forward and threw a fist at Peter's face. And before he knew what happened, Scott's fist hit nothing but air as he suddenly found himself flipped upside down, crashing face up on the padded floor. Up. Peter ordered as Scott's daily beating officially began. At first, Scott was happy with his training, as he knew Peter wouldn't just beat him for fun, like a certain woman in the room, but he was soon served a big helping of reality. As a man who would be an Avenger and go out into the field before his basic training was finished, Peter decided that he would take Scott's training very seriously. Of course, he didn't like that Scott would be going into the field so early, but he also knew that this was needed for Scott to officially become Ant-Man. Which is why Peter isn't going to do Scott's job for him. After all, he could easily handle Cross and the yellow jacket suit right now and still be back in time for lunch. Especially since Peter can easily shrink and grow himself with the reality stone. But sadly, this is a challenge that Scott needed to overcome on his own. Though Peter would be sure to watch carefully and provide assistance when needed. Once Darren Cross is taken care of, I'll make sure Scott's benched until basic training is finished. Peter reasoned to himself. Once Scott was beaten black and blue and healed back to brand new with a wave of Peter's hand, it was now Hank and Hope's turn to teach. You've learned about the suit, but you've yet to learn about your greatest allies, the ants. Loyal, brave, and your partners for every situation. Hank explains as various ant colonies crawled across the floor, each with their own unique characteristics. Hope stepped forward and pointed to a colony of ants that were crawling around in a frenzied manner. This is the crazy ant, also known as Paratrachina longicornis. They're called crazy ants because they move so quickly and erratically. Scott observed the ants for a moment before turning to Hank. What can they do for me? They're lightning fast, making them good mounts, but most of all, they can conduct electricity which makes them useful to fry out enemy electronics. Pym explained. Hope then walked over to another colony and pointed to a large ant with a menacing-looking stinger. This is the bullet ant, or Paraponera clavata. Yeah, we've met. Scott comments, as he woke up to them surrounding him only a few days ago. Hope continues. They're known to have the most painful sting of any insect. Scott nodded as he already knew this. The venom from these ants can be used as a powerful sedative, said Hank. If you need to take someone out quickly, just release a few of these ants near them. The sting will knock them out cold and even kill depending on how many there are. Hope then moved on to the third colony. These are carpenter ants, Camponotus pennsylvanicus. They're known for their strength and ability to tunnel through wood. Scott nodded like the good student he currently was. They can help you create tunnels and pathways through wood, explained Hank. I mainly use them for their flight ability, though not all of them have wings. Finally, Hope walked over to the last colony and pointed to a group of ants that were scurrying around in a frenzy. These are fire ants, Solenopsis geminata. They're called fire ants because their sting feels like you're being burned. Scott raised an eyebrow. What can I use them for? These ants can be used for defensive purposes, said Hank. If you need to create a barrier around yourself, just release a few of these ants. Their stings will deter anyone from getting too close. Maybe I should make some poke balls for him. Peter thought as he pictured Scott throwing a ball at his enemies and screaming, "Fire ants. I choose you." After explaining everything about the ants, Scott was forced to shrink down and bond with them. After all, he would be taking up the mantle of Ant-Man, and the ants that Pym specially cultivated throughout the years came as a package deal. A/N, I don't actually know how he controls the ants, but for now I'm just going to keep it vague. If anyone has some info for me, or a link to some info, I'd be very appreciative. While Scott was awkwardly bonding with the ants, and even named one of them Anthony, an alert could be heard sounding from the security room. Question mark. Everyone, including Scott who grew back to normal size, walked over to the usually hidden room to see what was happening. Hmm. Peter hummed as he saw movement on one of the cameras upstairs. Isn't that your bad guy? Pym's eyes go wide. Wait here and keep quiet, he said, and rushes away to deal with their resident villain. Pym emerged upstairs and paced to his living room to find Darren Cross standing there, admiring an old picture of them together, looking like a proud father and his son. Darren. How the hell did you get in here? Pym asked in annoyance. You left the front door open, Hank. It's official. You're old. Darren smirks. Well, to what do I owe this pleasure? Pym said, though, with his tone of voice, Cross could tell that it was more of a displeasure. I have good news. Cross smiles happily. Pym raised a brow, waiting for him to spit it out already. Pym Tech, the company you created, is about to officially launch the first line of Yellow Jacket suits. Soon enough, every global power will be outfitted with at least one of its very own Yellow Jackets. We're anticipating 15 billion in sales tomorrow alone, he says, but Pym still didn't reply. You're welcome, by the way. Pym refused to give him any satisfaction and kept his mouth shut. I should have shredded this little sh*t's resume the second I saw it. Cross smiled, enjoying this situation. The buyers will arrive tonight, and I know this is odd, but I'd like you to be there. This is my moment and I want you to see it. Pym couldn't help but roll his eyes at his former assistant's sadistic attitude. Sure, I'll be there. After some more small talk, which consisted of Cross continuously rubbing dirt in his former mentor's face, Cross swaggered out of the house, happy with his visit. And when he was gone, Scott and Hope rushed up the stairs followed by Peter. He knows. He's baiting you. Hope paces up to her father in worry. We have to be careful. Realization suddenly flashed over Hope's face. Do you think he knows I was here? After all, her position as a double agent was very important. There's no way. Pym shook his head back and forth. It's possible. Peter added. It's better to be safe than sorry, so if I were you, I'd avoid being alone with him from now on. Nobody doubted Peter's words. After all, he had the most experience in things like this. Well, technically Pym would be considered experienced as well, but he's been rather rusty ever since his retirement. I don't believe we have the luxury of training anymore, Pym said. I agree. Peter nodded as he took a seat on the nearby sofa. So, what's the plan? Well. Hours later, as the sun began to set, a tiny ant-sized golden portal opened on the rooftop of Pym Technologies. As the portal formed, a red and black helmet poked out, cautiously surveying the area before stepping out onto the roof. All right, I'm on the roof of the target building. A/N, 1569 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone please, smiling face with hearts, asterisk holds knife menacingly, asterisk kitchen knife, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 336, C336 Unintended Defenses. Smiling face with horns, insert sadistic gifs here, most likes wins, smiling face with horns. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, .complex, trophy, A/N, I was so close this time, loudly crying face. Darren Cross and Hope Van Dyne stood in the lobby of Pym Technologies, waiting for Hank Pym to arrive. The air was tense as they both knew that today would be a pivotal moment for their company's future, though for different reasons. Cross was basking in his success while Hope was secretly plotting his downfall. Suddenly, the doors opened, and in walked Hank Pym, looking as stern and determined as ever. Welcome, Hank, Darren said, stepping forward to greet him with a smirk. We're ready to begin the meeting. Hank nodded curtly and followed them to the conference room where the high-profile buyers were waiting. As they walked, Darren couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction knowing that he was selling the Yellow Jacket suit right under Hank's nose. Once they arrived, Hank was met with representatives from all over the world. Whether it be governments, companies, or organizations, everyone was interested in owning a Yellow Jacket. Welcome everyone. Darren smiled charmingly toward his esteemed customers. As Hope and Pym took their seats, a familiar voice echoed in both of their ears. All right, I'm on the roof of the target building. Instantly, the father and daughter exchanged a knowing glance with one another, both hoping that their plan would go smoothly. Cross seemed to notice this odd behavior. But thankfully, he had many buyers to deal with right now, so he saved his suspicions for later. Why don't we just skip the formalities and go straight to the product? Cross offers and receives nods all around. Good, then please follow me. The Yellow Jacket suits are too precious to bring out of the vault, after all. Meanwhile, Scott crouched on the rooftop of Pym Technologies, studying the building below. Behind him stood a battalion of ants that followed him through the portal, obediently awaiting his command. Okay, Scott, you ready? A voice crackled in Ant-Man's helmet. It was Peter, who was stationed back at Pym's security room. With his ghost laptop, he was able to easily hack into the building's security and act as Scott's eyes and ears. "Ready as I'll ever be," he replied. "What am I looking for?" "There should be a small exhaust vent on the south side of the roof," Peter answered readily. Asterisk munch. Munch, munch asterisk. "Are you eating?" Scott asks in disbelief. "Yeah, munch, I ordered pizza," Peter answered between bites. "Seriously?" Scott sighed in exasperation as he hopped on Anthony and went searching for the vent alongside his Ant army. As Cross led the group of buyers toward the vault, he turned to Pym, a smug smile permanently gracing his lips. "You know, I'm really enjoying myself," he says tauntingly. "You tried to hide your technology from me, and now it's gonna blow up in your face. How great is that?" Pym merely scoffed and ignored him as they drew closer to the vault. "Found it," Scott called out as he spotted the pipe-sized vent. Scurrying over, Scott swiftly rode his ants inside. It was dark and dusty, and Scott had to rely on Peter to guide him through the maze of ductwork. "Good, follow this vent down as far as it goes and then make a right." Peter's voice echoed in his ears, giving him directions and shutting down any sensors or defenses along the way. As they made their way through the maze of vents, they started finding signs of old spider webs here and there. "Ah." Scott grunts as he watches the webs cautiously. "Spidey, we may have a problem." "What's up?" Peter answered as he turned to watch the camera on Scott's helmet. "Oh, that's not good." "Yeah." Scott agreed. "I haven't seen one yet, but you don't happen to control spiders, do you?" No, I can't." Peter answered negatively. "Well, I might be able to, but I've never tried." "Great." Scott commented sarcastically. "Some Spider-Man you are." "Hey, I can do a lot of other dash," Peter complained, though he stopped as he caught sight of something in Scott's camera. "That doesn't look good." F***CK. Scott blurted out as he saw what was at the end of the vent. Across from him stood a spider. The spider was an enormous behemoth, towering over everything in its path. Its body was the size of a few elephants, with springy, jagged legs that seemed to stretch on forever. Its exoskeleton was a deep, glossy black, shimmering in the dim light, while its eyes were beady and menacing, glowing an eerie red in the darkness. As it moved, the spider emitted a low, guttural growl, which sent shivers down the spines of Scott and his army of ants. Its legs made a crunching sound as they hit the metal floor, and its sharp, jagged fangs were visible, dripping with discolored venom. Though that wasn't even the scariest part. As soon as the spider noticed their arrival, it fidgeted in surprise, which wasn't good, as it immediately released its offspring. That's right, it pretty much gave birth in an instant. A/N, Google spider gives birth. It's freaky. Scott couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the spider give birth, releasing countless smaller spiders that were still twice the size of his ants. The swarm of spiders immediately rushed toward Scott and his battalion of ants, followed by their much larger mother. "Scott," Peter called out over the comms. "You may want to use what I gave you." Snapping out of his shock, as the herd of newborn spiderlings stampedes his way, Scott reached down and grasped a Kree blaster pistol on his hip. Knowing that the yellow jacket suit had built-in lasers, Peter thought it best to give Scott his own blaster in order to even the odds. Without a word, as he didn't have the time, Scott pulled his sleek blaster from its holster, turned it to fully automatic, and opened fire. Pew 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 pew, A/N, the pews are back. One by one, the red laser bolts tore through the spiderlings, butchering them right in front of their mother. "This feels wrong," Peter commented as his fellow spiders were slaughtered. Of course, the ants alongside Scott weren't ones to back down from a fight either. Avoiding the area with the most lasers, they bravely charged toward the spiderlings, biting and stinging them with all their might. The ants' fierce attacks were enough to slow down the swarm, giving Scott enough time to pick them off from a distance. But the mother of these depleting spiders wasn't going down without a fight either. Although she didn't care about their deaths, as she truthfully planned to eat many of them when they hatched, that didn't mean she wouldn't avenge her children. Seeing that the mother was about to make her move, Scott left the few remaining spiderlings to his ants and ran forward, shooting in the giant spider's direction as they grew closer to one another. Maneuvering his way through the battlefield, Scott was protected by his ants as he arrived face to ugly giant spider face with the mother. And when he was within range, she stomped her spiky front legs down at him, hoping to end the fight with one simple move. Of course, Scott wasn't stupid enough to remain still. No, he continued forward under the pitch-black spider's body, and held his blaster upward, opening fire toward its underbelly. Pew 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 pew. By the time Scott ran out from under the backside of the towering spider, its body was full of smoking holes, producing a cooked meat smell throughout the vent. And as the mother spider collapsed to the ground, twitching until its inevitable death, the last of its children were swarmed by the ants, officially ending the battle. Scott and his battalion of ants emerged victorious, but not without a few battle scars. Scott looked down at his ant friends, proud and sad at the same time. Although they won, not all of them managed to make it out alive. Among the spider carcasses lay 8 fallen ant brethren. Whine, whine. The ants belonging to the colonies of those that died mourned their deaths before turning back to Scott, waiting for his orders. Great job, team, he said, smiling warmly at them. Now let's go finish the job. Back in the security room, Peter felt a little jealous. Maybe I should build a loyal spider army too. Outside of PIM Technologies' high-security vault. This is a little over the top, don't you think, Darren? Pim commented as he watched his former assistant go through a dozen different security hurdles to open the imposing vault door. Confirming authorization. No. Cross answered as the vault's computer scanned his eyes and hands at the same time. You can never be too safe these days. Access granted. Suddenly, the vault door swung open, revealing a high-tech bank-style vault. At the back of the vault stood a sealed set of shelves, filled with dozens of tiny capsules. And each capsule contained its own tiny action figure-sized yellow jacket suit. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the first line of yellow jacket suits. Cross spoke grandly. Feel free to take a closer look. Instantly, the buyers eagerly rushed inside and inspected the yellow jacket suits, nodding in approval as they admired the capsules. Darren was all smiles, enjoying the success of his creation. Meanwhile, Hank watched with a scowl on his face. Is this it? Scott asked as he and his aunt stood above an especially thin vent pipe. Yup, that should lead to the vault. Peter's voice answered in his ear alongside the clacking of fingers on a keyboard. You can jump down whenever you're ready. I already disabled the defenses. Scott turned to his army of ants and gave them a quick salute. Well, here goes nothing. He said as he hopped down the hole. A/N, 1646 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone pretty please, smiling face with halo, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 337, C337 Peter's Heist. Flushed face, insert masochistic gifs here, most likes wins flushed face. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, _justice, trophy, A/N, I medium light skin tone nose I have no more tears to shed. Embarking on one of the most dangerous heists of his life, Scott Lang leaped down the narrow pipe, readying himself for whatever he would find on the other side. Thankfully, Peter already shut down all of the sensors and lasers. Otherwise, Scott would have tripped the alarm before being sliced into finely diced pieces. Will it be a trap like in the movie? Peter wondered as he watched through the monitors. The wind whistled past Scott as he plummeted through the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of light ahead and he braced himself for impact. He shot out of the bottom of the pipe and performed a perfect superhero landing. His heart raced as he looked around, though he didn't like what he saw. Immediately, Scott realized he had been caught in a sealed glass box at the center of the vault with everyone inside staring at him, including Darren Cross, who had his face rather close to the glass. Hi there, little guy. Cross said, a wicked grin on his face. I knew you would come. Scott tried to bang on the glass, hoping to break it open, but it seemed to be bulletproof. He looked around for a way out and noticed that the pipe up above was still open, though it was supposed to have closed by now. Don't worry, I won't leave you trapped. Peter's reassuring voice echoed in his ear. He tried to reactivate the lasers, but I kept them off. Does he know? Scott asks in a hushed whisper. He shouldn't. Peter replies. As Scott was whispering to himself in the miniature cell, Cross turned to his former mentor. I always suspected that you stashed away a suit somewhere, which begs the question, who is the new Ant-Man? Who is the man that my beloved teacher trusted even more than me? Cross pauses for a moment and looks expectantly toward the glass cell. Seeing the bad guy call him out, Scott reached up to open his helmet. Stop. Peter called out over the helmet. Huh? What? Scott whispered as everyone around watched him in interest. He doesn't know who you are, so why are you about to reveal yourself? Peter was shocked that he had to explain this. First rule of being a hero. Keep your identity a secret. Huh? What about Stark? He doesn't hide. Scott asks in confusion. Does Stark have a daughter that he has to protect? Peter asked as if Scott were a blubbering idiot. You do know that revealing yourself could put her in danger, right? In the movie, Cross managed to figure out that it was Scott who was in the Ant-Man suit, which subsequently put his daughter, Cassie, in danger, but luckily, that didn't seem to be the case anymore. It's probably because I saved him from getting arrested. Peter thought. Oh, right. Scott muttered as he quickly removed his hand from the button that opens his mask. What? Feeling shy? Cross asked sinisterly. Well, that doesn't matter. I'll just have to look you up after peeling that suit off your rotting corpse. Darren, don't do this. If you sell to these men, it's going to be chaos. Pym spoke, eliciting cold glares from the many buyers. I already have. Cross scoffed with a smirk. This was all just a show to draw you out. The money was already transferred and all that's left is for them to take their property. He motioned to the wall filled with yellow jacket suits. But before that, Cross reached into his pocket and pulled out a small capsule full of a luminescent yellow liquid, showing it off to the buyers. But I'll be keeping the particle to myself. After all, they don't run on diesel. If you want the fuel, you'll have to come to me. Cross says as he turns to Pym. What do you call the only man who can arm the most powerful weapon in the world? The most powerful man in the world. Pym answered in dread. While Peter was watching all of this happen from the safety of Pym's security room, he couldn't help but eye the shelves filled with yellow jacket suits, as well as the fuel, which was on display next to them. I'm sure he won't miss a suit or two. Peter thought as he waved his hand. Instantly, 4 tiny portals opened in front of him, depositing 4 capsules into his lap. 2 sets of yellow jacket suits and the fuel to go along with it. With the goods in hand, Peter pulled out a flash drive and opened yet another portal. This time leading to Darren Cross' personal lab/workshop. Reaching his hand in, Peter plugged the drive into Cross' workstation and watched as the screens lit up, bypassing every bit of security before downloading a copy of everything that he wanted. Minutes later, Peter's theft was finished and he took the drive back before closing the portal, leaving the lab exactly as he found it. I'll have to study the fuel and make some alterations to the suit before finding 2 people worthy enough to use them. Peter thought as some ideas came to mind. One of which is Natasha, who would make good use of this type of tech. Especially after he alters the suit to fit the Black Widow aesthetic. Hiding his spoils in a portal, Peter turned his attention back to the monitors, where chaos was starting to ensue. Darren, what are you doing? Hope exclaimed as she watched Crossmen pull their guns and take aim at her father. It's too late for him, Hope. Your father sealed his fate when he lied and refused to pass down his research to me. Now, he's going to pay for his mistake. Cross said indifferently. Hank stood his ground, determined not to show any weakness. Of course, I wouldn't give you my research, and it seems that I made the right decision. The only regret I have is taking you in. I should have wiped my A*S with your resume as soon as I saw it. His former mentor's words seemed to strike a chord in him, causing Cross to grind his teeth as he turned to his men. Kill him. And just as they were about to pull the trigger, 2 bright golden portals opened up beneath both Hank and Hope. Sending the 2 of them falling as they disappeared from the vault, leaving Darren and his men bewildered as the portals snapped shut soon after. What the hell just happened? One of the buyers exclaimed. Boom, but before they could think properly about what they witnessed, a loud explosion was heard from behind. Ugh. Hank grunted as he fell onto the padded training mat in his basement, his daughter beside him. As they landed on the ground, Hank looked around, trying to figure out where they were. We're back home. Hope muttered in confusion. Yeah, you're welcome by the way. A voice calls out from across the room. Turning their heads, the father and daughter found Peter peeking his head out from the security room. Instantly, they realized that they were saved by Spider-Man. If you can just open portals like that, why didn't we use that to steal the suits? Pym asked incredulously. If it was so easy to get into the vault, then they could have ended this days ago. Well, this is Scott's admission trial for the Avengers. If I helped him too much, then that would be cheating. Peter shrugs uncaringly. This is serious. Hope spoke up in anger. Scott's still trapped there. Yes, and those suits are about to be sold. This isn't a time for trials. Pym lectured. Well, to me this is a rather tame situation. As for Scott. Peter peeks over at the monitors. Who said he was still trapped? As Hope and Pym disappeared from the vault, Scott didn't seem to notice as he was too busy preparing his escape. Although the pipe leading to the glass cell was still open, going that way wasn't exactly viable, so he decided to do something rather dangerous. Pulling a small disc with a blue shine from his belt, Scott didn't think much as he tossed it at the glass wall. As he did so, Scott recalled Pym's earlier words. Here, use these if you need them. Just throw them at your target. Red shrinks and blue expands. Careful not to damage them. The outcome could be rather explosive. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Scott repeated as he pulled his Kree blaster and opened fire. As the blue expansion disc hit the wall, it was immediately struck by a bright laser bolt, breaking it in half. Boom. A loud explosion rocked the cell, shattering the thick bulletproof glass, and breaking it open. What the dash? Cross muttered as he turned just in time to see Ant-Man dive out of the destroyed trap, growing back to his normal size in an instant. Hey, mother asterisk cur. Scott greeted him with a heavy punch to the face, sending Cross falling to the floor. A/N, 1526 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over the gemstone because Morgan Freeman is always watching, raising hands police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 338, C338 Battle of the Bugs. ZZZ insert sleepy gifs here, most likes wins ZZZ. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Hazer 0508, trophy, A/N, a new king rises to the throne, crown. Suddenly, as Cross collapsed to the floor, holding his bleeding nose, his armed henchmen raised their guns once again, surrounding his attacker. What are you waiting for? Cross berated them as he picked himself off of the vault floor. King kill him already. Without hesitation, the henchmen gripped their guns tightly and pulled the trigger, but Scott was too quick for them. He shrunk down to the size of a pinhead and watched as a barrage of bullets flew past his tiny body. Scrambling to search the vault, none of the gunmen noticed a small figure dashing between their legs, punching and kicking their lower bodies, which caused them to trip and stumble over. Ugh. F***CK. Where is he? Some simply tripped due to the blow they took, but others wailed in pain as their legs broke in random places. And as they tried to regroup, Scott surprised them by growing to his full size, appearing out of nowhere and launching a quick punch before shrinking again, disappearing from view. Over and over, this continued as the highly trained PIM technology security team was made to look like inexperienced newbies in front of the power and abilities of Ant-Man. Meanwhile, Cross watched from the shadows, gritting his teeth in frustration as Ant-Man made quick work of his men. Realizing he needed to even the odds, Cross reached into his pocket and pulled out a capsule, which held his own personal yellow jacket suit. Cross scowled as he looked between the capsule and his diminishing security team. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Rushing out of the vault, followed by his many buyers who didn't want to be Ant-Man's next target when the henchmen were finished, Cross quickly opened the capsule, enlarged the suit, and threw it on over his very expensive slim-fit business suit. All whilst listening to the many complaints of his customers. Of course, they wanted to take what they'd purchased and leave, but the case that held the first line of yellow jacket suits was locked up tight. So, they could only lodge their complaints and hope that Cross wasn't beaten. Or else their trip and payment would be all for nothing. And as his helmet locked into place, Cross stood menacingly in front of the crowd of clients, his two bug-like blasters arched on his back. "Shut up!" he yelled. "Leave, I'll take care of it." Of course, they wouldn't argue with a man in a high-tech killing machine, so the group turned and left. But as they rushed out of the building, one giant golden portal opened up under their feet, dropping them into a big cell back at the Avengers Tower. Back in the security room of Pym Manor, where Peter, Hope, and Pym were watching the whole situation. "Did you just do that?" Hope asked in shock as they all watched the buyers get swallowed by a giant portal. "Yup." Peter shrugged nonchalantly. "Anyone who wants to buy something like this is probably up to no good. I'll have some agents at the tower check their backgrounds and interrogate them." Hope and Pym exchanged a look, realizing just how easy it would be for their web-slinging acquaintance to deal with this entire situation. After sending the complainers away, Darren Cross returned to the vault, donning in his yellow jacket suit, feeling dangerous. He had left his henchmen behind to distract Scott, and now he was ready to fight. As he entered the vault, he expected to see his men struggling against an unbeatable opponent, but instead, he found them on the ground, unconscious and injured. There was no sign of Ant-Man. Darren knew better than to let his guard down. Ant-Man was probably still lurking around, waiting for a chance to attack him. And just as he thought, a tiny Ant-Man jumped down from the top of the vault door and attacked. He tried to swat his small assailant away, but Ant-Man was too quick. He was the size of a pin and darted around, avoiding Cross blows. Frustrated, Cross shrunk down as well, hoping to get a better shot at Ant-Man. The two stood across from one another, atop the left butt cheek of one of the fallen guards. "There you are," Cross said. "Are you ready to die all alone?" The two antenna-style blasters on his back glowed dangerously. Without waiting for a reply, he started firing toward Scott, though his target managed to dodge with a few side steps, each laser burning a tiny hole in the unconscious guard's pants, zapping his butt cheek underneath. Dodging one last laser, Scott turns to his enemy. "Who said I was alone?" Suddenly, a swarm of countless ants climb up the guard's body, surrounding the two of them completely. "Oh, sh*T. Cross mutters, realizing that the fight might end up being more challenging than he originally thought. "Get him," Scott ordered, and the ants rushed forward. "Go. Go. Go." Cross tried to make a break for it, but the ants blocked his path, swarming over him like a living wave. Jumping all over the place, Cross did his best to run from the swarm as he unloaded his blasters on them, but they just kept coming, biting and crawling all over him. Even when he left the ground, hoping to get a moment of reprieve, Cross was surprised to find some of the ants taking to the sky, following him like fighter jets. Soon enough, Scott joined the fray among his insect allies. Riding Anthony, Scott joined his air team in the sky, chasing after their target in AV formation with Scott at the front. Where are you running? Scott asks as he pulls his Kree blaster and starts firing in cross direction. I thought you were going to kill me. Is it just me, or is this a bit comical? Peter muttered. I mean, when they're so tiny it feels like it's not even real. It's like I'm watching a battle between the world's smallest action figures. Hope and Pym didn't know how to reply to that. In and out, Darren dodged the many lasers coming at his back. Where the hell did he get that thing? He wondered. Landing quickly, Cross understood that he was probably better off on the ground. Watching as a herd of ants rushed his way, whilst Scott and his air unit were a bit farther behind, Cross waited for the perfect moment before growing back to his normal size. And as he did, it just so happened that the army of flightless ants was only a step away. Take this, you little pests. Cross swiftly raised his leg, hovering over the ants. No. Scott screamed as he nudged Anthony forward. Hit the gas, buddy. As the bottom of Cross' boot descended on his army, Scott kicked off of Anthony's back, launching himself forward. Cross smirked victoriously, thinking he had won, though just as he was about to crush the weak little ants beneath his feet, Scott came flying over, grew to normal size in an instant, and used all of his momentum to send his boot into Darren's helmeted face. Pow! The hit connected and Cross was sent flying across the vault. Acting quickly, Scott re-shrunk himself again so that his fall wouldn't cause any sort of friendly fire. Hitting the floor, Scott frantically climbed to his feet. Are you guys okay? He asked and turned to find his army in perfect shape. Letting out a sigh of relief, Scott turned to Cross, who was picking himself back up off the floor. It's time to end this. You guys can leave the rest to me. The ant seemed reluctant as Scott kicked off of the ground, launching himself at his opponent. And before Cross could fully balance himself on his feet, Scott crashed into the front of his knee with all his strength. Crunch! Instantly, Darren's knee caved backward as his leg bent in a very wrong direction. After all, if Scott used all of his strength at this size, then his attacks would have the strength as a fired bullet. Arg! Cross screamed in pain as the weight on his mangled knee sent him tumbling to the ground once again. Growing back to normal size, Scott looked down at his enemy. You know, our suits may have their differences, but one thing is the same. The armor on them is practically non-existent. Ugh! You mother-f***, Cross yelled as he cradled his contorted leg, though he couldn't finish speaking as he felt little legs climbing up his suit, seeping in through the cracks. Arg! Get them off. I told you guys to leave it to me. Scott shook his head, though a fond smile graced his lips. As the ants started doing their work, especially the bullet ants, whose venom could sedate their victims, Scott noticed Cross reaching for something. In a last-ditch effort, Darren tried to shrink down, hoping to somehow escape while crushing the ants inside his suit in the process. But sadly, Scott was too quick. He darted to the floor and grasped Cross' hands, stopping him from hitting the button. Get off me! Darren screamed at the top of his lungs as he thrashed against his enemy's hold. Though it didn't last long. Within a few seconds, his arms and legs went limp, swiftly drifting off into a deeply sedated sleep. Okay, boys. Scott called out to his army. Bite M a few more times for good measure then come out. He's finished. As he spoke, a golden portal opened in the center of the room and out came the spectators, Peter, Hope, and Pym. Well done, Scott. Peter congratulated him as he stepped over a few of the unconscious henchmen. You passed the test. Welcome to the Avengers. A/N, 1663 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone stones gemstone or else, honeybee bzzzzzzz honeybee police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 339, C339 Recruitment. Zany face insert crackhead gifs here, most likes wins zany face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, Trophy, A/N, unamused face. The grand lobby of the Avengers Tower hummed with energy and purpose. Peter stands near the entrance, clad in his spider suit, his eyes scanning the crowd. Those passing by stare in awe, as Spider-Man very rarely ever comes to the lower floors of the tower, not to mention the main lobby, where thousands of people come and go every day. Finally, his gaze lands on a trio approaching him. Scott Lang looked like a kid on Christmas morning, his eyes wide with awe as he looked around the building. Beside him, Hope Van Dyne, aka the Future Wasp, exudes confidence with every step she takes. And there, walking alongside them is Hank Pym, a skeptical expression etched onto his aged face. After detaining Darren Cross and all of his cohorts, Peter and the group celebrated their win before going their separate ways. But before they split, Peter invited all three of them to the tower. Of course, Scott needed to come, as he would be joining the Avengers, but Hope and Hank were a different story. Hank didn't want to come, as he barely agreed with Scott joining the Avengers in the first place. After all, he's never liked the Starks and Tony is a high-level member of the Avengers, which makes a Stark his successor's boss. What is the world coming to? Pym thought at the time. As for Hope, thankfully, she wasn't as pessimistic as her father, though she wasn't overly excited either. "Hey, guys. Welcome to the Avengers Tower." Peter greeted them. "Come on, I'll show you around." Scott takes in the splendor of the tower, his voice filled with wonder. "Whoa, this place is amazing. What's is that?" He eyed an odd-looking checkpoint that everyone had to go through in order to enter the rest of the building. People in business suits walked into pods, which sealed shut and seemed to scan them before opening on the other end, allowing them into the building. Just some needed security. Peter shrugs. Hank, however, remained skeptical. He casts a discerning gaze around the lobby, his voice tinged with doubt. "Let's see if this place lives up to the hype, shall we?" He knew that the whole building was built and owned by the Starks, and he refused to allow any of it to impress him. No matter what. Undeterred, Peter led the group through the bustling lobby, maneuvering through the security while admiring the cutting-edge technology displays that adorn the walls. After showing them around, Peter brought Scott to his new apartment. "And finally, we have your apartment." Peter opened the door, enjoying the shocked look on Scott's face. "And my apartment?" Scott asked as they walked inside, eyeing the place in awe. "Yes, your apartment," Peter smirked under his mask. "Didn't I say that becoming an Avenger had many perks?" Scott couldn't keep the smile off his face. With this, he completed one more of his goals. Now, all that was left to do was to pay off his owed child support. Then he should be able to at least spend a little time with his daughter. "Thank you." Scott turned to Peter and said wholeheartedly. "You're very welcome." Peter nods. "But we're not done yet." Leaving the three of them in the living room, Peter walked over to the front door and came back with two other people. Matt Murdock, better known as Daredevil, and Foggy Nelson, his loyal partner. Both of them carried a pile of legal documents, looking ready for business. "Scott, this is Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson." Peter introduced them. "They'll be representing you in court." They exchanged glances. "Aren't they a bit young?" Pym asked as he had experience when it came to lawyers. In his experience, when choosing a lawyer, it's best to pick someone with more time under their belt. "Yes, but I assure you, Nelson and Murdock are the best lawyers in New York." Peter vouched for them. Scott nods, attempting to steady his nerves. There was nothing more he desired than to get joint custody of his daughter. After all, this was his chance to rectify the many mistakes he's made over the years. "So, what's the plan?" Scott asks eagerly. Foggy took a seat. "Well, if we're going to reopen your criminal case, then we'll need solid evidence to prove your innocence. And not just for the theft charges, but for your intentions as well," he said, as Peter already explained the situation to them. "Wait." Scott exclaimed in confusion. "I thought this was about Cassie." "Yes, but don't you think it would look better in court if you've been proven innocent?" Matt spoke from the side, leaning on his walking cane. "Yeah, but how long is that going to take?" Scott asks worriedly. After all, he didn't care about his criminal record. All that Scott wanted was custody of his daughter. Peter stepped forward. "You don't have to worry. I'll call in some favors to speed the whole thing along." Opening a small portal, Peter reached inside and pulled out a flash drive. "I've gathered all the information that you'll need," Peter says as he hands the drive to Foggy. "I've compiled evidence of the corruption within the company Scott was trying to expose. We can show that Scott was driven to commit those acts for the greater good." Matt's lips curved into a small smile, as he enjoys fighting corruption. Meanwhile, Foggy leans forward, his eyes locked on Peter. "And if his ex-wife refuses to share custody even after he's acquitted and his record is cleared?" he asks, his voice tinged with concern. Peter's face hardens under his mask. "Then we'll have to take it to court," Peter says, his tone resolute. "We'll fight for Scott's rights as a father and show all of the evidence of his changed circumstances and his commitment to his daughter's well-being. And if it comes down to it, we can invite some high-profile character witnesses to help things along. After all, what would the judge decide when Spider-Man comes walking into court?" Silence filled the room as everyone absorbed Peter's words. Once Nelson and Murdock took their leave after some necessary documents were signed, Peter introduced yet another member of the Avengers. Entering the apartment, Natasha Romanoff, the formidable Black Widow, approaches, dressed in her tactical gear. "Hello." Natasha greets everyone with a nod. "Ready to hand off our newest recruit?" Peter turns to Scott, offering him a reassuring smile. "Scott, this is Natasha Romanoff. She's going to take over your basic training from now on." Scott's nervousness becomes palpable as he addresses Natasha. "Ah, hi." Natasha returns the greeting, her smile warm and comforting. "Don't worry, you're in good hands. We'll get you up to speed in no time. Natasha is the best trainer that we have. She even taught me." Peter steps aside, allowing Natasha to take the lead. "Why don't you show Scott the training facilities?" After all, he'll be using them from now on. Natasha nods as she motions for Scott to follow along. Before they leave, Peter pats Scott gently on the back. "Good luck," he says, his voice filled with pity. "You're gonna need it." As Peter watched Natasha guide a nervous-looking Ant-Man away, he couldn't help but smile. The Avengers keeps growing. Peter thought pridefully. At this point, he was the official Avengers recruiter. Almost every member was recruited by him, which was an accomplishment that he was very proud of to say the least. Speaking of recruitment, once Scott and Natasha were gone, Peter turned to Hank and Hope. "Dr. Pym, Hope," Peter began, drawing their attention. "I've been meaning to ask, would you two like to join the Avengers as well? As scientists, of course. Your help would be invaluable. Especially you, Hank." Hank raised his head, his eyes meeting Peter's, his expression tinged with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "I appreciate the sentiment," Hank replied, his tone carrying the weight of his many years of experience. "But I'm afraid my time has long passed. I'm too old for this anymore." Peter's face fell slightly, disappointment etching itself upon his masked features. He had hoped to convince Hank of the importance of his contributions, but he understood nonetheless. Hope, on the other hand, regarded Peter with a contemplative gaze. Though she shared her father's concerns, an undercurrent of secret desires and aspirations pulsed within her. Peter's eyes met Hope's, and he couldn't help but notice a glimmer of something hidden in her gaze. It was a mixture of determination and longing. Though it wasn't toward him. Hope took a step forward, her voice filled with resolve and determination. "I'll join," she declared, her eyes darting briefly toward her father before returning to meet Peter's gaze. "I want to be closer to Scott, and this is an opportunity one can't ignore." Peter's eyebrows rose in surprise, a flicker of understanding lighting up his face. He had suspected that Hope's feelings for Scott were deeper than they appeared. And now, her small admission confirmed his suspicions. Although he knew this from the movies in his past life, he wasn't sure if they would still get together or not. And thankfully, her father remained silent, neither approving nor disapproving of her choice. "Good, welcome to the team." Peter was happy to hire at least one of them. "I'll have a private lab and apartment assigned to you by the end of the day. A/N, 1593 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll blow up your eyeballs, collision collision police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 340, C340 The Truth. Coat insert pervert gifts here, most likes wins coat. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Lightning God Wolf, trophy, A/N, face with symbols on mouth. After talking for a bit longer, Hank was done with his visit and was ready to go. And of course, they escorted him out, as Hope would be staying to deal with the employment process. On their way out, Pym's eyes widened as a carbon copy of a young Howard Stark appeared before him. "Ugh." Pym grunted in annoyance as he glared in Tony's direction. "Hey, webhead." Tony greeted with his trademark smirk. "What's with the grumpy old man? I see that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Hank deeply frowned as he walked past Tony, groaning to himself about self-absorbed egotistic Starks. "You don't have to show me out. I'll leave on my own." Entering the elevator alone, Pym ignored Tony and turned to his daughter. "Be sure to call and keep away from any Starks." "What the hell did I do to him?" Tony asked as the elevator closed and Hank disappeared. "Don't tell me I slept with his wife." "No, but your father might have." Peter shrugs. "Oh." After seeing Pym off and separating from Tony, Peter led Hope to a private laboratory within the Avengers headquarters. As they entered the large workshop/lab, Hope's eyes widened with awe at the sight before her. The lab was a technological marvel, equipped with cutting-edge tools and machinery. Hope took hesitant steps forward, her fingers gently brushing against the sleek surface of a workstation. She turned to Peter, a mix of gratitude and anticipation on her face. This is amazing. Is all of this really for me?" she asked hesitantly. Peter nodded with a smile under his mask. "Yes, this lab is all yours. You're part of the Avengers now, and we treat our brainiacs very well." Hope's eyes gleamed with excitement as Peter continued. "And speaking of everything you need, here's something to sweeten the deal." He handed her a folder containing documents. Hope opened the folder, her eyes widening further as she skimmed through the papers. It was a detailed breakdown of a generous research budget. "A budget?" she asked in shock. But that's just a copy of Dr. Banner's budget. I need to draw up yours and allocate the money. Though yours will be similar to his, of course. Hopefully, anything you research or create will help us in one way or another." Hope couldn't contain her joy, a wide smile gracing her face. "Thank you. This means the world to me," she said. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared under Peter's mask, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Oh, and one more thing. Your living arrangements. Hope tilted her head, curious about what Peter was about to reveal. I checked and the apartment directly across the hall from Scott is open. How convenient, huh? Peter spoke teasingly. After all, you want to be with him, right? Hope's cheeks flushed, a mixture of embarrassment and denial evident in her reaction. It's not like that. Scott and I are just friends. Nothing more. She stuttered out her denial unconvincingly. Peter's playful smirk grew wider. Are you sure about that? Those red cheeks of yours tell a different story. Hope's attempts to hide her feelings only made her blush deepen, giving away more than she intended. Mind your own business. She tried to sound intimidating, but it just wasn't working. Peter chuckled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Hey, take your time. Love is a tricky thing. Once the topic of romance was officially put aside, Hope turned to Peter with a serious look on her face. What's up? He asked, wondering why she suddenly became so serious out of nowhere. Hope took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts before she spoke. She had long suspected that her father, Hank Pym, had lied about her mother's fate and now was the perfect opportunity to ask. The plane crash story never quite added up, and she knew there was more than he let on. With Peter being a high-ranking member of the Avengers and well-connected with the government, he seemed like the best person to approach for answers. Especially after seeing how him and Hank interacted. Hope felt that Peter knew something, and her father didn't want him to say. I need to. She began, her voice barely above a whisper, I need to ask you something important. About my mother. Peter's expression softened, realizing where this was going. He set aside his joking manner, giving Hope his full attention. Hope continued, her voice filled with a mix of vulnerability and determination. Hank always told me that my mom died in a plane crash, but I could never shake the feeling that he was hiding something. I knew he was lying to me. I just want to know the truth. Silence enveloped them for a moment as Peter considered his response. I know what happened to your mother, Hope, Peter said softly. And I'm more than willing to explain everything to you. You deserve to know the truth. Hope's eyes widened with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. She had carried this burden of uncertainty for far too long, and now, standing before her was someone who held the key to unveiling the secrets that had haunted her for years. Taking a deep breath, Peter began. I understand how important it is for you to know what happened to your mother, so I'll do my best not to leave anything out. During a mission with your father, your mother was forced to shrink herself to a subatomic level to disarm a Soviet nuclear missile. Peter explains, utterly shocking Hope. Wait. She exclaimed. Are you telling me that it wasn't just my father? She always thought that her father did his Ant-Man work alone. Yup, she was a hero too, just like your father. She was called the Wasp. They worked as a team. Peter explained. What happened next? She asked, her breath hitched, a mix of pride and grief washing over her. Peter pressed on, wanting to provide her with the closure she had sought for so long. Nothing. Peter answered with a shrug. She disappeared into the quantum realm, never to be seen again. She could be dead or she could be stuck, waiting for someone to save her. Or she could be continuously shrinking, but that's probably the worst-case scenario. Not including death, of course. Hope collapsed into a nearby chair, processing everything that she's been told. My mother could be alive. She asked. Peter nodded. Yes, it's one of the more likely possibilities. Instantly, Hope hopped to her feet and began pacing back and forth. Then we have to find her. But how the hell am I supposed to do that? Well, I'm almost positive that your father has been looking for a way to save her ever since the incident. Peter explains. So it might be best to work with him. Hope froze as she thought it over. No, he won't let me. And if I bring it up, he'll most likely try to stop me from finding her myself. She shook her head negatively. Hank Pym has been shielding his daughter from anything Ant-Man related for a very long time, so she didn't trust him to actually let her help in any meaningful way that mattered. Maybe if he was the one to tell her, then some of that lost trust would have been regained, but sadly, that didn't happen. If that's the case, then we could try something else. Peter offered, as he pulled out a flash drive. What's that? She asks. This is a copy of Darren Cross research data. Everything that you would need to make your own working Yellow Jacket suit. Peter explained as he held out the drive. You could finally make your own Ant-Man suit. No more asking Daddy for his. Of course, Peter already copied all of Cross data onto his laptop. Southwest the drive was useless to him now. Hope stared at the drive in shock. After all, she watched her father destroy all of the data in Darren's workstation, alongside his many Yellow Jacket suits, so she didn't know when Peter swiped a copy of it for himself. Though she didn't care. This was her golden opportunity. Wasp. Hope says, barely over a whisper as she takes the drive. It'll be a Wasp suit. She would follow in her mother's footsteps. Good, but I just want to make one thing clear. Peter says, his voice turning deadly serious. What? She asks curiously. You must be extremely careful with the regulator and anything to do with entering the quantum realm. Actually, let me be even more clear. Peter says as he stares her straight in the eyes. I don't want you entering the quantum realm without a sh*t-ton, and I mean a sh$t-ton of research and testing. I will not be responsible for any idiocy. If you want your mother back, then do things correctly. Am I clear? The room turned silent as Hope froze like a deer in headlights, unable to move a single inch under Peter's glare. Why yes, I swear. A/N, 1533 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone or I'll cut out your tongue, kitchen knife face with tongue sticking out police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 341, C341 Nosy Old Man. Smiling face with halo insert pure/innocent gifs here, most likes wins smiling face with halo. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, King of Cats Kuin, trophy, A/N, this is bullsh *T face with symbols on mouth. Peter stood alone in the spacious laboratory, the hum of machinery and the faint glow of futuristic technology surrounding him. Hope had just left after their conversation, her mind brimming with possibilities and newfound purpose as the newest member of the Avengers. And with the Yellow Jacket data, she wouldn't just be a scientist. No, she would be a real member of the Avengers, like Scott. But more than any of that, she was ready to get to work and find her mother. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders, but she would do her best to rise to the occasion. Leaning against a nearby wall, Peter let out a sigh, his thoughts drifting towards the enigmatic and no doubt furious figure who had been silently eavesdropping on their conversation. I know you're here. Come on out. We need to talk. Peter called out, his voice reverberating through the empty room. A sudden tremor rippled through the air, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. Peter watched in anticipation as a man in an old worn-looking Ant-Man suit appeared in front of him. And as the mask swung open, Hank Pym's grumpy face stared back at him. Hank had been watching their entire conversation, like a fly on the wall. But now, with Hope gone, it was time for the blowback from everything he just witnessed. He never planned on leaving the building in the first place. Hank simply needed to make sure that his daughter was settling in okay, like the extremely overprotective parent he is. So, when Tony appeared earlier, that gave him the perfect opportunity to start an argument and slip away. The aging scientist appeared stern and serious, his eyes fixated on the young Spider-Man. That wasn't your secret to tell, nor was it your data to give away either. Hank's voice carried a mix of disappointment, anger, and concern. You've crossed a line today. Revealing the truth about Janet's disappearance to Hope, that was not your place. Peter straightened himself, meeting Hank's gaze unwaveringly. I know, and I'm sorry. But Hope deserved to know the truth, to have closure. And she needed to understand the risks involved. Because I don't doubt that she would have gone down this path either way. I only gave her a head start. Hank's brows furrowed, and his tone hardened. You don't understand. The pain and guilt I carry for what happened to Janet, it's something I wouldn't wish upon anyone, especially my daughter. I've done everything in my power to shield her from the truth. Peter's resolve didn't waver as he countered, I get it. But she's a grown woman, capable of making her own choices. And she has the potential to do great things, just like you. You can't keep coddling her forever. Hank's expression softened slightly, a mix of paternal concern and lingering regret etched across his face. You're naive. Hope is my daughter, and I've lost too much already. The consequences of tampering with the fabric of reality, she doesn't fully grasp the weight of it all. Peter took a step forward, his voice steady. Then be there for her, you old fool. Join the Avengers. Protect her and guide her while you still can. You're the only one who can teach her how to navigate all of this, to make the right choices. You don't have to shield her from it or leave her to figure it out alone. There's always a middle ground. There was a moment of silence, the air heavy with unresolved tension. Hank studied Peter intently, his gaze flickering between determination and doubt. Slowly, he exhaled, his shoulders sagging ever so slightly. You truly believe in her, don't you? Hank's voice held a mixture of resignation and hope. Peter nodded, his eyes unwavering. I think if you didn't coddle her for so long, then she would have been much more than Darren Cross' assistant. She's strong, intelligent, and she wants to find her mother. With your guidance, she can accomplish incredible things. A brief, contemplative silence enveloped the room, broken only by the hum of technology. Soon, Hank's expression softened as he realized what he's done. Years of his protection have encumbered his daughter, stopping her from reaching her full potential. After all, she graduated top of her class at Harvard with a master's degree in physics, engineering, and molecular biology, yet that lead her to be nothing more than Darren Cross' assistant. It's laughable. The genius daughter of two outstanding minds reverted to an errand girl for some megalomaniac. Fine. Hank muttered as he collapsed into a nearby chair. You're right. I should have told her the truth long ago. My coddling has only made matters worse. It's good that you've realized that. Peter nods. So, how about it? Do you want to join the Avengers? You can work alongside your daughter. Hank remained silent, unsure as to what he should do. One day later. Hope Van Dyne stood in the center of her new state-of-the-art lab, the culmination of her dreams and aspirations. The Avengers welcomed her into their ranks, recognizing her exceptional skills and her unwavering determination to find her long-lost mother. Now, with access to their vast resources, she felt a renewed sense of purpose and a burning desire to make progress. So, this is your lab, huh? Scott asked as he walked around, poking everything in curiosity. Yes, and don't touch that. Hope exclaimed as she carefully placed some of her personal belongings around the room, family photos, fidget toys, figurines, etc. If you break anything, then I'm banning you from this room forever. Yes, ma'am. Scott muttered as he held his hands up and stepped away from the equipment. Hope knew that every detail mattered in her quest to recreate her mother's wasp suit. The flash drive Peter had handed her yesterday contained invaluable data, and she couldn't wait to delve into it and improve it, making it her own. As she reached for the flash drive, her fingers tingled with anticipation. This was the key that could unlock the secrets to her mother's whereabouts, the missing piece that could bring Janet back to their family. Plugging it into her workstation, which held a top-of-the-line Stark brand computer, she watched as the system recognized the device, and a multitude of files appeared on the screen. But just as Hope prepared to delve into the data, the imposing double doors to her lab swung open with a gust of air. Startled, the two turned around to find Spider-Man, entering the room, followed closely by her father, Hank Pym. The sight of her father in the Avengers headquarters was nothing short of a surprise. Just yesterday, he had declined the invitation to join them, stating his old age and reluctance to involve himself in their affairs. Hope's eyes widened as confusion mixed with curiosity. Hank? What are you doing here? She asked, her voice filled with genuine surprise. Peter smirked mischievously under his mask, stepping forward to answer on her father's behalf. Well, I figured you could use some extra help, and who better than your dad? He extended a hand toward the silver-haired scientist. May I present your new assistant, Dr. Hank Pym? Hope's gaze shifted from Peter to her father, her astonishment mounting with every passing moment. Hank Pym, the brilliant inventor and founder of Pym Technologies, was now standing before her, wearing a faint smile. Hope knew her father had his own reasons for declining the Avengers' invitation, yet here he was, offering his assistance with a smile. Her voice filled with a mix of surprise and skepticism, she addressed her father. Dad, why are you really here? I thought you wanted to distance yourself from all this. Hank's smile widened as he crossed the room to stand beside his daughter. Hope, my dear, I may have declined to be an Avenger, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to abandon you or your goals. Besides, I never agreed to be your assistant. He chuckled softly, his eyes shimmering with fatherly affection. Consider me your partner, your collaborator. Together, we'll find your mother. A surprised look flushed on her face. How do you know? She spoke but soon noticed Peter, waving at her from the doorway. I see. Telling her that her father, someone she already didn't trust very much, was spying on her yesterday probably wasn't a good idea. So, Peter would have to take the fall, and he didn't mind doing so. Although she wasn't happy with Spider-Man's big mouth, she couldn't exactly complain after everything he's done for her. Soon, a sense of warmth and gratitude washed over Hope as she realized the significance of her father's presence. Hank Pym, a man of immeasurable brilliance, experience, and knowledge, had chosen to stand by her side. It was just too good to pass up. After all, with his help, finding her mother would take a lot less time than she originally expected. Hope extended a hand towards her father, their palms meeting in a firm and reassuring grip. She looked into his eyes, a renewed determination blazing within her own. Fine. She whispered, her voice filled with heartfelt appreciation. Let's get to work. As Peter watched the exchange between the father and daughter, he couldn't help but smile, knowing that a formidable team was now assembled. Should we leave? Scott walked over to Peter and asked, as he didn't want to intrude on the family moment. Yeah, probably. A/N, 1596 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone, please pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 342, C342A Father's Loving Teachings. Bug insert creepy bugs images / gifs here, most likes wins bug, A/N. This prompt is in honor of the spider that I killed after it crawled on my leg and scared the sh*t out of me while I was writing. Rest in peace victory hand Peter Parker. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Moaning Frodo, Trophy, A/N, all rise and moan for the returning king crown. Peter swung through the New York City skyline, his red and blue suit blending seamlessly with the evening sky. The cool breeze caressed his masked face as he navigated through the bustling streets, his heart pounding with anticipation. Tonight, he was returning home after finally settling Hank and Hope into the tower, eager to see Lily and the rest of his family. As he found a secure spot to open a portal, Peter stepped into his bedroom, his senses tingling as the portal closed behind him. Something was different, something made him feel an undeniable surge of pride. With swift movements, Peter pulled off his mask and turned to see Lily, his beloved daughter, standing in the center of the room, her eyes gleaming with pride and accomplishment. "Lily." Peter called out, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and delight. "What's going on? Are you up to something?" He wondered if May or Graves sent her to get revenge for their last prank. Lily beamed, her petite frame brimming with confidence beyond her years. "Dad," she exclaimed, bounding toward him. "I did it. I finished the job you gave me." Peter's eyebrows arched in surprise, his curiosity piqued. "Job? What job?" With a triumphant grin, Lily began to recount her tale, her words pouring out with infectious enthusiasm. She spoke of how her father had tasked her with an incredible mission. To utilize the hand, the very ninjas he had subdued, to carry out the orders of their princess. Despite her young age, Lily had been the mastermind behind an intricate plan to uncover a hidden dragon graveyard nestled beneath Hell's Kitchen. Her bedroom had become her command center, a place where she strategized and guided the hand from the safety of her sanctuary. Through careful instruction, Lily had orchestrated the secret excavation of the dragon bones, the burial ground hidden away from the world. Peter listened intently, remembering exactly what she was talking about, his heart swelling with pride for his daughter. He loved the cute prideful smile that graced her lips as she vibrated with excitement. Truthfully, he thought it might take her longer, as he didn't know how big or deep the burial ground was, but an AI is just too overpowered. As Lily finished her recount of events, she looked up at Peter, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Dad," she said, her voice filled with excitement, "the hand is waiting for you. They've excavated all the dragon bones. They did it, just like I told them." Peter smiled warmly as he patted her head, his heart bursting with paternal pride. He took a moment to gather his thoughts. His daughter had not only completed the task he had assigned to her but had done it so quickly. After all, it's not easy to securely and secretly dig up the underground of a major city. "Lily, I am so proud of you," Peter said. Lily's grin grew even wider, and she threw her arms around Peter in a tight embrace. "Thanks, Dad. I couldn't have done it without you." Well, he did make her and tell the hand to follow her orders, so Lily isn't wrong, but without her involvement, it would have most likely taken far longer than this. Peter held his daughter close, savoring the moment before reluctantly separating from her. "I should probably go pick up the bones," Peter said, excited to see how much elixir he would be able to make now. But before he could leave, Lily grabbed a hold of his arm. "What's up?" Peter turned back and asked. "Dad," she began, her voice tinged with excitement, "can we go collect the dragon bones together? I want to see them." Peter's expression softened as he looked down at his daughter. He understood her curiosity and eagerness to see what was left of an extinct species. Well, technically they're endangered, Peter thought, as there is a dragon in Quinlan. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few more hiding out somewhere as well. With a nod, he motioned for her to follow him. "Come here," he replied, his voice filled with affection. "I've got something for you first." Intrigued, Lily followed her father to his desk, where he reached into a drawer and pulled out a folded piece of clothing, gleaming with red and blue hues. "It's a custom-made spider suit, like mine and your mom's," Peter explained, unfolding it for her to see. "I thought it was about time you had one of your own. Especially if we're going to meet the hand. Try it on." Lily's eyes widened with delight as she took the suit from her father's hands. And just like his, it disappeared upon contact, but she wasn't surprised. Seconds later, the suit appeared on her body, replacing her normal clothes. It was a perfect fit, tailored to her small frame, adorned with spider web patterns and the iconic spider emblem. Insert picture of Spider-Girl here. And just like her parents, Lily's suit came with a hood, which she could pull on whenever she wanted. Turning around, Lily stared in awe at herself in the mirror. "It's so cool," she muttered in shock at how good she looked. She couldn't believe her luck, feeling an incredible surge of excitement coursing through her veins. After suiting up, Lily stood before her father, her heart pounding with anticipation. Peter's eyes met hers, and he smiled, a mixture of love and confidence radiating from his face. "Now, my little spider girl," he said as he pulled his mask back on. "Let's go collect those dragon bones, shall we?" Lily's eyes lit up with joy as she grasped her father's hand. And with a wave of his free hand, Peter opened a portal to a tall skyscraper. Together, they stepped through the portal, but as they did, the bedroom door opened behind them, revealing Lily's grandmother, Grace. "Lily," Are you in? Grace poked her head in and froze on the spot, catching a glimpse of the two before the portal snapped shut, leaving the room empty. Instantly, Grace turned around and rushed down the stairs, a fearful and worried look on her face. MJ. May. She screamed. Peter stood atop the edge of a towering skyscraper, the bustling city spread out beneath him. A gentle breeze rustled his sleek red and blue suit, as he glanced over his shoulder, a warm smile forming on his face as he looked at his daughter, Lily. She stood beside him, her small frame adorned in her brand-new spider suit, specially made by her father with all the bells and whistles. Lily's wide eyes reflected a mix of excitement and nervousness as she fidgeted with her clothes. This was a defining moment, a rite of passage for all spider heroes. Are you ready, Lily? Peter asked, his voice laced with a blend of encouragement and paternal pride. Because if we're going to pick up the dragon bones, then you're going to need to learn how to swing. His own heart raced with anticipation, mirroring the adrenaline he had felt during his own first time. Lily nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. I think so, Daddy. The daddies always come out at times like this. With a gentle hand, Peter rested it on her small shoulder reassuringly. Remember, Lily, you have all the spider powers I have, including the organic web shooters. I know that I've been keeping you from using your powers too much, but now's the time to finally let loose. Trust yourself and your instincts. Her father's words brought a glimmer of determination to Lily's eyes. She took a deep breath, and her posture straightened, as though a newfound confidence began to blossom within her. Though that confidence couldn't fully erase the fear and nervousness she felt as she peered off the edge of the very tall building they were on. Peter's gaze shifted to the city, his eyes scanning for the perfect spot to initiate her training. He spotted a sturdy-looking fire escape in the distance, an ideal target for her first swing. See that fire escape over there? I want you to land on it, okay? He said, pointing with a gloved finger. Lily's eyes followed his gesture, and she nodded resolutely. Got it. Peter took a step back, allowing his daughter some space to prepare. He watched as she raised her arm, the sound of her organic web shooters firing into the air. Thin strands of webbing shot out, attaching themselves to the edge of the building, creating a sturdy line for her to start swinging from. Now, remember, it's all about timing and control. Peter advised, his voice calm. As you swing, keep your body loose and relaxed, just like you're floating on air. Lily nodded once again, her face a picture of determination, her eyes fixed on the fire escape in the distance. Taking a deep calming breath, Lily prepared herself. And with a swift motion, she propelled herself forward, her small body soaring through the open air. A mixture of fear and exhilaration coursed through her veins as she trusted her instincts, just as her father had instructed. Of course, Peter didn't sit still either. No, he rushed to follow after her, his heart pounding with a mixture of pride and concern. If she couldn't do it for one reason or another, then he would be right behind her, ready to catch her at any moment. He saw her adjust mid-swing, her movements becoming smoother, more controlled. Lily's expression transformed into one of pure joy as she arced through the sky, her laughter carried on the wind for him to hear. With a final twist and a graceful landing on the targeted fire escape, Lily came to a stop. Her chest heaved with exertion, a wide grin hidden under her mask. She had done it. She had swung like a true Spider-Man. Or rather, Spider-Girl. Peter's heart swelled with a mixture of emotions as he landed next to his daughter. He wrapped his arms around her in a tight embrace, pride radiating from his very being. You did it. Lily beamed up at him, her eyes sparkling with a newfound confidence. Hee. Of course, I did it. Separating for a moment, Peter looked down at his daughter in amusement. Feeling confident, are we? Then I guess you're ready to go again. He says as he shoves her off the fire escape. Oh. Lily screamed as she scrambled to shoot a web toward a nearby building. Daddy, I hate you. I love you too. Peter laughed as he dived off the fire escape, following his daughter's every move. A/N, 1786 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone. Please pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 343, C343. Gold medal insert winner gifts here, most likes wins gold medal. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Alien, Motherf * King, Warlord, B * TCH, Trophy, A/N, ha 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 ha. I'm back. Peter and Lily soared through the air, their bodies gracefully gliding across the New York City skyline. Their vibrant red and blue spider suits caught the attention of pedestrians below, eliciting awe and whispers of admiration. But as they approached their destination, a closed-off construction site in Hell's Kitchen, their suits swiftly morphed, the colors fading into a sleek, dark black. The transformation signaled a shift in their purpose, an imminent covert mission. After all, Spider-Man couldn't be seen with the hand. Even if they've been a force for good for a few years now. The duo landed silently within the confines of the construction site, their feet touching the cold concrete with barely a sound. The area was shrouded in darkness, broken only by the dim light of a few industrial light posts. Peter's keen senses detected a presence lurking in the shadows, and before long, they found themselves surrounded by a circle of masked figures. Each one donned the traditional garb of the hand ninja, their eyes piercing through the darkness as they knelt before the father and daughter. Years ago, Peter had subdued these very ninjas and emerged as their leader. A title he hadn't sought, but one he had embraced to ensure that the hand would never cause him any trouble again. The ninjas, bowing their heads, addressed him. Black Sky. They spoke the name they bestowed upon him. As the ninjas knelt, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Unmasked, his piercing gaze met Peter's, and he knelt before him, paying homage to the men who had reshaped the hand. This was Scythe, one of the fingers. Individuals whom Peter had strategically placed in positions of leadership within the hand to reshape the organization into something more than a ruthless killing machine. Scythe rose from his kneeling position, his gaze shifting from Peter to the young girl at his side. Princess, he addressed Lily, a note of reverence in his voice. Though this was the first time they had met in person, her invaluable aid and instruction helped in things like securing permits and acquiring the land for the excavation they were about to witness. Her remarkable hacking skills had proven instrumental to the hand's endeavors. With pleasantries exchanged, Scythe extended an arm toward the construction site. "Allow me to guide you," he invited, his voice showing a mixture of excitement and respect. "We've unearthed the dragon graveyard, thanks to the princess's efforts. It is a sight to behold." Curiosity flickered in Peter's eyes, but he turned to his daughter, offering her the choice. Lily's face lit up with anticipation, her young heart brimming with the same adventurous spirit that had driven her father ever since he arrived in this world. With a nod, she accepted Scythe's invitation, and the trio ventured deeper into the construction site, their steps echoing faintly in the night. Following Scythe, the father and daughter duo arrived at the entrance of a tunnel, which was illuminated by rows of wired lights. Lily stood beside her father, her entire being vibrating with excitement and wonder. With each step, guided by Scythe, the duo ventured deep into the tunnel. Soon enough, the sounds of bustling city life faded away. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint scent of earth and mystery. Lily's small hand gripped her father's gloved fingers tightly, her anticipation reaching a whole new level. Finally, after walking for a few minutes, the tunnel opened up, revealing a vast and awe-inspiring cave. It seemed to stretch into infinity, adorned with ancient stalactites that hung from the tall ceilings. But it was not the cavern that captured their attention. It was what lay within. Peter's eyes widened, his breath hitching in his throat. There, strewn across the floor and partially hidden within the visible walls, lay the petrified remains of immense dragons. Their skeletal structures, though frozen in time, maintained an astonishing level of detail. It was as if these magnificent creatures had been waiting patiently for this moment to be discovered. Lily's infectious excitement bubbled over, and she darted off, her feet echoing softly on the cavern floor, weaving between the giant bones. She marveled at the massive ribcages that sprawled across the ground, the elongated spines that seemed to go on for miles, and the delicate wings that lay gracefully folded by their sides. Scythe smiled. "Welcome to the Dragon Bone Graveyard, Princess," he said. Peter watched his daughter with a smile as well. He had known this discovery would captivate her, but he hadn't expected her enthusiasm to reach this level. He moved forward cautiously, his fingertips grazing the smooth surface of an enormous dragon skull. With a simple touch, Peter could feel the latent energy, chi, left behind in each bone. As Lily's exploration continued, Peter's gaze shifted to the surrounding walls, where even more dragons peeked out, as if they stood on their own 2 feet. Time seemed to stand still within the dragon-filled cave as the two marveled at their discovery. As Lily's laughter echoed through the cavern, Peter couldn't help but smile. His daughter looked like a little archaeologist, who just uncovered some dinosaur bones. "Good work, Scythe," Peter said to the men standing beside him. "Thank you, sir," Scythe replied dutifully. "But we couldn't have done all of this without your daughter's help. Her assistance was invaluable. Either way, good job." Peter patted the man on the shoulder as he walked over to Lily, wondering what he should do to reward her. "This is so cool," Lily exclaimed as he stood next to her. "I know, right?" Peter nodded in agreement as he doted on his excited daughter. "Why don't we explore a bit more before packing up the bones?" he asked. "Okay. Follow me." Lily leads the way, rushing around the cave with her father following close behind. After spending an hour oohing and eyeing at the many dragon skeletons, Peter got straight to work. With a few simple spells, he was able to pack up the bones and safely send them through a portal, where they'll be stored for the time being. It didn't take more than half an hour. And by the time he was finished, the entire cave seemed to lose every ounce of wonder that it once held, leaving it completely empty. After emptying the cave, Peter and Lily bid farewell to Scythe and the Hand Ninja, leaving Hell's Kitchen behind. As they swung through the towering city, enjoying the moment for a little while longer. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Peter and Lily abruptly landed on a rooftop, their heads turning in unison toward the source of the sound. Wordlessly, their eyes locked, a silent understanding passing between them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lily dashed off in the direction of the anguished cries. Peter froze for a moment, unsure if he should allow his daughter to get involved in this. After all, this was only supposed to be a night out together, not some crime-stopping adventure. Shaking his head and taking a long breath, Peter pursued his spirited daughter. He knew she was still learning the ropes, quite literally, but he decided to let her do as she pleased. He wouldn't stop her. At least not yet. Instead, he would keep close and safeguard her from the shadows, ensuring her safety. Moments later, the duo arrived at a modest family-owned restaurant, its windows shimmering with warm, golden light. Above it lay a small apartment, an unsuspecting residence for the family who owned the restaurant below. Taking a more detailed look, Lily found a team of masked figures clad in ominous black attire, their every movement precise and deliberate. After breaking into the family home, the unknown team came storming out with a thrashing child in hand. Is this a kidnapping? Peter's eyes narrowed, his senses heightened. He absorbed every detail, noting the terror etched on the faces of the parents as they valiantly resisted their attackers. But these kidnappers possessed a cold, calculated efficiency that overwhelmed the desperate efforts of the innocent parents, rendering them defenseless. It was then that Lily sprang into action, her small frame ablaze with determination. Swift and nimble, she utilized her acrobatic skills to outmaneuver the masked criminals. With each well-placed strike, she subdued her opponents, her spider-like abilities lending her a formidable advantage. Damn. When did she get so good? Peter watched with a mix of awe and apprehension, positioned at a vantage point that allowed him to intervene if the situation spiraled out of control. AIs are just too overpowered. It just wasn't fair. In a flurry of movement, Lily managed to incapacitate the kidnappers, rescuing the frightened child in a matter of seconds. The parents, battered but relieved, rushed forward to grab their little girl, their gratitude evident from the tears in their eyes. They embraced their daughter tightly, grateful for the mini Spider-Man's intervention. "Thank you," the mother cried. As the commotion subsided, Peter dropped down beside his triumphant daughter, a warm smile hidden under his mask. He patted her head affectionately, a blend of pride and concern radiating off of him. "Good work," he praised softly in admiration. "I don't think that I could find a single fault in the way you handled that situation even if I wanted to." Lily beamed up at him, happy to see that her father was impressed. As Lily was preoccupied with her father's words, Peter looked over at the kidnapper's target, wondering why these masked men would want to take her. Though he wasn't left wondering for long. Just with a simple look, Peter instantly understood. She's a metahuman. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Which dumb motherf***er thinks that they can kidnap metahumans in my city? Achoo. Across the city, in an abandoned laboratory, a tall, athletic man with a menacing demeanor sneezed, his shaved head shining under the room's lights. Insert picture of Ajax/Francis here. Ooh. My spider senses are tingling. A handsome yet disheveled man spoke, strapped to a hospital gurney. Someone must be talking about you, Francis. Insert picture of Wade Wilson here. A/N, 1701 words, smiley face. Hidden title, Deadpool begins. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or else, kitchen knife, panda face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 344, C344 Ugly Awakening. Bronze medal, insert loser gifts here, most likes wins bronze medal. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Lightning God Wolf, trophy, A/N, I've become a loser peasant once again, disappointed face. Sensing her father's change in demeanor, Lily followed his gaze and noticed the little girl's mutation. Cute, she muttered. As far as physical mutations go, the little girl was pretty lucky for a metahuman. Peter wasn't sure if it would give her any useful powers, but the girl had 2 furry ears atop her head as well as a bushy fox tail behind her back. Maybe some Wolverine-type powers. He wondered. After listening to the parents thank them over and over again, Peter handed them the contact information for Xavier's school. Though, they didn't look very interested in sending their daughter there. After all, she didn't seem to have any uncontrollable powers, nor does she face any sort of bullying in school since Spider-Man literally endorsed all metahumans. In fact, her mutation made her the most popular kid in school. So, why send their child to a boarding school, where they would only get to see her during breaks? Peter shrugged uncaringly. If they wanted to raise their daughter as they should, then he wouldn't get in their way. Actually, he would help. Once the small family returned to their apartment, Peter turned to the downed kidnappers. "Lily," he said, his voice drawing her attention. "Yeah." She looked up at him, tilting her head to the side. "I need you to access their phones. We need to track where they've been." Access the GPS and mark their pathing for the past month. Peter instructed. Once you're done, find the location that they all have in common. They would most likely arrive at this location at a specific time, like clocking in for a job. Lily's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as she nodded, her youthful face reflecting an air of confidence beyond her years. Walking over to the defeated criminals, she effortlessly collected their smartphones. Laying them out in front of her, Lily quickly accessed their devices without touching them. Instantly, the screens lit up as the GPS app on each phone opened in tandem. And as the apps opened, lines quickly appeared, showing exactly where they've been. Completing her task with ease, Lily turned to face her father, her expression radiating accomplishment. Got it, she declared, her voice tinged with a touch of pride. Each of these guys has one location in common. It's most likely their base, probably some kind of lab for experimenting on metahumans. Peter's mind raced as he processed the information, piecing together the puzzle with his seasoned instincts. That's what I thought as well, he muttered, his voice laced with concern. Not only was he concerned but also annoyed. It's been a while since any large-scale crime has taken place in New York City. After all, this city is the birthplace of Spider-Man and the Avengers, so it quickly turned into a bit of a safe haven. Although crime didn't just disappear, crazy schemes like metahuman experimentation completely did, making him wonder why these people would even choose to operate here. Are they King crazy? Peter waved his hand, portaling the unconscious kidnappers to the tower's detention center. Lily, you should head home. You're still a bit too young to be dealing with stuff like this, no matter how extraordinary you are. Although she liked the compliment, Lily didn't agree with her father at all. Lily's eyes met her father's, determination burning within them. But I can handle it, she argued, her voice filled with conviction. I want to help. A mixture of pride and apprehension washed over Peter as he considered it. He knew her abilities surpassed those of a normal child or adult for that matter, but he also understood the importance of protecting her innocence. After all, almost every facility that kidnaps or experiments on metahumans is usually a bit of a horror show. After a moment's hesitation, he relented. All right, Lily, he said, his voice filled with a mix of resignation and trust. You can come along, but you have to stay outside. Your job is simple. Watch the perimeter and detain anyone that's coming or going. Agreed. It wouldn't hurt to allow her some leeway while simultaneously keeping her away from the gruesome stuff. Lily's face beamed with a radiant smile. It may not be exactly what she wanted, but it was a start. Agreed, she replied, ready to head out. I'll do everything you say, and I won't let you down. Peter nodded. Good, now lead the way, he said as they took off into the night. In a dimly lit, not-so-sterile room, Wade Wilson, haggard from weeks of continued torture, found himself trapped inside an open glass chamber. Stood above him, Francis, also known as Ajax, smiled cruelly down at him. If this doesn't unlock your mutation, well, nothing will. He shrugged uncaringly. These straps are a bit itchy. Wade spoke in his usual infuriating manner. Do you mind loosening them for me? Ignoring the loudmouth lab rat, Francis continued. Now, what we're going to do is lower the oxygen concentration in there to the exact point you feel like you're suffocating. If your brain waves slow, meaning you're about to pass out, then we'll turn up the O2. If your heart rate slows, meaning you're able to catch your breath, we'll turn it back down. And that's where we'll leave you for the next few days. Come on, Francis, you can do better than this, right? Wade taunted, his body straining against the straps that held him down. What's the matter? Can't handle a little name-calling? Did all the kids on the playground make fun of poor little Francis? Wait. They didn't call you Franny, did they? Ajax's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin. I told you, Wade, my name is Ajax. You will address me accordingly, he replied, his voice cold and devoid of mercy. Wade's eyes sparkled with mischief, even in the face of imminent danger. Oh, come on, Francis, don't be like that. It's such a lovely name. I mean, it sounds like the name of a cat. You know the funniest part of all this? Francis asked, ignoring Wade's sharp tongue. You still think we're making you a superhero? You, a dishonorable discharge hooked deep in some hooker WH*re. Did you really think you'd have a life with her? For the first time since his torture started, Wade's face lost its taunting air, hardening into a killer's glare. Francis continues, enjoying the new look he was receiving. You're nothing. This workshop doesn't make superheroes. We make super slaves. We're gonna fit you with a little collar and auction you off to the highest bidder. Who knows what they'll have you do? Slaughter freedom fighters, assassinate political rivals, set fire to a few orphanages. Maybe just mow the occasional lawn or perhaps wash the dishes. Without warning, the glass chamber began to close in on Wade, compressing the air around him. Panic surged through his veins as his chest constricted, and he struggled to catch his breath. The walls seemed to press against him, as he suffocated in the enclosed chamber. "Can't breathe," Wade gasped, his voice strained, his face contorted with pain. He fought against the inevitable, desperate to escape the tightening grip of the chamber. Ajax watched from outside, his expression devoid of compassion. "Well, I'm heading home," he said, his voice filled with sadistic anticipation. "I have a long day of fun all planned out tomorrow. Just for you. So I need my rest. Have a good night, Wade." As Ajax turned and walked off, leaving Wade to his torturous fate, Wade's eyes locked onto his retreating figure. Fear mingled with defiance, as he refused to let despair consume him. He mustered every ounce of willpower, refusing to give in to the suffocating darkness that threatened to claim him. The night wore on, and Wade remained trapped, his body racked with torment. Each gasp for air grew weaker, each moment of ease shorter, as the glass chamber mercilessly repeated its suffocating cycle. But Wade's spirit remained unbroken, his determination unwavering. What felt like hours turned into an eternity as Wade fought to stay alive, his thoughts wandered to the woman he loves. Vanessa. Her image flashed deep within his mind, replaying their time together. As he relived these beautiful and sometimes R-rated moments, Wade's will to live and see the love of his life once again grew to astronomical levels. And suddenly, something changed. An intense wave of burning pain shot through his entire body. His muscles spasmed and contorted as if they were fighting against an invisible force. His once handsome features contorted and morphed, taking on a grotesque and diseased appearance. Wade's smooth skin quickly changed into a patchwork of scar tissue, resembling the mottled flesh of a burn victim. As his body convulsed, his eyes caught sight of his reflection in the glass surrounding him. He couldn't tear his gaze away, even though he despised what stared back at him. A monster born of pain and suffering. Insert picture of Deadpool without suit here. And just as he stared in shock at his new self, a loud ear-piercing alarm filled the entire facility, followed by the sound of automatic gunfire. Although a commotion like this would usually spark hope in any captive's mind, Wade could only think of one thing. Vanessa will never love me like this. A/N, 1579 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or else no one will ever love you, broken heart police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 345, C345 meeting. Nail polish, insert beautiful gifs here, most likes wins nail polish. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, FR1 day _ trophy, A/N, a contender has emerged, unamused face. Under the cover of darkness, Peter stood with his daughter Lily near an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of New York City. Despite its supposed abandonment, the presence of heavily armed guards surrounding the desolate structure suggested otherwise. Although they would be hidden fairly well for normal people not to recognize their presence, Peter and Lily were a whole different story. As soon as they laid eyes on the place, their spider senses started tingling, informing the two of the danger in their surroundings. The night air hung heavy with an eerie stillness, adding to the tension that filled the atmosphere. Peter and Lily crouched on a nearby rooftop, their eyes scanning the perimeter of the hospital. The faint glow of the nearby street lights cast long shadows over the cracked pavement, and the sound of sirens echoed in the distance, which was fairly normal for New York City. It was most likely going to be a gruesome sight inside, and Peter knew that bringing his young daughter along wasn't the greatest idea, but he also knew that she was stubborn and headstrong like her old man, so it was best to appease her even a little bit. With a glance, Peter signaled to Lily, reminding her of their agreement. Her role was to remain outside, vigilant and watchful, capturing anyone who tried to enter or exit the area. Though he knew she probably wouldn't have to act, he wanted to be sure no one slipped through the cracks. Lily nodded, understanding the importance of her task, even as her youthful excitement mingled with a hint of apprehension. This was her first real mission in the field, after all. "Stay safe and don't do anything stupid," Peter said softly, his voice laced with concern. "Remember, if you have any problems, call for me and I'll rush back out, okay?" Lily nodded once more, determination shining in her young eyes. "Yes, sir." She gave him a mock salute. An amused smile played on Peter's lips as he watched his daughter take her position, her small frame disappearing into the shadows. He couldn't help but feel both proud and worried, knowing she was growing up in a manner far different from normal children. Though most children would probably kill to have Spider-Man as their father, especially since it comes with the added bonus of superpowers. Peter thought to himself. With Lily settled outside, Peter took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. With his experience and power, this would most likely be a piece of cake. The only thing that he was worried about was the gruesome sights he may or may not find inside. No dead kids. No dead kids. No dead kids. He repeated in his mind, not in the mood to see something like that. Launching himself into action, Peter bounded toward the building with acrobatic grace, his every movement a testament to his years of training and experience. Without wasting a single second, Peter stealthily rushed to each hidden guard, knocking them unconscious with a single hit before rushing to the next and doing the same. Repeating this, he managed to incapacitate every armed guard that protected the hospital's perimeter. Meanwhile, just beyond the hospital's walls, Lily watched in awe as her father dispatched the guards with an effortless skill that didn't cease to amaze her. She watched as her father stepped out into the light of a street lamp and gave her a quick wave before rushing to the now unprotected building. Peter soared through the air and latched onto the hospital's walls, allowing him to scale its exterior with remarkable speed. As he reached the rooftop, he peered down through a shattered skylight, surveying the interior of the building. The scene below was a maze of dimly lit hallways, discarded medical equipment, and shattered glass, far from the facility that he expected to see. Maybe they used the lower floors, he guessed. Nonetheless, it was clear that nefarious activities were taking place within the supposed abandoned hospital. Determined to uncover the truth and put an end to whatever this was, Peter slipped inside unnoticed, blending with the shadows like a ghost. His enhanced agility and training in stealth allowed him to navigate the labyrinthine corridors without setting off any alarms or attracting unwanted attention. As Peter prowled through the shadows, he utilized his enhanced senses to detect the faintest of sounds, relying on his spider sense to alert him to any danger that might lie ahead. Soon enough, he encountered a group of armed guards patrolling one of the lower-level corridors, their weapons in hand. Without hesitation, Peter got to work, his lightning-fast reflexes and expertly shot webs rendering the guards incapacitated within seconds. Not wasting any time, Peter left these guards where they fell and moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors, navigating the shadows with practiced ease as he made his way toward the lower floors, where he began to notice a new addition to each of the hallways. Security cameras appeared around every corner, watching for any anomalies, though Peter ensured he remained undetected them. After all, his suit made him invisible to any and all recording devices. As Peter descended into the sublevels below the basement, the absence of radio chatter seemed to catch the attention of the guards stationed in the security room. They grew suspicious, their senses heightened by the unnerving silence. Something was amiss. Realizing that their comrades had gone dark without any explanation, nor did any of them appear on the countless cameras, they knew something had to be wrong. With no other option, the guards activated the alarm system, the blaring sirens shattering the previously eerie silence. The sound reverberated throughout the halls, bouncing off the peeling wallpaper and broken equipment. Peter, unfazed by the sudden alarm, merely shook his head and shrugged. He had anticipated this turn of events. It was only a matter of time before his presence was discovered. Seeing as he didn't need to be stealthy anymore, Peter abandoned that approach, opting for a more direct and decisive strategy. He moved with unparalleled agility and reflexes, dodging bullets with ease as he incapacitated the guards one by one, making his way lower and lower into the facility. The abandoned hospital instantly erupted into chaos as armed guards scrambled to secure their positions. The echoing shots of gunfire filled the air, bringing fear to every guard who hadn't seen the enemy yet. And as he kept moving, Peter started to see signs of some seriously F***T. One entire floor was filled with old worn hospital beds, and many of these beds were occupied by bound men and women, who looked absolutely exhausted with clear signs of extreme torture visible on each of their bodies. And as soon as they saw him arrive in his iconic red and blue suit, their dead eyes instantly sparkled with signs of hope. Seeing this, Peter sighed in relief. Yes, they were in a horrible state, but so far it didn't seem like there were any children in this facility. Maybe that girl was their first underage target. Peter wondered as he turned to the many captives. Wait here while I clear the place out. As he disappeared from the captives' view, the gunshots returned once again, though they soon grew distant as Peter made his way deeper into the abandoned hospital. They could only wait in anticipation, hoping that this wasn't some delusion brought on by the weeks and weeks of non-stop torture. Finally, after clearing out 2 more floors, where he found all sorts of sickening torture rooms, Peter arrived at a small room tucked away in the corner of the floor. And inside, trapped in a pod-like chamber of reinforced glass, a figure writhed in agony. His disfigured body filled the scars of immense suffering. He looked like a burned ball sack. Immediately, Peter froze as he caught sight of the men, his eyes widening in recognition. F***ck me. It's Deadpool. Peter exclaimed in his mind, shocked that Wade Wilson actually existed in this world. Well, he did meet Dopinder a while back, so it made sense. Deadpool's lungs strained against the confines of his chest, struggling for every breath. Though he seemed to be acclimating to his torturous situation rather quickly, as the strain on Wade's face started to slowly ease up with each passing second. He must have just unlocked his powers. Peter surmised as he rushed up to the chamber, pulling it open. Good morning, sunshine. Did you have a good nap? Of course, since this was Deadpool he was dealing with, Peter decided to skip the normal pleasantries and went straight to the banter. Gasping for that sweet precious air that now filled his surroundings, Wade looked up at Peter, instantly realizing who he was. Heavy breathing it was alright. I'll give it a 6 out of 10 on Yelp. If there were chocolates on my pillow, then maybe it could have been a 7, but sadly the owners of this establishment aren't so accommodating. I know what you mean. Peter nodded understandingly as he reached over and tore the straps off of Wade's body. The second I walked into this place, the staff started shooting at me. Can you believe it? It's like they don't want any new customers. Smirking as he rose from his former torture device, Wade dropped the act. You know, I told Francis my spidey senses were tingling but he just didn't believe me. He said with a shake of his head, exclamation point. Peter's eyes instantly widened as he heard this. Holy sh*t. Does he actually have 4th wall-breaking powers? A/N, 1624 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over the gemstone stones gemstone or I'll shove this knife up your nose, kitchen knife medium light skin tone nose police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 346, C346 Teamwork. Pile of poo insert ugly gifs here, most likes wins pile of poo. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. In the dimly lit room of the abandoned hospital, Peter, clad in his iconic red and blue Spider-Man suit, stared cautiously at his newest acquaintance. Though, thanks to his mask, Wade couldn't tell. Does he actually have 4th wall-breaking powers? Peter wondered, hoping that Deadpool didn't know too much about him. You knew I was coming? He asked, playing it cool. Wade smirked as if he knew something that Peter didn't. No, how could I? It was just a feeling. I call it my Wade tingle. Cool name, right? A/N, just to be clear, Wade's 4th wall-breaking powers aren't something he can control and use at will. Think of it like a seer that has visions on occasion. Sort of. Also, his wall breaks won't happen all of the time. Moderation is key in my opinion. It makes it more funny/interesting when it does happen. Okay. Now he's just F***king with me. Peter thought as he let out a sigh, giving up on that line of questioning for the time being. So. You good? Because you look like someone dunked their testicles in a deep fryer. It's not that bad, is it? Wade asks, his mood instantly dampening. You know, I feel like we're gonna be fast friends, so I'll give it to you straight. Peter says as he places a comforting hand on Wade's shoulder. You look like the child of men who had sex with a rotten avocado. And to emphasize his point, Peter waved his hand and conjured a mirror in front of Wade so that he could take a close look at himself. His voice hitched in his throat. My face. My handsome dashing face. My flawless clear skin. I'm ugly. Yeah, sorry, bud. Peter consoled him as he vanished the mirror before Wade could spiral even further into depression. But look on the bright side, you can easily get a starring role in any horror film. Wade instantly turned to glare in his direction, as he could feel the smirk hidden under Peter's mask. Okay, sorry. That was too far. Peter raised his hands and apologized. But seriously, you do look like Freddy Krueger. He couldn't help himself. With a snap of his fingers, Peter swapped out Wade's shabby hospital gown and replaced it with a complete Freddy Krueger hollowed costume, including the finger knives. I really hate you right now. Wade said with a dead look in his eyes. Okay, I'll stop. Peter said as he switched his clothes to a normal shirt and jeans. So, can you give me a rundown on what's been going on here? Seeing that the conversation was heading away from his horrid appearance, Wade was more than happy to explain everything. It all started in 1985. After listening to Wade's brief, yet descriptive, explanation, which also included parts of his life for some reason, Peter found no differences from the first Deadpool movie. Wade Wilson, a former Special Forces operative, worked as a mercenary in New York City. How the hell did he not come up on my radar whatsoever? Peter wondered. Wade met escort/prostitute Vanessa Carlyle at a local bar and they became romantically attached. 1 year later, Wade proposed to her and she accepted, but their happiness didn't last very long, as he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. And though Vanessa remained unwaveringly by his side, Wade didn't want her to watch him die. He loved her far too much to put her through that. Soon enough, a recruiter from this facility approached Wade, offering an experimental cure for his cancer. And although he initially refused the offer, Wade eventually decided to leave Vanessa and undergo the procedure with hopes of returning to happily spend their life together. Sadly, those hopes were slowly crushed. At this very facility, Wade met Ajax/Francis, whom he instantly resented. On the day they met, Francis injected Wade with a serum designed to awaken latent metahuman genes. Then he proceeded to have Wade subjected to weeks of torture to induce stress and trigger the mutation without much success. Until tonight, of course. Though Wade wasn't the only one subjected to this. Each person that Peter saw strapped to the beds upstairs went through the same exact torturous experimentation. Not to mention the countless other who have probably died as well. Wow, you got scammed, huh? Peter blurted out without thinking. Wade's eyes met Peter's masked face, his signature smirk playing at the corners of his lips. You know, Spidey, I've been through pretty #T in my life, but this takes the cake. He raised a gloved hand, tracing the numerous scars on his face. Thanks for getting me out of there, buddy. Can't say I'll ever be pretty again, but I'll figure something out. Peter's gaze softened, turning empathetic. He knew the torment lurking beneath Wade's joking demeanor, the need for vengeance radiating from his very being. Wade, people like to say that revenge isn't the answer, but I just so happen to disagree. Those bastards need to pay for what they did to you and all of those other people too. Wade's eyes widened in surprise, his face portraying a mix of shock and amusement. Well, Spidey. Who knew that the world's favorite do-gooder would say such scandalous things? Without another word, Peter conjured 2 gleaming Desert Eagle handguns, their metallic surfaces reflecting the dim light in the room. He held them out toward Wade, his proposition hanging in the air. You know, I didn't take you for the vengeance type, but I'm all in. So, what do you have in mind? Wade snatched the guns from Peter's grasp with one fluid motion, quickly making sure that each of them had ammunition. We'll clear out the rest of this facility together, and maybe, just maybe, we can make those bastards regret the day they laid a finger on you. Peter said, sparking a bit of excitement in his new friend. Twirling his new guns, a bloodthirsty smirk appeared on Wade's face. You had me at sweet revenge, Spidey. Let's give those baddies a taste of their own medicine. With a shared nod, the unlikely duo started clearing the rest of the floors together, descending into the bowels of the facility. As they moved through each hallway, the two dismantled the defenses of their enemies, like a well-choreographed dance. The guards they encountered were no match for the seamless combination of Spider-Man's agility and Deadpool's relentless precision. Watching Wade wielding his Desert Eagles was like watching Michelangelo wield a brush. Killing was truly his calling in life, whether the public would agree with it or not. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Peter muttered as he witnessed Wade shoot a man's arm off. But that wasn't all. No, he then proceeded to beat the poor guy to death with his own arm. And although Peter didn't plan on killing any of these people, especially in such gruesome ways, as his daughter was nearby, Deadpool wasn't exactly the type that spared his enemies any courtesy. So, with a single sigh, Peter joined Wade in slaughtering the remaining guards whilst making sure that his victims died a faster, more painless death than the rest. Of course, Peter didn't mind killing the guards, as anyone who could work in a literal torture factory deserved nothing less. Together, they weaved through the corridors, leaving a trail of blood and death in their wake. And as they fought, Wade started to figure out what his metahuman powers were. Healing factor, extremely high. Superhuman strength, low. Superhuman speed, agility, reflexes, low. Superhuman stamina, mid. Superhuman durability, mid. If he didn't have to turn ugly to get these powers, and Francis wasn't such an obnoxious PR*CK, then Wade might just be grateful for all the weeks of unending torture that he was forced to go through. But sadly, that wasn't the case. As they pressed on, the echoes of gunfire rang through the dirty hallways, punctuated by the occasional wisecrack from Deadpool. I disarmed him. A guy's arms were blown off, leaving him screaming in agony as he swiftly bled to death. Oh, now that's a facial. The blood from one dying guard splattered into the face of another, who Wade swiftly killed next. Look, Spidey. It's Michael Jackson. Wade fired bullets at a single guard's feet, forcing him to dance for their entertainment before putting a bullet in his forehead. It's safe to say that Wade was enjoying the first phase of his revenge to the fullest. And although Peter found most of the carnage a bit gross, he couldn't help but laugh at some of it. Their partnership was like an intricate ballet of carnage and finesse, as they made it to the last floor and killed the final guard. It looks like none of the doctors or big shots were here. Peter said as they only ran into guards. Yeah, they all left after throwing me into that chamber. Wade says as they found a highly secure room filled with all sorts of equipment and a single workstation. We'll have to hunt down the rest. Peter asks as he walked over to a workstation and plugged a flash drive into the computer. Instantly, the PC lit up as all of its data was copied onto the drive. Yeah, I was thinking that you could use your superhero contacts to find Francis so that I can torture him until he agrees to turn me back to my former more stunning self. Wade explains his game plan. And if I refuse? Peter asked as he walked over to a nearby fridge, finding a bunch of vials filled with all sorts of colorful liquids. Shrugging to himself, Peter collected the vials and stashed them into a portal before turning to find 2 shiny Desert Eagles in his face. Then I'll just have to shoot you until you agree to help. Wade said with a smirk. Okay. Peter shrugged as the guns in Wade's grasp disappeared, disarming him with a single thought. Come on. Huh. Wade grunted in surprise as he watched Peter walk off. Where are you going? I have to release the other test subjects upstairs and call for backup to deal with them. Peter stood and turns to look back over his shoulder. Are you coming or what? But what about Francis? Wade asks. I said okay. Peter nodded as he turned to walk down the hall, leaving Wade behind. I'll help you find him, but if you're going to be a superhero, then you need a cool name. Hey! Wade shouted as he rushed to catch up, walking alongside Peter. I am not a superhero. Yeah, you are. You just unlocked superpowers and helped me, a known superhero, take down a facility that illegally experiments on innocent people. Face it, you're a superhero. Peter says as he pats his new friend on the shoulder. Welcome to the club. A/N, 1787, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll smite you, high voltage zany face police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 347, C347 Drama. Face with raised eyebrow, insert paranoid gifs here, most likes wins face with raised eyebrow. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, Trophy, A/N, Castle. The night air brought on a cold wind as Peter and Wade emerged from the dimly lit corridors of the abandoned hospital. The ordeal they had just faced was finally over, the echoes of their triumph fading into the shadows behind them. The building had been cleared of any and all nefarious individuals who had subjected Wade and many others to unspeakable tortures in hopes of activating their dormant X gene and turning them into superpowered slaves. Outside, the moon cast a faint glow over the desolate landscape. Waiting patiently by the entrance, bathed in the pale light, stood Lily, Peter's 10-year-old daughter. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of her father and the mangled-looking figure beside him. Dad! Lily exclaimed, bounding toward them with unbridled excitement. You're back. Who's this guy? She looks at Wade in confusion and pity. The perks of being an AI allowed Lily to see Wade, not as the monster that he currently appeared to be, but as a man who was most likely tortured a great deal. After all, his face alone made him look like a burn victim. Peter smiled under his mask as he embraced his daughter. This is someone I want you to meet. His name is Wade Wilson. He helped me clear out all of the bad guys inside. Hi there, little lady. Wade condescendingly greeted Lily, his voice slow and overly loud, as if he were addressing someone mentally challenged or deaf. It was clear that Wade didn't have much experience with children, and his interactions reflected that ignorance. I'm Wade. Can you say Wade? He said, a touch of patronizing kindness in his voice. You must be Spider-Girl, huh? Your daddy here tells me you're one smart cookie. Lily tilted her head, scrutinizing Wade's peculiar behavior. She turned to her father, her voice tinged with concern. Dad, does he have something wrong with his head? Did those bad guys beat his brain into mush? Peter chuckled and shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on Lily's shoulder. No, sweetheart, Wade's just, well, he's an idiot. But don't worry, he's harmless. Well, that wasn't exactly the truth. Deadpool is extremely deadly, though Peter knew that he was harmless to her, as Wade would never harm an innocent person, especially a kid. As they continued their conversation, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. MJ, Peter's girlfriend, and Lily's mother approached them, wearing her silk suit, with a mix of relief and frustration hidden under her mask. Her eyes bore into Peter with a steely gaze. Ahem. MJ cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention. You took our daughter out at this ungodly hour. Do you know how much I've had to deal with since you left? The grannies have been pacing around the whole house in worry. I've had to listen to them complain for hours. The only reason that she knew where Peter and her daughter were was thanks for her place in the Avengers. As soon as Peter called for a team to come and clean up the hospital and help with the survivors, she was able to receive the information from Jarvis. MJ glared straight at Peter, clearly unhappy. Not only that, but you even gave her the spider suit without me. That's a big moment for our daughter that I would have liked to be there for. And I would have also liked to be there for her first day as a superhero, but that seems to have passed as well. Since MJ wasn't as overprotective as Lily's grandparent, she was mainly upset at the fact that she wasn't included. Peter glanced at MJ, realizing he had made a series of missteps in his eagerness to show his daughter the dragon graveyard. He knew he had some explaining to do. Ah. Oops. Peter replied dumbly, his voice tinged with remorse. It was all a bit chaotic, and I didn't really think. I should have included you, I know. I'm sorry. MJ's frustration softened slightly as she knew that Peter wasn't purposely excluding her. She sighed, her anger giving way to concern. You're damn right you're sorry. But I'm just glad that nothing went wrong and our daughter is safe. Listening to my mother, you'd think she would have been turned into minced meat by now. MJ said, clearly annoyed with Grace's overprotective nature. Though her protectiveness was certainly warranted. After all, Lily is only a child. MJ sighed once again. Let's talk about this later, okay? Someone needs to get to bed. She turns to Lily. It's way past your bedtime. Peter nodded, grateful that MJ didn't seem too mad at him. I'll follow you guys back in a bit. I need to find a place for Wade to spend the night. He glanced at Wade, who was watching the family-oriented exchange with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Come on, MJ said, holding her hand out to her daughter. Let's get you home. It's been a long night. As they made their way into the darkness, heading back home to quell the boiling concern of Lily's grandmothers, Wade turned to Peter. Wow, she's a fiery one, isn't she? He says, giving Peter an approving nod. She reminds me of my sweet Vanessa. If only I could dash. Wade was interrupted by the appearance of multiple black SUVs, which quickly sped into the parking lot, parked, and released countless armed agents in black suits. Sir. One of the more senior agents paced over to Peter and greeted him with respect. Peter nodded as he motioned at the hospital behind him. Inside you'll find everything I explained. Help the captives, detain any of the surviving guards, and clean up the rest of the scene as usual. I want a complete list of each captive's name and address along with any other needed information. Especially if they activated their X gene. Yes, sir. The men said as he turned and began shouting orders. Ignoring them, Peter turned to Wade. Okay, we should get moving. I need to find you a place to stay. The next day, Peter awoke alone in his bed after only a few hours of sleep. After finding Wade a hotel room, which was paid for with his Avengers company card, Peter bid him farewell and left to get some sleep. Thankfully, Grace and May were already in bed by the time he got home, which saved him from a very long lecture that will Northwest doubt take place as soon as he leaves his room. Let's face the music. Peter thought as he climbed out of his warm bed and made his way downstairs. Instantly, he was met with the glare of two grandmas, who were ready and waiting for this very moment. Here we go. After spending an hour silently nodding his head up and down, doing his best to placate the angry grannies, Peter was finally free. Truthfully, the whole situation would have been much worse, but thankfully, Lily and MJ seemed to have spoken up for him beforehand, saving him from a much longer and no doubt louder lecture. And since he was free, Peter thought it best to give the angry women some space, so he donned his spider suit and portaled right into Wade's hotel room. Aha. Oh yeah, baby. F***ck me. The sounds of a bed shaking alongside womanly moans echoed from the open bedroom down the hall. Turning his head, Peter stared straight into the open door and found a scene that made him want to wash his eyes out with bleach. Wade, who was completely naked, hid his face under a brown paper bag, on which he drew a goofy-looking face. He was tied to his bed and being ridden by a middle-aged prostitute. Liquor bottles filled the room and the smell of cigarette smoke clouded the air. Peter muttered, wondering if he should make his presence known before finally coming to a decision. I'm not dealing with this. Stepping back into the portal, Peter was once again met by the glares of Grace and May. You know what? Peter thought as he stepped back through the portal once again. I'd rather be here right now. He knew that May and Grace wouldn't be mad at him for long, as they were only worried for Lily, so for now he would simply allow them some time to cool down. Closing the bedroom door with a wave of his hand and opening all of the windows to vent the air, Peter grabbed the hotel's menu and ordered himself some room service while he waited for Wade to finish his business. What's on TV? Peter wondered as he took a seat on the couch. Though as he sat down, Peter could feel something sticky under him. Taking a closer look, he soon noticed that the couch, which was in pristine condition yesterday, was now covered in some unknown substances. Well, Peter could guess what it was, but he didn't exactly want to think about it. A/N, nauseated face vomiting. This might just be the worst day that I've ever had. A/N, 1529 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, unamused face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 348, C348 booby ******. Police car light, insert transformation gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Mum Kayaking, trophy, A/N, I crown I. Francis, also known as Ajax, jolted awake in his dimly lit bedroom as the shrill sound of his cell phone pierced the silence. A/N, the dreaded iPhone alarm sound. That ***T gave me PTSD. Even if I hear it when I'm awake, I always feel anxious and jolt a bit. He fumbled for the device on his nightstand, squinting at the screen to read the incoming call. The caller ID displayed the number of one of his men. An emergency call at this hour could only mean trouble. Groggy and disoriented, Francis answered the call, his voice laced with annoyance. What is it? Can't this wait a few more hours? The voice on the other end was urgent, filled with a sense of panic. Ajax, it's bad. The Project X facility's been raided. They came in late last night. Dread washed over Francis as he sat up, fully alert now. Who? Who raided us? The man hesitated before responding, his voice trembling. I don't know for sure, but there are government-type agents in black suits and unmarked SUVs parked outside. They've cordoned off the entire area. They're taking everything. Equipment, bodies, surviving test subjects. Even some of our men were dragged out in cuffs. Francis was taken aback by the news. He had been at the facility just the night before. Thankfully, he had decided to leave early and get some sleep. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. If he had stayed, he could have been caught in the crossfire. Though who knows? With his immunity to pain, enhanced strength, durability, and reflexes, Francis might have been able to fend off the attack. He is a metahuman after all. His mind raced with questions. Did they get the serum? Of course, he means the serum they were using to activate the dormant X gene in their test subjects. I don't know. Everyone inside the facility was either killed or captured. I only found out because I was on my way to work. I saw those men surrounding the place and knew something was wrong, so I kept driving. The man's response was tinged with uncertainty. Although it wasn't said out loud, both parties knew it was very likely that these agents took the serum, as well as their data, which would allow them to make it themselves as well. Francis clenched his fist, his anger building. Who were these people? How dare they interfere with his plans? He couldn't let them ruin everything he had worked for. And most importantly, he couldn't let the serum fall into somebody else's hands. Find out everything you can about these agents. Their identities, their organization. I want to know who they are, Francis demanded, his voice dripping with killing intent. The man on the other end understood the gravity of the situation. I'll do my best. One more thing. Francis added. Contact all surviving members. They need to disappear immediately. Who knows when these agents will come knocking? Yes, sir. The men replied. Without another word, Francis hung up the phone, his mind already spinning with thoughts of revenge. He couldn't let this setback discourage him. He would track down those responsible, unleash his wrath upon them, and retrieve what was rightfully his. With a determined stride, Ajax left his bedroom, ready to exact revenge and reclaim his plans from the clutches of those who dared to stand in his way. But before that, he needed to get moving. After all, his house would no doubt be compromised soon enough. He would have to abandon anything attached to his most recent identity and start all over again. At least until this unknown enemy was dealt with. As he dressed in his signature black attire, Francis pulled out his phone and texted his assistant, Angel Dust, a metahuman with adrenaline-based powers. Of course, the message was very cryptic, but to them, it was easy to understand. They needed to go dark and meet up at a specific location. After sending the text, Francis didn't wait for a reply and tossed his phone into the crackling fireplace, where it sizzled and melted under the high heat. Quickly collecting some of his most precious belongings, Francis armed the house's security system and left. After Wade finally finished with his lady of the night, the two of them sat in the living room together. Of course, Peter made sure to cleanse his suit as well as the hotel room with every cleaning spell that he had in his arsenal. Though he still contemplated incinerating his suit and making a new one whenever the memory of sitting on that disgusting couch resurfaces. You couldn't just sleep for the night like a normal person? Peter asked, his mood prickly. And what about Vanessa? What the love of my life doesn't know won't hurt her. Wade shrugged. Besides, we aren't exactly together right now, so I don't count it as cheating. So, you'd be fine with her getting tied to a bed and plowed by some middle-aged dude? Peter asked. After all, you guys aren't exactly together, right? Instantly, the look of a killer appeared on Wade's face. Peter's words certainly seemed to strike a chord. I see your point. Wade conceded. Though now he was thinking about slaughtering every single man that dared to touch his fiancée while he was away. No doubt they would die spectacularly. That is if she decided to cheat on him, though she was a prostitute, so it's a possibility. After all, she would need to earn a living. A/N, I'll say this now because some people get triggered about this. She did not and will not cheat on Wade. Especially since Wade literally pulled the "I'm going out to buy some milk and cigarettes" only to disappear without a word of warning or goodbye. Anyway, get dressed and grab your guns. Peter said, changing the subject. Huh? Why? Wade asked. I found where Francis lives. Peter dropped a bomb on him, shocking his newest friend. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wade shouted as he rushed into the bedroom to find his clothes from yesterday. Originally, he wanted to go stalk his fiancée to see how she was doing, as he hadn't seen her in so long, but this was more important at the moment. After all, in Wade's mind, Francis was his key to fixing his grotesque appearance, which would allow him to reunite with Vanessa. Well, you were kind of busy. Peter shrugged. Stepping through a portal, Peter and Wade stood in front of an expensive modern house, their eyes scanning the area for any signs of their target. The setting sun cast an eerie glow on the secluded area, heightening the tension in the air. As soon as they arrived, Wade's impatience was already beginning to show. "Come on, Spidey, what are we waiting for?" Wade's fingers twitched as he cocked his desert eagles, his trigger-happy nature on full display. "Let's get in there and show this bald F***er what happens when you mess with the merc with a mouth." Peter sighed. "Wade, we've been through this. That's a horrible superhero name. Anything more than 2 words is just too much." Before leaving, Peter gave him some superhero name ideas, though he made sure that each of them was either lackluster or a joke. After all, he didn't want to accidentally make Wade call himself anything but Deadpool. "All right, remember, you said that you need Francis to help you. We can't kill him, no matter what," Peter said, though he didn't believe that Francis would be able to do so. Wade nodded, though that didn't mean he couldn't torture the living hell out of him. With a determined look on his face, Wade stormed towards the front door, kicking it open with a sinister smirk on his face. "Honey, I'm home," he yelled with the love of a returning husband. Peter followed closely behind, shaking his head at Wade's grand entrance. As they entered the house, Wade's voice reverberated through the empty rooms, demanding Francis to show himself. Each door swung open under the force of Wade's kicks, revealing nothing but deserted spaces. The house seemed devoid of any life besides the lit fireplace, showing that someone must have been here rather recently. Peter watched Wade's rampage with a mixture of amusement and detachment. He had already grown accustomed to the chaos that often accompanied his new friend's actions. As they reached the upper floor, the two soon realized that the house was completely empty. Peter shrugged, his disappointment evident. "Looks like someone tipped him off. He must know what happened to his facility." Wade's shoulders slumped, his hopes of resolution fading away. He had wanted to finish this today, to quickly reunite with Vanessa as the men she remembered, not the disfigured monster he saw in the mirror whenever he had to take AP*SS. As they made their way back downstairs, Peter's spider senses suddenly went into overdrive. Something wasn't right. Peter couldn't help but notice a small security panel by the front door. It had been silently counting down this entire time, unnoticed by both of them. Staring at the security panel, his spider senses started tingling like crazy. Only 2 seconds remained on the countdown. Acting swiftly, Peter grabbed Wade's arm and waved his hand, creating a portal underneath them leading to the roof of a distant building. The sudden displacement left Wade momentarily bewildered as they landed on their feet, but realization quickly dawned on him as the house they had just been inside exploded in a spectacular display of destruction. Debris rained down as Peter and Wade stood on the rooftop, watching the flames and smoke rise into the evening sky. Luckily the house was a good distance from any other properties, so no one was hurt. Wade stared at what remained of the burning house. That F***er actually booby-trapped his own house. Peter nodded. "I'll give the guy some credit. He has a big set of balls on him." "You." Wade groaned in disgust. "I can't get the image out of my head," he said, slapping himself in the face with one of his desert eagles. "Go away. Go away. A/N, 1721 words, smiley face. Hidden title, Booby Trap. Police car light, hand over your gemstone and I'll send over truck coin for you delivery truck police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 349, C349 Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children. Police car light, insert melting gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, a new king must rise to put an end to this double posting swindler. His kingship is tainted by underhanded means. Wade Wilson walked through the entrance of Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children, a dimly lit bar tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. He wore a simple set of clothes with a paper bag adorned his head, a sad-looking frown drawn on the front alongside eye and mouth holes. With each step, he dragged his friend, Peter, inside, who had been unsuccessfully assisting him in apprehending Francis, the sadistic man responsible for his ugly transformation. Inside the bar, Wade's heavy footsteps echoed against the wooden floor, the only sound breaking the silence were the many patrons inside, drinking and chatting amongst one another. And as they made it fully into the bar, panic instantly spread throughout the room as the criminal clientele caught sight of Spider-Man's unmistakable figure. In a flurry of movement, the customers abandoned their drinks and scrambled to escape, fearing that the arrival of the web-slinger signaled their impending doom. What the? Hey! You didn't pay your bill. Weasel, the well-known bartender, and friend of Wade, called out in confusion, wondering why everyone was evacuating the place so abruptly. What the hell is going on? Insert picture of Weasel here. As Peter's figure rounded the corner, Weasel found himself frozen behind the bar, his mind racing with thoughts of potential arrests. After all, almost everything about this establishment was illegal. It was practically a guild for mercenaries, where anyone could pick up or put out a contract for all sorts of dirty work. However, before fear could fully grip him, Wade slid onto a vacant stool at the bar. "Sex on the beach," he ordered in a crestfallen tone. Recognizing Wade's distinct voice, Weasel's shock only increased. He was elated to see his friend alive and well, or as well as someone wearing a paper bag over their head could be. "Wade. You're alive." His eyes darted to Peter, still uncertain of the famous hero's intentions. "Don't worry about Spidey. He's not here on business." Wade quickly vouched for him. "And yes, I'm alive. Did you think I would die so easily? If he's not here on business, then why is he here?" Weasel asks as he continued to eye the hero warily. Wade gestured to Peter, who took a seat beside him at the bar. "Spidey here saved me from some pretty nasty torture and the life of a slave that would have come afterward." Curiosity got the better of Weasel as he leaned over the bar, his gaze fixed on Wade's concealed face. "Ah, okay. I'm guessing all of this has to do with that creepy guy who you met with last month, but I just have a couple questions." Weasel leaned over the bar with a mix of concern and morbid curiosity. "Why are you wearing a paper bag over your head? And where the hell have you been?" After all, there had been a lot of people cashing in on their bets from the dead pool, thinking Wade had met his demise. Wade's voice oozed with sarcasm, as per usual, as he explained that some so-called miracle workers had promised to cure his cancer, but instead, they had left him looking like a burn victim. His cancer was no longer an issue, but now he had a face that could launch 1,000 nightmares. "Can I see it?" Weasel asked curiously. "No." Wade swiftly refused as he chugged his drink through a small mouthhole in the paper bag. "Come on." Weasel whined like a kid. "Just show me already. You can't hide your ugly mug forever." "No, it's Dash." Before Wade could say anything more, a mischievous grin spread across Peter's face as he reached over and yanked the paper bag off. Weasel's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and amusement taking over. "You look like a burnt Mr. Potato Head." Unable to resist his comedic instincts, he couldn't help but crack a few jokes about Wade's unconventional appearance. "It's like someone ran over a possum and then set it on fire." Weasel couldn't stop himself. Peter joined in. "Like a mole rat with acid burns," he said, ignoring the glare that Wade was giving him. "Like a hairless dog with skin cancer. Like a cat that wasted a few of its lives playing in a fireplace. Like a fish that got. Like a..." Peter and Weasel went back and forth, roasting Wade's new appearance viciously. "Are you done?" Wade asked, fed up with both of them. "Yeah." Weasel nods, staring at Wade in concern. "Are you okay?" He may have made some jokes, as that was the basis of their friendship, but that didn't mean he didn't care. "Yeah, I'm good." Wade nods. "I just need to catch the F***cur that did this time me so he can fix it." "Don't worry." Peter pats Wade on the shoulder a few times. "He won't be able to run for long. We'll get him next time." With everything out in the open and the initial shock wearing off, Wade's attention shifted to a pressing concern. "Where's Vanessa?" he asks, staring straight at Weasel. "I checked the apartment and she wasn't there." It had been almost a month since he last saw his fiancée, and he had no idea where she might be. Weasel sighed. "Well, since you disappeared without saying anything, she was obviously crushed and heartbroken," he explained. Wade's head dropped downward, staring at the bottom of his glass. Weasel continued, his tone growing more serious. "After a couple weeks of waiting for you to come back, she ran out of money and had to start working again. She took a job at a pretty popular strip club. Last I heard, she was making a few thousand a night. Vanessa chose that path instead of returning to her former life as a prostitute. She didn't have the means or skills to support herself otherwise, and the choice between working at a minimum wage job or dancing her way to financial stability had been an easy one. Here." Weasel scribbled down an address on a piece of paper, passing it to Wade with a sympathetic look. "That's where she works." As Wade took the paper, he felt a mix of emotions wash over him. Relief, anticipation, and a renewed determination to find the woman he loves and explain himself. But not before he was back to his old handsome self. "I hate to say this because I know that you don't want her to see you like this, but..." Peter spoke up, drawing Wade's attention away from the paper in his hand. "What?" Wade asks as he stashed the address in his pocket. "Francis knows about Vanessa, right?" Peter asked, receiving a nod in return. "Then shouldn't we be moving her to a safe location? Francis may try to use her against you, especially when he learns that we're searching for him. The same thing happened in the first Deadpool movie." Wade was an idiot who forgot that his enemies could go after his loved ones at any time. Suddenly, realization dawned on Wade as he dropped his empty glass, which shattered on the wooden floor. "Hey! You have to pay for that," Weasel admonished, as otherwise it would be taken out of his pay. Ignoring the angry bartender, Wade practically jumped out of his seat and rushed to the door. And of course, Peter was quick to follow him out. Wait. Weasel shouted. You didn't pay. Outside the bar, Wade found a good-looking car and broke it open before hopping inside and hot-wiring it. Seriously? Peter asked with a sigh. You know I can just portal us there, right? Wade froze for a moment before hopping out of the car and looking at Peter expectantly. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. His future wife could be in danger, so he didn't have time to waste. The address, Peter said as he held out his hand. Here. In a dimly lit strip club bathroom, where the air was heavy with the stench of stale beer and sweat, a golden portal opened, revealing Peter and Wade, who was once again wearing his paper bag. We're here, Peter says as he holds his nose from the foul stench of the place. Though I wish we weren't. Unlike Peter, Wade sniffed the air without any trouble. Ah, the unhygienic stench of desperation and loneliness. This is definitely a strip club. All right, how are we doing this? Peter asks. Are you taking the lead or what? Because someone needs to explain to her what's going on. Well. Wade didn't sound very confident. I was thinking that we could kidnap her and hold her somewhere until Francis is taken care of. Peter just looked at him in silence for a moment. You would rather put the woman you love through a frightening kidnapping than simply tell her what's going on. Yes. Wade nods his head, unashamed by his answer. And you refuse to reveal yourself? Peter asked and received another nod in return. Sigh, why must you make everything so complicated? A/N, 1524 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, okay, upside down face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 350, C350, committing a crime. Pistol, insert criminal gifs here, most likes wins pistol. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, *justice, trophy, A/N, a just king has taken the throne, thwarting that multi-posting heathen crown. Peter leaned against the bathroom wall, his arms crossed, as he waited for Wade to finish adjusting his tactical suit. Although Peter didn't agree with this, as he knew it would be better to simply explain things to Vanessa, Wade refused to see things his way. So, they would be breaking the law today. Just as Wade wants, the two of them would kidnap his fiancée and move her to a safe location, where hopefully, Peter could either convince Wade to reveal himself or perhaps, trick him into doing so instead. Meh, they'll figure something out. Peter shrugged. Wade tugged at the straps on the suit, muttering to himself. Man, this thing is tight. Are you sure I won't suffocate in here? Insert picture of Deadpool suit. Peter rolled his eyes, his voice laced with impatience. It's designed for maximum flexibility and protection. You'll be fine. Just keep your focus on finding Vanessa. Peter didn't think it best for him to wear the paper bag for this, so he conjured up a normal tactical suit that matched the Deadpool aesthetic. It wasn't anything crazy like Peter's suit, but it would be enough for this. Wade adjusted the mask, his eyes narrowing behind the red and black fabric. Right. Vanessa. Gotta keep my girl safe from Francis. He straightened up and struck a dramatic pose. Don't worry, Spidey, the Crimson Chin is on the case. Please stop coming up with these *TTY names. They just don't work. Peter couldn't help but chuckle. Just remember. We need to keep a low profile. No unnecessary violence. Wade grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. No promises, webhead. He said as he turned and left the bathroom. Shaking his head in annoyance, Peter discreetly activated the enchantment on his spider suit, watching as it transformed into a sleek, pitch-black form. Now unrecognizable as Spider-Man, he followed Wade out into the dimly lit club. They stepped out of the bathroom and into the pulsating atmosphere of the strip club. The bass thumped through the air, mingling with the voices and laughter of the surrounding patrons. Wade adjusted his mask once again, ensuring his face was hidden beneath its intimidating design. Men stood around the runway-styled stage, throwing money at practically naked women who danced on long shining poles for their pleasure. Other men sat in their own booths, accompanied by similar women, who fawned over them as if they were the most handsome men in the world. They certainly weren't. Meanwhile, the bigger spenders were invited into the back of the club, where secluded rooms were set up for private dances. Suckers. Peter thought as he watched these women expertly drain them dry of their money. As they navigated through the crowd, their eyes scanned the room, searching for any sign of Vanessa. The scent of perfume and alcohol mixed with the flashing neon lights created a surreal atmosphere. Wade's eyes widened as he spotted a door at the back marked, "Employees Only." He motioned for Peter to follow him, and they stealthily made their way toward it. Inside a nearby dressing room, a beautiful woman with long brown hair and matching eyes stood before a mirror, dressed skimpily, carefully applying her makeup. Insert picture of Vanessa here. The soft glow of the lights accentuated her beauty, but her expression carried a mix of weariness and uncertainty. Although she didn't return to prostitution, in a way, she was still selling her body to similar clientele, which was a bit disheartening when she thought about it. Though the money alone made this a far better job than anything else that she could be doing. Staring at herself in a tiny handheld mirror, Vanessa sighed. I just wish Wade was here. She thought sadly. Unbeknownst to Vanessa, a security guard, who was meant to be guarding the hall outside from any weird and overzealous patrons, watched her with lust-filled eyes. He had been watching her carefully ever since she started working here, waiting for the best moment to strike. Stalking up behind her unnoticed, as her mirror far was too small to show anything behind her, the rather muscular guard peered over her shoulder, admiring her exposed breasts. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he reached his hand out, his intentions clear. Suddenly, the door quietly opened and a red and black clothed head peeked inside. Instantly, Wade's rage bubbled to the surface as he burst into the room. Hands off, scumbag! He shouted, his voice filled with fury. The security guard stumbled backward, startled by Wade's sudden appearance. Who the hell are you? Wade cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I'm the Crimson Chin, Motherf *****. Not again. Peter rolled his eyes and let out a sigh. Without warning, Wade launched himself at the guard, a flurry of punches and kicks raining down upon him, leaving the guard reeling as he tried and failed to defend himself. Meanwhile, Vanessa leaped out of her seat and backed up into the corner, surprised by the sudden fight that broke out in the middle of her dressing room. Though before she ran over to cower in the corner, she was sure to hit a small emergency button under the table, which sent out a distress call to all security guards in the building. After all, being a stripper is a hazardous business. Clients can easily grow obsessive and delusional, leading to all sorts of unsavory situations. Bam. A red and black clothed fist smashed into the guard's face, sending him spiraling to the floor. Don't you ever! Wade exclaimed as he started stomping the guard's down body. Try to touch her again. Vanessa wondered what he meant by that and why he seemed so protective of her. She felt that this masked man was familiar, though the mask muffled his voice, leaving her confused as to who it was. Peter leaned against the door frame, enjoying the show, though that was quickly ruined as a crowd of similarly dressed guards came running down the hall behind him. Quick to react, Peter turned around and swung into action. His movements were agile and precise as he incapacitated the guards one by one, using nothing but his inhuman speed to outclass them with ease. Ah! Ugh! Off! Vanessa's fear only grew as she heard the screams of agony and pain that echoed from outside the door. Barely a minute passed before Peter returned, completely unscathed with a pile of unconscious guards behind him. And when he returned, Wade was still stomping the guard that tried to get handsy with his fiancée. The floor was filled with blood and the man's head was partially caved inwards. Though he was still breathing. Stupid dumb $Kirby ****TCH. Wade never stopped insulting the guy as he continued to brutally assault him. I think that's enough. Peter said as Wade calmed down and returned to his senses. Nodding his head, Wade pulled out one of his Desert Eagles and aimed downward. And no. Wait, bang, the man tried to speak but Wade didn't listen and simply pulled the trigger, piercing a bullet straight into his pants and blowing his D***CK clean off. Ah! The man let out a high-pitched scream as he rolled on the floor, holding his crotch in agony. Seriously? Peter asked in exasperation. What? He deserved it. Wade shrugged uncaringly. Exclamation point. Vanessa, wide-eyed in fear, watched all of this from the corner of the room, a lamp in hand ready to defend herself if need be. Fear mingled with confusion as she tried to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. Peter looked toward Wade, motioning for him to speak to her, but he just couldn't muster up the courage. Sighing in exasperation, Peter made a quick mental note to beat some sense into him later as he stepped up toward the frightened woman. Vanessa's voice trembled as she spoke, her trust wavering. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Look, we're not here to hurt you. Peter says, receiving a very skeptical look from Vanessa. Believe it or not. I don't care. We don't have much time right now, so just come with us and we'll explain everything, okay? Of course, she didn't believe a word that came out of Peter's mouth, staying firmly in the corner, ready to lash out at whoever came near her. Seeing that this wasn't working, Peter sighed and waved his hand. Sleep. He said and moved forward to catch her as her eyes dropped shut and her body collapsed into a deep slumber. What did you do to her? Wade asks in concern as he turns his Desert Eagle toward Peter. She's asleep, you idiot. Rolling his eyes at his friend's overreaction, Peter tossed Vanessa over to him. Exclamation point. Wade's eyes widened as he dropped his gun and scrambled to catch his fiancée in a princess carry. Don't throw her like that. She's not a sack of potatoes. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoes from outside the building. I think that's our cue. Peter says, ignoring Wade's glare as he opens a portal and steps through. Come on. Let's go. I'd rather not deal with the cops. Minutes later, when the police finally breached the building with a heavily armed SWAT unit, they found no sign of the perpetrators. Though they did find a badly beaten penisless man alongside a large pile of unconscious guards, leaving them no choice but to seal off the area in hopes of catching the fleeing perpetrators. A/N, 1,599 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll poop on your doorstep, pile of poo house. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 351, C351 Love is complicated. Red heart, insert lover's gifts here, most likes wins red heart. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, *justice, trophy, A/N, crown. Soft, dim light, casted gentle shadows across the spacious penthouse apartment, which just so happened to be one of the many SHIELD/Avengers safe houses in New York City. Wade cradled Vanessa in his arms, her delicate form pressed against his chest as they made their way toward the master bedroom. With careful tenderness, he lowered her down onto the plush mattress, ensuring her comfort was tended to perfectly. As he settled Vanessa down, Wade couldn't help but let out a light-hearted grumble. Seriously? She gets these fancy digs, and I'm stuck in some plain hotel room. You're really playing favorites here, Spidey. Peter glanced at Wade. Come on. You know this is just a temporary arrangement until we take care of Frances. She needs protection, and this place was available. It has round-the-clock surveillance and agents at every possible entry point. She'll be safe here. Wade crossed his arms, pouting under his mask. I know. You're right. Safety first and all that jazz. Besides, after what you did to that hotel room, do you really think that I'd ever let you stay in a place like this? Nope, from now on it's nothing but rundown motels for you. Peter says with a shake of his head. Come on. Wade whined like a kid. Give me a second chance. I promise that I won't jizz on the couch ever again. You did far more than that and you know it. Peter pointed an accusing glare at him. Now, lower your voice before she wakes up. Hearing Peter's warning, Wade shut his mouth and swiftly turned to make sure that she was still asleep. Sighing in relief, as she was still out cold, his voice softening. She's even more beautiful than I remembered. I need to fix myself before seeing her again. You know, for a badass mercenary you're really acting like AP*SSY, aren't you? Peter says matter-of-factly. Who the F#CK are calling AP*SSY? Wade turns to Peter, appalled that he would call him that. After all, Wade was the exact opposite of AP*SSY. He would gladly jump headfirst into danger for something as small as a chimichanga and a cold cherry iced to wash it down. I'm 100% fat, hairy, D*CK. I got veins and all. Wade jutted his hips forward, turning the conversation in a rather gross direction. Really? Peter says in amusement as he gestures to Vanessa. Then wake her up and introduce yourself. Without a mask, of course. Wade looked toward his sleeping fiancée, freezing on the spot. Turning away from her, Wade looks at Peter once again. Fine, I admit it. I'm not a BBC. I'm AP*SSY. I'm scared, okay. What if she's disgusted with me? I would be. Peter stepped closer, placing a comforting hand on Wade's shoulder. Wade, listen to me. Vanessa loves you. She's seen the person beneath that mangled face of yours. And if she can't accept you for who you are, then maybe she's not worth your time and love. Wade shook his head, his voice filled with doubt. But, she signed up to marry a handsome, dashing mercenary. This, he gestured to his scarred face, isn't what she signed up for. I don't even have hair anymore, for crying out loud. God, I loved my hair. Unbeknownst to Wade, Vanessa's eyelids fluttered open in the middle of their conversation, her eyes widening in shock at the conversation unfolding before her. Look at this. He removed his mask, revealing the face of a burn victim, scars marring his features. Would you love this? Vanessa's nearly jumped out of bed as her heart ached. What happened? She wondered in shock. At this point, she understood that Wade was the one who kidnapped her, though she didn't know why. She lay still, feigning sleep with her eyes closed once again, listening to Wade's heartfelt admission and the pain in his voice. Wade turned toward Vanessa, his eyes filled with love and longing, before silently leaving the room. The sound of objects being broken echoed through the safe house as he vented his frustration, leaving Peter and Vanessa alone in the bedroom. And he wonders why I didn't bring him here earlier. Peter muttered in annoyance, his gaze shifted to Vanessa, a knowing look in his eyes. He could see through her pretense, knowing she had been awake all along. After all, he was the one who woke her up to begin with. I know you're awake. He called out to her gently, breaking the silence that lingered in the room. Did you see him? Why, yeah. Vanessa swallowed the lump in her throat, her eyes fluttering open. Peter approached the bed, his expression sympathetic. So, what do you have to say? Do you love him or not? Tears welled up in Vanessa's eyes as she contemplated her next move. She couldn't bear to see Wade in pain, but she also couldn't deny her own conflicted emotions. She looked up at Peter, her voice barely a whisper. What? What happened to him? Peter took a deep breath, preparing himself to share the truth. Well. He went on to explain everything that happened to Wade, from the reason that he left her to the weeks of torture and the awakening of his ex-gene. Nothing was left out. So, you two kidnapped me to keep me safe from this Francis guy? She asked incredulously. From her perspective, they could have easily just talked to her and explained the situation. Yeah, well, if you haven't noticed yet, Wade is a bit touchy about his appearance at the moment. He thinks you're going to treat him like the hunchback of Notre Dame. Peter explains. I would never. She stutters, looking offended by his assumption. I guess we'll see, won't we? Peter says, unsure. After all, she still hasn't said whether she loves him or not, though that could be due to the fact that he left her without a word. Or because she was too shocked to think straight at the moment. Spidey. Wade called out from the living room. Let's just write her a note and leave. The longer we wait, the farther Francis gets. All right. Give me a minute to write something. Peter replied and turned back to Vanessa. You have until we're finished dealing with Francis to get your thoughts together. There's enough food and drinks in the kitchen to last you a month. Cable TV on every TV and the Wi-Fi password should be written on the router. She didn't know what to say. Do not under any circumstances leave this apartment. Understood. Peter warns and receives a nod in return. Good, now pretend to sleep again. He's coming back. Vanessa's eyes widened as she swiftly threw herself back into bed. Seconds later, the sound of footsteps along the hardwood flooring echoed into her ears. What's taking so long? Wade peeked his head inside, seeing his fiancée fast asleep alongside Peter, who sat at the edge of the bed, scribbling a note on the nightstand. I'm just finishing up. Peter says as he finished writing and stood up, passing Wade as he walked out of the room. I'll meet you on the roof. I need to explain some things to the agents outside. Hesitantly staring at the love of his life, Wade couldn't stop himself from walking over and taking a seat at her bedside. His gaze never wavered from Vanessa's face as he traced the contours of her delicate features with his eyes, etching them into his memory. Wade swallowed hard, trying to gather his thoughts before he spoke. I love you, Vanessa. Wade's voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper. I never thought I could find someone like you. He reached out hesitantly, brushing a strand of hair away from Vanessa's face, careful not to disturb her peaceful sleep. But things have changed. I've changed, Wade continued, his voice tinged with sadness. I'm not the man you fell in love with anymore. A faint tremor coursed through Wade's hands as he fought to contain his emotions. He couldn't bear the thought of Vanessa seeing him in his current state, his scarred and disfigured appearance. I can't show myself to you like this, Wade admitted, his voice strained. I want to fix this, to find a way back to being the man you deserve. That's why I'm leaving, again. Vanessa's heart ached as she listened to Wade's words. She longed to reach out and comfort him, to tell him that his appearance didn't matter, that she loved him unconditionally. But on the other hand, she was hurt and heartbroken for weeks after he left without a word. Even now she still felt hurt by what he did. One moment he was there and the next he was gone, leaving her behind in the apartment they shared, where everything reminded her of him. And although she had the full context of the situation now, thanks to Peter, Vanessa wasn't ready to talk to Wade just yet. Everything was happening far too quickly and she needed some time to think before doing or saying anything. So Vanessa remained still, her eyes shut tight, pretending to be asleep. Wade stood up, his shoulders slumped as he let out a long sigh. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Vanessa's forehead, his lips lingering for a moment. Goodbye, Vanessa, Wade whispered, his voice thick with unspoken sorrow. I promise I'll come back to you. I'll fix this. And when I do, I'll be the man you fell in love with again. With one last lingering look at Vanessa, Wade turned away, his footsteps growing fainter as he left the room. Once he was gone, Vanessa's eyes fluttered open, tears welling up, blurring her vision. I love you too, Wade, she whispered into the empty room. A/N, 1670 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, or I'll call forth lightning upon you, thunderstorm, high voltage, dizzy face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 352, C352, a day in court. Face with symbols on mouth, insert enemies gifs here, most likes wins, face with symbols on mouth. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, complex, trophy, A/N, another multi-poster takes the crown, and although you are king, know that your reign was stolen through ill-gotten gains. These demon kings must be dethroned. New York City Courthouse, 9 a.m. The atmosphere in the courtroom was heavy with anticipation as Scott Lang, accompanied by his lawyers Foggy Nelson and Matthew Murdoch, made his way to his seat. Hope Van Dyne, filled with unwavering support and affection for Scott, walked by his side. The tension between Nelson and Murdoch and the prosecutor sent by the district attorney's office was certainly palpable, and only intensified by the presence of numerous lawyers representing Vistacorp, their determination to bury the case evident. What was even more evident was the odd connection that Vistacorp seemed to have with the district attorney's office. As the proceedings began, the judge entered the room, prompting the bailiff to command the attention of everyone present. All rise. The Honorable Judge Judith Scheindlin presiding. Insert picture of Judge Judy here, woman judge. You may be seated, she said as she took a seat and banged the gavel a single time. Court is now in session. Vistacorp's head lawyer wasted no time as he rose to his feet. Your Honor, this entire endeavor is a waste of your and the court's time, he argued, citing the lack of new evidence to justify such a step. There is nothing here that warrants re-examining Mr. Lang's case, and I find it odd that they would try doing so. Hearing this, Matt turned to look at the men, as if he could see him with his blind eyes. I find it odd that Vistacorp's entire team of lawyers found the time out of their busy schedules to attend such a small legal matter, he said, bringing attention to their weird interest in Scott's case. The judge turned to Matt. That's enough, Mr. Murdoch. We aren't here to throw cryptic quips at one another. Do you have any evidence to present or not? After all, without evidence, they would have no ground to reopen the case. Truthfully, the evidence should have been filed with their motions to reopen the case, but everything was rushed thanks to Peter calling in some favors. The gears of the legal system started turning rapidly as soon as Spider-Man said the word. And since it was rushed, the judge called this meeting, where they would handle everything that would normally lead up to the reopening of a criminal case. Swiftly, Foggy and Matt rose from their seats, producing stacks of documents from their briefcases. Your Honor, we have piles of undeniable evidence of Vistacorp's unethical practices, their exploitation of vulnerable customers, and their complete disregard for the law. The room fell silent as Foggy addressed the court, his voice firm and unwavering. Matt chimed in, his tone assertive yet measured. Let's start with something juicy, shall we? He says as he picks up two documents, handing one over to the bailiff, who then brings it over to the judge. Holding the document in the air for all to see, Matt addresses the court. Your Honor, the document that you're looking at is proof of over 100 different cases of identity theft committed by Vistacorp and its high-level members. Not only did they illegally access customers' personal information, such as credit card details or social security numbers, they used that confidential information for their own financial gain. Wide-eyed, the head lawyer for Vistacorp stood from his seat once again. Your Honor, this dash. I'm sorry, is it your turn to speak? The judge asks pointedly. And no, ma'am. He replies quickly. Then why are you talking? She asks as she returns to reading the document. My apologies, Your Honor. It won't happen again. He instantly takes a seat. Thank you, Your Honor. Matt says as he smirks tauntingly in the opposing counsel's direction. Though this isn't the only piece of evidence that we've been able to find while looking into Vistacorp. Fraud, price fixing, false advertisement, product tampering, pyramid schemes, insider trading, unfair debt collection, environmental violations, discrimination, data breaches, unfair contract terms, substandard product safety, exploitive pricing, wage theft. As Matt meticulously listed each and every wrongdoing committed by Vistacorp, which included the branch of customers that Scott had intended to help through his heist, Foggy slapped down document after document, emphasizing that they held all of the proof in their hands. Usually, it would take years and years to build up evidence like this, but thankfully, the Avengers have access to Jarvis and Peter has access to Lily. Hacking into some low-level company and gathering incriminating evidence is light work for the two AIs. Once his partner was finished, Foggy spoke up. This crucial evidence was withheld during Mr. Lang's initial trial. And had it been presented, it would have shed a completely different light on his actions. Instead of the crazed thief, who was only after the money of the company that fired him, our client would have been seen as a modern-day Robin Hood, stealing from dirty criminals and giving back to their victims. Objection, Your Honor. Vistacorp's lawyers reacted swiftly, objecting to the sudden influx of evidence. The leading lawyer stood up, his voice filled with disdain. This evidence is irrelevant and should not be considered. It's nothing but a fabrication. Vistacorp is a pillar of the community and would never partake in such unscrupulous activities. Oh, really? Matt says as he pulls out a folder and walks over to place it on the table in front of him. And as the head lawyer of Vistacorp opened it up, his eyes grew wide as his mouth hung open. What is it? The judge asks as the bailiff walks forward and holds out his hand. It's. The man says as he held the folder tightly in his grasp. Hand it over. The bailiff says, giving the man no way out. Well, he did have one way out. Scrambling past his team, the man sprinted to the door, shocking everyone in the room. Stop him. The judge orders. I'll be holding him in contempt for every step he takes. And with one smooth motion, Matt pulled out his walking cane and threw it like a spear. Flying through the air with pinpoint accuracy, the long stick appeared between the fleeing lawyer's legs, entangling him perfectly. As he came crashing to the floor, the bailiff ran over and detained him alongside a few police officers who were called into the room. Soon enough, the bailiff brought over the file and gave it to the judge. Opening it up, the judge frowned as a look of pure disgust appeared on her face. I'll see that he not only loses his bar license but he's thrown in prison for the rest of his life. Foggy stood up once again, his voice dripping with determination. Your Honor, as you can see, our evidence is absolutely relevant and reliable. It goes directly to the motive behind Mr. Lang's actions and demonstrates that he was driven by a desire to expose VistaCorp's wrongdoings, as well as the wrongdoing of its high-level members, and provide restitution to its customers. The judge, contemplating the arguments presented, nodded her head. She turned her attention to Scott's lawyers. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Murdoch, you've made a compelling case. Your motion is approved. Please don't forget to submit all of your evidence to the court before the first trial date. Hope, unable to contain her emotions, jumped out of her seat and wrapped her arms around Scott, happy for his victory. Though they still had to have the trial all over again, so this was only a minor battle, which would help them win the war that was coming. Scott awkwardly wrapped his arms around her waist, grateful for the support. This court is now adjourned. The judge calls out as she bangs the gavel one last time. Wait. Your Honor. You can't just dash, another VistaCorp lawyer tries to argue. Did you not hear me? The judge asks as she stands from her seat. Your Honor, I heard you but dash, he continued to try to argue. Then are you dumb or deaf? She asks angrily. Because I'd like to know the reason when I file to have you held in contempt of court. I am sorry, Your Honor. While the judge was dealing with the idiotic lawyers on the other side, Scott's side was already on its way out. Although Foggy and Matt weren't the most seasoned lawyers, they knew that it was best to stay on the judge's good side, so they decided to leave as swiftly as possible. They only hoped that the opposing counsel would continue to dig themselves into a deeper and deeper hole. Wow. Scott muttered as the courtroom doors closed behind them. I actually think we can win this. Originally, he was a bit skeptical as he did commit the crimes that they sent him to prison for. Though, after going through that, a newfound confidence filled his entire being. Scott realized that he really had a chance at what Peter promised him. Matt smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. We won't just win. We'll get your record expunged, get shared custody of your daughter, and take down VistaCorp. He said, full of confidence. I hope you're ready, Scott. Foggy smiled, happy with their first of many victories. Because now is when things get busy. A/N, 1562 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone because I'm always watching, I police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 353, C353, cue the music. Nauseated face, insert revolting gifs here, most likes wins face vomiting. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, crown. P.S. Let me know if any of you have trouble with notifications for this chapter. 2 people in the last chapter said they had a bug/glitch or something where it didn't show up. Peter sat on a rooftop, his ghost laptop open in front of him while Wade crowded next to him, impatiently waiting for him to find their runaway bad guy. The wind rustled over their suits, adding an eerie atmosphere to the night. Peter's fingers danced across the keyboard, tapping into various databases, trying to find a trace of Francis after he went into hiding. Wade erratically tapped his up and down, his arms crossed impatiently. Any luck, Spidey? He asked for the 100th time, his voice tinged with irritation. Peter sighed as he could feel Wade breathing down his neck for the past hour. No, Wade. As I've told you countless times already, your arch-nemesis knows what he's doing. He covered his tracks well. No digital breadcrumbs to follow so far. And if you want me to find any, then you need to be patient. Wade groaned dramatically. Seriously? This guy knows how to vanish better than my ex-wife. You were never married. Peter scoffed. How do you know that? Wade asked before coving his masked mouth and letting out a high-pitched gasp. Are you stalking me? Of course, Peter read Wade's file, so he knows everything that the government knows about his annoying friend. Yeah, I'm your biggest fan. Peter says sarcastically, trying to work with a loudmouth idiot constantly hovering over his shoulder. Can you give me some space? I need to focus to figure this out. Wade whined. Hey, I'm just trying to add a little spice to this snooze fest. Peter rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to his laptop. Maybe we can find some clues from the surveillance cameras in the area. When Francis left his house, he had to have passed some cameras. There might be footage of the direction he left in or the vehicle he took. With a new plan in mind, Peter got back to work, hacking into the surveillance network that covers the entire city. Isolating the area where Francis lived, he scrolled through the footage, but his hopes quickly faded. The screens displayed nothing but static, as if someone had deliberately wiped them clean. Great, just great. Wade exclaimed, throwing his arms up in exasperation. Can't catch a break, can we? Peter clenched his jaw, his patience wearing thin. He shot a glare at Wade, silencing him momentarily. Seeing Deadpool on the big screen, P***ing off everyone around him certainly hits differently when you're the target of his antics. Determined not to waste any more time, Peter let out a defeated sigh as he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Wade leaned closer, trying to catch a glimpse of the screen. Who are you calling, Spidey? Some hotshot hacker to do your job for you. Peter ignored Wade's taunts as the call connected. Hey, sweetie. It's Dad. I need your help with something for me. Wade raised an eyebrow. Are you calling your daughter? Peter shot him a warning look, his voice carrying a hint of annoyance. Wade, I swear to Morgan Freeman. If you don't shut the hell up, I'm going to throw you off this building. Wade shrugged and leaned against the wall, his hands held up in surrender. Your family, your business. Meanwhile, Peter spoke into the phone, his tone filled with both urgency and affection. Yeah, sorry about that. I need you to hack into the smartphones of everyone near a certain address and help me track someone using the built-in cameras. You're looking for anyone who was around or was recorded at a specific time. Hopefully, you'll have better luck than me. Of course, Peter could have done this himself, but it would take far longer since he only has 2 hands. Lily, on the other hand, can interface the World Wide Web using her mind alone, which allows her to do the work of 1,000 Peters at once. Wade scoffed. Oh, great. He's calling his kid for help now. Is she even old enough to use a computer? Should we get her a booster seat so she can reach the keyboard? As if on cue, Wade's complaint triggered Peter's breaking point. That's it. He thought. Without warning, he shot a web at Wade's face, which latched onto his mask. And with a simple tug, Peter forcefully threw him off the roof. Aya. F***CKU. Wade's screams quickly faded into the distance as he landed with a loud thud in a nearby dumpster. When Wade finally climbed his way back up to the rooftop, covered in dumpster juices that stunk up his surroundings, Peter stood there casually waiting for him, his arms crossed. All right, Wade, Peter said, his voice tinged with satisfaction. My precious little genius found him. Or at least his last known location. After using smartphone camera footage from anyone in the area to follow Francis and the car that he stole, Lily was able to use the city surveillance system and stoplight cameras to follow his path throughout the city, leading all the way to an abandoned dock. And to add a bit more certainty to it, the entire area just so happens to be a dead zone for traffic and cameras. One of the very few in the entirety of New York City, to be exact. Wade wiped off the dirt and grime, his expression a mix of annoyance and admiration. Then that dumpster dive was totally worth it. Now, lead the way, Spidey. Waving his hand and summoning a golden portal, Peter stepped back and motioned toward it. Ladies first. Suck AD**CK. Wade countered as he paced past Peter and stepped through. Atop a tall crane on an abandoned dock, Wade and Peter stepped out of a shining portal, glancing below at a huge rundown freight ship, which looked to be in the process of being remodeled into a secret base. And surrounding the makeshift base was a fenced-in perimeter, crawling with heavily armed guards in blacked-out tactical gear. Hey, Spidey, think you can handle a superhero landing? Wade's voice echoed through the night air, filled with mischievousness. Peter rolled his eyes beneath his mask. Wade, we're trying to be stealthy here. No unnecessary attention, remember. Although it wasn't likely, Peter didn't want to give Francis the opportunity to run again. Besides, you don't have what it takes to dash, Peter spoke tauntingly, but it was too late. Wade leaped off of the crane as if he were an Olympic diver. Superhero landing. He shouted as he soared through the air, limbs flailing, and crashed onto the ground at the center of the fenced-in area. Peter couldn't help but wince as he saw and heard Wade's ankles snap upon impact. His feet turned to a sickening angle as the red and black-clad idiot fell to the ground in pain. Mother*****. The guards, who were on high alert, immediately turned their attention to the loud spectacle as men in towers shined bright spotlights onto his downed form. Nice going, Wade, Peter muttered to himself, shaking his head. Ignoring the pain, Wade managed to prop himself up on his elbows, a grin spreading across his masked face. Ta-da. See. Perfect superhero landing, he exclaimed triumphantly. With a sigh, Peter gracefully descended from the crane, landing silently beside Wade. His landing was nothing short of perfection, a testament to his years of training and experience. That's a superhero landing. Feel free to take notes. He shot Wade a knowing look before turning to the guards. The armed men, their weapons pointed directly at Peter, hesitated. Whispers swept through their ranks, fear evident in their eyes. They recognized the iconic red and blue costume, a symbol of dread that struck terror into the hearts of all criminals across the world. Spider-Man. One guard muttered, his voice trembling. What's he doing here? Another guard, his voice more confident, stepped forward. Doesn't matter who he is. Shoot him. But before they could react, Peter's agility took over. He darted forward, webs shooting from his wrists, disarming the guards with expert precision. His movements were fluid, almost dance-like, as he incapacitated them one by one, leaving no chance for a single bullet to be fired. Not even the alarm was raised. Meanwhile, Wade was busy snapping his ankles back into place, his healing factor working its magic. Within seconds, he stood tall once again, brushing off the mishap as if it never happened. All right, time to finish this the F***ck up. Wade declared, cracking his knuckles as he turned to the author. Cue the music. Optical Disc Gangnam Style by PSY plays Optical Disc. Musical Notes Open Gangnam Style Musical Notes. Musical Notes Gangnam Style Musical Notes. Musical Notes Na Je Nun Da Surround Ingen Jogin Yoja Musical Notes. Musical Notes Coffee Hanja Ne Yoyu Rul Anun Pum Kyo Kin Nun Yoja Musical Notes. Musical Notes Bami O Myun Simjong E Dugo O Jinan Yoja Musical Notes. Musical Notes Kuran Bonjuan Itnan Yoja, Musical Notes. Seriously? Wade asked as Peter continued to demolish the guards in the background. Suddenly the music stops as Wade could hear the sound of a button being pressed before another song filled his ears. Optical Disc Kung Fu Fighting by Carl Douglas plays Optical Disc. Musical Notes Oh Musical Notes. Musical Notes Oh Musical Notes. Musical Notes Everybody is Kung Fu Fighting, Musical Notes. That's more like it. A/N, 1546 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone stones gemstone or else you're nothing but, pile of poo police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 354, C354B *TCH slap. I insert bizarre gifs here, most likes wins I. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Peter and Wade moved swiftly, their synchronized movements showing just how great of a duo they truly are. With fluid precision, they took down the last of the guards stationed outside the beached freight ship, ensuring that their assault remained undetected. However, their success was short-lived as the shrill blare of an alarm pierced the air, echoing through the desolate dockyard. Peter shot a glare at Wade, frustration evident in his voice. Seriously, Wade. We were supposed to be stealthy. If Wade didn't jump in earlier, Peter would have opened a portal to the top deck of the ship, sneaking them inside with ease. They would have found Francis by now. Wade nonchalantly shrugged, his masked face splitting into a mischievous grin. Well, Spidey, my way is a lot more fun. Besides, who needs stealth when you've got these bad boys? He brandished his gleaming Desert Eagles and promptly opened fire on the fresh wave of guards rushing out of the ship. As bullets flew, blood spilled, and bodies fell, Peter couldn't help but shake his head. He knew he couldn't argue with Wade's words. This was indeed more fun than sneaking in. Together, they fought their way into the belly of the ship, leaving a trail of death in their wake. After all, Deadpool wasn't the type of hero to spare his enemies, which Peter respected. It's not like these guys are innocent. Peter shrugged as Wade shot a guy in the neck, blowing his head off of his shoulders. Damn, those .50 cal rounds pack a punch. Their relentless progress led them to the ship's rooftop, where only two people awaited them. Standing there were Francis, the enigmatic leader of the latest Weapon X program, and his formidable subordinate, Angel Dust, a muscle-bound woman with short hair that matched her black clothes. Both of these metahumans, who were exceptionally confident in taking care of these intruders only a moment ago, practically recoiled in shock and fear at the sight of Peter's familiar red and blue spider-themed suit. Spider-Man. Francis muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. This isn't good. He would have gladly left already if he knew that it was Spider-Man who was behind the assault on his base. But no, Francis wanted to see who was after him, confident in his and Angel Dust's metahuman capabilities. Hey, Francis. I've heard a lot about you. Peters waved in their direction, a relaxed air radiating from him. Nice trick with your house, by the way. It was smart to use your security system as a trigger to blow it sky high. You're actually one of the more crafty criminals I've dealt with on this planet. Thanks. Francis answered, trying to figure out a way out of this. There was a car parked around the back and a helicopter behind him, but he knew that Spider-Man wouldn't allow him to get to either of them. All roads seemed to lead in one direction, a fight. And winning was his only option. Because any metahuman to ever be caught by the Avengers has disappeared completely, never to be seen again. This is one of the main factors that strikes fear in all superpowered criminals, as they can at least look forward to a possible escape when dealing with the criminal justice system. But when it comes to the Avengers, there's no trial, no jail, no prison. You just disappear. Of course, this would lead anyone to wonder whether the Avengers were killing off superpowered criminals, but that obviously wasn't the case. They simply rot in the tower's detainment floors. Meanwhile, Wade stood by Peter's side, his mask concealing a wicked smirk. Francis squinted, unsure which Avenger was stood next to Spider-Man, and who might your friend be. Francis inquired, hoping to stall for some time to think. Without missing a beat, Wade removed his mask, revealing his scarred and disfigured face, a taunting smirk plastered all over it. Yo. Francis cringed at the sight of him, a mixture of surprise and disgust coloring his voice before, finally, realization struck. Wait. Wade. Is that you? Oh, Francis, my dear old friend. It's so good of you to remember me. Wade's eyes gleamed with a blend of amusement and menace. The guy whose face you ruined when you decided to play mad scientist. Tension hung in the air, thick with the weight of unfinished business and personal vendettas. Hey, mate. I'm guessing our last little experiment was a success. Francis greeted him tauntingly. But do you mind putting the mask back on? Your face is just so, ugh, you know. Seeing his nemesis wince at the sight of him, Wade kept his mask off out of pure spite. Nope, if I have to live with this ugly mug, then you have to live with it too. Wade sneered. Now, I'm going to tell you what the F*C case about to happen. First, I'm going to kick the sh% out of you, and second, you're going to help me fix this. He points to his face, forcing Francis to look at him. And maybe when you're done with my makeover I'll let you go. After torturing you for a few weeks, of course. Wade said, a bloodthirsty smirk on his face. After all, it ain't revenge if you don't go through the same F***t that you put me through. Francis scowled but remained defiant. You think you can fight me? You're nothing but a lab rat, a barely passable experiment. Seeing how badly Wade wanted to fight him, Francis decided to lean into it. Because he would much rather fight Wade than Spider-Man. And maybe, through his fight with Wade, Francis could find a way out of this situation. Handing his Desert Eagles to Peter, who was standing beside him, Wade flashed a wicked grin. Don't worry, Spidey, I got this. It's personal. He stepped forward, motioning for Francis to come at him. Peter, understanding Wade's need for vengeance, moved to the side, giving the two adversaries space. He watched with a mix of amusement and anticipation, ready to intervene at any moment if necessary. Agreeing to the one-on-one fight, Francis pulled out two steel fighting axes, twirling them expertly in his hands. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous resolve. Realizing Wade was weaponless, Peter raised his hand and conjured a pair of Deadpool-style swords, the iconic katanas. Here. He tossed them to Wade, who deftly caught them with a flourish of his own. Both Francis and Angel Dust watched the katanas appear in shock, wondering how Peter did that. Alright, let's get this dash. As Wade was ready to go, focusing his gaze on Francis, Angel Dust began walking toward Peter. Her intense gaze burned with an unspoken challenge. Peter raised a hand, attempting to defuse the situation. Hey, let's not fight, okay? Let Wade and your boss settle this. But Angel Dust disregarded his words, her muscles tense and ready for combat. He didn't know what was going through her mind, but he did know one thing. She wanted to fight. Sorry about her. Francis spoke up in her stead. She's a bit of a battle junkie. As he spoke, Angel Dust threw a powerful punch in Peter's direction, charged with superhuman strength. Peter's reflexes kicked into gear, and he effortlessly caught her fist midair, shocking both her and Francis, who knew exactly how strong those punches really were. Any normal person would have been instantly crushed under the force of her fist, but Peter was far from ordinary. Remember when you wake up that it was you who started it? Peter said as he swiftly backhanded her across the face, sending her flying backward. She crashed into the parked helicopter, knocking it over as she fell unconscious from a single hit. Wade, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but speak up. Well, that was anticlimactic. Francis couldn't help but nod in agreement, his gaze lingering on the broken helicopter, which he couldn't use to escape anymore. What can I say? I've had some practice. Peter shrugged nonchalantly, settling back into a relaxed position. Now, why don't you two settle your little vendetta so we can all be done with this? I promised my daughter that I'd be back by morning and it's almost sunrise. Spider-Man has a kid. Francis was shocked. That type of information would sell for a lot. Though he didn't have much time to dwell on it, as Wade crept closer and closer, katanas gripped tightly in each hand. With Angel Dust neutralized and Peter on the sidelines, all attention returned to the imminent clash between Wade and Francis. The tension between the two grew thicker, anticipation hung in the air, and the stage was set for a battle that would certainly be entertaining. A/N, 1487 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone stones gemstone I guess, unamused face police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 355, C355 Deadpool vs. Francis. Place of worship. Insert religious gifts here. Most likes wins place of worship. Trophy. Yesterday's gift winners. Mung kayaking. Trophy. A/N. The Demon King returns. The deck of the ship was drenched in an eerie silence as Wade stood face to face with his arch-nemesis, Francis. A/N. His name ruins all the tension, unamused face. Their eyes locked in a deadly dance of hatred and determination. The stench of blood and violence lingered in the air, a reminder of the carnage that had unfolded on their way up to the deck. Francis looked at Wade in curiosity. So, besides the ugly makeover, what else did you unlock in that chamber? He asked. Wade grinned sadistically. Want to know my powers, huh? Why don't you come and find out? I promise you'll enjoy the experience. I'll even shave the pubes off that bald head of yours. He taunted, twirling his razor-sharp blades in each hand. Francis chuckled, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Ah, Wade, how I've missed our time together. Too bad it's about to end. He replied, his voice laced with a sadistic edge. But don't worry, I'll make sure to pay a visit to that whore of yours once we're done here. What was her name again? It doesn't matter, does it? I'm sure I'll learn it after a little playtime with her before, you know. In an instant, Wade's anger flared to a dangerous level. Without a word, he lunged forward, his katana slashing through the air with deadly precision. But before his blades could reach Francis, two steel axes appeared, expertly deflecting the blow and sweeping toward Wade's exposed arm. Ugh! Wade grunted as an axe dug into his arm. Mother f*** cur! He yelled, tugging his arm back, dislodging the axe. Watching the blood spill from Wade's arm before his injury began to close, disappearing in a matter of seconds, Francis' eyes widened in realization. Healing, huh? Aren't you a lucky little lab rat? Some curses come with a blessing. Wade said, his deformed face still exposed. Without another word, both sides rushed forward. In a whirlwind of movement, Wade and Francis displayed incredible skill and precision. They dodged, parried, and counterattacked with deadly grace, their weapons singing through the air with each strike. Meanwhile, Peter watched from a distance, conjuring a comfortable seat for himself and a bag of tacos. He munched on the spicy snack, his eyes fixated on the combatants like a spectator at a thrilling UFC fight. I need something to drink. He thought as a can of ice-cold Coca-Cola appeared in his hand. Yeah, that's the stuff. Back to the fight, Wade lunged forward, his blade slashing through the air with deadly precision. However, Francis swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Retaliating, he swung his axes in a fluid motion, aiming at his opponent's exposed shoulder. Of course, Wade learned his lesson after the first injury. Deftly twisting his body, he evaded the oncoming axes with graceful agility, leaping and spinning into the air as he swung down at his enemy. And in return for the axe to his arm, Wade's blades managed to rake their way across Francis' face, disfiguring his skin with two long bleeding cuts. Exclamation point. Francis quickly retreated a few steps, wiping the blood that fell into his eyes. Thankfully, his pain receptors were fried long ago, allowing him to fight on without any problems whatsoever. Looking sexy, Franny. Wade comments as he flicks the blood off his blades. Red is definitely your color. A scowl marred Francis' bleeding face as the fight escalated and blows were exchanged in rapid succession. Wade spun on his heel, executing a series of intricate slashes aimed at Francis' torso. Though his opponent's reflexes proved equal to the task as Francis twisted and turned, parrying each strike with his axes, the sharp clang of metal resounding through the night. Soon enough, Francis seized an opportunity and lunged forward, attempting to deliver a devastating strike to Wade's midsection. But Wade, ever resourceful, twisted his body in a nimble maneuver, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blow. And as he did, he retaliated with a swift kick, catching Francis off guard and sending him stumbling backward. Quickly regaining his footing, a determined glint in his eyes, Francis launched himself at Wade, axes whirling through the air with deadly accuracy. But Wade reacted with lightning-fast reflexes, his katanas acting as an impenetrable wall against the onslaught. The constant clash of steel echoed across the deck, each strike met with an equal measure of skillful defense from both sides. As the battle raged on, the combatants traded blow after blow in a frenzied dance of violence. Blood stained the steel of their weapons as well as each of their bodies as the fight grew increasingly intense. Though only Wade remained unharmed, his healing factor saving him from any and all injuries. Hoo. Francis breathed heavily as blood continued to leak from his body. Although he has the upper hand when it comes to strength, as time went on, Francis started to slow down from both loss of blood and exhaustion. Of course, Wade was getting tired as well, but certainly not to the same degree as his opponent. And after a moment of stillness between the two, Wade's sword sliced through the air once again, aiming for vulnerable spots, while Francis' axes swung with unyielding force, seeking to overpower his opponent. Both fighters showed varying signs of weariness, their movements slightly slower, their breathing labored. But their determination remained unwavering. Wade, with a surge of adrenaline, launched himself forward, his katanas whirling in a deadly arc. And Francis responded in kind, axes spinning in a last-ditch effort to subdue his foe. The clash of steel intensified, sparks flying with each meeting of blade and axe. Their movements became a blur of motion, each combatant striving to gain the upper hand. Sweat mingled with blood, coating their bodies as the battle waged on. Until finally, the fight reached its peak, each warrior pushing themselves to the limit. Their strikes became wild and desperate, as fatigue threatened to overtake them. Especially Francis. In a final display of ferocity, both Wade and Francis lunged at each other, weapons colliding with a resounding clash. For a moment, the world stood still as they locked eyes, the weight of their rivalry heavy in the air. And in this exchange, Wade's relentless assault managed to knock the axes out of Francis' hands, forcing him into a defensive position. Francis, now unarmed, ducked, dived, and dodged, evading Wade's relentless onslaught of killing blows. However, Wade's persistence paid off as he managed to slice open his opponent's kneecaps. Francis' eyes widened as he collapsed to the floor, unable to hold his body's weight anymore. And as he fell, Wade was quick to trap him on his back, his katana blades forming a scissor-like formation just a hair's thickness away from his exposed neck. Looking down at his most hated nemesis, his voice seething with rage, Wade ordered, "You made me like this, Francis. And now you're gonna fix it." His hideous face was a foot away from his opponent's. Out of nowhere, Francis burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the empty deck. "Fix you? Oh, Wade, my dear guinea pig, you must be delusional," he mocked, his eyes filled with malevolence. "No one can remove a metahuman's mutation. It's permanent. You'll look like an old man's sagging nutsack for the rest of your life." Shock registered on Wade's scarred face. His hopes shattered in an instant. Francis continued to laugh, savoring Wade's despair. "If you want to be pretty again, then I suggest you pay a visit to a plastic surgeon. That's the best you're ever going to get," he taunted, his words laced with sadistic glee. As began to realization sink in, Wade's grip on his katanas tightened. A mixture of rage and acceptance burned in his eyes. Unable to control himself, Wade pushed all of his weight down on bother swords, decapitating Francis in an instant. Slice, the swords descended with a sickening sound as blood sprayed out, sending his severed head rolling. "Well, that went as I expected," Peter muttered as his chair and snacks disappeared. "You all right?" he asked as he walked over. Standing behind Wade, Peter got a good look at Francis' motionless body as well as his severed head, which was still smiling up at Wade, as if he had somehow won in the end. "That's not creepy at all," Peter commented as he waved his hand and portaled Angel Dust to a cell back at the tower. "I'll have someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with her later." Once she was gone, Peter placed a hand on Wade's shoulder, breaking him from his dejected state. "Come on, let's go and get something to eat. I heard there's a good Mexican place nearby. Do they have chimichangas?" he asked, like a sad child. Wade had no idea what to do anymore. All of his hopes were set on Francis, but now he was left with nothing. "Sure." Peter nodded. "And we'll even get some ice cream on the way home, okay?" Picking himself up off the floor, Wade sullenly followed after Peter, leaving the ship full of dead bodies behind. A/N, 1525 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or get slapped, worried face waving hand, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 356, C356 Lovers Reunite. Pizza insert eating / food gifts here, most likes wins lollipop. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Jujumu_Jujumu, trophy, A/N, a new king rises from the masses, slaying the demon king and all who follow his dark practices crown. Peter and Wade sat in an empty Mexican restaurant a few blocks away from where Francis just died, the remnants of their battle still lingering in their minds. Peter munched on a taco, the enchantment on his suit allowing him to eat with his mask on. Wade, on the other hand, had his mask pulled up, still covering his nose and eyes, as he devoured his fifth order of chimichangas, eating to fill the void in himself. The pain of his disfigured appearance weighed heavy on his mind, believing that he could never be with his beloved fiancée ever again. As they sat in the booth, Peter listened attentively as Wade whined about all of his woes. "What am I supposed to say, Munch? She'll never love me like his, chomp, how the F***ck am I supposed to live like this?" Wade went on and on, constantly stuffing his face the entire time. Meanwhile, the restaurant staff couldn't help but stare in awe and disbelief at the sight of Spider-Man, the world's most popular hero, casually dining in their humble establishment. Some took discreet pictures and videos, not wanting to disturb the heroes in their private moments. Though they were quick to post them online, sharing one of the greatest encounters in their entire lives. After all, who can say that they cooked for the most famous person in the world? Look, Wade, Peter said earnestly, trying to console his friend. I understand that you're afraid of how Vanessa will react, but if she truly loves you, then she'll be able to see past it. Beauty isn't just about physical looks. It's about the person you are inside, the connection you share. You need to talk to her, let her know what happened. Give her a chance. Wade sighed, his stuffed mouth muffling his voice. Fine. I don't have a plan B. I don't have a way to be the man she fell in love with, so I should just give up and let her decide. Although Wade didn't have a plan B, that didn't mean that there wasn't a plan B set up for him. Peter could think of at least 3 spells that could help Wade just off the top of his head, whether it be through body morphing, beautification, or simple illusions. But he wouldn't be doing any of that just yet. In Peter's humble opinion, if Vanessa is so superficial that she would ditch the man she was about to marry because of his appearance, then she wasn't worth Wade's time to begin with. He'll gladly reveal that he can help with Wade's little problem as soon as he and his fiancée figure themselves out. If they end up together again, then it won't be because Wade is handsome. And if they don't, then maybe that's for the best. Peter nodded his head. Good, life is unpredictable. Sometimes things don't go according to our expectations, so we have to dive in and see for ourselves. After a moment of contemplation, Wade nodded slowly. You're right. I can't hide forever. And if that beautiful succubus of mine is as crazy as I remember, then she'll love me. I think. Congratulations, Wade. Peter smiled, proud of Wade's decision. You're not acting like AP*SSY anymore. Feeling a renewed sense of determination, Wade pushed his pile of empty plates aside, sucked down the last of his soda, let out a loud belch, and stood up from the booth. The restaurant staff watched with wide eyes as Spider-Man and some unknown hero prepared to leave. Some mustered the courage to approach them for autographs, surprising Wade, whose ego boosted through the roof in an instant. Though when it came time to sign his name, Wade froze, unsure of what to put down as he hasn't chosen a hero's name yet. Ultimately, he ended up writing a quick squiggle, which no one would be able to decipher no matter how hard they tried. And once the autographs were signed, the two were on their way, leaving behind a happy group of employees. Though they wouldn't be happy for long. Seconds after Peter and Wade left, the street outside the restaurant was swarmed with cars and pedestrians who came running down the block at full speed, hoping to get a glimpse of Spider-Man and the never-before-seen hero beside him. And as chaos descended upon their small restaurant, they all regretted posting the pictures and videos of Spider-Man, wishing that they'd kept them to themselves. At least until after work. Safe house. Tired of waiting for Wade, who stood frozen at the front door, Peter grew impatient and opened the door, pushing him inside the penthouse. The shield guards outside the door watched the whole exchange with interest, wondering what was going on. Though they wouldn't ask. After all, anything involving an Avenger was way above their pay grade. Inside. The sun was rising on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the room as they entered. The aroma of breakfast cooking in the kitchen filled the air. Wade and Vanessa locked eyes for a moment, their gazes filled with a mixture of longing and uncertainty. She instinctively knew that now was the time to come to a decision. Francis was most likely dead and now it was time for Wade to reveal himself as Peter said. Finally, Wade mustered the courage to speak. Hey, Ness, he began, his voice filled with a mix of nerves and affection. I need to tell you something. Recognizing the voice behind the mask, Vanessa's anger simmered beneath the surface as she walked over to Wade, delivering a swift punch to his face. She wouldn't be pretending to sleep this time around. Now was the time for action. I totally deserved that. Wade shook his head and turned back to her, a faint smile hidden under his mask. Though she knew him well enough to know that he was smiling right now. Unfazed, Vanessa landed another punch, this time harder than before. Wade nodded in acknowledgement, his resilience evident as he easily shrugged off the blow. Okay, that too, he admitted, rubbing his jaw. With frustration mounting, Vanessa raised her knee, aiming to strike him where it hurt the most. But Wade reacted swiftly, catching her leg just before impact. Maybe not that, Wade interjected, a hint of amusement in his voice. He was not about to let his family jewels suffer any harm. Meanwhile, Peter leaned against the wall and watched in both interest and concern. He didn't know whether Vanessa would take him back, but he hoped for the best for Wade. Start talking. Vanessa glared at him, her voice laced with impatience and concern. Wade took a deep breath, bracing himself to explain the unexplainable. I'm so sorry for leaving and taking so long to come back. It's been a rough few weeks, he began, his voice filled with remorse. As Vanessa listened to his words, her anger softened slightly, understanding the ordeal Wade had endured, thanks to Peter's explanation after a kidnapping. Wade went on to explain that he had wanted to reveal himself sooner, but the man behind the mask he currently wore wasn't the same anymore. Vanessa, already aware of the situation, reached up and grasped the edges of Wade's mask, surprising him as she pulled it off to reveal a picture of Chris Pratt duct taped to his face. Who is this? Vanessa asked, curious and puzzled. Wade chuckled softly. That's who I'd want to play me in my superhero movie if Ryan Reynolds was busy or dead. God forbid, he added, making a religious cross motion. After the playful exchange, Vanessa unceremoniously ripped the piece of paper off Wade's face, fully exposing his disfigurement. Wade winced in pain as the duct tape was abruptly removed. Careful. That's my money maker. Not anymore. Vanessa comments as she takes in his appearance. A moment of silence hung in the air as the two lovers stared at each other, Wade anxiously trying to discern Vanessa's response. A slight frown crossed her face, causing Wade's heart to sink as he started rambling. Look, if you don't like it, we can try some masks or I can find a good plastic surgeon. It can be fixed, I promise. Just dash. But before he could finish, Vanessa reached up, cupping his face tenderly between her hands. Her eyes sparkled with love and acceptance. It's certainly not the prettiest, Vanessa began, her voice filled with sincerity, but it's still a face I'd be more than happy to sit on. A/N, smirking face. Wade's eyes widened, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Well, I'm not the same down there either, he motioned toward his nether regions with a playful gaze, I've got a super penis. He paused, waggling his eyebrows. The healing factor keeps me going and going. Vanessa's curiosity was piqued, and a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Is that so? She teased. Without missing a beat, Wade wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his chest. Maybe I should go. Peter thought as the two started making out right in front of him as if he weren't there. Yeah, I just remembered that I have to get home. As he spoke, both Wade and Vanessa reached over and grabbed random stuff from the kitchen counter, hurling it at him as if to say, what are you still doing here? Of course, their lips didn't separate the entire time. And they weren't even looking in his direction. After nearly getting hot in the head with a few plates and a toaster, Peter swiftly made his way to the door. And as he left, the sounds of destruction inside the apartment grew louder and louder. Is everything okay, sir? One of the guards asked as he stepped out. Sighing in exasperation, Peter nodded his head. Yeah, just kick them out once the noises stop and send an invoice for any damages to Tony. He ordered as he walked off. Why yes, sir. Hours later. The once pristine and perfect penthouse apartment was completely destroyed. The air was thick with the scent of cigarette smoke and lingering sexual tension as if the room itself held the memories of everything it just endured. The walls, once adorned with elegant artwork and photographs, now bore the scars of fierce battles, with gouges and deep cracks marring their once pristine surfaces. Shattered glass from broken windows littered the floor, glinting ominously in the dim light that filtered through the tattered curtains. Furniture, once stylish and meticulously arranged, now lay overturned and broken. The remnants of a shattered coffee table were scattered across the room, mingling with torn upholstery and broken wooden frames. The once plush carpeting was stained with splotches of liquor, wine, blood, and all sorts of unknown bodily fluids, evidence of what looked like a fierce confrontation that could have taken place. In the midst of the wreckage, surrounded by shards of random household objects, Wade and Vanessa lay naked, nestled on top a pile of ripped couch cushions, pillows, and stained blankets. Both of them had blissful smiles plastered all over their faces. I love you. Vanessa admitted as she drifted off to sleep, her head lying on his chest. Wade froze for a moment before lovingly brushing the hair off of her forehead. I love you too. A/N, 1910 words, smiley face. Long boy today. Police car light, hand over your gemstone because why not, face with raised eyebrow, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 357, C357, breaking and entering. Smiling face with horns, insert devilish gifs here, most likes wins, angry face with horns. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Miharu, trophy, A/N, crown. Wade, wearing normal clothes with his disfigured face uncovered for all to see, stood outside the luxurious penthouse, staring at the line of guards in front of him. The deafening silence that followed their passionate reunion was abruptly shattered by the authoritative voices of the SHIELD security team. Just as Peter ordered, they rushed in as soon as the sounds of moaning and destruction came to an end, waking the couple from their sleep and throwing them out in the middle of the night. And as they stood outside with nothing but their clothes on their backs, Wade's phone buzzed with a new text message. ? Pulling out his phone, he couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Spidey, your ban from expensive safe houses now includes Vanessa. Go home or find a motel. I'll call later. Love, the skeet shooter face blowing a kiss. Wade glanced at his fiancée, Vanessa, her eyes filled with a mixture of amusement and embarrassment as she peeked over and read the text. The penthouse, once a pristine haven, now lay in ruins, a monument of their reckless lovemaking. SHIELD agents stood across from them, their stern expressions betraying their annoyance at the couple's antics. After all, they were forced to listen to this couple's activities from morning to night. Come on, babe, Vanessa said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. We should probably leave before they start charging us for property damage. Wade smirked, wrapping his arm around her waist as they walked off, unashamed. Their journey back to Wade's former apartment was filled with laughter and stolen kisses, as they reminisced about their time together before he disappeared. Entering the dimly lit apartment, Wade's eyes fell on the remnants of their life together, a collection of dusty memories scattered across the room. He couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Vanessa, sensing his emotions, wrapped her arms around him, her voice filled with warmth. "We'll make new memories," she whispered. Wade smiled, his fingers gently tracing the curves of her face. As they settled into a comfortable routine, Vanessa perched herself on the couch, idly scrolling through baby names on her phone while Wade occupied himself in the kitchen. "Hey, how about Richard?" Vanessa called out, her voice floating from the living room. As soon as they settled into the apartment again, the idea of having a baby was thrown around and both sides seemed interested at the very least. Wade chuckled, expertly arranging frozen dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets onto a baking tray. A/N, Dino Nuggies face-savoring food. "Richard? Really? I mean, we could call him Harry Richard Wilson," he replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Harry Dick Wilson." Vanessa giggled, her laughter infectious. Though the sound was abruptly cut short as a wave of unease washed over Wade. He froze, his senses on high alert, as he detected the faint sound of multiple footsteps approaching their door. "Vanessa, get down," Wade ordered, his voice tinged with urgency, as he retrieved a long kitchen knife from the drawer. Without hesitation, Vanessa leaped over the couch, disappearing from sight, hiding herself on the floor. Wade tightened his grip on the knife as he creeped over to the side of the door. The familiar adrenaline rush of battle coursed through his veins. And then, without warning, the door exploded inward, shards of wood and debris flying through the air. Standing in the doorway was a team of heavily armed Russian gangsters, their menacing presence filling the room. Wade's eyes narrowed, his determination etched onto his scarred features. He gripped his gleaming kitchen knife tightly in his scarred hand, his senses on high alert. 5 burly figures, covered in tattoos, had barged in uninvited. They were armed to the teeth with an assortment of weapons, prepared for a battle against a man of Wade's caliber. Vanessa lay behind the worn-out couch, her wide eyes filled with fear. She held her breath, praying for Wade's safety. The tension in the room was palpable as the armed assailants stepped inside one by one. Wade's face split into a manic grin as he twirled the knife in his hand. "Please take off your shoes. This is an Asian household," he said, revealing himself as he appeared in front of them. With lightning speed, Wade lunged forward, slashing his knife at the leading gunman's wrists, causing him to drop his shotgun. Seeing their target, the gangsters quickly spread out and opened fire, attempting to encircle him. But Wade was a whirlwind of death and chaos. He darted between them, his movements fluid and unpredictable. "You're tracking dirt into our love nest." "How rude." Deadpool quipped as he stabbed an assailant in the eye, causing him to drop to the floor with a blood-curdling scream, cradling his bloody eye socket. The other gangsters reacted quickly, their eyes filled with rage. They continued to unleash a barrage of gunfire, bullets tearing through the apartment, leaving holes in the walls and furniture. But Deadpool's agility was insane compared to theirs. He twisted and contorted his body, narrowly evading every projectile. Dodging another spray of bullets, Wade vaulted onto a nearby countertop, using it as a springboard. He somersaulted through the air, landing behind one of the gangsters. And with a swift, precise motion, he thrust his knife into the man's heart. "Oops. Did I ruin your favorite jacket?" Deadpool remarked, a maniacal chuckle escaping his lips. Seeing this, 2 gangsters charged at him simultaneously, hoping to hold him down and finish him off for good. Luckily, Wade saw this coming from a mile away and parried them off, his knife slicing through the air. He delivered a swift kick to one of them, sending him crashing into a bookshelf, while his knife found its mark in the throat of the other. The room descended into chaos as the remaining gangster tried to make a hasty retreat. But Deadpool was relentless. He pursued him, leaping over furniture and debris, closing the distance between them. "Running away. I thought we were just getting to know each other." Deadpool taunted, his voice echoing through the apartment. With a savage swipe, Wade expertly threw the knife into the final gangster's leg, stopping him in his tracks. The man screamed as he fell to the floor, writhing in pain. Wade loomed over him as he pulled the knife from his leg and held it teasingly above his head. "Oh. It's slipping," he jokingly gasped as the knife fell from his fingers. The pointy end descended, cutting through the air before embedding itself into the last intruder's open mouth, ending his life soon after. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Vanessa's shallow breaths and the normal chaos of the city outside. Wade stood amidst the carnage, his body covered in blood, victorious. "Looks like date night just got a little more exciting, babe," he quipped, his voice tinged with dark humor as he turned to his fiancée. Vanessa slowly stood from her hiding place behind the bullet-riddled couch, her heart pounding in her chest. She takes in the sight of the lifeless Russian gangster sprawled across the apartment, their blood staining more than just the carpet. Relief washed over her as she realized that Wade managed to protect them both. Wade's eyes widened as he watched Vanessa emerge unharmed. A wave of pure relief flooded through him, but before he could fully process the situation, a chilling sound echoed in his ears, the distinct click of a gun being cocked. Instinctively, his body whirls around, his mind racing to assess the new threat. Standing in the doorway, an unnoticed figure comes into view. Another gangster, an unexpected reinforcement who must have been waiting outside for one reason or another. The intruder's cold eyes were fixed on Wade and Vanessa, his finger tightening on the trigger of his pistol. Without a moment to spare, Wade acted on pure instinct. He twisted his body and hurled the blood-stained kitchen knife he had used earlier toward the new arrival. However, the unexpected movement from the Wade caused the assailant's aim to shift away from Wade and towards Vanessa, who stood there defenseless. Fear gripped Wade's heart as time seemed to slow down. He watched in horror as the trigger was pulled, anticipating the tragic outcome. But just when all hope seemed lost, a sudden blur of red and blue appeared. A gloved hand, vibrant in very familiar colors, wrapped effortlessly around the barrel of the assailant's gun, morphing the metal under its grip. In an instant, the bullet inside was constricted and stopped in its tracks. And before the stunned assailant could react, the knife that Wade had hurled earlier found its mark, embedding itself deep into his chest. With a grunt of shock and pain, the man crumpled to the floor, slowly choking on his own blood. Heaving a sigh of relief, Wade's gaze turned toward the source of their salvation. And right on cue, everyone's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man stepped into view, revealing himself. Yo. A/N, 1506 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone please, smiling face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 358, C358 options. Radioactivity symbol, insert nuclear gifs here, most likes wins radioactivity symbol. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, .complex, trophy, A/N, crown. Vanessa stood in the wreckage of their apartment, still shaken from the recent attack. Wade let out a sigh as he rushed over and pulled her into his chest, snaking his arms tightly around her waist. He was just happy that she was alive. For a second there, he knew that she was going to die, but that feeling suddenly disappeared as soon as Peter arrived. Speaking of Peter. The sound of footsteps walking all over the apartment could be heard, accompanied by the sounds of his phone taking pictures of every dead assailant's face. Spidey. Wade called, refusing to release his fiancée. You came at the perfect time. That's what she said. Peter smirked under his mask as he turned to his phone. Jarvis, find everything you can about these guys. I have a friend who's going to want to pay their boss a visit. Yes, sir. A voice replied loud enough for Wade and Vanessa to hear. Thank you, Spider-Man. Vanessa spoke, knowing that she wouldn't be alive right now without him. Peter raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Ah, it was nothing. I just happened to be passing by. He replied. But I'm glad I could help. Are you okay? Vanessa leaned into her fiancé, her voice trembling slightly. Yeah, I am now. She said, calming down quickly. Peter nodded. Well, I'm glad I got here in time. Of course, Peter wasn't just passing by. He watched Deadpool 2 and knew that Vanessa was due to die sooner or later, so he sneakily placed a few spells to alert him of any danger. And the second his spells went off, Peter rushed over to save the day as usual. This isn't a movie. He thought as he swore to do all he could to make sure that Wade doesn't lose the love of his life. As the adrenaline began to fade away, Peter's curiosity took hold. So, any idea on who these guys are? He asked, gesturing towards the lifeless bodies of the gunmen. They don't seem like your average run-of-the-mill burglars. Vanessa turned to Wade, knowing that nothing she's done in her entire life could have angered men with this much firepower. They had to be after him. After all, Wade was a prolific mercenary before meeting her, making it almost certain that one of his jobs angered the wrong person. Wade scratched his head, thinking back on his past exploits. I've made a lot of enemies in my line of work. He mused as if he were reliving happy memories. But given their firepower, tattoos, and accents, my guess is they're connected to the Russian mob. I'll have to start there. Okay, we'll see what Jarvis has to say first. Peter says as he pulls up a chair and takes a seat. Wade turned to face Peter, an idea formed in his mind. Hey. He began, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. You want to join in on the fun? We could get some drinks from Weasel and go out on the town. Maybe compete for who can get the most headshots. Peter paused for a moment, considering the offer. Well, I do have a knack for getting involved in these things. He admitted with a chuckle. Sure, let's do it, but let's keep the killing to those that deserve it. Before they could leave, Peter's gaze shifted to Vanessa. Wade noticed this and realized that leaving her behind was no longer an option. The apartment obviously wasn't safe anymore. His paranoia had reached new heights, fearing for her safety whenever he was away. Seeing this, Peter spoke up. "Wade, since this place isn't safe anymore, how about I offer some help?" he said. "I can offer you an official position in the Avengers. We have countless empty apartments in the tower, and it's free for any member. But, try not to destroy it, okay?" He really doesn't want to give Wade an apartment, as his track record with such places was horrendous, but if it could keep Vanessa safe and guarantee his recruitment, then he can make the sacrifice. Maybe if it's their apartment, they won't trash it. Peter hoped. Wade hesitated, not wanting to become what he referred to as a do-gooder. However, the prospect of a secure home for Vanessa intrigued him. After all, the safest place on the planet just so happened to be the Avengers Tower. Wade let out a hesitant grunt. "I can still kill Mother Kers, right?" Peter nodded his head, grinning under his mask. "Sure, but you'll need to follow a few guidelines," he said, causing Wade to whine in annoyance. "First, only kill those that deserve it. Second, never kill in front of the public, especially when there are cameras around. And if for some reason you do, then be sure to destroy the footage. Not all Avengers are against killing. The only reason you haven't heard of it is because we do it discreetly. Understand?" Wade became contemplative, slowly waving towards a decision. Seeing that Wade still wasn't fully convinced, Peter quickly scribbled some numbers on a piece of paper and passed it over. "That's how much you'd be paid as an Avenger." Wade's eyes widened as he glanced at the number. Exclamation point. "Is this for real?" Vanessa asked as she peeked at the paper, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Peter nodded. "Yeah, and that's only for new recruits. Your pay will increase every year." Instantly, a bright smile appeared on Wade's lips and Peter swore that he could see dollar signs flashing in his eyes. "How could I say no?" Wade beamed excitedly. "I've always looked up to heroes like you and the Avengers, saving people and sending the bad guys to prison. If the world needs me, then I'll gladly rise to the occasion," he said, lying out of his A*S to secure the massive payday before him. "Right." Peter stared at him, not believing a word that left his mouth. "Do me a favor and save this energy for the other Avengers, okay?" "Huh." Wade grunted, his fake hero persona disappearing just as fast as it came. "Yeah, whatever." He shrugged. With their agreement settled, Peter opened a portal, revealing an empty apartment in the Avengers Tower. After packing a bag, Vanessa walked through to settle into their new home, while Wade and Peter stayed behind. And just as she left, Wade and Peter still had some time before Jarvis gave them the info about their dead gunman, so Peter took the opportunity to talk to Wade about something important. "Hey, I've actually been meaning to tell you something." Peter quickly explains his ability to fix Wade's appearance. "So, you're telling me you've got a way to fix all this ugliness?" Wade asked, shocked. Peter nodded. "Yeah, I've come up with 3 possible solutions. It's up to you to choose which one you want to pursue." Wade leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "All right, lay 'em on me, webhead." Peter's gaze turned distant as he explained, "The quickest option is an illusion." "I studied at Camartage and Dash." Before he could continue, Wade raised his hand like a good student. "Yes, Mr. Wilson." "What the hell is Lamar Lodge?" he asked, butchering the name of an ancient world-protecting organization. "Just think Hogwarts but better and without the whiny kids," Peter says as he continued. "There, I learned a thing or two about magic. I can create an illusion that will make you appear normal again. However, beneath that illusion, you'll still be the same. It's like a temporary fix, a band-aid until we find a more permanent solution." Wade's eyes widened, a glimmer of hope in his scarred face. "An illusion, huh? So, people wouldn't be able to see the real me?" Peter nodded, his expression serious. "Exactly. People would see you as you were, but it wouldn't change the reality underneath." Wade chewed on his bottom lip, mulling over the option. "Okay, what's the second one then?" Peter's tone shifted, his voice tinged with anticipation. "The second option involves body morphing and beautification magic. It's a more long-term solution, but it will take time. I need to work on the spell beforehand, meticulously planning every aspect of the transformation. It won't be a quick fix, but it could potentially give you a permanent change." Wade scratched his chin, his fingers tracing the jagged scars. "Permanent, huh? That sounds tempting. But what about the third option?" Peter's expression darkened, his voice tinged with caution. "That's the riskiest option. Given your cancer and your crazy healing ability, it's hard to predict how your body would react to it. But basically, we would turn you something called the extremist serum. The process could fix your appearance. Though I'm not 100% sure. For all I know, it could cause more problems." Wade's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the information, a mix of excitement and hesitation swirling within him. So, you could have done this the whole time. He suddenly realized that while he was whining and complaining about his appearance, Peter was hiding his ability to fix it. Peter sighed, his gaze softening. Yeah, Wade, I could have helped. But I chose not to. I didn't want the reason Vanessa chose to stay with you to be because you were handsome again. I didn't want your relationship to hinge on something as shallow as appearances. I wanted her to love you for who you are, and it seems like I made the right choice. Wade's breath caught in his throat, and he looked down at the floor, lost in his thoughts. Vanessa's face flashed in his mind, her acceptance and love radiating from her eyes. Wade realized that his fear of denial had dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of security. Do I even want to fix it anymore? He wondered. And as silence descended on Wade's destroyed apartment, Peter's phone went off with a message from Jarvis. A/N, 1668 words, smiley face. Should I have Wade accept his new appearance and learn to love himself? Or have him say F***ck it and make him handsome again? Police car light, hand over your gemstone and get a free pizza police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 359, C359 Kinky Masochist Slave. Police car light, insert prank gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, crown. In the penthouse of a thumping nightclub, Sergei Valishnikov, a middle-aged Russian man, covered in tattoos, lay tied to a bed, his body glistening with a sheen of sweat. Above him stood a provocative dominatrix, holding a leather whip in hand, matching her skin-tight outfit. Though just before she could crack the whip once again, their playful encounter came to an abrupt halt as the shrill ring of a phone shattered the sexual atmosphere of the dimly lit room. Sergei's eyes narrowed, annoyance etched across his face. With a slight nod, the woman withdrew a ball gag from his mouth and answered the call, placing the phone against his ear. Sergei growled into the receiver, his voice laced with hostility. Who the F***ck is calling at this hour? This better be important. Are you busy, Sergei? A familiar voice resonated through the speaker, causing Sergei's eyes to widen in recognition. Instantly, the hostility melted away, replaced by subservience and fear. Mr. Fisk, my apologies. I wasn't expecting your call. Wilson Fisk, the notorious kingpin of crime, spoke with a calculated calmness. Did you complete the task I assigned to you? Sergei cleared his throat, desperately trying to compose himself. Yes, Mr. Fisk. I sent my best men to take care of him, just as you ordered. He's probably dead by now. There was a momentary silence on the other end of the line, causing Sergei's heart to race. Very well, Sergei. I trust you did your best. We shall discuss the details later. However, I must remind you of the consequences of failure. Fisk's voice remained cool and collected. Sergei's eyes widened, his mind racing. Fisk has many criminal enterprises under his belt, one of which is the Russian mob. He took hold of this organization through the blackmail of its leader, Sergei Valishnikov. And it wasn't just Sergei's masochistic tendencies that Fisk knew about either. The type of information that Fisk had on Sergei could get him hunted by the FBI and ousted from his own organization. So, how could Fisk not know what he was engaged in at this very moment? This knowledge sent shivers down his spine as he stammered into the phone. I assure you, Mr. Fisk, I will not fail you. I'm loyal. You know that. Fisk's voice grew colder, laced with a veiled threat. Remember, Sergei, I have ways of learning things. You should be more careful about what you indulge in during your private time. Respect and loyalty are not negotiable in our alliance. He spoke the word as if it were a joke. Fail me, and I can't guarantee that your secrets won't become public knowledge. Fear gripped Sergei's heart, his breath catching in his throat. Please, Mr. Fisk, I beg you. I'll do whatever it takes to prove my loyalty. He begged, his voice trembling. Without another word, Fisk ended the call, leaving Sergei pleading with the silence, a freaked-out dominatrix standing beside the bed. As the weight of the kingpin's power hung heavy in the room, suddenly, the sound of gunshots and screaming seeped through the walls from outside. Sergei's eyes widened, realizing that he was trapped, restricted to the bed by his sexual preferences. Unlock the cuffs. Quickly. Quickly. He turned to the cowering dominatrix, who just moments ago was confidently beating him with a riding crop. Unable to contain her panic, the woman ignored Sergei's pleas for help and rushed out of the room, where she found a hallway filled with dead bodies and two pitch-black figures walking her way. Minus 10 minutes earlier. After reading the information from Jarvis, Peter turned his phone to Wade. Do you know this guy? He asked. On the screen was a picture of a Russian man alongside his name. Sergei Valishnikov. Squinting his eyes at the phone for a moment, Wade shook his head. Nope, never seen him before. Really? Because these guys. Peter gestured to the dead bodies laying all over Wade's apartment. Worked for him. Nope, he looks like a side character though. And I don't usually hang around with the lower class. Wade says nonchalantly. My crowd is more along the lines of Ryan Reynolds, Tom Cruise, Denzel Washington. Okay. Peter muttered, stopping Wade before he could name any more celebrities. Then let's go ask him why his men came knocking at your door. He said, opening a portal. Instantly, the loud music and ground-shaking bass of a nightclub echo from the portal. After you. Peter gestured as he snapped his fingers, using the reality stone to cover Wade in a blacked-out version of his Deadpool suit. Hee hee, let's kill some Cossacks. Wade laughed as he grabbed his swords and stepped through. Shaking his head at Wade's excited behavior, Peter stepped into the portal as his own suit turned black as well. I need to get used to going undercover whenever Wade is involved. After all, he didn't want to ruin the perfect poster boy reputation that he spent years carefully cultivating. Stealthily maneuvering their way through the upper floors of the club, away from the nightly party going on downstairs, Peter and Wade went looking for their target, silently taking out any random guards they found along the way. Their blacked-out suits blended seamlessly with the shadows, allowing them to move unnoticed. As they reached the top floor, they found themselves facing a long, narrow hallway. Peter's enhanced senses tingled with the anticipation of danger as he saw a large group of heavily armed Russians gathered at the end of the hallway, a single door behind them, which they seemed to be guarding. Their menacing presence was matched only by the malevolent glint in their eyes. And the moment their gazes locked onto the intruders, the air erupted with the deafening roar of gunfire. Looks like we found our Rusky. Wade said, a wicked smile dancing across his masked face. Peter's reflexes kicked into high gear as he sensed the first bullet whizzing toward him. He gracefully dodged it, his body twisting with an unnatural agility. Using his spider sense, he anticipated the next onslaught of bullets and moved with blinding speed, evading each lethal projectile. Insert Matrix gif here. Wade, on the other hand, welcomed the hail of bullets with a twisted delight. His regenerative abilities made him virtually invincible, allowing him to withstand the onslaught without flinching. With two katanas in hand, he charged forward, deflecting bullets with deadly precision. And as far as the ones he couldn't stop, Wade would simply take the hit and hope they exited out of his body on the other side. Or else he'd be playing a fun game of Operation with Vanessa tonight as she fished the stray bullets out of his body. Though he may have to find a metal detector, as the wounds will heal, leaving no indication as to where he should be looking. But that's a problem for later. As they closed in on the Russian mobsters, Peter's hands shot out, unleashing a volley of webs, expertly ensnaring the guns in their hands. With a quick yank, he disarmed them, sending the firearms clattering to the floor. Dance, anyone? Wade called out, twirling his swords in an intricate display of skill. With a flurry of blows, he slashed through the armed men, slaughtering them swiftly and efficiently. His swordsmanship was unmatched, every movement calculated to create the biggest mess of blood, guts, and other body parts as he could. Peter, who wasn't nearly as messy and excited about killing as Wade, relied on his acrobatic prowess, using the walls and ceiling to his advantage. He launched himself into the air, somersaulting over the dying mobsters, and delivered lightning-fast punches and kicks. His enhanced strength allowed him to quickly kill his enemies with a single blow, rendering them dead within seconds. It was the least he could do. After all, the only other option awaiting them was a blood death from Deadpool himself, so he decided to give them some mercy instead. As the fight raged on, the hallway became littered with fallen bodies. The once formidable group of Russians now lay dead at the hands of the dynamic duo. Peter and Wade fought in perfect synchronization, their movements fluid and precise, like a well-rehearsed ballet of violence and death. With the last mobster dispatched, the hallway fell into an eerie silence, the only sound that remained was the dripping of blood from the mess that Wade made. It was everywhere. They stood there, surveying their handiwork, a victorious gleam in Wade's eyes reflecting his sense of accomplishment. That was a piece of cake, Wade quipped, flicking the blood off his katanas. And just before Peter could reply, the door across from them swung open and a curvy dominatrix came rushing out. But just as she arrived, the woman froze in fear at the scene she just walked into and let out an ear-piercing shriek. "Aha!" she yelled before swaying on her feet and collapsing onto the floor. Right into a large puddle of blood. "Ah!" Wade grunted as he didn't expect that. "Is she alive?" Walking over, Peter checked her pulse and found nothing wrong. "Yeah, she just fainted," he said, quickly portaling her over to a nearby hospital. "Come on, let's meet the boss." Stepping up to the now open door, Peter and Wade halted in their steps as they found a very odd scene in front of them. "That explains the dominatrix," Peter muttered as they laid eyes on a naked cowering mob boss, who was tied to a bed with a ball gag hanging around his neck. "You." Wade groaned as he took a sniff of the musky air in the room. "Somebody's been getting kinky in here." A/N, 1637 words, smiley face. Police car light. Hand over your gemstone. Stones. Gemstone. Raising hands. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 360, C360 Iron Fist. Police car light. Insert racist gifs here. Most likes wins. Police car light. A/N. We're getting spicy today. Hot pepper. Which of you will be crowned the king of racism? Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winners. Scar_justice. Trophy. A/N. Crown. The dimly lit room was filled with tension as Peter and Wade, clad in their blacked-out suits, stood across from Sergey, the cowering naked mob boss. Sergey was still strapped to the bed, the fear evident in his eyes as he unleashed a barrage of threats and warnings. Get back. Do you know who I am? Touch me and your entire bloodline won't survive the night. He attempted to assert his authority even in the face of danger. Wade chuckled, seemingly unaffected by Sergey's desperate words. With swift precision, he drew his katanas and plunged them into the bed, just centimeters away from Sergey's exposed private parts. The sharp blades sent a clear message that Sergey wasn't in control right now. Instantly, Sergey's blustering facade crumbled, and he began to realize that his threats were only hurting his already dire situation. Wade, his mask still on, listened intently, relishing the power he had over this guy's balls. A/N, he really is a sick freak, isn't he? Face with raised eyebrow. Hey. I heard that. Wade peered up at the ceiling and shouted, sounding offended. Who are you talking to? Peter asks, wondering if this was one of his fourth wall breaks. Nothing. Wade clicked his tongue as he turned back to their captive. Fat F***CK author. A/N, I'm big-boned, crying face. Look, he'll give you anything. Do you want money? I have millions. Just let me go and it's all yours, okay? Begging for mercy, Sergey offered anything he could think of to secure his survival, as well as the safety of his precious family jewels. How can I refuse your generous donation? Wade happily accepted as he took a seat at the man's bedside. However, before he would accept any kind of offering, Wade knew he needed answers. Removing his mask, he revealed his scarred face and cold eyes, ensuring that Sergey understood the gravity of the situation. Why did you want me dead? Wade demanded, his tone laced with a dangerous edge. He made sure the katanas remained in place, serving as a constant reminder of the pain Sergey would face if he refused to cooperate. Sergey's eyes darted nervously, not recognizing Wade as the target he was tasked to eliminate by Wilson Fisk. What happened? Sergey quickly stopped himself and rephrased his question. I mean, who are you? Wade Wilson. He reveals his name. You sent your men to my house. They're dead, by the way. I'll send you the bill for the mess they made. Immediately, fear washed over Sergey, torn between the danger posed by these intruders and the repercussions he would face from his own boss. Just the thought of Fisk tightened his lips, unsure whether to remain silent or divulge the information he possessed. As Wade continued to press Sergey, veiled threats barely contained, the mob boss relented. Look, if I talk, I'm in big trouble. He offered a cryptic hint, making the two wonder who wielded enough power to silence him like this. Sergey knew his life hung in the balance, but he also knew that revealing too much could lead to dire consequences. If he talks now, Kingpin will kill him. And if he doesn't talk, then these masked men will probably kill him as well. Both roads lead to death and he couldn't do anything about it. While the conversation unfolded, Peter seized the opportunity to investigate further. Snatching Sergey's phone, he deftly scrolled through the most recent calls and contacts, hoping to uncover evidence of the person responsible for ordering the hit on Wade. Every passing second was crucial as they sought to untangle the web of intrigue surrounding them. Just as Peter began to find valuable information, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the room. Startled, he turned to witness Wade holding his smoking Desert Eagle, a lifeless Sergey sprawled on the bed. Shock registered on Peter's face as he realized the missed opportunity to extract more information. You should have kept him alive, you idiot. Peter chastised, his disappointment palpable. He knew more than he was saying. Wade shrugged nonchalantly, his annoyance evident. He outlived his usefulness. Besides, he almost killed Vanessa. He deserved a lot worse. Peter sighed, recognizing Wade's impulsive nature. Returning to the phone, Peter went to Sergey's calls and tapped on the most recent number, which called him only 15 minutes ago. Suspicious. Peter thought as the phone began to ring. What are you doing? Wade asks as Peter held his finger to his masked lips, motioning for him to keep quiet as he turned on the speakerphone. Sergey. A deep raspy voice answered. Is the job done? Is he dead? Wade reacted quickly and snatched the phone out of Peter's hand. Hello. Sergey. Fisk called out over the receiver, irritated. Wade grinned beneath his mask, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the voice. Well, hello there, Buttercup, he replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Don't worry about little old Sergey, your underling didn't suffer for too long. As a former member of New York City's underworld, Wade has taken a few jobs from Kingpin, so he could at least recognize the voice. Though he doesn't know the Kingpin's real name or what he looks like. And as he found out who was behind his death order, Wade realized what this was about. So, you're still mad about that time in the Bronx, huh? It's been almost 4 years, you know. Most people would have moved on by now. Moved on. Fisk nearly shouted from the other end, understanding exactly who he was talking to right now. Not only did you protect the target I paid you to kill, but you even killed my men when they came to do the job that you couldn't. Well, I told you no kids. Wade shrugged as he spoke. So, Mr. Big Shot Kingpin, how about we have a little chat? I'd love to meet up in person. Somewhere private. Just you and me. He offered, threateningly. Kingpin's voice grew cold and menacing. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Oh, I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Wade shot back, his tone growing more serious. You wanted me dead, and you put my fiancé's life at risk. Now it's time for you to bend over and take your punishment like a man. A sigh crept through the receiver as Kingpin spoke. Have a good night, Wade. And make sure to keep that fiancé of yours safe. New York is a very dangerous city, after all. Suck a fat C***CK. Toodles. Wade replied cheerfully as the call came to an end. Who was that? Peter asked, feeling as though the voice was familiar. Kingpin. Wade reveals as Peter's eyes widen in realization. He's a big player in this city. I've taken a few jobs from him in the past. The last one ended in a small disagreement. A man in his mid-20s stood at the entrance of the gate to Quinlan, his gaze unwavering as he guarded its mystical barrier. Standing at an average height, his athletic build exuded a sense of agility and strength honed through years of intensive martial arts training. His face bore traces of his arduous life, with a rugged handsomeness that spoke of both resilience and determination. His complexion, kissed by the sun, boasted a healthy glow that hinted at his time spent in the secluded city of Quinlan. Deep, piercing blue eyes shimmered with a mix of curiosity and a hint of sorrow, reflecting the weight of his responsibilities and the losses he had endured. Insert picture of Danny Rand here. The air was still, the only sound being the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. The gate, a monumental structure of ancient stone, stood imposingly before him. It had been 15 years since he had last witnessed its opening on the day he arrived, and he had grown accustomed to the solitude of his duty. As he stood there, lost in his thoughts, a hawk suddenly soared across the sky, catching Danny's attention. His eyes followed its graceful flight as it disappeared into the distance. A sense of anticipation surged within him, as he knew that the hawk was leaving Quinlan. The gate was open again. The rare event was about to occur, and he had a fleeting opportunity to leave his post and venture out into the world beyond. Danny's hand tightened as his fist began to glow in a yellow light, his mind racing with conflicting emotions. He had spent his entire life training and preparing for this moment, dedicated to protecting Quinlan from any threat that may come through the gate. Yet, a part of him yearned for something more, a chance to explore the outside world and find his purpose beyond the confines of the mystical city. A solemn smile tugged at the corners of Danny's mouth as he slowly turned his back to Quinlan, his eyes lingering on the gate one last time. Farewell. He whispered, his voice filled with both gratitude and sorrow. With a decisive step forward, he began his journey, following the hawk's path. Days later, Danny stood on the deck of a large freight ship. The wind blowing his dirty blonde hair as he stood tall, his bare feet planted firmly on the metal deck. He continued to wear the simple attire of a monk, a testament to his dedication and training in Quinlan. His gaze was fixed on the vast expanse of the open sea, endless possibilities stretching out before him. The rhythmic rocking of the boat brought a sense of calm to Danny's spirit. He closed his eyes, embracing the tranquility of the moment. The boat sailed steadily onward, carrying him toward his new destiny. Finally, the iconic skyline of New York City appeared in the distance. Danny's eyes widened with a mix of nostalgia and excitement. The boat slowly approached the bustling harbor, its engines humming in the background. With each passing moment, the anticipation within him grew stronger. Danny took a deep breath, savoring the scent of the city he had longed to return to for so many years. The boat came to a halt, and he stepped onto the dock, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet. As he took his first steps toward the towering skyscrapers, a sense of familiarity washed over him, a sense of belonging. He looked up at the cityscape, the shimmering glass and steel reflecting the sun's rays. I'm finally home, Danny murmured, a sense of purpose radiating from his every word. A/N, 1774 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone and I'll give you this lowly lollipop. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 361, C361 Rand Enterprises. Police car light, insert memeiest meme gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Lightning God Wolf, Trophy, A/N, Crown I bestow this crown upon the most racist king. Congrats dark skin tone prince. Danny Rand stepped onto the crowded streets of New York City, his bare feet making light contact with the concrete pavement. Clad in the same monk clothes he had worn during his journey from Kunlun, he stood out amidst the rush of the city. Passers-by glanced at him curiously, some ignoring his presence entirely while others whispered to each other, their curiosity piqued. Children, with their unstoppable curiosity, pointed at Danny, their tiny fingers tugging at their parents' sleeves. "Mom, why doesn't he have shoes?" a young boy asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Hush now, sweetheart," the mother replied, tugging her child along. "He's just different. We shouldn't stare." Danny smiled warmly at the children, a twinkle in his eyes as he acknowledged their curiosity. He continued his journey through the bustling streets, making a mental note to find a change of clothes later. But for now, his priority lay elsewhere. Finally, Danny arrived at his destination, a towering building that scraped the clouds. Rand Enterprises. Rand Enterprises, a name that held immense significance for him. Looking up at the giant letters spelling out his family name, he felt a mix of nostalgia and anticipation. With calm strides, he entered the building, aware of the gazes fixed upon him. The employees exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by the sight of a barefooted, unkempt man dressed in monk's robes. Undeterred, Danny approached the receptionist, his voice carrying an air of purpose. "I would like to meet with Harold Meacham," Danny stated, his tone resolute and respectful. The receptionist, her eyes flickering with sympathy, shook her head gently. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Meacham passed away in 2004. He battled cancer." A wave of sadness washed over Danny's face, his heart heavy with the weight of lost time and missed connections. After all, Harold was like an uncle to him. Still, he pressed on. "Is Joy Meacham here? Or could you provide me with her contact information?" The receptionist hesitated, eyeing Danny's unconventional appearance. "May I ask who you are?" It's not easy for someone as high up in the company as Miss Meacham to meet with just anyone. A flicker of determination sparked in Danny's eyes as he spoke. "Tell her it's Danny. She'll know. We used to play together as children." He dropped a bombshell, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. Uncertain, the receptionist nodded and picked up the phone beside her. She glanced at Danny and sighed, pointing to the spacious waiting area. "Please have a seat and wait," she said, her voice tinged with hesitation. After all, it's very likely that this was a waste of time. For all she knows, Danny is one of the many homeless population in New York, who is either looking to skim someone or has some sort of mental problem. Either way, she would simply do her job and hope for the best. Taking a seat in the lobby, Danny couldn't help but notice the guards stationed nearby, their watchful eyes fixated on him. They were ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of trouble, their gaze filled with suspicion and skepticism. Danny exhaled slowly, preparing himself for the uncertain reunion that awaited him. He sat with his back straight and his head held high, his gaze unwavering despite the guards' scrutiny. Danny sat in the waiting room, his eyes closed and his legs crossed on the chair. He remained perfectly still, his breathing steady and rhythmic as he meditated in silence. The guards, initially wary of his presence, had become more intrigued by the peculiar men who had patiently waited for hours without complaint or movement. As the sun began to set outside, the doors of a nearby elevator opened, revealing a woman of similar age to Danny. She had short brown hair and piercing blue eyes, and was dressed in an expensive business suit that accentuated her fit figure. Unaware of Danny's presence, she walked toward the exit, her mind occupied with the matters of the day. Danny's eyes opened as soon as he sensed her. A reminiscent smile tugged at his lips as memories flooded his mind, recalling the moments he had spent playing with her and her bully of a brother, Ward. "Excuse me, Joy." Danny rose to his feet, his voice calm and gentle. "Can we talk for a moment?" Joy turned to face him, her eyebrows furrowing in confusion. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" She didn't recognize him. Danny took a step closer, his gaze filled with warmth and sincerity. "It's me, Joy. It's Danny. Danny Rand." Joy's face contorted with skepticism and frustration. "That's impossible. Danny died in a plane crash years ago. Whoever you are, this is a sick joke." Danny's smile faltered, but he remained steadfast. "I understand it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. I survived the crash. I'm Danny Rand." Joy's expression hardened, and she glanced at the guards nearby. "Guards, this man is harassing me. Please remove him from the premises." Danny's heart sank as the guards began to close in. He held up a hand, desperately trying to prevent their approach. "Please, Joy. Just give me a chance. I can prove it to you. I'll take a blood test if I have to." Joy hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. The guard stood poised, ready to forcibly remove Danny from the building. "Just talk to me, Joy," Danny pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "Please, there's so much that I want to tell you." But before Joy could respond, one of the guards grabbed Danny, trying to forcefully restrain him. However, Danny's reflexes were honed from years of rigorous training. He swiftly dodged the attack, sidestepping with remarkable agility. He retaliated by delivering a swift strike to the guard's solar plexus, using a powerful punch infused with a tiny bit of chi energy. The guard crumpled to the ground, incapacitated but unharmed. The receptionist, who had been watching in awe, quickly picked up the phone. She dialed 911 and swiftly explained what was happening, her face reflecting a mix of confusion and fear. The remaining guards watched in awe and apprehension, realizing they were up against a formidable opponent. Danny held his hand up. "Look, just calm down, all right? I don't mean any harm." Two more guards rushed forward simultaneously, ignoring his words as they attempted to overpower Danny with sheer numbers. But once again, he effortlessly blocked their attacks, gracefully weaving between their strikes with a dancer's precision. His movements flowed like water, each strike landing with calculated accuracy. Danny's hands became a blur as he unleashed a series of kicks, sweeps, and punches, targeting pressure points with precise accuracy. The guards stumbled and fell, their bodies temporarily paralyzed by the incapacitating blows. It was clear they were no match for the martial arts mastery Danny had acquired in Kunlun. As the last guard staggered to his feet, struggling to regain his composure, Danny stood tall before him. A calm yet fierce determination emanated from his eyes. He raised his hands in a defensive stance, silently urging the guard to give up. The guard, realizing the futility of his resistance, slowly raised his hands in surrender. Danny extended a hand to help the defeated guards up, his expression compassionate. "I mean no harm," he assured them as he turned to Joy, who stood rooted to the ground, shocked and frightened by the events she just witnessed. "I own this company." The guards, bewildered but grateful, accepted Danny's help and stood up. The main lobby fell into an uneasy silence as the guards and the receptionist processed what had just occurred. "Joy." Danny called out, snapping his childhood friend from her frozen stupor. "It's me, I swear. This isn't funny." Joy lashed out, unwilling to believe this whole situation. "Danny is dead. He's been dead since I was 10 years old. You can't just come here and do this. It's cruel." She shouted, tears welling up in the corner of her eyes. Danny frowned as he tried to think of a way for her to believe him, and it didn't take long to do exactly that. "A week before the accident my parents held a family barbecue. Of course, your family was invited. That's all you have." Joy interrupted him with a scoff as she crossed her arms. "No." Danny smiled warmly as he recalled one of his fonder memories. "While we played in the backyard, Ward was being a little sh*t as always, so we snuck out and ran to the park around the corner. We would always go to the park, though this was the first time we were alone." The more that Danny talked, the quicker Joy's breath became, clutching her leather handbag between tight fists. Danny continued, his cheeks blushing ever so slightly. "We played on the swings together and I Stop." Joy yelled, knowing where this story was going. "Just stop," she pleaded. Danny heard her, but he didn't listen. "I pulled my swing over to yours and kissed you on the lips," he revealed as tears rushed down Joy's face. "We promised to marry each other when we were older. You even wanted another kiss, but my mom came rushing over, yelling and screaming at us for running off alone. That was the last time I saw you." As he stopped speaking, deafening silence filled the lobby. And if Joy still wasn't convinced, then the guards and receptionist certainly were. Just Joy's reaction was enough to prove it for them. "Do you believe me now?" Danny asks calmly. She hesitantly spoke as the sound of police sirens echoed from down the street, heading in their direction. But before the police could arrive, a black and red figure dropped down onto the sidewalk outside, shocking everyone, especially Danny, who knew nothing of the many heroes who protected the city and the world at large. "Silk," the receptionist muttered, not expecting an Avenger to respond to her 911 call. "Silk." Danny wondered as he felt that this person held a large amount of chi, not nearly as much as him, but certainly more than a high-level monk back in Kunlun. Though that wasn't all, beside Silk appeared a smaller childlike figure in a red and blue-themed spider suit. "Are you sure Dad won't be mad?" The smaller figure spoke, which was easily picked up by Danny's chi-enhanced hearing. Silk turned to the smaller figure. "Your dad can take you out but I can't," she asked pointedly. "What the hell is happening?" Danny thought as the two came walking in, eyeing the bruised guards questioningly. "What's the emergency?" A/N, 1790 words, smiley face. "Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone raising hands, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 362, C362 Ward Meacham. Brain insert 300 IQ gifts here, most likes wins brain. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Wolfie, Trophy, A/N, Crown. MJ glanced around the lobby, her eyes searching for any signs of trouble. And what she found only confused her. A barefoot man in monk's robes and a group of beaten guards alongside a woman with tear-stained makeup. Yet none of these people answered her question. She approached the front desk, with Lily following closely behind her, where a few employees whispered to each other, including the receptionist who called the police in the first place. "What's the emergency?" "We heard there wasn't fight." MJ inquired, wondering what was going on. Just as the question escaped her lips, the elevator door slid open, revealing a man slightly older than Joy and Danny. Ward Meacham, the CEO of Rand Enterprises, his face etched with a mix of urgency and determination. In a swift motion, MJ turned her attention toward Ward, her gaze narrowing. She instinctively positioned herself between him and the monk-looking man, feeling the bloodthirsty anger Ward was sending the oddly dressed man's way. "Are you in charge here?" MJ asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Instantly, Ward's anger disappeared as he smiled charmingly at the two female heroes. "Yes, I'm the CEO of Rand Enterprises. Ward Meacham. Thank you for coming," he says as if he were the one who called. "Okay, what's going on?" MJ asks as Lily glances back at the monk behind them. Ward's eyes darted around the lobby, the remnants of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He knew the truth about Danny Rand, having witnessed the events from his office through the surveillance cameras. Luckily, his guards alerted him to a disturbance in the lobby, so he decided to take a look out of curiosity, and thankfully he did. Or else he wouldn't know about the major *T storm that appeared on his doorstep. Although he wasn't there when Danny kissed his sister, nor was he told about it, he certainly remembered them sneaking off to the park all those years ago. The speech convinced him that Danny was, in fact, the long-lost heir to Rand Enterprises, a threat to the empire he and his family had carefully built. But Ward was not one to shy away from a challenge. Determined to protect his family's legacy, he had no intention of letting Danny regain control. With a deep breath, Ward locked eyes with MJ, his voice dripping with a mixture of concern and deceit. "There's been an altercation, a misunderstanding. But don't worry, everything's under control." As he spoke, Ward sent a knowing look toward his sister, telling her to keep her mouth shut with a single glance. MJ's brow furrowed, skeptical of everything coming out of his mouth. She took a step closer to Ward, her instincts not allowing her to let the situation slide. "Misunderstanding or not, we're here to help. You need to tell us what happened." Ward's mind raced as he tried to think of a plausible explanation. He couldn't let the Avengers interfere. Or else Danny's chances of taking back the company could skyrocket. "I appreciate your concern, but trust me when I say it's best if you just leave," Ward responded, gesturing behind her. "The police have arrived, and they'll handle it from here." Just as Ward's words hung in the air, the sound of approaching sirens filled the lobby, growing louder with each passing second. The police were closing in, ready to restore order. And they would certainly take his side in the situation. After all, his family owns the building, so they would have to throw any trespassers out. And if said trespasser were to disappear soon after, then wouldn't that just be tragic? Lily exchanged a knowing glance with her mother, a silent agreement passing between them. They were feeling nothing but bad vibes from this guy since the beginning they arrived. With a determined nod, MJ looked back at Ward. "We won't leave until we know everything is resolved. We're here to help, whether you like it or not." Before Ward could respond, the lobby doors swung open, and a few police officers rushed in, hands placed on their holstered pistols. "What seems to be the dash?" the leading officer spoke, though he froze as soon as he laid eyes on Silk and her short unknown partner. "Silk." He and the other officers stared in shock. "Ahem." The officer cleared his throat. "Ma'am, we can handle the situation from here." He spoke respectfully. He, like almost every police officer in New York, held a great amount of respect for the heroes that patrolled the city alongside them. But this was a normal disturbance/assault call. Nothing that they couldn't handle themselves. MJ hummed as she turned to Danny, who stood near her, both confused and quiet. "All right, we'll go." "But..." Lily spoke up, as she didn't expect her mother to fold so easily. "It's all right." MJ reassured her daughter as she turned to Danny. "Come on, you're being detained for questioning." Question mark. Danny looked at her in shock before turning to the police, wondering if they'd allow some masked woman to kidnap him. "Sorry, Mr. Monk." An officer answered his silent questioning. "But Avengers business is above our pay grade. I advise that you go along quietly and cooperate as much as you can." "Wait!" Ward exclaimed. "That man assaulted my security staff. We'll be pressing charges," he said, hoping to give the police a reason to interfere. The officers glanced at one another, shrugging at what little power they held in situations involving the Avengers. "I'm sorry, sir. But you'll have to wait until the Avengers are done with him. One said with a shake of his head. Exclamation point. Ward stood there fuming, unable to get what he wanted. You know, Ward. Danny spoke up for the first time since the mother-daughter duo arrived. I hated you as a kid, but I might hate you even more now. Ward glared. I don't know who you think you are, or who you think I am, but we certainly don't know each other. He said, hoping to plant a seed of doubt. Joy remained silent, unsure of which side to take, her brothers or the boy she once loved as a child. Come on. Lily turned to Danny, smiling under her mask. We'll find you some shoes and a change of clothes. She offered, thinking he was probably homeless and in need. Which technically he was. Danny stood in contemplation for a moment before nodding his head. Sure. He agreed and followed them out. He did what he came to do. Reveal that he was alive to the people that mattered. Of course, Ward wasn't on that list, especially after the stunt he just pulled. But before he stepped out of the door, Danny turned to Joy and smiled. I'll visit again soon, okay? He said as he was pulled out of the door by an overexcited Spider-Girl. Let's go. She yelled. You can flirt later. The dimly lit interior of Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children was buzzing with activity as mercenaries and misfits from all walks of life gathered to drown their sorrows or celebrate their latest victories. After their little conversation with Kingpin, Wade roped Peter into having a drink together. Peter sat at the bar, nursing a glass of whiskey, which he drank through his mask, while Wade downed shot after shot of tequila. In front of them, Weasel leaned against the counter, wiping down a glass with a grim expression on his face. You know, Wade, I've seen you F***ck with some sketchy dudes like that time you killed that Irish guy's mother dash. Hey. She was shooting at me with an AK-47. Wade defends himself. Well, he was the leader of the IRA. Weasel revealed. But pissing off the Kingpin? That might be worse. Wade chuckled, raising his shot glass in a mock salute. Hey, I like to keep things interesting. Besides, old Kingpin's been begging to get his sh**t kicked in for years now. I'm just giving the people what they want. Weasel's eyes widened, and he leaned in closer. You do realize who you're dealing with, right? Kingpin may not have superpowers, but he's got money, resources, and an army of loyal goons. And most of all, you don't even know who or where he is. Wade smirked excitedly. That's what makes it fun. I live for the danger, the thrill of the kill, that high-pitched sound every guy makes when you shoot his C***ck and balls off. You know, the finer things in life. And besides, I've got Spidey here to watch my back, don't I? Peter raised an eyebrow, glancing up from his whiskey. Sure, but I won't always be available. I'm probably the busiest Avenger you'll meet, but you can ask other members for help as well. I can assign you and whoever you want into a team. As long as they agree, of course. Daredevil might be interested in taking on Kingpin. Weasel looked at Wade in shock. Wait. Are you an Avenger? He asked scandalously. But before Wade could answer, Peter's ghost phone buzzed on the bar counter. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. It's Silk, he muttered. Wade leaned in, his curiosity piqued. What's that sexy woman of yours want? Wait. Spider-Man and Silk are dating. Weasel asks incredulously. Ignoring him, Peter read over the message. Nothing that you two have to worry about. He said as he stashed his phone away, finished off his drink, and stood to his feet. Wade whined like a child as soon as he saw this. Come on. You're leaving already. Yeah, bye. Peter called out as he paced out of the bar. The P***SSY calls and you just go running, don't you? Wade yelled as he left. And seconds after those words left Wade's mouth, a portal opened up under his stool. Huh. He grunted in surprise as he fell through and landed in the dumpster out back. F***CKU too. He yelled, hoping Peter could still hear him. A/N, 1693 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone and get a free donut police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 363, C363 meetings and names. Kitchen knife insert torturous gifts here, most likes win syringe. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Alien Warlord, trophy, A/N, I sit upon my throne once again. All hail the one true king, crown. MJ and Lily, dressed in their silk and Spider-Girl suits, led Danny through the bustling streets of the city. The people around them couldn't help but glance curiously at the trio, their attention drawn to Danny's disheveled appearance in dirty monk robes and bare feet. But mostly, everyone was shocked to see Silk casually walking around alongside a miniature gender-bent Spider-Man. Lily looked up at her mother. We need to get him some clothes and shoes. He can't walk around like this. MJ nodded, her eyes scanning the area for a nearby clothing store. Spotting one just a few blocks away, they made their way toward it. As they entered the store, the workers recognized Silk immediately, their faces lighting up with excitement. They rushed to assist them, providing a wide array of clothes and shoes for Danny to choose from. Lily, eager to help, picked out a simple outfit and shoes for Danny. "Here, try these on," she said, handing him the clothes. "You'll feel much better." Danny, hesitant and bewildered, stared at the items in his hands. I don't understand. Why are you doing this for me?" Lily beamed up at him, her voice filled with compassion. "Because it's what we do. Now, go change." With Lily's gentle encouragement, Danny reluctantly agreed to change into new clothes. As he did, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards these two strange people who had shown him kindness when he needed it the most. He may be a billionaire, but right now he was dead broke without access to any of his family's accounts. And that's if his family's accounts haven't been drained and shut down by now. After the clothes shopping was done, MJ stepped outside the store and made a quick call to S.H.I.E.L.D., explaining the situation and requesting a pickup. Moments later, a blacked-out SUV pulled up beside them. Danny eyed the vehicle warily. "I don't know about this. I appreciate your help, but I'm not sure I have." Lily interjected, her voice filled with sincerity. "We're here to help. We won't let anything happen to you. Please, trust us just a little bit." Reluctantly, Danny nodded and climbed into the SUV, with MJ and Lily following suit. MJ couldn't help but smirk under her mask, admiring how easily her daughter was able to wrap this guy around her finger. As the car began to move, Danny couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. "Can someone please explain what's happening? I feel completely lost." He didn't know anything about the last 15 years, so he knew nothing about the current state of the world. The world was rather normal when he was last a part of it. Lily, sitting beside him, took a deep breath. "Okay. So, we're with the Avengers." As they drove through the crowded streets of New York City, Danny's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind struggling to comprehend the new information given to him. "Superheroes? The world has superheroes now?" he asked in shock. Lily nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, and my dad was the first superhero." She held her head high and stuck out her chest in pride. As the car continued towards the Avengers Tower, Lily's voice filled the silence. "By the way, what's your name?" Danny turned to her, a faint smile on his lips. "My name is Danny Rand." Question mark. MJ's eyes widened as she heard that name, recalling the name of the company they just left. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and sent a text to Peter as she knew this would get complicated. Sister Margaret's school for wayward children was filled with the chatter of mercenaries, their stories of daring exploits and narrow escapes bouncing off the worn walls. Tonight, the air was thick with anticipation as the patrons awaited the return of Wade, the man who pissed off Spider-Man and was thrown through a golden portal soon after. It was truly an eye-opening experience for them. The creaking door swung open, and Wade stormed in, his disheveled appearance and the pungent smell of garbage announcing his unfortunate encounter with the dumpster out back. Ignoring the stares and disgusted looks, he plopped himself back onto the barstool, his stained red and black suit clinging to his body. Weasel held back his laughter as he set a glass in front of him and poured a generous amount of liquid courage. Wade took a deep swig of the drink and let out a dramatic sigh. "Damn it. Leaving me like that for a girl. What's a guy gotta do to get some quality time with his best buddy? Am I not your best buddy anymore?" Weasel asked jokingly, his eyes flickered from Wade to the group of mercenaries who had just entered. "Hey. You guys have to return your winnings from Wade's Deadpool. He's alive and as ugly as ever. Suck AD*CK. Wade countered casually as he sipped his drink, his eyes narrowing with interest. "Deadpool? Huh." One of them grunted in annoyance as he turned to Wade. "Are you sure that's him? Because last I saw, that SH*T head wasn't the son of Voldemort and Smeagol." Instantly, the bar erupted as mercenaries who had wagered on Wade's demise turned to him and Weasel, refusing to pay back their winnings. Wade ignored the clamor, his mind fixated on the newfound name. The word Deadpool resonated with him, capturing the essence of his uncanny ability to cheat death. He grinned, his scarred face contorting into a mischievous expression. Fine. Deadpool it is. If I gotta be some hero for the Avengers, might as well have a bad *SS name." The mercenaries continued to holler over him, their voices blending into a chaotic chorus. Wade drunkenly raised his glass, taking another swig before standing on the barstool, his voice booming above the uproar. "Attention, my fellow scoundrels and scalawags. From this day forth, I am Deadpool, the regenerating degenerate, the merc with a mouth, and your friendly neighborhood pain in the $8s. So, if any of you sorry B***stards want to take a shot at the king, then bring it on." The bar fell silent, all eyes fixed on the crimson-clad figure standing defiantly on his seat. Though it didn't last long. Only seconds after the words left his mouth, every person in the bar grabbed what they could, beer bottles, mugs, trays, etc., and furiously threw them his way. As the rain of glass and liquor descended, knocking Wade's drunk A*S off the stool, fights broke out as the entire bar turned into a royal rumble. "Weasel!" Wade yelled as he maneuvered around the chaos. "Get me a refill." He held his empty glass above his head. "F***CKU, Wade." Weaseling replied, hiding behind the bar. "That's Deadpool to you, C***CK sucker." Peter entered a meeting room in the Avengers Tower, his spider suit still on, Lily and MJ waiting outside. He scanned the room and locked eyes with Danny Rand, the man who had caused quite a stir at Rand Enterprises. Peter took a seat across from Danny and offered a friendly smile. "Hello, Mr. Rand." Peter greeted, extending a hand. "Welcome to the Avengers Tower." "I'm Spider-Man." Danny regarded Peter cautiously, his eyes flickering with a mix of confusion and wariness. He took Peter's hand hesitantly, feeling a surge of energy pass between them. "Or should I address you by your title?" Peter continued, confusing Danny for a moment. "You're the Iron Fist, yes." Danny's eyes widened, his grip on Peter's hand tightening instinctively. The room seemed to darken around him, and a faint yellow glow emanated from his clenched fist, his gaze darting around the room, searching for a possible threat. "Why you? How do you know about that?" Danny stammered, his voice filled with equal parts astonishment and disbelief. He had never revealed his true identity as the Iron Fist to anyone outside of Quinlan, and the fact that Peter knew sent shivers down his spine. Not even the hand should know of his identity. Peter raised his hands in a placating gesture, his demeanor relaxed. "Relax, Danny. I don't mean any harm. I just wanted to address you correctly, that's all. I'm sure you've been through a lot, so I understand if you're on edge." Danny's hand slowly stopped glowing, and he relaxed his tense muscles. He cautiously moved closer to the door, his mind grappling with the situation at hand. "Why did you leave Quinlan, Danny?" Peter asked, his voice gentle yet piercing. "You're supposed to be guarding the gate, protecting the city." Although Peter made it clear that he meant no harm, every word he spoke seemed to put Danny further on edge. "Is the gate open? I've always wanted to visit, you know," he asked. Danny froze, his breath hitching in his throat. The question hung in the air, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. How did this person know so much? How? How do you know all of this? Danny managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper. Peter leaned back in his chair, his eyes locked with Danny's. "Let's just say I've had my fair share of adventures. And now that you're here, it makes me wonder, who is protecting Quinlan right now?" The air grew heavy as Danny's fist began to glow once again, ready to do his duty to protect Quinlan. Even if he wasn't there. But suddenly, that heaviness disappeared as Peter burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He couldn't hold it back anymore. "You should see the look on your face. It's priceless." "Huh." Danny grunted in confusion. A/N, 1628 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, unamused face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 364, C364, airing it all out. Women's room, insert sexism gifs here, most likes wins men's room, A/N, we did racism, so I guess this is the obvious progression. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, BALLSOFVIBRANIUM, trophy, A/N, crown, a new king sets his balls upon my throne, pouting face. Lily stood outside the meeting room, her small hand gripping the doorknob tightly. She could hear her father's voice, a mix of amusement and mischief, as he interacted with Danny, the men who she and her mother went out of their way to help. Her father had a special way of making people uncomfortable and confused. To put it simply, he likes messing with people, but she knew he meant no harm. She took a deep breath, steeling herself, and pushed open the door. Her eyes narrowed as she saw her father, still dressed in his Spider-Man suit, leaning back in his chair, laughing like a madman. Danny looked perplexed, his brows furrowed and a mixture of shock and concern etched on his face. "Hey." Lily's voice rang out, her tone stern and assertive for someone her age. "Stop being mean to my new friend." MJ followed closely behind, a small smile playing on her lips. She knew Lily had a knack for handling her father's antics. Peter's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to face his daughter. He tried to hide his amusement, but his grin couldn't be contained. "I was just having a little fun." Lily crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes even further. "You're Spider-Man, you're supposed to help people, not pretend to be a villain." Peter's smirk remained, though he nodded. "Sure, but playing the villain can be fun sometimes." Danny glanced between Peter and Lily, the tension in his body slowly dissipating. He could hear the genuine concern in Lily's voice, and it helped him realize that Peter was just messing with him. Still, one question remained at the forefront of his mind. How do you know so much about me and Quinlan? Danny asked, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and wariness. Peter hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with possibilities. I guess it's finally time to reveal it. Taking a deep breath, he decided it was time to reveal one of his secrets. Well, Peter began, his voice calm yet tinged with gravity, I have something to tell you. Something that very few people know, not even the Avengers. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts. I am the leader of the Hand. Danny's eyes widened in surprise, his mind struggling to process the revelation. He had known the Hand as a group of ruthless killers, sworn enemies of Quinlan. But Peter's words suggested something entirely different. You're the leader of the Hand. Danny's voice wavered, a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Peter nodded solemnly. Yes, but things have changed. A few years ago, I had a confrontation with the Hand and eliminated their leadership. Since then, I've taken over and redirected the organization's purpose. The Hand now operates as an organization of small-time heroes, helping people in need. We've established bases all over the world. Danny's mind swirled with conflicting emotions, but most of all, he found himself still feeling a bit wary and fearful of Peter. The only thing keeping him from running off or fighting was Lily, who has shown him a lot of kindness and sincerity up until now. I want to make peace with Quinlan, Danny. Peter continued, his voice earnest. With the gate open, I believe it's time for us to have a meeting. The Chase already knows of the change in leadership and direction, but Quinlan has been sealed off until now. Danny's wariness began to slowly subside as he processed Peter's words. And with that, he recalled the hawk that flew from Quinlan, signaling his departure. At the time, he felt that the hawk was a sign, telling him that it was finally time to journey outward, even though doing so would put the home that adopted him in danger. Is this why I had to leave? He wondered. Although he wanted to meet with Joy and the other Meachums again, visit his family home, take back his family's company, and eat all of his favorite foods again, the main reason that Danny left his post was that he felt that it was necessary. Not only for himself but also for the safety of Quinlan. Wait, what's the Chase? Danny asks as he was never told about them before. And what exactly do you want from me? The Chase is another enemy of the Hand, or at least they used to be. They follow the elders of Quinlan. Peter explains as MJ and Lily took a seat beside him. We haven't had any issues with one another for years now, but I doubt they fully believe that the Hand has changed. And you want me to help you show that it's different now? Danny asks curiously. Yes, I would like it if you can send a message back for me. Peter says as a sealed letter appeared in his hand. This will explain everything that's happened and also contains a request for a meeting, which the elders are free to choose the location and time of. He hands over the letter. Danny takes the letter with a dumb look on his face. Ah, okay. My only request is that you and a member of the Chase attend the meeting as well. Peter adds as Danny stashes the letter away. I'd like this to be a meeting that ends the centuries of conflict and bloodshed that the old Hand started. I'll be there. Danny nodded. But I'll need some time to get this letter back to Dash. He stopped as a golden portal opened up beside him, showing the mountainous landscape near the entrance of Quinlan. I can take you there in a matter of seconds. Peter says as the portal snaps shut. But before that, let's talk about your problems as Danny ran. What do you mean? He asked as he tried to stay calm after witnessing a portal open up out of nowhere. Well. Peter gestures to the floor-to-ceiling windows, where the Rand Enterprises building could be seen in the distance. First, let's talk about Harold Meachum. Danny raised an eyebrow. What about him? He's dead. No, he's not. Peter shook his head. What? But. Harold faked his death. Peter interrupts. He used to work with the old Hand, so from what I can put together, the guy is bad news. He currently runs Rand Enterprises from the shadows. Why? Danny muttered in shock. Why what? Peter asks. Why would he work with the Hand? The old Hand, I mean. He clarifies. Well. Peter stared Danny straight in the eyes. I don't know how to say this. Then just say it. Danny says impatiently. I don't know this for sure since a lot of the old high-level members of the Hand are dead, and they don't exactly keep detailed records, but. Peter frowned, knowing this would infuriate his new acquaintance. I believe that Harold Meachum betrayed your father and sabotaged your plane. Danny stood in silence, processing what he just heard. And as time passed, his fist began to tighten and glow once again, his brows furrowed as a frown marred his face. How do you know this? Danny growled out, finding it hard to keep himself calm. Well, I'm the leader of the Hand and old members talk. I've heard that Harold started working with Madame Gao only a week before your plane crashed. I'd say that's a bit more than a coincidence, wouldn't you? Peter explains. Where is Madame Gao? He asks, wondering who this person was, as he knew very little of the hand. She's dead. Peter answers. I killed her myself, but if you'd like some answers, then the best person for that would be Dash. Harold Meacham. Danny nods as his fist loosens and the light dies down. Yeah, but before we make any moves, why don't we get you brought back to life? Peter smirks as he pulls out his phone and makes a call. We? Danny asks. Lily smirked as she gave him a nod. Of course. Did you think we would stop helping you? My dad is the strongest in the world. He can help you with anything. Smirking at Lily's bragging, Peter starts talking on the phone. Hey there, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we got your gifts. Tony especially liked the rare metals you sent over. Yeah, I need you to help me with something. After a quick conversation with the mayor of New York City, a blood test was scheduled. And luckily, the Rand family has a long medical history alongside a few blood samples taken over the years from private physicians, so the mayor was able to get a warrant for the samples to be handed over for testing. Hanging up the phone, Peter turned back to Danny, who stood shocked at how easily his biggest problem was just handled. Now, we just wait and hope that your family's doctors kept good records. Thank you. Danny didn't know what else to say. No problem. Peter shrugged. See. Lily says in an I told you so sort of manner. My dad can do anything. She held her head high. Yes, I'm the greatest. Peter nodded in mock agreement. Smack. MJ couldn't take it anymore and slapped him on the back of the head. Sweetie, stop fueling your father's ego. It's big enough already. Danny couldn't help but smile as he saw images of his old family and the masked heroes before him. And as soon as that smile came, it swiftly disappeared as he was forced to remember that his parents were long dead. A/N, 1609 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone and enter to win a chance at a slice of gluten-free, dairy-free, sugar-free, and meat-free pepperoni pizza, starstruck wow, pizza police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 365, C365 Complications. Pouting face insert angry gifs here, most likes wins pouting face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, I am the king of sexism, crown weight, face with raised eyebrow. Danny stepped out of a golden portal, his heart pounding in his chest as he returned to the familiar mountainous landscape near the entrance of Quinlan. The air was crisp and carried a sense of tranquility, but Danny couldn't fully enjoy it. The weight of his recent actions weighed heavily on his conscience. Truthfully, if he didn't have a very important letter to deliver, Danny definitely wouldn't be returning to Quinlan right now. Especially not after abandoning his post. As he made his way towards the towering gates of the ancient city, Danny's footsteps echoing through the silence, he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation with the Order of the Crane Mother. The elders and leaders of Quinlan, the ancient warrior monk society that took him in and trained him as their own, would undoubtedly be disappointed in him for leaving his post without a word. Passing the gate, which was now being guarded by members of the Order, Danny quickened his pace as his former comrades stared at him in shock. Though that shock swiftly turned into harsh, piercing glares. And after a short trip through the city, where every citizen of Quinlan parted, making way for the Iron Fist as they eyed him in confusion. After all, word of his disappearance spread all across the city only a day after he left. Murmurs throughout the crowd containing words like traitor and deserter caused Danny to hang his head lower as he passed by. Finally, Danny arrived at a huge Chinese-style temple, which sat at the center of the city. The temple stood tall and majestic, its vibrant colors and intricate architecture was a testament to its rich history and spiritual significance. The entrance, adorned with ornate red pillars and golden embellishments. A carving of a tranquil crane stood proudly on the towering double doors. Dragon motifs coiled around the pillars at each side, their scales shimmering in the sunlight, symbolizing strength and wisdom. Stepping forward, the gates creaked open, and Danny entered the courtyard where a few elders have already gathered, waiting for his arrival after hearing of the Iron Fist's return. Their expressions were a mix of concern, disappointment, and sternness. He could feel their piercing gazes on him as he approached. One elder, with a long white beard and wise eyes, stepped forward. Danny. Iron Fist, you have returned to us. He said in a solemn voice, his tone laced with a hint of relief and concern. You left your duty without explanation. Explain yourself. Danny bowed respectfully before the elders, his head lower than usual. I apologize for my sudden departure, he began, his voice filled with guilt. But I had to leave to seek answers and confront the truth about my family's past. Another elder, a woman with a stern expression, spoke up. And what answers did you find? Danny took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. I discovered that the Hand, our sworn enemies, have undergone a transformation. He revealed. Question mark. Questioning looks flashed on each elder's face. Danny continued. Although I wasn't able to investigate, I've been told they're no longer the organization they once were. They now operate as a force of small-time heroes, helping people in need. If you weren't able to investigate, how do you know this? The bearded elder asks doubtfully. I met their new leader. Danny says, his words sending waves of confusion and suspicion amongst the elders. The elders exchanged glances between one another, unsure how to handle this odd bit of information. The female elder spoke again, her voice tinged with skepticism. You expect us to believe that the Hand, the ancient enemy of Kunlun, has suddenly changed its ways? This is nothing but another deception. How could you fall for this, Danny? Danny's eyes met the elder's gaze, his determination evident. I understand your doubts, but the leader of the Hand, Spider-Man, has requested a meeting. He wants peace. He takes out a sealed letter in Avengers, stamped proudly on the front. He sent me to deliver this letter. This is obviously a trap. An elder scoffed. I thought that as well. Danny nods his head. But apparently, we get to choose the location and time of the meeting. The elders exchanged glances once more, their expressions softening slightly. The bearded elder took the letter from Danny's outstretched hand and began to read it, his eyes scanning the words carefully. Silence hung in the air as the elders absorbed the contents of the letter. Danny could feel the weight of their decision looming over them all. Would they accept the invitation for peace? Would they trust the words of a former enemy? Finally, the bearded elder folded the letter and looked at Danny with a mix of contemplation and worry. Iron Fist, you have returned to us with a proposition that holds great significance. The decision lies with the Order of the Crane Mother, and we shall convene to discuss this matter further. But until then. The elder sighed as he eyed Danny regretfully, ? Danny frowned in confusion as he saw this. He had taken a risk by returning after leaving his duty behind. As Danny frowned, the courtyard of the temple was suddenly surrounded by countless members of the Order of the Crane Mother. The stern expressions on their faces made it clear that they were prepared to enforce the consequences of Danny's actions. The weight of his choice to abandon his duties as the Iron Fist hung heavily in the air. The bearded elder, who had been the first to confront Danny, looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and concern. He had been like a father figure to Danny since his arrival in Kunlun, but even he couldn't protect him from the consequences of his actions. Danny, the bearded elder said with a heavy sigh, stepping forward to stand beside him. I understand your frustration, and your desire to seek the truth, but you know that abandoning your post is a grave crime in Kunlun. Especially for the Iron Fist. Danny's fist tightened and began to glow involuntarily as his anger and frustration surged. He contemplated fighting his way out, but the bearded elder's calming presence and pleading voice urged him to reconsider. Please, Danny, the elder pleaded, his voice filled with genuine concern. Resorting to violence will only strengthen the belief that you are a traitor. Many already question the decision to grant the Iron Fist to an outsider. We need to handle this situation with wisdom and diplomacy. Danny's fist slowly dimmed as he realized the truth in the elder's words. He had always believed in the principles of peace and harmony that the Order of the Crane Mother upheld. His actions now could either restore or shatter that belief, as well as his reputation. Reluctantly, Danny nodded, his expression showing his acceptance of the consequences. He turned himself in, raising his hands in surrender as members of the Order approached to restrain him. Chains with odd carvings were placed around his wrists, binding him tightly, but also suppressing his chi at the same time. As he was led away, the bearded elder's voice echoed in his ears. I will do everything in my power to fix this, Danny. The decision lies with the Order of the Crane Mother, but I will advocate for you. We will convene and discuss this matter further. Have faith. Danny's heart felt heavy as he was taken through the winding corridors beneath the temple. The chains clinked with each step, a stark reminder of his actions. He couldn't help but wonder if he had betrayed the trust of those who had raised him, trained him, and believed in him. The cell door creaked open, revealing a small, dimly lit room with cold stone walls. Danny was pushed inside, the heavy door slamming shut behind him. Alone in the darkness, he knew he had to gather his strength and hope that the letter he had delivered would sway the Order of the Crane Mother in his favor. As he sat on the cold stone floor, Danny couldn't help but feel a sense of isolation. His fate now rested in the hands of the Order, and he could only wait, hoping that his actions would be understood and forgiven. Outside Kunlun, on the lush mount top, the portal that Danny arrived in floated ominously. Inside the portal, the meeting room back in the Avengers Tower could be seen, where Peter, Lily, and MJ sat, waiting patiently for Danny's return. A/N, 1439 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone stones gemstone wow, starstruck you're so kind, smiling face with halo police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 366, C366 Clash at the Gate. Leafy green insert high/drug gifts here, most likes win syringe. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, *_justice, trophy, A/N, crown. In the spacious meeting room of the temple, the elders of Kunlun gathered around a large round table. The atmosphere was tense, and the elders sat in silence, their expressions revealing the weight of the decision they were about to make. At the head of the table sat a formidable figure with a long white beard, Lei Kung, the champion of Kunlun and the most respected elder in the city. He promised to help Danny get out of this precarious situation, and he would do his meat to uphold it. His wise eyes scanned the room, taking in the faces of his fellow elders. We have gathered here today to discuss the matter of the Iron Fist's return and his actions. Lei Kung began, his voice firm and commanding. It is undeniable that he has committed a grave offense by abandoning his post. However, we must consider the circumstances that led him to make such a choice. One of the elders, a stern-looking man with a bald head and a scar across his cheek, raised his hand to speak. Lei Kung, I understand your compassion for the boy, but we cannot overlook the fact that he broke our laws. He is an outsider, and his allegiance has always been questionable. Murmurs of agreement echoed through the room, and several elders nodded in support of the bald elder's words. Doubt and suspicion hung in the air, threatening to sway the decision. Lei Kung's gaze hardened as he met the eyes of each doubting elder. I acknowledge your concerns, but let us not forget that Danny has served Kunlun with honor and bravery. His devotion to our cause has been unquestionable up until now, and we cannot discount that. A female elder, her voice filled with skepticism, interjected. But what about this letter he claims to have delivered on behalf of the Hand? How can we trust the words of our sworn enemies? Is it not a trap, a ploy to deceive us? The boy must be in on it. Danny would never. Lei Kung shook his head, his gaze shifting to the sealed letter that lay on the table before them. Though I have considered the possibility of this being a deception, but we cannot dismiss the potential for peace. If the Hand truly desires a new path, it is our responsibility to explore that possibility. A burly elder with a grizzled beard leaned forward, his voice laced with anger. And what if this is all a ruse? What if the 5 fingers of the Hand aren't dead, as the letter says? What if the Iron Fist has been compromised, and his allegiance lies with the Hand? Should we risk the safety of Kunlun for his sake? Lei Kung's eyes blazed with determination as he stood, his voice resonating with authority. We shall not rush to judgment. Instead, we shall investigate the truth. I propose that we set an advantageous meeting point and assess the situation firsthand. We must determine the sincerity of the Hand's offer. The room fell into a tense silence as the elders contemplated Lei Kung's proposal. The weight of the decision hung heavily in the air, and the fate of the Iron Fist rested on their judgment. Finally, a few of the elders nodded in agreement, their doubts slowly dissipating. It was clear that Lei Kung's words carried great influence, and they respected his wisdom. Lei Kung turned to the doubting elders, his voice filled with conviction. Let us not forget our core values of honor, forgiveness, and the pursuit of peace. We should give the Iron Fist a chance to prove his intentions. If he has indeed betrayed us, we shall deal with him accordingly. But if there is a possibility for reconciliation and peace, it is our duty to explore it. The room erupted in a heated discussion as the elders debated the course of action. Some still held on to their doubts, while others were willing to grant Iron Fist a chance. Voices clashed, each elder argued with no end in sight. Peter, MJ, and Lily had been waiting patiently in the meeting room of the Avengers Tower for hours, hoping to see Danny return through the portal. They ordered some food and watched TV to pass the time, but no matter how long they waited, Danny didn't seem to be coming back. The room was filled with tension as they exchanged concerned glances, their worry mounting with each passing minute. Peter sighed, his fingers tapping anxiously on the table. He should have been back by now. It shouldn't take this long to deliver a letter. MJ nodded in agreement. Something must have gone wrong. Maybe the monks didn't take too kindly to Danny leaving his post. Lily, who had been sitting quietly for some time, fidgeted in her chair. Her mind couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenarios. Do you think he's in trouble, Dad? We should go check on him. Peter hesitated for a moment, knowing the dangers that awaited them in the hidden city of Kunlun. Of course, he wasn't worried about the monks. It's the dragon that made him cautious. Not a lot is known about Shoulao, the mystical dragon of Kunlun, so he wasn't sure how a fight would go between them. But seeing the genuine concern in Lily's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her. All right, but you both have to promise to follow my orders. Kunlun is more dangerous than you realize. Lily nodded, her eyes filled with determination as she hopped out of her seat. Yes. Now let's go. She couldn't help but feel excited. After all, Kunlun is a mystical hidden city, so she felt like an explorer, heading out to discover the Chinese version of Atlantis. With a nod of agreement, Peter led his family toward the portal that had brought Danny back earlier. Stepping through, they found themselves transported to the lush mountaintop outside Kunlun. The portal snapped shut behind them. As they approached the towering gates of Kunlun, the gate guards stepped forward, blocking their path. Their expressions were stern and unwelcoming. Peter held up his hands, trying to reason with the guards. "We're here to see the Iron Fist. He came here to deliver a letter for me. We just want to make sure he's okay." The guards remained unyielding, their weapons at the ready. Ignoring Peter's words, they lunged forward, attacking without warning. Instantly, MJ and Lily's reflexes kicked in, their spider sense tingling as they rushed forward, dodging the guards, and launched a few attacks of their own. Meanwhile, Peter stood back, his demeanor calm and collected, as he watched his girls effortlessly take down the monks. They seemed to work in perfect synchronization, knocking the guards unconscious before binding them in web. "How was that, Dad?" Lily asked as she held her head high beside her MJ. "We were practicing our teamwork at a bank robbery earlier." "Cool, right? Very cool." Peter nodded as Lily bounced on her feet, happy with her father's praise. But their victory was short-lived as more guards emerged from the city gate, ready to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. It became apparent that talking their way through wasn't an option. Peter sighed, knowing that this wouldn't be as easy as he originally hoped. "All right, now it's time to let Daddy show you how it's done." He stepped forward, hoping to show off a bit for his daughter, but Lily was already gone. "Haha." She laughed melodiously as she dove headfirst into the second group of warrior monks, her mother following closely behind her. As the battle raged on, Peter couldn't help but feel dejected as MJ and Lily took all of the fun for themselves. "I want to fight too, you know." The girls' enhanced strength and agility proved invaluable as they swiftly incapacitated their attackers. Peter wanted to make peace with Kunlun, so they both knew that killing would be extremely detrimental to his plans. Finally, they passed through the massive city gate, guarded by the few remaining guardsmen. They looked on in shock as MJ and Lily stood before them, with Peter following along, making sure not to step on the countless unconscious monks that littered the ground. "We're not here to cause trouble," Peter said as he stepped over the bodies of their fellow brothers and sisters. "We just want to see Danny Rand. Please, let us through." The guards exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. It was clear that their presence had caused a bit of a stir, and their intentions were being questioned. One of the guards, a burly man with a spear in hand, stepped forward. "If you'll wait a moment, I can send someone to inform the elders of your arrival," he offered, hoping to use the time to gather more forces and come back with a few elders, who would undoubtedly be able to handle these intruders. Or at least, he thought they would. Peter nodded his head as he and his family stepped back outside of the gate. "Sure, we'll just wait here," he says amiably as he conjured a comfy couch, which they all sat on, shocking the monks. And as they settled in, the burly monk sent a messenger off, who would no doubt inform the elders. A/N, 1572 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone now, angry face police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 367, C367 escape. Disappointed face, insert sad gifs here, most likes wins crying face. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Agent Monkey, trophy, A/N, a new king rises above the masses crown. A/N2, since I've seen a lot of comments about it, I'm moving up the timeline for the Into the Spider-Verse arc. The messenger from the gate hurried through the corridors of the temple, his footsteps echoing against the stone floor. His heart raced with urgency as he sought out the elders, knowing that time was of the essence. Finally, he arrived at the spacious meeting room where the elders had convened earlier. Breathless, he burst into the room, bowing deeply. "Elders, I bring grave news," he exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. "There are intruders at the gate." Lei Kung, the champion of Kunlun, raised an eyebrow, his wise eyes narrowing in concern. "Intruders? Are they hostile?" The messenger nodded fervently. "They claim to be here to see the Iron Fist. They say he delivered their letter." Whispers of alarm and suspicion filled the room as the elders exchanged worried glances. That letter was from the Hand, and their supposed arrival raised immediate red flags. One elder, a woman with sharp features and a steely gaze, spoke up. "This must be an attack orchestrated by the Hand. They seek to infiltrate our city. We must keep them at the gate. They can't be allowed inside." Lei Kung's expression grew grave as he considered the implications. "If the Hand is involved, we cannot afford to underestimate the threat they pose. We must mobilize our forces and prepare for an imminent attack." The other elders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with determination. The safety of Kunlun and its dragon was their utmost priority, and they would not allow either to fall into the hands of their most hated enemy. The scene inside the temple had transformed from a room filled with doubt and debate to one of united action and preparedness. "Summon every able-bodied warrior monk under our command," declared an elder with a deep voice and a stern demeanor. "Prepare the defenses and station guards at key points throughout the city. We must be ready." As the elders hurriedly organized their forces, Lei Kung stood from his seat at the head of the table, his voice resonating with authority. I will lead our main force to assess the situation outside the city gates. The room buzzed with a sense of urgency as the elders rose from their seats, each taking on a specific role in the preparations. They knew the importance of swift action and unity in the face of such a grave threat. Lei Kung turned to the messenger, his eyes filled with a steely resolve. Take us to the gates. The messenger nodded, leading the way as the elders followed closely behind. They moved with purpose and determination, their thoughts consumed by the impending battle and the protection of their sacred city. Outside the temple, the warriors of the city gathered, their expressions grim and their weapons at the ready. The air crackled with tension as they awaited the arrival of their leaders and the imminent clash with the intruders. In the dimly lit cell beneath the temple, Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, sat with his back against the cold stone wall. His hands were bound tightly by chains, each link etched with ancient Chinese symbols that suppressed his qi, rendering him as powerless as any other normal man. He had been left alone in his confinement, the only sounds echoing through the silence were his own steady breaths and the faint drip of water in the distance. Though that suddenly changed as guards, who were supposed to be stationed around the prison, were ordered away, rushing past his cell with weapons in hand. Danny's mind raced with worry and frustration. He had trusted in Lei Kung's words, believing that the elder would handle his situation diplomatically. But the sudden absence of guards outside his cell made him uneasy. What's happening? He muttered to himself, tugging at the chains that held him captive. He strained against their unyielding grip, feeling the weight of his situation pressing down on him. Danny couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The urgency in the air, the guards rushing off to join the defense. It all felt too coincidental. Was Spider-Man lying to me? Doubts clouded his mind. As his thoughts raced, Danny's determination grew. He couldn't sit idly by while his fate hung in the balance. He had to find a way to break free and discover what was truly happening. Summoning his focus, he channeled his qi, attempting to draw upon Shoulau's power. But the chain sapped his energy, leaving him weakened and unable to access the full extent of his abilities. Gritting his teeth, Danny continued his struggle, twisting and turning, hoping to find a weakness in the chains that bound him. He had trained since he was 10 years old, honing his martial arts skills to such an extent that he was able to become the Iron Fist. He couldn't let himself be defeated by mere chains. A glimmer of hope flickered in Danny's eyes as he noticed a hairline fracture forming in one of the links. Encouraged by this small victory, he redoubled his efforts, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into breaking free. Meanwhile, in the city, the army of Kunlun gathered, their footsteps resounding with purpose and determination as they marched to the gate. The warriors lined up in disciplined formation, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. At the forefront stood the elders, their expressions stoic and unwavering. Soon enough, they arrived meters from the gate and Lei Kung, the champion of Kunlun, raised his hand, signaling a halt to the marching army. He glanced at the gate, eyeing the three oddly dressed intruders, wondering where the hand could have found such weird individuals. Peter, MJ, and Lily still sat comfortably on the couch, watching the army across from them. Peter had hoped to avoid a confrontation, to find a peaceful resolution to this tense situation. But that didn't seem to be possible. Just as Lei Kung was about to give the order to proceed, Peter stood up, his red and blue suit standing out among the sea of warrior monks. Beside him stood MJ and Lily, both ready to fight at any moment. Hello. Peter called out, his voice echoing across the open space between them. We're not here to fight. We just want to talk and find out what's going on with Danny. Lei Kung nodded, grateful for Peter's intervention. Stand down, he ordered the army, hoping to defuse the tension. Let them approach. As Peter, MJ, and Lily cautiously made their way past the gate for a second time, the other elders exchanged wary glances. They were not as willing to listen and negotiate. Suspicion clouded their judgment, and they saw only intruders threatening their sacred city. One of the elders, a stern-faced man with a staff gripped in his right hand, stepped forward. You dare speak such flagrant lies after the Iron Fist's betrayal, he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. You, who are allies of the Hand. Peter shook his head, a smirk hidden under his mask. I'm not an ally of the Hand. I am the new leader of the Hand. Peter revealed, shocking the army of monks before him. Then your death would be a great blow to our enemies, wouldn't it? That same elder scoffed as he rushed forward, raising his staff dangerously. Without hesitation, MJ sprang into action, launching forward as she swiftly evaded the elder's attack. Her movements were fluid and graceful as she countered with her own strikes, her punches and kicks delivered with precision. And seconds after a member from both sides clashed, the rest wouldn't sit still either. The army of monks yelled a deafening war cry as they charged forward without receiving any orders from the elders. Stop. Halt this instant. Lei Kung ordered, though no one could hear him. Not even the other elders, who have already joined their army, charging forward at the enemy. Lily, not one to be left behind, joined the fray, her small frame darting in and out, striking with lightning-fast kicks and punches. Her agility was matched only by her determination, and she fought with the ferocity of a seasoned warrior. Peter, too, joined in on the action, his enhanced strength and acrobatics on full display. He gracefully dodged attacks while delivering his own, taking out a handful of monks every few seconds without a single scratch on his pristine suit. Even the elders that came his way were thwarted with relative ease. The battle raged on, the clash of metal against metal and grunts of effort filling the air. The warriors of Kunlun fought with discipline and skill, their numbers seemingly endless. But the spider trio weren't deterred one bit. In fact, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. "Mom!" Lily called out excitedly as she jumped into the air. "Watch this," she said as her legs extended, kicking two monks square in the face. "Good job, sweetie." MJ encouraged her like the loving mother she was, whilst roundhouse kicking a group of monks into the ground. "Lily!" Peter called out as he pulled out his phone, dismantling any monks that came his way while focusing his full attention on his daughter. "Hold still. I want to take a picture of your first large-scale battle." Lei Kung stared at the spider family, bewildered. What the hell is happening? He felt as though he was dreaming. Back in Danny's cell, time seemed to stretch on, the sound of his labored breathing filling the confined space. Sweat trickled down his brow as he fought against the constraints that held him captive. He tried everything to break the chains, from using his body as leverage to simply bashing it against the hard stone floor. And then, with a resounding crack, the weakened link finally gave way, setting a single hand free. Danny exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding, a mixture of relief and determination coursing through him. His task was far from complete. He still had to free himself from the remaining chains and find out what was happening outside his cell. With renewed purpose, Danny focused his attention on the remaining restraints, determined to break free and reclaim his power as the Iron Fist. As he worked, the distant sounds of battle reached his ears, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline. His instincts told him that time was running out, and he needed to act swiftly. With each chain that snapped apart, Danny's resolve grew stronger, as did his access to his chi, making every following chain easier and easier to break. He had a responsibility not only to himself but to Kunlun. He would face whatever challenges lay ahead and protect his home at all costs. Finally, the last chain fell to the ground, leaving Danny standing tall, his body pulsing with renewed energy. He took a moment to steady himself, the weight of his decision settling upon his shoulders. His fist glowed a bright yellow, illuminating the dark cell. Boom. And with one smooth punch, the heavy door that held him captive was blown off its hinges, impacting the wall on the other side of the hall before clattering to the floor. A/N, 1878 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone * offers bribe * money bag, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 368, C368 Awakening. Police car light, insert naughty gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Agent Monkey, trophy, A/N, the two-time, crown. With Danny finally breaking free from his cell, the battle between the army of monks and Peter's group continued to rage on. The clash of weapons and the grunts of effort filled the air as both sides fought with unyielding determination. Peter danced along the battlefield, his agility and reflexes allowing him to effortlessly dodge attacks and return them in an instant, decimating countless monks along the way. He used his webs to swing around, finding no reason to use any of his more overpowered abilities on such weak opponents. His fists alone packed a powerful punch, sending opponents flying and crashing into the ground. MJ moved with calculated precision, her spider abilities enhancing her already impressive combat skills. As a member of the Avengers, she was forced into basic training like everyone else, and luckily, she was taken in by Natasha, who she learned from like a sponge. She weaved through the chaos, her movements fluid and graceful. Her silk threads lashed out, immobilizing the monks and rendering them helpless before she delivered precise strikes that swiftly incapacitated them. Lily, in her Spider-Girl persona, showcased remarkable acrobatics and speed. She somersaulted through the air, landing devastating kicks on her opponents. Her small size allowed her to dart in and out of the fray, striking with lightning-fast precision. Unlike her mother, who spent months upon months training under the Black Widow herself, Lily cheated her way to martial arts mastery. As an AI, she was able to analyze countless videos, specifically the surveillance footage from the tower's many training rooms, and incorporated everything she saw into one fighting style. It's practically instant mastery. Peter thought jealously. Lucky little cheater. The army of monks fought valiantly, displaying their years of training and discipline. Though it wasn't enough. Their strikes were powerful and precise, their coordination almost seamless. But they were simply met with a stronger enemy. Peter, MJ, and Lily didn't go very easy on them. They only held back just enough to leave the monks alive and without any serious injuries. As the battle intensified, Lei Kung, still bewildered by the turn of events, decided it was time to intervene. With his fists clenched, he launched himself into the fray, his every move a testament to his legendary martial arts prowess. Decided to finally join the fun, old man. Peter quipped, a playful smirk hidden beneath his mask. Lei Kung's lips curled into a knowing smile as he stroked his long beard. I can't let you young people run wild, can I? He replied, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. His presence boosted the morale of every monk, who redoubled their efforts to overpower Peter's group. They fought with renewed vigor, their determination to defend their sacred city evident in every strike they threw. But MJ and Lily were not easily defeated. They fought back with unwavering resolve, their individual skills combining to create an unstoppable force. I'll let you have the first move, Gramps. Peter offered as he took a calm stance, waiting patiently for his opponent. With that, the two combatants squared off, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Silently, Lei Kung harnessed the chi in his body and launched himself forward, his strike swift and precise, aiming to exploit any weakness in Peter's defenses. Peter simply stood there as hit after hit pummeled his body, not making any moves to dodge or parry whatsoever. Lei Kung's strikes landed with calculated precision, connecting with Peter's body. The impacts reverberated through his frame, causing the onlooking monks to cheer in elation. They were witnessing their esteemed elder, the champion of Kunlun, fighting against a seemingly invincible opponent. The monks' morale soared as they watched Lei Kung exchange blows with the powerful intruder. They were inspired by their leader's unwavering resolve and saw a glimmer of hope that victory was within their grasp. However, Lei Kung himself knew the truth. Despite his best efforts, he could sense that Peter was not exerting his full strength. In fact, he wasn't even trying. He could feel the power that the young masked man was holding back, almost as if he were toying with him. Fight! You insult me with this behavior. Lei Kung called out between strikes, his voice filled with urgency. He instinctively knew that Peter and his group meant no harm to Kunlun, especially after seeing how they didn't kill a single monk. So, Lei Kung wanted to test Peter's true capabilities and gauge the extent of his power. And in doing so, gauge his own as well. Peter nodded, acknowledging Lei Kung's request. Just remember that you asked for it. With a sudden burst of speed, he disappeared from the elder's sight, his figure reappearing behind him in an instant. Lei Kung, caught off guard, turned just in time to see Peter's fist hurtling toward him. He barely had time to react as the blow connected, sending him flying through the air, crashing into a group of monks, who quickly scrambled to help him to his feet. The battle momentarily paused as Lei Kung regained his composure, his eyes locked with Peter's. There was a newfound respect in the elder's gaze, an acknowledgement of the true extent of Peter's abilities. Or at least, what he thought was Peter's true extent. Well, this was fun, old man. Peter comments as he cracks his knuckles. But I think it's time to end this. With a newfound determination, Peter's eyes blazed with an intense focus as he prepared to bring an end to the battle. The remaining army of monks stood before him, their faces etched with a mix of fear and determination. Lei Kung stood in front of them, his emotions hidden under a calm facade, seemingly ready for whatever was about to come. In a blur of motion, Peter darted forward, his speed leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. His strikes were swift and lethal, each blow finding its mark with surgical precision. The monks attempted to defend themselves, but their efforts were futile against the overwhelming force that Peter unleashed upon them. The battlefield transformed into a whirlwind of action as Peter weaved through the ranks of the monks. His fists moved like lightning, shattering their defenses and rendering them unconscious with each strike. The clash of his blows echoed through the streets of Kunlun, drowning out the cries of the defeated. Within a matter of moments, the once formidable army lay defeated and motionless at Peter's feet. The ground was littered with bodies, both young and old, as every monk and elder bore witness to the might of Spider-Man. As the last monk fell, Peter's attention turned to Lei Kung, who lay on the ground, his body motionless but his breathing steady. Standing over him, Peter's presence was both imposing and triumphant. Now let's find Danny and Dash. Speak of the devil. Suddenly, a disheveled Danny Rand burst onto the scene, sprinting down the road with worry etched on his face. He had followed the sounds of battle, fearing for his friend's safety. But what he witnessed upon his arrival shattered his expectations. With a mix of shock and anger, Danny took in the sight before him. The bodies of countless monks and elders strewn across the city street, and Peter standing over the seemingly lifeless body of Lei Kung, a man who raised him like his own son. The assumption that formed in Danny's mind was one of betrayal and bloodshed. Filled with righteous anger, Danny's voice cracked with fury as he confronted Peter. What have you done? The words dripped with accusation, his fist shining in a dangerous yellow light. Peter's mask hid the genuine surprise that washed over his face. He didn't expect Danny to arrive at such a bad time, nor did he think a misunderstanding would form. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could form the words, Danny's attack began. Driven by a sense of justice and his misinterpretation of the scene before him, Danny unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Peter. His movements were fueled by a combination of anger, betrayal, and sorrow, his strikes carrying the weight of his accusations. Peter's reflexes kicked into overdrive as he expertly evaded Danny's attacks, each blow landing just inches away from its intended target. Despite his skill, Peter refused to retaliate, instead attempting to explain the truth. "Danny, it's not what you think," Peter said, his voice calm and collected. "If you just calm down, I can explain." But his words fell on deaf ears as Danny continued his assault, his anger blinding him to any reasoning or explanation. The clash between the two allied acquaintances echoed through the streets of Quinlan in a battle born out of misunderstanding. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, hidden behind the ancient city, two large red eyes opened, shining ominously in the darkness. A/N, 1490 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone smiling face with smiling eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 369, C369 deal with a lizard. Sparkles, insert magical gifts here, most likes win sparkles. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Agent Monkey and Wolfie, trophy, A/N, who will be the king and who will be the queen, prince princess. Peter's reflexes continued to shine as he effortlessly evaded Danny's relentless barrage of kung fu-style attacks. He bobbed and weaved, his body moving with fluid grace as he narrowly avoided each strike. Danny's frustration grew evident with each missed blow, fueling his anger and determination to bring down the men he believed had betrayed him. As the fight carried on, Lily and MJ stood at a safe distance, watching the clash between the two heroes. Lily's young eyes widened with concern, her heart pounding in her chest as she observed her father's struggle to explain himself. "Shouldn't we do something?" Lily asked, her voice filled with worry. MJ placed a hand on Lily's shoulder, offering her a reassuring smile. "Your dad knows what he's doing, Lily. He'll handle this. Sometimes people need to work things out on their own." Lily nodded, still anxious but trusting in her father's abilities. Her eyes remained fixed on the battle, witnessing Peter's skillful dodges and Danny's growing frustration. With a deep breath, Peter finally decided that enough was enough. His patience wore thin, and he chose to end the fight, and in found so, bring an end to the misunderstanding. Peter's eyes narrowed, a spark of determination igniting within them. In a split second, Peter shifted his stance, his movements transitioning from defensive to offensive. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the gap between himself and Danny, closing the distance in an instant. Danny barely had time to react as Peter's fist connected with his midsection. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, crashing onto the hard ground with a loud thud. The wind was knocked out of him, leaving him momentarily breathless. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as Peter's blow landed with such force. MJ's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. Lily's worry escalated as she rushed forward, concerned for her friend's well-being. "Dad!" Lily cried out, her voice filled with a mix of fear and concern. Peter turned to face his daughter. "He'll be all right, Lily. Sometimes you have to knock some sense into people. Just stay back for now," he said, reassuring her. Danny struggled to his feet, his vision blurred and his body aching from the impact. He glared at Peter, still clinging to his belief that he had been betrayed. You won't get away with this," Danny spat, his voice filled with defiance and bitterness. Peter's expression softened, his mask hiding his genuine concern. "Danny, please listen to me. This isn't what it looks like. We were defending ourselves." But Danny's anger continued to cloud his judgment. Ignoring Peter's words, he lunged forward once again, launching himself at his former ally with renewed determination. Peter sighed, realizing that talking would be pointless in this moment. His reflexes kicked into high gear once more, evading Danny's strikes with ease. Each attack seemed to slow down in Peter's perception, giving him ample opportunity to respond. With each dodge, Peter saw the openings and weaknesses in Danny's technique. His strikes became more precise and targeted, aiming to disable rather than harm. It was a delicate dance, one that showcased Peter's skill and control. Danny's frustration grew with each failed attempt to land a blow. He was no match for Peter's speed and strength, and it only fueled his rage further. But he was blinded by his misconceptions, unable to see the truth before him. Peter seized the opportunity, his movements becoming a blur as he closed in on Danny. In a swift and calculated series of strikes, Peter aimed for pressure points, temporarily incapacitating his opponent. As Danny crumpled to the ground, unconscious, Peter turned to Lily and waved her over. "See? He's fine. We'll explain everything when he wakes up, okay?" Lily nodded her little head up and down as she rushed over to Danny's side, checking to make sure he wasn't hurt too badly. The aftermath of the intense battle left the streets of Kunlun littered with fallen monks and elders. Peter stood over the unconscious body of Lei Kung, a man who had tried his best to resolve the situation peacefully. "I should probably heal him. The elderly take longer to heal, after all." And he would no doubt be helpful in explaining everything later on. Waving his hand, Peter healed the sect leader-looking grandpa, slowly erasing all of the damage along his body. And as he turned to check on Lily, suddenly, a shadow began to creep over them and everyone else, who lay unconscious on the ground. A deep, rumbling growl resonated through the air, causing Peter to look up in awe. The sun's rays were slowly blocked out, casting an eerie darkness over the entire city. The source of this ominous phenomenon became clear as Peter's gaze locked onto a gigantic, mythical dragon hovering above him. Sholau, the ancient dragon of Kunlun, revealed itself in all its majestic and fearsome glory. Its long, serpentine body snaked through the sky, its scales shimmering with a fiery crimson hue. The dragon's immense size was beyond comprehension, its head alone towering over buildings and casting a terrifying shadow across the whole city. The creature's eyes glowed with an intense red light, emanating an otherworldly power. Insert picture of Sholau/Sly for the Sky Dragon/ or just about any Eastern-style red dragon here. Its gaze shifted between Danny's fallen form and Peter, as if assessing the situation and determining the appropriate course of action. Peter's heart skipped a beat as he realized the implications of Sholau's appearance. The dragon was the source of the Iron Fist power, granting the chosen warrior a crazy amount of dragon chi, and yet, Peter had defeated Danny with relative ease, shattering the assumptions and expectations tied to the Iron Fist. Is he mad that I beat the guy that he chose? Peter pondered the dragon's intentions. Sholau had always been a guardian of Kunlun, helping to protect its sacred grounds. Though this is the first time he's had to come out of his cave, and surprisingly, there was a battle-hungry look in its bright red eyes. Peter quickly understood the look in Sholau's eyes. This old lizard is looking for a fight. With the city's defenses decimated and the Iron Fist defeated, the dragon was left with no choice but to intervene and safeguard its home from the perceived threat. But most of all, it's been such a long time since Sholau has had a good fight. And he was practically vibrating with excitement. The air crackled with otherworldly energy as Sholau prepared to make his move. The many wings along its long body unfurled, the sound of their movement resembling the thunderous roar of a hurricane. The dragon's body glowed with an intense aura as if priming itself for a devastating attack. Peter's mind raced, searching for a way to defuse the situation, but none appeared. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Peter turned to Lily and MJ, who were gawking at Sholau's appearance. "Daddy," Lily called, shakily. Is that a real dragon?" she asked, recalling the bones that the hand excavated recently. "Yeah, which means your time here is up," Peter informs them as he waves his hand, opening a portal below the mother and daughter duo. "Huh." The two grunted in surprise as they disappeared, falling onto the couch in their living room. And as the portal snapped shut, Peter could hear Lily yelling at him, disgruntled. "Wait. I want to fight the dragon too. Maybe next time." Peter muttered with a small smile as he turned back to Sholau. Summoning his courage, Peter stepped forward, smirking under his mask. His voice carried a mixture of friendliness and taunting as he addressed the ancient dragon. "Hey there, Mr. Lizard. Do you need something? I don't have any bugs or whatever it is you eat, so." The dragon's piercing gaze bore into Peter, its immense power palpable in the air. Silence hung heavy between them as Sholau seemed to contemplate Peter's words, and used to anyone talking to him like that. After what felt like an eternity, Sholau's fiery eyes narrowed, a glimmer of understanding flickering within them. Slowly, the dragon's massive head tilted, its immense presence casting a shadow over Peter. A deep, rumbling voice echoed through Peter's mind, resonating with ancient wisdom and authority. "It's been a long time since anyone has insulted me. Prove yourself, young warrior. Show me a good fight and I promise to spare your life, as you did with the warriors of Kunlun." Peter nodded, acknowledging the dragon's challenge. "And what do I get if I win?" A surprised look flashed across the dragon's eyes, not expecting such a reply. "You will not," he replied simply. "But what if I do?" Peter asks again. Sholau remained silent for a moment, contemplating his answer. "Then I will grant you 3 requests," he offered, knowing that he could never lose to a human. Instantly, the smirk on Peter's face grew wider and wider. And luckily, the mask covered it up. "Deal." Peter swiftly agreed. "I hope you're a lizard of your word." A/N, 1542 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, and you can have some devil's lettuce, leafy green police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 370, C370 vs Sholau, 1. A/N, police car light, 2 chapters today to end the Iron Fist arc, tomorrow we step into the Spider-Verse. P.S. The gift contest is in the 2nd chapter. The streets of Kunlun were in disarray, with fallen monks and terrified citizens seeking safety in their homes, peeking out of their windows in fear and worry. Peter stood before Sholau, the ancient dragon, his mask hiding a smirk that betrayed his eagerness for the upcoming battle. Peter took a step forward. Alright, Mr. Lizard. If you're looking for a fight, let's do it. But before we get started and end up tearing this city apart, how about we take it somewhere else? He offered, gesturing around him. After all, he spent a lot of effort keeping the monks alive, so killing them in the upcoming battle would be a huge waste. Sholao's fiery eyes glimmered with amusement as he regarded Peter. The dragon's massive head nodded in understanding, sharing Peter's exact concerns. You wish to take our battle elsewhere? Very well. Follow along, young warrior. Sholao's immense form seemed to quiver with anticipation before gracefully gliding through the air, heading towards a mountain in the distance. Leaving the monks and civilians behind, Peter kicked off the ground and soared through the air, following after the slithering dragon. As the commotion settled in Kunlun, the frightened citizens cautiously emerged from their homes, their hearts filled with concern for the fallen monks. With a collective sense of purpose, they formed a makeshift assembly line, helping each other tend to the wounded and unconscious warriors. The streets filled with determined whispers as the civilians worked diligently to mend their injured protectors. In the midst of this tender display of unity, a group of curious onlookers couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the retreating figures in the distance. Peter, soaring through the sky, trailed behind the magnificent form of Sholao, the ancient dragon. The spectators were torn between awe and apprehension, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. As the dragon and Spider-Man approached the mountain peak, the crowd of civilians had grown in size. They watched in anticipation, unable to tear their eyes away. Excitement and nervous energy permeated the air as the onlookers held their breath, caught between the desire to witness the epic battle and the concern for their beloved city. From their vantage point, the civilians observed as Peter and Sholao reached the mountain's summit. The wind whispered through the trees, their leaves rustling softly, as if nature itself recognized the importance of the imminent confrontation. The dragon's scales shimmered in the sunlight, and Peter stood ready, his agile form brimming with determination. The spectators exchanged glances, their faces a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Some leaned closer to each other, sharing whispered speculations, while others clung to each other's hands for support. They were grateful for the distance that allowed them to be mere observers, yet their hearts yearned to protect the dragon who safeguards their city. The scene was set, and the stage was ready for the battle that would unfold before their eyes. The onlookers prepared themselves for what was to come, their minds racing with a mixture of fear, awe, and unyielding hope. They knew that whatever transpired atop that mountain would leave an indelible mark on their memories and the future of Kunlun. But for now, in this suspended moment, the spectators remained transfixed, waiting to bear witness to the clash between their sacred dragon and the powerful intruder, the outcome of which would ripple through their lives and the fate of their city. As Peter landed on the peak of the mountaintop, and Sholao quickly took his place in the sky, the two locked eyes, a clear signal that the time for talk had passed. Peter extended his arms to his sides, assuming a defensive stance, taking this fight a bit more seriously than the rest. His voice reverberated with a mix of respect and challenge as he addressed the ancient dragon. "All right, lizard. Show me what you've got." The dragon's response was a deafening roar that echoed through the mountains, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Even the inhabitants of Kunlun felt the city shake with their guardian's war cry. It was a call to battle, an invitation to let their respective powers loose and engage in a fight for the ages. You know what? Peter thought as he felt the urge to test out an ability of his. I might as well. The air crackled with tension as his muscles began to ripple, veins pulsating beneath his skin. A sudden transformation overcame Peter, his body growing in size and bulk. The clothes he wore strained against his expanding frame, threatening to tear it apart. But amazingly, his spider suit responded to his changing form, stretching and expanding seamlessly as his limbs thickened and muscles bulged. The red and blue fabric adapted to his new proportions, accommodating the incredible power that now coursed through him. The metamorphosis wasn't the most enjoyable experience though. Peter clenched his jaw, gritting his teeth as the changes brought brief waves of intense discomfort. Every cell in his body seemed to shift and rearrange itself. He felt a growing pressure building up, a power surging within him. And then, with a mighty roar of his own, it erupted. His body, once microscopic compared to the dragon above, could now only be said to be tiny or small. Peter transformed into the Red Hulk, a towering figure which he planned to hide as a sort of trump card. But thanks to the secluded dimension of Kunlun, he decided to give it a test run. His now massive fists clenched, the ground quaking beneath his feet as he prepared to confront Sholao. Speak of the devil, Sholao's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden transformation. He had not anticipated his human opponent to possess such a formidable ability, but his excitement for a worthy fight only grew. The dragon bared its fangs and let out a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundation of the mountain once again. Peter's confidence surged as he launched himself into the air, creating a crater under his feet as he propelled himself with the incredible force of his enhanced muscles. With a mighty swing of his massive fist, he aimed a powerful blow at Sholao's jaw, hoping to catch the dragon off guard. The impact reverberated through the mountain, sending shockwaves in all directions. Sholao staggered backward, his massive head recoiling from the force of Peter's punch. The dragon's scales shimmered, and even a few cracked under the blow, but most remained intact, protecting him from a devastating attack. The ferocity in Shou-Lao's eyes intensified as he regained his balance, his fiery gaze fixated on the Goliath of a man before him. Without hesitation, the dragon launched himself into the air, his wings beating with incredible power. He unleashed a barrage of countless fireballs, each one hurtling toward Peter with blistering speed. Peter's agility and reflexes kicked into high gear as he evaded the fiery onslaught. He somersaulted through the air, twisting and turning with remarkable grace, narrowly avoiding the searing flames that threatened to consume him. And as he dodged the attacks, he noticed an opening in Shou-Lao's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself toward the dragon with a powerful leap, his massive fists primed for another strike. The clash of titans shook the mountain once more as Spider-Man's fists collided with Shou-Lao's scaled hide. The impact reverberated through the air, causing cracks to form in the surrounding rocks and trees. Peter's blows carried immense force, and Shou-Lao roared in pain and fury. Unfazed by the dragon's thrashing counterattacks, Peter pressed on, his movements fluid and calculated. He ducked and weaved, avoiding the swipes of Shou-Lao's powerful claws, and retaliated with bone-crushing punches of his own. The battle raged on, their clash echoing on for miles and miles. Peter utilized his strength and speed to his advantage, landing devastating blows on Shou-Lao's vulnerable spots, while the dragon responded with bursts of fire and powerful tail swipes. Minutes turned into hours as the two warriors pushed each other to their limits. The mountain trembled beneath their relentless assault, and the air crackled with raw energy. Peter could feel the exhilaration coursing through his veins, the thrill of testing his powers against a legendary opponent. Shou-Lao's determination was unwavering, and Peter admired the dragon's indomitable spirit. But as the battle raged on, it became clear that Peter's agility and raw strength were proving to be an equal match for the ancient creature. And his small size, compared to Shou-Lao's, gave him the added benefit of being a small target. With each blow, Peter could sense the dragon's shock mounting. Shou-Lao never expected to fight equally with a human, but somehow this impossibility was unfolding right before his eyes. Peering down at his opponent as the battle came to a brief standstill, Shou-Lao couldn't keep the smile from forming on his scaly face. "Haha. I seem to have underestimated you." He laughed happily. "Well, I don't know about you," Peter replied as he stomped one foot, denting a large portion of the mountain in seconds. "But I still have a lot more strength to show." Shou-Lao didn't reply and simply laughed once more, his body seeming to radiate with a red-hot energy, which just kept building and building. A/N, 1573 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone because there's a second chapter, victory hand police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 371, C371 vs Shou-Lao, 2. Steaming bowl insert weeb gifts here, most likes wins bento box. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, crown. The ground beneath Peter's feet cracked and splintered as the mountain itself seemed to tremble in response to the mounting power radiating from Shou-Lao. The dragon's laughter filled the air, reverberating through the valley as if challenging Peter to push himself even further. "Try not to die, little warrior." His booming voice echoed in Peter's mind. Peter's eyes widened as he felt a surge of energy course through his veins, his body responding to the dragon's escalating power. He couldn't let Shou-Lao overshadow him in this battle. Gritting his teeth, Peter tapped into the wellspring of his inner strength, allowing it to surge forth, his body radiating with red sizzling energy. Gamma radiation. With a primal roar, Peter leaped into the air, his body propelled with newfound might. The mountain quaked beneath him as he flew with a thunderous impact, creating a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. Shou-Lao, sensing the shift in Peter's aura, met his adversary head-on. The dragon's wings beat forcefully, creating a gale that swept through the mountaintop, tearing trees from their roots and sending debris flying in all directions. Peter unleashed a series of radiation-infused strikes, his colossal fists colliding with Shou-Lao's armored hide, causing the dragon to stagger backward. Each blow sent shockwaves rippling across the landscape, leaving deep fissures in their wake. Shou-Lao retaliated with a ferocious onslaught of fire, his breath igniting the sky in a fiery inferno. Flames danced and engulfed the already burning mountaintop, casting an eerie glow on the fierce combatants. Peter's muscles rippled as he summoned his inner strength, his veins pulsating with power. He absorbed the brunt of the dragon's flames, allowing the fire to wash over him without harm. His eyes burned with determination as he charged toward Shou-Lao, shrugging off the heat that threatened to consume him. With a mighty swing of his colossal fist, Peter sent a shockwave of force toward Shou-Lao, creating a devastating shockwave that tore through the air. The impact shattered the ground beneath them, sending debris and rocks hurtling into the sky. Shou-Lao's scales shimmered, resilient against the onslaught, but more and more cracks began to appear, a testament to the relentless force of Peter's attacks. The dragon roared in defiance, his eyes glowing with an intensity that matched the raging inferno around them. The battle escalated, and the combatants tore through the landscape, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Trees were burned and uprooted, boulders were pulverized, and the very fabric of the mountain seemed to crumble under the sheer force of their clash. The toll that their battle took on the environment was evident. The once serene mountaintop was now a battleground, scarred, charred, and ravaged by the cataclysmic forces at play. Their movements became a blur of raw power and primal fury. Peter's blows landed with the force of an avalanche, while Sholao's tail swipes created shockwaves that reverberated through the air. The clash of their strength echoed across the valley, drowning out the sounds of nature itself. The onlookers in Kunlun, now finished with treating the wounded monks, watched in awe and trepidation. Their hearts raced with a mixture of fear and anticipation as they witnessed the clash between these titanic beings. The destructive spectacle both thrilled and filled them with a sense of unease, thinking that their beloved city hung in the balance. The mountain peak became a battleground wreathed in fire and smoke, the clash of their powers threatening to consume everything in their wake. Peter's unyielding determination fueled him as he pressed on, unleashing a barrage of devastating attacks, while Sholao continued to counter. Peter's muscles burned with exertion, but his resolve remained unyielding. Every blow he landed on Sholao sent tremors through the mountain, the force threatening to bring the ancient dragon to his knees. Sholao retaliated with torrents of fire, engulfing Peter in a blazing inferno. Flames licked at his body, but he pushed through the pain, his enhanced durability protecting him from the worst of the assault. With a burst of strength, he pushed through the flames, his fists connecting with Sholao's armored scales. The impact reverberated through the air, shaking the very foundation of the mountaintop. Sholao let out a thunderous roar, spitting hot bubbling blood from his mouth as his wings flapped wildly, fighting to regain his balance. Peter seized the opportunity, propelling himself forward with a surge of power. Launching himself into the air, he aimed a powerful uppercut at Sholao's jaw. The force of the blow sent the dragon hurtling backward, his wings momentarily faltering. The spectators in Kunlun held their breath, their eyes locked on the airborne clash. Sholao's body collided with the mountainside, causing a tremendous explosion of rocks and debris. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the battlefield from view. And for a moment, silence enveloped the mountaintop. Peter descended from the sky, landing gracefully amidst the chaos. He scanned the dust-filled haze, his senses on high alert. As the smoke cleared, he caught sight of Sholao lying motionless on the ground, his massive form sprawled across the mountain slope. A mix of relief and exhaustion washed over Peter as he approached his fallen foe. "It's been a while since I've fought like that." The dragon's fiery eyes were closed, and his breaths came in shallow, rhythmic patterns. Sholao had been knocked unconscious, unable to continue the battle. Kneeling beside his huge head, Peter's adrenaline began to subside, replaced by a deep sense of accomplishment. He had bested the legendary dragon, Sholao the Undying, an impossible task for the majority of people. But he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for his vanquished opponent. "It's over," Peter whispered, his voice carrying a tinge of admiration. "You fought well, Sholao." The onlookers in Kunlun emerged from their shocked silence, erupting into upset shouts and fearful weeps. They had witnessed the defeat of their beloved dragon, and their hearts just couldn't take it. After all, to them, Sholao is practically a god. And their patron god was just beaten down by the men who demolished their city's protectors. A clear enemy in their eyes. Peter stood, returning back to his normal size, his muscles aching and his body covered in dirt and sweat. He looked out toward the city, hearing their complaints and cries from a distance, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. They still think I'm here to kill them or something. Though why would they think otherwise? As the citizens of Kunlun freaked out, their voices echoing through the valley, Peter cast one last glance at Sholao. The dragon's presence, once a majestic symbol of fear and awe, now lay dormant and defeated. At that moment, Peter felt a sense of accomplishment that he hasn't felt in a long time. Due to his crazy level of power, it's hard to find someone who can match him in a fight. Sometimes, he felt like Saitama from One Punch Man, always looking for that one person who can give him a thrilling battle. But now, for the first time in a while, Peter found that person. Maybe I should use one of my requests to schedule monthly spars. Back in the bustling city, a palpable sense of fear permeated the air as a crowd began to gather at the southern gate. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching figure, clad in spider-themed attire, as he effortlessly dragged a majestic dragon beast behind him by a horn on its head. At the forefront of the anxious crowd, a handful of elders had managed to overcome their injuries and join the spectacle. Among them was Lei Kung, whose injuries had miraculously subsided, courtesy of Peter's intervention. The elders huddled together in their tattered robes, trembling with trepidation in the face of this formidable man who had triumphed over the indomitable Sholao. The sight was enough to make even the most stoic among them quiver. With each step the unbeatable intruder took, the crowd's apprehension grew, reaching its climax as he halted before them, leaving Sholao just outside the imposing gate. The weight of the moment bore down on the onlookers, causing some to drop to their knees, their resolve shattered. In fact, a few unfortunate souls even succumbed to an involuntary loss of bladder control. Yet, amidst this sea of terror-stricken faces, Peter calmly raised his hand, offering a casual wave that defied all expectations. "Yo." He greeted, his nonchalant tone sending shockwaves through the crowd, dispersing their fear like morning mist under the sun's gentle rays. Lei Kung, the first to regain his composure, felt a flicker of validation. His earlier intuition had been spot on, and now he finally recognized the truth of the matter. They kept up. They started a fight they never should have picked, with someone far beyond their league. But fortunately, the other party seemed surprisingly forgiving, holding no grudges whatsoever. A/N, 1522 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone because this is the second chapter, victory hand police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 372, see 372 Into the Spider-Verse. Woman superhero, insert DC Comics gifs here, most likes wins man superhero. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Eric_Ramsey, trophy, A/N, crown. Lei Kung, the Thunderer, stood at the entrance of the main gate, his weathered face etched with a mixture of awe and gratitude. The other elders of Kunlun stood beside him, their expressions a blend of respect and caution. They had gathered to bid farewell to the formidable warrior who had bested Shoulao and brought about an unexpected truce between their ancient city and the Hand. Peter approached the elders, his demeanor friendly and casual. The power that had once instilled fear in their hearts now seemed to disappear, replaced by a sense of camaraderie and understanding. I appreciate all of you gathering here, Peter began, his voice carrying a sense of sincerity. I believe this agreement will be a step towards peace. And perhaps, cooperation sometime in the future. Lei Kung, his eyes filled with a mix of reverence and caution, nodded solemnly. Indeed, you have proven your strength and your intentions. We shall honor this agreement and meet again in 15 years when the gate of Kunlun reopens. Peter smiled under his mask, a spark of hope igniting within him. I look forward to that day. Until then, I'll ensure the Hand respects this truce. The elders exchanged glances, their weathered faces showing a flicker of doubt mixed with a newfound sense of trust. They had come to understand that Peter was not their enemy, but a force that could bring about change and balance. Before leaving, Peter turned to Lei Kung. Oh, yeah. When Shoulao wakes up, tell him that I'll visit whenever I have some free time. He owes me a few favors and my daughter will no doubt want to meet a real live dragon. He said, receiving a stunned nod in return. As Peter walked off, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Wait. He turned to find Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, standing a few feet away. With Lei Kung and Peter backing him, Danny had been officially pardoned for his crimes against Kunlun and released from prison. Hey. Peter greeted him with a nod. Danny stepped up, a noticeable frown on his face. I wanted to say I'm sorry for attacking you and he began to apologize but Peter raised his hand to stop him. It's all right, don't worry about it. We're cool. Peter shrugged it off with ease. Are you ready to leave? I can take you back with me. He offered. Danny hesitated, his gaze drifting back to the city he had once sworn to protect. I don't know if I can let them down again. Peter nodded understandingly. It's a tough decision, Danny. But remember, you're not alone. I'm here for you. Just remember to come visit if you end up leaving, okay? Danny smiled faintly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. I think I need some time to figure things out. But I'll catch up with you soon. With a nod, Peter bid Danny farewell and waved his hand, opening a golden portal before stepping inside, leaving a conflicted Iron Fist behind. The wind whispered through the rocky peaks of Kunlun as Danny Rand stood alone near the entrance of the main gate. His gaze was fixed on the path down the mountain, a mix of uncertainty and longing etched on his face. Suddenly, a single set of footsteps could be heard, marching his way from the city. Turning around, Danny let out a small smile before turning back to watch the path. Lei Kung approached him, his steps filled with the weight of wisdom and understanding. Danny, Lei Kung called out gently, his voice carrying the depth of 1,000 years. I sense the turmoil in your heart, my son. You wish to leave, do you not? Danny turned to face the elder, his eyes filled with a mixture of guilt and yearning. I thought about it. This place has been my home for so long, my purpose. But after everything that's happened, I don't know where I fit in anymore. Lei Kung placed a hand on Danny's shoulder, his touch firm yet comforting. It's understandable, Danny. Change is a force that shapes us all, and sometimes it demands that we find a new path. You need to do what feels right for you. Danny's brows furrowed as he struggled to find his words. But what about my responsibilities? The people of Kunlun, the legacy of the Iron Fist. I feel like I'm abandoning them, again. Lei Kung's eyes softened with a profound understanding. Danny, your heart is filled with compassion and a desire to protect. But remember, true strength lies in honoring your own journey and finding your own purpose. You have the right to forge your own destiny. Danny's gaze met Lei Kung's, tears glistening in his eyes. But I don't want to disappoint you or let anyone down. Although the hand wasn't a threat anymore and the gate would close in about a month, there are still many elders and citizens who would rather keep the iron fist in Kunlun, forever guarding its gate. Lei Kung smiled, a paternal warmth emanating from him. You could never disappoint me, my son. I have watched you grow from a lost child into a formidable warrior. Your heart is pure, and I trust that you will make the right choices. Danny's voice trembled with emotion. Thank you. Lei Kung squeezed Danny's shoulder gently, his voice filled with unwavering belief. Go, Danny. Explore the world beyond Kunlun, seek your own truth, and discover where your path leads. I will always be here for you, no matter where life takes you. Danny nodded, a mixture of gratitude and determination shining in his eyes. I'll make you proud, I promise. Lei Kung's smile deepened, pride radiating from his weathered face. You already have, my son. When Danny turned to leave, Lei Kung watched him with a blend of affection and admiration. And as the echoes of Danny's footsteps faded into the distance, Lei Kung stood alone in the shadow of the gate, his heart filled with hope and a sense of peace. Marching down the mountain on foot, Danny let out a tired sigh. I should have left with Spider-Man. Peter returned home after a long and eventful day, his body still tingling with the remnants of the Red Hulk's power. The city's skyline twinkled in the distance as he silently made his way through the darkened household, careful not to disturb the peaceful slumber that enveloped his home. He peeked into Lily's bedroom, a soft smile playing on his lips as he saw his daughter sleeping soundly. With a sense of relief and contentment, Peter headed towards the bathroom, intending to wash off the grime and sweat of his battles. He stepped inside the tiled space, swiftly removing his clothes, the warm glow of the lights creating a serene atmosphere. As he turned on the faucet, the water cascaded down, providing a soothing rhythm. Lost in his thoughts, Peter stepped into the shower and absent-mindedly grabbed a bar of soap, lathering it all over his body. But just as he lifted his gaze, preparing to rinse off, his eyes widened in astonishment. Above him, on the ceiling, a glitching gooey portal appeared, shimmering with hues of pink, purple, white, and black. The bathroom was suddenly bathed in an otherworldly light as the portal expanded, captivating Peter's attention. Drops of water splashed onto the tiled floor, forgotten, as he stood there, frozen in place. His mind raced with questions and uncertainties, his heart pounding in his chest. What? What is this? Peter muttered, his voice shocked, his senses on high alert. Before he could react, the portal seemed to reach out, its ethereal fingers stretching toward him. In a swift, unexpected motion, the portal engulfed Peter, swallowing him whole. The bar of soap slipped from his fingers, clattering against the bathroom tiles as the portal closed behind him, leaving no trace of its existence. On the other side of the mysterious portal, Peter found himself standing at the edge of a rooftop. His eyes widened in shock as he realized where he was. The vibrant lights of Times Square danced around him, illuminating the night sky. And there he stood, completely naked, the cool breeze touching his bare skin. Peter's gaze darted around, his mind scrambling to comprehend what had just happened. He instinctively covered himself, feeling the chilly wind of New York City on his nether region. What? How did I? Where am I? Passers-by on the streets below looked up, their gazes filled with surprise and amusement at his nudist display. Peter's cheeks flushed crimson as he stepped away from the edge, hiding from the world below. With a deep sigh, he called forth his spider suit, which immediately covered his body completely. Quickly scanning the area, Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he spotted a large electronic billboard nearby. He gazed at it with a mix of shock and curiosity, his heart pounding in his chest. The display showcased two images side by side. A Spider-Man, which wasn't him, and a handsome blonde man. Above the pictures, the title blazed with undeniable impact, shattering Peter's understanding of reality. What the F***ck? He muttered in shock. Spider-Man dead. Identity revealed. A/N, 1549 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over the gemstone because a new arc has begun smiling face with halo police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 373, C373 Granny May. Old woman insert old gifts here, most likes wins old man. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, I take the crown once again, crown all peasants must bow before this god king. Peter stood there, his heart pounding in his chest as he stared at the electronic billboard displaying the shocking headline. Realization began to sink in. He had somehow been transported to a universe where the Spider-Man of this world had met his demise. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him as he thought about the consequences of his sudden arrival. I'm not in my universe anymore. Peter whispered to himself, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The bustling streets of Times Square seemed unfamiliar, and the curious glances from passers-by only served to intensify his unease. With determination set in his eyes, Peter knew he needed answers. He had to find out more about this alternate version of himself and the loved ones he may have left behind. He scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of a computer that could provide him with the knowledge he needed. After all, he didn't have his phone or laptop right now, and portals didn't exactly work across the multiverse. Spotting a cyber cafe not too far away, Peter made his way through the crowded streets, his spider sense heightened and alert to the world around him. Finally reaching the cafe, he stepped inside and headed straight to an unoccupied computer terminal. Peter swiftly sat down, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, his skills honed from years of crime fighting and resourcefulness. He searched for any available information on this universe's version of Spider-Man, hoping for some clue about who killed his counterpart. As he dug deeper into the archives, his eyes widened at the wealth of information he found. News articles, photographs, and videos painted a picture of a hero who had fought valiantly but ultimately met a tragic end. Peter's heart ached as he saw images of the fallen hero alongside a familiar face. His Aunt May, who now looked like a shell of her former self, grieving the death of a man who was practically her son. Though she should probably be called Grandma May, as she was much older in this universe. Peter let out a sad sigh as he searched up May's information. His breath caught in his throat as he watched a video of her weeping at the funeral that took place earlier in the day. Maybe I should visit her. He wondered, knowing that she must be going through a lot right now. With renewed determination, Peter gathered his thoughts and made his way out of the cyber cafe. Swinging through the melancholy city, he made his way to Aunt May's house, which was public knowledge at this point. Finally, he arrived at the small brownstone home where May Parker resided. The street was packed with people, their faces etched with grief as they held candles, paying their respect to the home and family of their fallen hero. Peter landed on a house across the street, noticing that the blinds were closed and May wasn't among the crowd. Can't take a hint, can they? Just as he was about to jump down there and disperse the crowd himself, a large group of policemen arrived, telling those gathered to head home. On their way out, many people left candles, flowers, photos, and other trinkets in front of the house. And once everyone was gone, including the police, the front door opened and out came Aunt May, her eyes red from crying and her face etched with sorrow. She stood there, the weight of grief evident in every line on her weary face. Her gaze soon fell upon the things left at her doorstep, finding it hard to look at any of the Spider-Man-themed trinkets. Taking a deep breath, Peter jumped off of the roof and stepped onto the sidewalk, making his way to the grieving woman. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the emotional encounter that lay ahead. He walked across the street, his footsteps light yet filled with purpose. The flickering flames from the candles created a solemn atmosphere, casting shadows on the dark street. Aunt May stood there, her eyes red and puffy, a testament to the grief that consumed her. She peered at Peter, clad in his unique spider suit, with a mixture of confusion and surprise. Hi. Are you a fan of my Peter? She asked, her voice trembling with a hint of hope. Peter couldn't help but smirk at her assumption. Well, you could say that, he replied, reaching up to unmask himself. As the mask slid off, he shot a web at a nearby Spider-Man stuffed animal, pulling it into his hands before presenting it to Aunt May. Aunt May's eyes widened in shock as she took in the sight of the young man standing before her. Her hands trembled as she accepted the stuffed toy, feeling a wave of disbelief washing over her. Peter, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Yeah, Aunt May, Peter confirmed, his voice filled with warmth and compassion. I know this might be hard to believe, but I'm from another universe. I somehow ended up here. Aunt May stood there, momentarily speechless, her gaze shifting between the unfamiliar face of her nephew's counterpart and the spider suit that he wore. The weight of her grief and confusion mingled in her eyes. After a few moments, she found her voice again. Come inside, she said, her tone a mixture of wonder and trepidation. We have a lot to talk about. Peter nodded, following Aunt May into the house. The surroundings offered a sense of comfort amidst the whirlwind of emotions. As they settled in the living room, Peter carefully explained his situation, recounting the events that had led to his arrival in this parallel universe. Aunt May listened intently, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and curiosity. Peter's words resonated with her, as she began to comprehend the impossible truth that stood before her. This has to be connected to the case my Peter was working on before he... Aunt May revealed, unable to complete the sentence. Peter's eyes narrowed. What was he working on? Without a word, May led Peter through the house and out into the backyard, where a lone shed stood at the far corner. The evening breeze carried a sense of anticipation as May inserted a key into the lock dangling from the door. With a click, the shed came alive, glowing with an array of advanced technology. Peter's eyes widened in amazement as the shed door swung open, revealing a hidden elevator. The sleek design and intricate spider-themed patterns showcased the ingenuity of this alternate universe's Spider-Man. It was like stepping into a superhero's secret lair. Whoa. Peter breathed, his voice filled with awe. This is incredible. May smiled, pride shimmering in her eyes. My Peter was quite the inventor. He built this hideout to help him in his mission. He was always looking for ways to make a difference. Stepping into the elevator alongside May, Peter couldn't help but marvel at the spider-themed Batcave. As they descended, the whole place lit up, revealing everything inside. Spider-themed gadgets and tools were meticulously organized, waiting to be utilized in the fight against crime. Vehicles designed for swift and silent travel, a giant computer displaying a web of interconnected data, and a row of different styled spider suits, each with its own unique capabilities. I never had anything like this in my universe. I have access to stuff like this, but I've never made my own high-tech lair. Peter admitted, a tinge of envy in his voice. Your Peter was very impressive. May placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Well, gadgets and technology can be helpful, but it's the heart of a hero that truly matters. Her words resonated with Peter. He nodded, smiling gratefully for her perspective. Finally, the elevator came to a stop and the two stepped off into the spider cave. Peter's eyes widened in amazement as he took in the sight before him. He couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and envy at the level of preparation and dedication that had gone into creating this sanctuary. May walked over to a central computer station and booted it up. A holographic image appeared, and Peter's eyes focused on the face of the Kingpin. Though this universe's version of the man looked like a giant with no neck, his body somehow both fat and muscular at the same time. And as Peter stared at the holographic image of Wilson Fisk, realization suddenly struck him. Wait, is this the Spider-Verse with Miles? Immediately, everything started to make sense. The dead Spider-Man, older Aunt May, the Spider Cave. Before Peter could think any further, May spoke up, her voice growing serious. This is the case that he was working on. He believed that the Kingpin was behind a company named Alchemax, which has been experimenting with something that's been sapping the city's power grid like crazy. Peter stared at the image of the Kingpin, memories of his voice over the phone resurfacing. The Kingpin. I know a bit about him. Wade and I plan to hunt him down, but I've been busy lately. Wade? May asks curiously. Oh, he's another hero. My world has a lot more heroes than just me. Peter explains briefly. May nodded, her expression filled with curiosity. Your arrival here might be connected to this case. We need to find out why you were brought here and how the Kingpin and Alchemax are involved. Peter's resolve hardened, and he stepped closer to the computer. All right, what else does he have? May smiled, a spark of hope igniting within her tired eyes. Well. As they delved into the information, Peter couldn't help but wonder where all of the other spider people were. After all, they should be out there somewhere. And he was especially interested in meeting a certain pig. A/N, 1666 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone and win a free bento box police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 374, C374 Spider Dash. Rabbit face, insert cartoon gifs here, most likes wins duck. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter and May sat side by side in the spider cave, surrounded by the glow of holographic displays and the hum of high-tech equipment. The weight of their mission and the memory of the fallen Peter Parker hung in the air, but they found solace in their shared determination. The holographic image of Wilson Fisk loomed before them, his face frozen in a permanent scowl. Peter's eyes scanned the information displayed on the computer screen, absorbing every detail. Alchemax, a research company, he murmured, his voice filled with curiosity. Based in Hudson Valley, New York. Looks like they're working on some top-secret project for Fisk. May nodded, her brows furrowing with concern. But beyond that, we don't have much information about Alchemax or its employees. Peter glanced at May, his voice filled with conviction. May, I think it's time we pay a visit to Alchemax. We need to find out what they're hiding and how it connects to the Kingpin. It might lead us to the answers we're looking for. Of course, he already knew all of these answers as he saw the movie, but he couldn't exactly say that. May looked torn, her eyes flickering with a mix of curiosity and concern. Peter, I want to help, but I don't want to get in your way. I'm not the hero my Peter was. Peter turned to her, his eyes filled with warmth and understanding. Aunt May, your family. Even in a parallel universe. And family sticks together, especially in times like these. Besides, you know this world better than I do. Your knowledge could be invaluable. Although that's partially true, Peter could easily maneuver around this universe on his own. The real reason why he's offering her this chance is simple. Her son just died. May just lost the only living relative left, and it was someone she raised since he was a child, so Peter knew, at the very least, that she wanted to be involved in finding his killer and bringing him up justice. Looking at her for a moment, Peter wondered. Maybe she would want revenge. He thought. And if she wanted that, then he would happily facilitate it for her. After all, what's family for if not to exact bloody vengeance on your enemies? A mixture of emotions played across May's face. She looked down for a moment, contemplating her options. Finally, May looked up and nodded. All right, Peter. If you think I can be of help, then I'll go with you. I want to find out who. Yet again, she couldn't finish that sentence. Who killed my Peter? Peter smiled warmly as he pulled her into a hug. Don't worry, we'll find them. They stood up from the computer station and made their way back to the elevator. As they stepped inside, the doors closed, enveloping them in darkness. The elevator ascended with a low hum, taking them back up to the surface. As the doors opened once again, they stepped out of the familiar backyard shed. The evening breeze whispered through the trees, carrying a sense of anticipation. Peter turned to May, a determined glint in his eyes. Let's head to Alchemax and see what we can uncover. May nodded, her eyes reflecting newfound resolve. I'm ready, Peter. Let's find out the truth. They made their way out of the shed, the spider cave locking back up behind them, returning to its appearance as a normal-looking shed. As they walked through the backyard, suddenly, a tall dark shadow descended over top of them, sending a chill down Aunt May's spine. Peter and May looked up, their eyes widening in surprise as they spotted an ominous silhouette perched on the edge of the roof, outlined by the moon's glow. The figure appeared tall and foreboding, casting an intimidating shadow over them. Aunt May's heart skipped a beat, her imagination conjuring images of a fearsome adversary lurking above. Peter, what is that? May's voice trembled with a mix of fear and confusion. She instinctively reached for Peter's arm, seeking comfort in his presence. Peter's senses tingled, a familiar tingling that he's only ever felt around MJ and Lily, alerting him to the presence of another spider person. His eyes narrowed as he studied the figure, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. I don't know. But I sensed something familiar about it. As they watched, the figure crouched on the edge, its hunched form resembling that of a predator ready to strike. The tension in the air was palpable, filling both Peter and May with a sense of unease. Suddenly, with a swift movement, the figure leaped off the edge, hurtling through the air towards them. Peter instinctively stepped in front May, preparing to defend his aunt's counterpart from the potential threat. But as the figure descended closer, something seemed off. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but let out an astonished laugh. May, still clutching Peter's arm, looked at him with a mix of confusion and concern. Peter, what's so funny? Is it dangerous? Peter shook his head, his laughter subsiding as he pointed at the descending figure. No, Aunt May, it's just. He struggled to find the right words, pure amusement coursing through him. You'll believe it when you see it. As the figure landed gracefully in front of them, the moon's light illuminated its features, revealing the unmistakable form of a small cartoon pig dressed in a Spider-Man costume. Insert picture of Spider-Ham here. Spider-Pig, or Peter Porker, stood before them with a comical grin on his face, his nose twitching with excitement. A/N, the wiki said his name is Spider-Ham, but that sounded lame, so I changed it. Maybe I've been influenced by that one Family Guy meme. IDK. Hey there, fellow Spider Guy. Looks like you could use a little help. Spider-Ham exclaimed, his voice surprisingly chipper for the circumstances. May's initial fear evaporated, replaced by a mixture of bewilderment and amusement. She released her grip on Peter's arm, her expression transforming into one of incredulity. Peter, is this, for real? A cartoon pig in a Spider-Man suit? Am I dreaming? Peter chuckled, nodding in confirmation. Yep, he must be from another universe, like me. Spider-Pig struck a pose, puffing out his chest proudly. That's right. The name's Peter Porker, the spectacular Spider-Pig. And I'm here to lend a hoof. I mean, hand. He held out a hoof, which then transformed into a hand, waiting for one of them to give it a shake. Though hidden in the center of his palm was a small electric device, which would no doubt shock anyone who accepts his greeting. Peter's smirk widened as he used his expertise in magic to manipulate the situation. As his hand clasped around Spider-Pig's, a subtle surge of energy flowed through his fingertips, channeling his mystical abilities into the interaction. Unbeknownst to Spider-Pig, Peter's touch triggered a carefully woven spell. In an instant, the small electric device concealed in Spider-Pig's hand was flipped, reversed, and its purpose redirected. The shocking prank was about to take an unexpected turn. Nice to meet you too, Spider-Pig, Peter replied, his voice laced with playful amusement. As their hands connected, a burst of electric energy surged through Spider-Pig. His eyes widened, and a comically exaggerated yelp escaped his snout as visible strands lightning crackled around his body. It smells like bacon. Aunt May commented as she sniffed the air. Whoa. Wah, what just happened? Spider-Pig exclaimed, stars floating around his head as he wobbled on his feet. Peter couldn't contain his laughter any longer, the sound bubbling forth as he released his grip on Spider-Pig's hand. Magic. He stated cryptically. Aunt May joined in on the laughter, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Well, I must say, that was quite shocking. Peter rolled his eyes at May's horrible pun. Even in this universe her jokes are cringe. Spider-Pig took a moment to compose himself, adjusting his Spider-Man mask. He grinned up at Peter and May. Sorry about that, folks. Sometimes I forget that I'm not the only one with tricks up my sleeve. Spider-Pig chuckled, his voice a jovial blend of enthusiasm and cartoonish charm. Peter and May exchanged amused glances before Peter spoke up, curiosity evident in his voice. So, Spider-Pig, you're from a cartoon universe, right? Like Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. Spider-Pig nodded, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You got it, buddy. I hail from a surreal and wacky realm. Picture a world where everything's a little bit zanier, a little more exaggerated, and a whole lot more fun. We've got talking animals, whimsical gags, and villains with wild and wacky schemes. May listened attentively, her curiosity piqued. It sounds different, to say the least. How did you end up here? Spider-Pig scratched his chin, the cartoonish motion accentuating his playful demeanor. Well, Aunt May, I was just doing my usual hero gig back in my dimension when all of a sudden, a swirling vortex whisked me away. Next thing I know, I'm crash landing here. Peter nodded as his words matched his knowledge from the Spider-Verse movie. Looks like the multiverse is full of surprises, huh? But we're glad you're here, Spider-Pig. We could use some backup, if you're up for it. Spider-Pig beamed, a cartoon mallet appearing in his hands. That's what I'm here for, my web-slinging compadre. I may bring the laughs, but I pack a mean punch too. May smiled warmly, her eyes filled with appreciation. Thank you, Spider-Pig. We appreciate your willingness to help. You know, my Peter, the one from this universe, he passed away. It means a lot to have someone like you helping out. Spider-Pig's expression softened, his eyes conveying a mixture of sympathy and understanding. I'm sorry to hear that, Aunt May. Losing a hero like him must be tough. But don't you worry, we're going to find out who did this and make sure justice is served. Peter placed a comforting hand on May's shoulder, offering her silent support. All right, let's head out. It's almost morning, he said as the sky slowly began to brighten. May nodded, her determination renewed. Right, let's not waste any more time then. We've got answers to find and justice to serve. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. A/N, 1734 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or else, pouting face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 375, C375 Alchemax. Donut insert fat/overweight gifts here, most likes wins cupcake. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Drogem, trophy, A/N, crown. A/N police car light, just a note to help avoid confusion. The Peter mentioned from the beginning of this chapter is Peter B. Parker. Miles' mentor from the movie. Nicknames will start in the next chapter to help make things easy. Dashing through the corridors of an Alchemax facility with a desktop computer in hand, an overweight Spider-Man in dirty sweatpants frantically searched for a way out. Insert picture of chubby Spidey here. Followed closely behind him, a teenager who seemed to be wearing a Spider-Man Halloween costume, rushed to keep up, their footsteps echoing against the sterile walls. Insert picture of Miles here. The air was heavy with tension as they weaved through the maze of hallways, pursued by a horde of security guards. Keep up, Miles. We can't let them catch us. Fat Spider-Man shouted, his voice laced with urgency. He glanced back, noticing the guards gaining ground. With a swift motion, he tossed the computer to his younger companion. Here, take this for a second. Miles fumbled for a moment, catching the desktop as it was tossed to him. His eyes widened, a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Why don't you carry it? You can obviously use the exercise. Hey! He gasped in offense. This is all muscle. He countered as his stomach jiggled with every step he took. Yeah, sure. Miles looked unconvinced. Whatever you say, Peter. As they continued their frantic escape, the guards closed in, their shouts filling the air. Bullets whizzed past them, narrowly missing their mark. Peter activated his web shooters, firing strands of webbing to create makeshift barriers and tripwires, temporarily slowing down their pursuers. But they still needed to quickly get out of this facility. Rushing out of the building, Peter took back the computer and flung one of his web shooters towards Miles, the device landing in his hands. Here, I'll trade ya. It's time to learn how to swing. Miles stared at the web shooter, his brows furrowing with uncertainty. I don't know how to use this. Peter didn't have time to explain in detail. Trust me, you'll figure it out. Just shoot the web, aim for something solid, and swing. As he spoke, Peter aimed his remaining web shooter at a nearby tree and swung off, showing the teenager exactly how it's done. Miles hesitated for a moment, then aimed the web shooter and fired, lifting off the ground and swinging into the snowy woods behind Peter. Looking over his shoulder, Peter gave Miles an approving nod. There you go. That's what I'm dash. Bang. He may have spoke too soon. Instead of a graceful swing, Miles's attempt resulted in an awkward trajectory that sent him crashing into a nearby tree. He stumbled backward, dazed and disoriented. And from the shadows emerged a figure, carrying herself with an air of malevolence. Olivia Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus, floated towards Miles, her mechanical tentacles extending menacingly. Insert picture of Olivia Octavius here. Miles's eyes widened with fear as he found himself running away from the villainous Dr. Octavius on foot. "Oh," Miles muttered as she grew closer and closer, his voice trembling. "What do I do now?" Peter, still swinging away, turned his attention back to Miles. "You have to swing. Trust your instincts." Miles looked at Peter, panic evident in his eyes. "But I don't know how." Peter's frustration peaked, his voice growing desperate. "Don't think, Miles. Just feel it." He hoped Miles's spider senses would assist him. With a surge of determination, Miles let go of his fear and focused on the odd feeling coursing through his body. He aimed the web shooter once more, firing a strand of webbing towards a distant tree. This time, a wave of exhilaration washed over Miles as his body instinctively adjusted to the swing. He soared through the air, narrowly avoiding Dr. Octavius's menacing reach. As Miles swung away, Peter's relief was palpable. "That's it, Miles. You're doing great." Miles clung to the sensation of swinging, his movements growing smoother and more confident. "Ha! I'm doing it." Together, they swung through the snowy woods, leaving Dr. Octavius in the distance. Breathing heavily, Peter glanced at Miles, a mixture of pride and relief in his eyes. "See? I knew you could do it. We make a good team." Miles couldn't help but smile, his heart still pounding with the adrenaline of their escape. "Thanks, Peter. I couldn't have done it without Dash. KSHHHH." Suddenly, an eerie electronic sound emanated from Peter's body, accompanied by a series of rapid glitches and flickering lights. He convulsed, his limbs jerking as if he were trapped within a malfunctioning video game. "Peter!" Miles shouted, his voice laced with panic as he watched his friend's distressing transformation. The vibrant colors that danced across Peter's glitching form created a mesmerizing yet unsettling sight. In the midst of his glitching fit, Peter's grip on the desktop computer loosened, slipping from his hands, hurtling towards the ground. Acting on instinct, Miles lunged forward, his body propelled by a surge of adrenaline. Time seemed to slow as his outstretched hand snatched the computer from midair, narrowly averting disaster. The weight of the computer pressed against Miles' palm, its significance now magnified. It contained crucial information, the key to stopping Fisk's plans. Meanwhile, Peter's glitching episode came to a sudden halt, and he plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. A sharp crack reverberated through the wintry air as he crashed into a thick tree branch, which mercifully cushioned his fall. Miles rushed to Peter's side, concern etched across his face. He carefully placed the computer on the ground, its safety no longer his immediate priority. Kneeling beside Peter, he assessed the damage, his hands trembling slightly. "Peter, are you okay?" Miles asked, his voice filled with genuine worry. Peter groaned, slowly sitting up and rubbing his head. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little disoriented." Miles helped Peter to his feet, supporting him as they both stood. What was that glitch? Are you okay now?" Peter nodded, a hint of exhaustion etched on his face. "Yeah, it's just, this universe doesn't seem to agree with me. It's rejecting me, causing those glitches. But they don't last long." With great effort, Peter managed to stand up, gingerly rubbing his throbbing head. He surveyed the surroundings, their situation more perilous than ever. The sound of rapid movement in the distance, unmistakably belonging to Dr. Octavius, grew louder, reminding them that time was running out. Miles's eyes widening as he noticed Dr. Octavius closing in on them, using the trees to propel herself forward. Her mechanical tentacles whirred menacingly, ready to strike. "We don't have much time," Peter said, his voice strained. "Take the computer and run. I'll hold her off." Miles shook his head, determination filling his eyes. "No, Peter. I can't let another Spider-Man die because of me. We're in this together." Peter's expression softened, understanding the weight of Miles' words. He nodded, a grateful smile playing on his lips. "All right, kid. Together it is." The two Spider-Men stood side by side, facing the approaching Dr. Octavius. The air crackled with tension as the villainess loomed over them, her eyes filled with malicious intent. "Give me the computer," she demanded, her voice dripping with contempt. "It doesn't belong to you." Miles tightened his grip on the desktop, refusing to back down. "You want it? Come take it," he stated challengingly. Peter's voice was firm, his resolve unyielding. "Yeah, so run off back to Daddy Kingpin, or else." Dr. Octavius let out a sinister laugh, her mechanical tentacles twitching with anticipation. You fools can't stop me. I am superior. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunged at them, her mechanical arms slashing through the air. Miles and Peter reacted swiftly, their spider senses guiding their movements. They weaved and dodged, each relying on their own unique fighting style. Miles' inexperienced agility paired with Peter's strength and web-slinging skills. Though it wasn't enough. Peter and Miles fought valiantly against the malevolent Dr. Octavius, but their combined efforts were no match for her superior strength and experience. The battle became a desperate struggle, an uphill climb against insurmountable odds. Peter, out of shape and weakened by his glitching episode, found his movements sluggish and imprecise. His muscles ached, and his breath came in ragged gasps as he tried to evade Dr. Octavius's relentless assault. He swung punches and kicked with diminished force, but each strike seemed feeble against the villainess's robotic tentacles. Miles, despite his determination, was hindered by his lack of training and experience. He stumbled and faltered, his reflexes not finely honed like Peter's. He attempted to launch his own attacks, but they were easily deflected by Dr. Octavius's mechanical appendages. With each passing moment, the situation grew direr. The sinister doctor toyed with the two Spider-Men, her movements calculated and precise. Her tentacles struck with blinding speed and unyielding strength, knocking Peter and Miles off balance, leaving them vulnerable. The best they could do was toss the computer away, hoping that it wouldn't break in the process. Peter grunted in pain as a tentacle wrapped around his neck, yanking him off his feet and slamming him into the ground. He struggled to break free, but his weakened state rendered him helpless against Dr. Octavius's superior power. Miles fared no better as a tentacle snaked around his chest, pinning him to the ground. He strained against its grip, his face contorted with determination, but it was a futile struggle. He had never encountered an adversary of this magnitude, and his lack of experience left him defenseless. Dr. Octavius loomed over the defeated heroes, a sadistic smile playing on her lips. Her tentacles tightened their grip, exerting increasing pressure on Peter and Miles. Their struggles only seemed to amuse her further. "You thought you could beat me," she taunted, her voice dripping with malice. "How adorable." Peter grunted, his strength waning as he fought against the crushing force of Dr. Octavius's tentacles. He exchanged a glance with Miles, a mixture of resignation and determination in his eyes. As their vision blurred and the world darkened around them, Peter and Miles prepared themselves for what was to come. They refused to succumb to fear, their spirits unyielding even in the face of death. As Dr. Octavius prepared to deliver the final blow, her eyes glinting with sadistic delight, a strange golden portal opened up behind her, shocking the downed heroes, as an odd group stepped out. A Spider-Man with a hood, our MC, a cartoon-styled Spider-Pig, and a familiar old lady. "Ah. Are we late?" the hooded Spider-Man asked as he kicked off the ground. In an instant, a red and blue blur passed over Miles and Peter, severing the tentacles that pinned them down. "Ayaha!" Dr. Octavius screamed in pain as a green liquid gushed from her tentacles. As she screamed, a mallet-wielding pig appeared before her. "Hey there, Missy," he greeted as the hammer came crashing down, knocking poor Olivia back toward the Alchemax facility. Appearing beside the shocked and relieved Spider-Man, Peter, our MC, crouched down and gave them a quick wave. "Yo. A/N, 1834 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, or get slapped waving hand police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 376, C376 Spideys Unite. Carrot insert skinny gifs here, most likes wins broccoli. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Jujumu_Jujumu, trophy, A/N, crown. A/N, since the Peters are going to get out of hand soon. It's time for nicknames. Peter/MC, Peter. Miles, Miles. Peter Benjamin Parker/Chubby Peter, Ben. Spider-Pig, Spider-Pig. Spider-Man Noir, Noir. Penny Parker, Penny. Gwen Stacy, Gwen. As the dust settled and the defeated Dr. Octavius was blown back to where she came from, Ben and Miles slowly regained their footing, their bodies aching from the intense battle. They looked at each other, relief evident in their eyes. "Thanks for the save," Ben said, his voice filled with gratitude toward Peter and Spider-Pig before his eyes fell on Aunt May. Is that?" he asked, his voice trembling in recognition. After all, his Aunt May passed away years ago, so Ben was both shocked and elated to see her again, alive and well. Peter chuckled and shook Ben's hand. "No problem. I'm just glad we arrived in time." He shrugged it off as his eyes peered down at Ben's legs. "Are you wearing sweatpants?" "Yeah, that's what they are." Ben answers awkwardly as he sucks in his stomach, feeling self-conscious with a physically fit Spider-Man in front of him. Spider-Pig offered a friendly snort and a wave, his cartoonish appearance adding a touch of levity to the situation. "It's always a pleasure to lend a hand, even if it means getting a little dirty," he says as he dusts some green tentacle liquid from his body. Ben's attention shifted back to May, realizing how dangerous it was for her to be here. Aunt May, what are you doing here? Aunt May, her face etched with concern, approached him. We all came together to help. I need to know who killed my Peter. She says, staring up at Ben. It was like she could picture her Peter in his place. Minus a few pounds, of course. Miles looked at Aunt May, his eyes widening in surprise. You have spider powers too. Aunt May shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. Oh, heavens no. Ben took a moment to process the sight before him. He couldn't help but feel worried knowing that a version of his Aunt May could get hurt at any moment. Just as everyone was about to exchange further introductions, a rustling in the nearby woods caught their attention. As the rustling grew louder, everyone turned their attention towards the source of the noise. Peter's senses tingled, alerting him to the presence of someone approaching. Moments later, a figure emerged from the foliage, clad in a sleek black and white spider suit. Insert picture of Gwen Stacy here. It was Gwen Stacy, also known as Spider-Woman. Gwen's arrival brought a sense of relief to the group, as they thought another enemy would appear, especially Ben and Miles, who had just faced a perilous battle. She landed gracefully, her web shooters retracting as she approached the others. Sorry I'm late, Gwen said, a hint of sheepishness in her voice as she removed her mask, revealing her face. Had to deal with a few pesky criminals on my way over. Miles's eyes widened as he recognized Gwen as his crush from school. Gwanda, he exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. Gwen smirked. Close, but it's Gwen Stacy. Gwanda was just a name I made up because I didn't know if there was another me in this universe or not. Miles grinned, happy that the girl he liked was also a spider person, like him. How many of you came to my universe? Peter chuckled and patted Miles on the back. Quite a few, apparently. But don't worry, we're all here to help. Suddenly, the sound of approaching guards and barking dogs could be heard in the distance. Aunt May's voice rang out with urgency. Quick, everyone. Back to the portal. Portal? Gwen asked as she noticed the floating golden doorway. Weird. Ben gawks as he picks up the computer they stole, checking it for any damage. Cool. Miles comments alongside them as they watch Aunt May step through, motioning for everyone to follow from the other side. As everyone filed into his portal, Peter eyed the incoming guards with interest. I could end this whole thing now, but that might not be the best idea. After all, he hadn't met all of the other spider people yet. And Miles still needed some proper incentive to become the hero that he's meant to be. When he was the last to go through the portal, Peter caught a glimpse of the Kingpin's giant body in the distance. Damn, he's a lot bigger in this universe. He thought as he gave him a wave before stepping inside and closing the portal behind him. Back in Aunt May's house, Peter and the rest of the spider people emerged from the portal, their eyes widening as they took in the scene before them. Aunt May's house was now crowded with even more versions of Spider-Man, each hailing from different universes. I guess, I didn't have to wait long for them to appear. Peter thought as he eyed the two intruders. Penny Parker, a young girl with a giant robot companion, and Spider-Man Noir, a gritty and monochromatic detective. They approached the two with a mix of curiosity and wariness. Peter waved towards them, a friendly smile on his face. Ah. Hey, I'm Peter, but I guess that's a given around here. Since this isn't his world, Peter hasn't been wearing his mask, as his identity meant nothing around here. Penny nodded her head enthusiastically. Nice to meet you, Peter. Your universe is a lot like mine. She glanced over at Spider-Pig, curious about his cartoon appearance. Insert picture of Penny Parker here. Peter shook his head. This isn't my universe. He said as he gestured to Miles. I'm pretty sure that he's the resident Spider-Man. Noir, standing in his black detective attire, surveyed the scene with a hint of skepticism. His voice had a husky tone as he addressed the group. The name's Peter, but you can call me Noir. Seems like we've got a multiverse problem on our hands. Insert picture of Spider-Man Noir here. Gwen looked at Noir with interest. Nice trench coat. But don't you think the fedora is a bit much? Noir raised an eyebrow and adjusted his fedora, his voice dripping with old-fashioned charm. Fashion is part of my charm, doll. Keeps me hidden in the shadows and the dames swooning. Miles, who was still in awe of the gathering spider people, couldn't help but chime in. Whoa. I never thought I'd meet so many different versions of Spider-Man. Truthfully, he never thought that he could meet a single Spider-Man, but that was before his life got flipped upside down. Peter ruffled Miles' hair playfully. Well, get used to it, kid. This is just the beginning. We're a team now. Ben, who had been silently observing the newcomers, mustered up the courage to speak. I'm Peter B. Parker, by the way. Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man from another universe. But you can call me Ben. After all, there's a lot of Peters here. Penny turned her attention to Ben, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wow, another Spider-Man. Do you have a robot like mine? Ben chuckled. Nah, I'm just your average Spider-Man. No tech, robots, cartoon hammers, or anything like that. Spider-Pig snorted and twirled his mallet between his fingers, clearly enjoying the attention. As the group continued to introduce themselves, Aunt May stepped forward, commanding everyone's attention. All right, everyone, Aunt May began, her voice firm and determined. Does anyone want any snacks? Her tone turned motherly in an instant, a tray of food appearing in her hands. Although they were stunned by the sudden change, the Spider People nodded, stuffing their faces with nostalgic snacks. After all, every Spider-Man has had an Aunt May, so any of her cooking would always be preferable. A/N, if that actually true, but whatever. Men shrugging. After eating some home-cooked food, the whole group settled into the living room, ready to discuss business. Gwen crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the group. We need to share our knowledge and come up with a plan. I have to admit, I don't know much. Noir leaned against the wall, a dark cloud of mystery surrounding him. We'll uncover the truth, no matter how deep the rabbit hole goes. Seeing that he knew the most, Miles stepped up to explain. Well, this rabbit hole ain't that deep. He goes on to explain all that he knows alongside Ben, who offered a few words here and there to clarify certain details. Once Miles was finished, Peter nodded his head. So Fisk is making a super collider designed to bridge the gap between dimensions, which is probably why we're all here. And that computer you stole has the information we need to stop it. He summed it all up into 2 sentences. Miles nodded. Yeah, pretty much. As everyone started throwing out ideas on how to handle the situation, offering their own insights and experience, nobody but Peter seemed to notice Aunt May shakily leaving the room, tears flowing from her eyes. In his explanation, Miles revealed who killed her nephew. Or rather, her son. Wilson Fisk. A/N, 1,567 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, pouting face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 377, C377 pressure. Winking face, insert riz/charm gifs here, most likes wins, face blowing a kiss. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, trophy, A/N, crown. As Aunt May left the room, tears flowing down her face, Peter couldn't help but follow after her, leaving the remaining Spider People in the living room, their expressions filled with determination and concern. As they sat together, the weight of their shared responsibility hung in the air. They knew they had to stop Kingpin and his absurdly dangerous plan of his, but a difficult decision loomed over them. Someone had to stay behind and destroy the collider. Or else people like Kingpin will just pick up where he left off, throwing the multiverse into chaos once again. And sadly, doing so is practically a death sentence, as this universe is almost constantly rejecting their presence. Eager to sacrifice themselves for the cause, each Spider-Person volunteered simultaneously. I'll do it, one after another, they proclaimed. No, no, no. You guys don't get it, a voice interrupted their chorus. It was Miles, the young Spider-Man. None of you can stay here. If you stay, you'll die. I'm the one who's going to turn it off, and I'll get you all home before I do. The group exchanged confused glances, prompting one of them to ask, who are you again? Noir asks. This is Miles, Ben chimed in. And he's going to save the multiverse. He proclaims proudly. Yeah. Miles nods of his head proudly. This kid can turn himself invisible. Watch this. Ben tried to demonstrate Miles' ability, but nothing happened. Miles shook his head. I can't do it on command. Unfazed, Ben turned to the group. He can't do it on command, but it is cool. Show the zappy thing, Miles. Squeezing his eyes shut and tensing his muscles, Miles tried but once again failed miserably. I can't do it on command, he repeated dejectedly. Instantly, each Spider-Person besides Ben and Gwen gave Miles a doubtful look. Penny crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Miles. He's too new. Are we sure he's ready for this? Her robot companion nodding behind her. Noir leaned against the wall, his voice laced with skepticism. I've seen what happens when someone inexperienced tries to take on these kinds of villains. It doesn't end well. Miles clenched his fists, his determination shining through. I understand, but I can't just sit back and watch. Not again. This is my responsibility too. I promised Spider-Man that I would stop Kingpin, and I meant it. As if on cue, a glitch coursed through the room, causing each Spider-Person to flicker momentarily as they fell to the floor, groaning in pain. Miles seized the opportunity to drive his point home. See. We need each other. Who's going to send you all back home if you don't include me? I made a promise, and I'm not backing down. The Spider People exchanged glances, realizing the truth in Miles' words. They couldn't help but agree that he had something unique to offer as well. Ben cracked a smile. Looks like the kid knows what he's talking about. I say we give him a shot. Despite the skepticism, Gwen defended Miles. Look, I've seen him in action. He's got potential. I think he's going to get us home. Their stamp of approval seemed to slightly wash away the doubt in the room, each of them eager to help Miles prepare for what's to come. Addressing Miles with a cigarette hanging from his lips, Noir cautioned. Okay, little fella, Kingpin's gonna send a lot of mugs after ya. I'm talking hard boys, real biscuit boxers. Can you fight them all off at once? I haven't actually fought anyone. Miles admitted awkwardly. Trying to help Miles comprehend the expectations placed upon him, each member crowded around. Can you swing and flip with the grace of a trained dancer? Gwen asks. Can you close off your feelings so you don't get crippled by the moral ambiguity of your violent actions? Noir asked a much heavier question. Can you rewire a mainframe while getting shot at? Paney joins in. Can you float through the air when you smell a delicious pie? Spider-Pig floats by, his snout sniffing the air. Can you be strong? Heroic? Disciplined? The more they spoke, the more Miles seemed to get overwhelmed by the entire situation. Unimpressed by his uncertainty, they continued to demand more from him. Show me some moxie, soldier. Noir exclaimed as they piled on even more challenges and expectations. Gwen stepped up, eyeing Miles seriously. Above all, no matter how many times you get hit, can you keep getting back up? She sends a kick to his stomach, knocking him to the ground. On the floor, Miles was met with a chorus of never-ending encouragement. Come on, Miles. You can do it. You can do this. Their words seemed to pile on top of him, refusing to allow him any breathing room. Guys, cool it. Ben spoke up, though his voice was drowned out among the chaos. With every word spoken, the intensity grew. Come on. You can do it. Get up, Miles. Come on, Miles. Get up. However, seeing that he couldn't get back up, the group began to voice their doubts once again. We need to be more honest with ourselves about this. He's not ready. It's obvious. There's no way. He's just a kid. If he can't do this, we have to stay and do it for him. As the conversation unfolded, Miles couldn't help but notice their discussion centered on him. Feeling extremely self-conscious, he unintentionally turned himself invisible and rushed out of the house, slamming doors shut on his way out. Minute earlier. Peter followed Aunt May out of the bustling living room, sensing the weight of grief that burdened her frail shoulders. He couldn't imagine the devastation of losing a nephew, someone who was like a son to her. As he stepped into a child's bedroom, he found Aunt May sitting on the twin bed, her trembling hands clutching a framed photograph of her Peter. The room was filled with remnants of his counterpart's early years. Posters of superheroes, model airplanes, and well-loved toys. Peter approached her quietly, his heart aching for her pain. He sat down on the edge of the bed, careful not to disturb her fragile state. Aunt May, Peter said softly, his voice laced with empathy. I know how much he meant to you. I can't even begin to imagine the pain you're feeling right now. Losing someone you love it must be the hardest thing in the world. Aunt May's tear-streaked face turned towards Peter, her eyes filled with sorrow and longing. She saw the reflection of her Peter in this unfamiliar features. Different, yet similar. Her heart ached, and she leaned into his presence, finding comfort in his words. He was my whole world, Aunt May whispered, her voice choked with grief. He was so young. I was the one who was supposed to go first. Not him. And now he's gone because of that monster, Wilson Fisk. Her voice grew heated as she spat his name. Peter's expression hardened at the mention of Fisk. He understood the anger and desire for vengeance that burned within Aunt May. Aunt May, Peter said, his voice tinged with determination. I want to ask you something. Do you want Kingpin dead, or do you want him brought to justice? I can arrange both, but I need to know what you want. Aunt May's eyes widened in surprise at the proposition, her gaze locked onto Peter's face. She saw a reflection of her Peter, but there was something different in his eyes. A ruthlessness that her Peter had never possessed. She would be lying if she said it didn't scare her, but a part of her found it oddly comforting as well. Her Peter would never purposefully kill anyone, but maybe, just maybe, he would still be alive right now if he did. Before Aunt May could respond, the sound of the front door being slammed shut reverberated through the house, interrupting their conversation. Peter's senses heightened, and he quickly stood up, his instincts kicking into overdrive. I'll be right back. Peter assured her. With a swift motion, he left the room, leaving Aunt May alone with her thoughts. She stared at the closed door, uncertainty and conflicting emotions swirling within her. Revenge or justice? The choice weighed heavily on her heart, and she knew she had to make a decision soon. Outside the room, Peter returned to the living room, his senses on high alert. He took in the scene before him, his newfound allies looking uneasy, their expressions clouded with guilt. The room felt heavy with the weight of their actions. What happened? Peter demanded, his voice firm. Gwen spoke up, her voice tinged with remorse. We pushed Miles too hard. We were testing him, but it might have been a bit overwhelming. He turned invisible and ran off. Peter's frustration flared, his tone turning stern. Are you kidding me? We're a team, for crying out loud. We should be supporting each other, not tearing each other down. Spider-Pig interjected, his expression crestfallen. We didn't mean to dash. Peter cut him off, his voice a mix of anger and concern. I don't care what you meant. We have a mission, and we can't do it without Miles. Ignoring any replies from the group, Peter turned and stormed out of the house, his senses honed in on any sign of Miles. After a moment, Peter's keen eyes caught a glimpse of movement in the distance. He swung toward it, following the trail until he landed on a rooftop. There, teetering near the edge, was Miles. He stood on the edge staring down at the city below, too scared to jump. Of course, he wasn't planning on killing himself. He wanted to prove everyone wrong and show that he could be Spider-Man too, but as soon as he looked down, Miles lost all confidence. Peter approached cautiously, taking a seat on the edge beside him. He spoke softly, his voice filled with reassurance. You want to talk about it? Miles turned to face Peter, his eyes puffy from tears and his expression a mix of vulnerability and determination. I thought I could handle it all, but I don't know if I'm ready. Peter nodded his head. That's normal. None of us knew if we were ready when we started. But we learned along the way. You're lucky, you know. Miles turned to him in disbelief. How? Peter patted the edge next to him, motioning for Miles to sit. Do you think we had a team of spider people hanging around when we started? You may be new to all of this, but you have us. We can help you. Miles looked up at Peter, searching his eyes for sincerity. Slowly, a small smile tugged at his lips. Thanks. Peter smiled back, a mix of relief and pride washing over him. You're part of our team, Miles. We're in this together. And we're going to stop Kingpin, save the multiverse, and get everyone home. But first, I think a training montage is in order. He declared as his hand met Miles' back. Huh. Miles grunted in shock as he was shoved over the edge. A/N, 1,890 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone or I'll turn you old with my aging ray, old man pistol police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 378, C378 Training. Police car light insert awkward gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, The True God King returns, Crown. Miles felt the rush of wind against his face as he hurtled towards the ground. Panic gripped his heart, and his mind raced to remember what little Ben had taught him about swinging. He desperately flailed his arms, trying to activate the single web shooter on his right arm. Just as he was about to give in to his fear, a blur of red and blue shot towards him. Peter, his newest mentor and fellow Spider-Man, dove off the building as well. He was prepared to save him should he fail to swing on his own. But then something miraculous happened. Miles' web shooter fired, shooting out a strand of web that latched onto a nearby lamppost. The sudden jolt halted his fall, and he swung upward, leaving Peter behind for a moment. Miles spun around, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and exhilaration. I did it, he exclaimed, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. I actually did it. Peter caught up with him, swinging alongside him with a proud grin on his face. That's it, Miles. You've got the hang of it now. Just follow my lead. With newfound confidence, Miles focused on Peter's movements. He observed the way he angled his body, the timing of his swings, and the precise moment to release and shoot another web. It was like a dance, a symphony of acrobatics and agility. As they swung through the city, Peter led Miles on a makeshift obstacle course. They dove and weaved between buildings, utilizing signs, buildings, fire escapes, and other obstacles to hone Miles' skills. Each swing became more fluid and controlled, his fear melting away with each successful maneuver. Laughter bubbled up from Miles' chest as he soared through the air, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He was doing it. He was becoming Spider-Man. The weight of responsibility felt exhilarating rather than daunting. Peter's voice shouted back at him, guiding Miles through the course. You're doing great, Miles. Keep it up. We'll take a break soon, but for now, show me what you've got. With a renewed sense of determination, Miles pushed himself further. He twisted and turned, seamlessly transitioning between webs and obstacles. The city became his playground, his web-slinging skills growing with each passing moment. Time seemed to blur as they swung from one location to another, traversing the urban landscape with finesse. Miles was in awe of the freedom and power that came with being Spider-Man. The weight of his decision to take on this new responsibility felt much lighter now. As they swung side by side, Peter's voice echoed with pride. "You're a natural, Miles." Miles grinned, his confidence growing by the second. "Thanks, Peter. I won't let you down. I'll become the Spider-Man this city deserves." Together, they continued their exhilarating journey through the cityscape, swinging, diving, and weaving through the obstacles that stood in their way. With each obstacle overcome, Miles felt a surge of determination, knowing that he was one step closer to fulfilling his promise and stopping Kingpin. The training session had just begun, but Miles knew that he had the support and guidance of his fellow Spider people. As he swung through the city, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement for what the future held. Soon enough, Peter landed on a tall building with a flat rooftop, waiting for Miles to follow his lead. Miles landed in front of Peter with a perfect superhero landing, crouching down on one knee and raising his other hand in the air triumphantly. Peter grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Not bad, kid," he said, his voice filled with approval. "You're getting the hang of this hero stuff." Miles couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he stood up straight, his chest puffed out. He had always dreamed of becoming a superhero, like all children who idolized Spider-Man, and now he was training with a seasoned veteran like Peter. Peter motioned for Miles to join him at the center of the rooftop. "Okay, Miles, we've covered the basics of web-slinging, but being Spider-Man is more than just swinging through the city. It's about being prepared for anything. That includes hand-to-hand combat." Miles nodded eagerly, ready to learn how to fight like a bada *s, Peter continued. "As much as we rely on our powers, there will always be times when we can't rely on them alone. We have to know how to fight. And the best way to beat someone in a fight is simply by being better than them." Having strong superpowers was one thing, but there were others out there with powers of their own. Being able to hold his own in a fight would give Miles an edge. Miles listened attentively, his gaze fixed on Peter. He began to respect his new mentor's experience and knew he had a lot to learn from him. Peter stepped forward, adopting a fighting stance. "Let's start with the basics. Remember, your spider senses will give you an advantage in combat. They'll help you anticipate your opponent's moves, so pay attention to your instincts." Miles did his best to mirror Peter's stance, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. He had never been in a real fight before, aside from a few schoolyard conflicts that were more like hugging and rolling around on the floor. Peter swung a quick punch at Miles, who barely managed to dodge in time. "Good reflexes. Now, try to counterattack." Miles attempted to throw a punch in return, but it was slow and uncoordinated. Peter easily evaded it and gently corrected his form. "Remember, speed and accuracy are key. Try again." They continued the training session, with Peter patiently guiding Miles through various combinations of punches, kicks, and defensive maneuvers. At first, Miles struggled to keep up, but his enhanced physique and spider senses helped him adapt quickly. As time went on, Miles grew more confident in his movements. He started to anticipate Peter's attacks and respond with quicker, more precise strikes of his own. The sound of fists hitting the air and the occasional thud of a successful hit echoed across the rooftop. Peter nodded approvingly as Miles executed a series of well-timed punches. "That's it, Miles. You're getting the hang of it. Remember, it's all about finding the right balance between offense and defense." Miles grinned, sweat dripping down his forehead. He could feel his muscles working and his heart pounding with exhilaration. This was a whole new level of training, and he relished the challenge. They continued their hand-to-hand combat training, pushing Miles to the absolute limit. Peter would occasionally throw in a surprise move or feint, testing Miles' ability to react quickly. Each time, Miles relied on his spider senses to guide him, his body moving with an almost instinctual grace. As the sun started to set, casting a warm glow over the city, Peter called for a break. Miles collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving with exertion as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "You're doing great, Miles," Peter said, a hint of pride in his voice. "I'll make an Avenger out of you yet." "Avenger?" Miles asked curiously. "What's that?" As Peter saw the curiosity in Miles' eyes, he realized that there was something he had overlooked. In all the excitement, he hadn't properly introduced himself. "You know, Miles," Peter began, his voice gentle yet filled with a weight of experience. "I've been so caught up in everything that's happened that I forgot to give you a proper introduction. My apologies for that." Miles looked up at Peter, his eyes widening with anticipation, signaling his readiness to listen. "I'm Peter Parker, as you've probably guessed," Peter said with a wave. "I was the first official superhero in my world, but it didn't take long for other heroes and villains to start popping up. You see, in my universe, we have a whole range of extraordinary individuals, from metahumans to aliens." Peter paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in. He continued, "To protect our world from both foreign and domestic threats, I co-founded the Avengers, a hero organization that works tirelessly to maintain peace and security." We have a council, and I'm one of its members. Miles listened attentively, his eyes widening with each revelation. The name Avenger sparked recognition in his mind, realizing what Peter meant only moments ago. But that's not all, Peter added, a glimmer of pride in his voice. In addition to being Spider-Man, I've also studied under the Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage, mastering the mystic arts. It's given me an understanding of magic and the ability to tap into its power. As he says this, Peter waves his hand and bends the horizon out in front of them, distorting it in odd waves. Though no one else seemed to notice but them. Miles couldn't hide his astonishment. The pieces were slowly coming together, revealing the vastness of Peter's abilities. You're the one who made that portal? He asked in awe. Peter nodded his head. Yeah, cool, right? It's one of the many perks that come with being a sorcerer. Miles' jaw dropped, unable to process the sheer magnitude of Peter's abilities. Unbeknownst to them, the other spider people had arrived while they were engrossed in their conversation, and they had watched and heard everything. Each of them stood there, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Ben was the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and humor. Well, ain't that a kicker? We got ourselves a web-slinging sorcerer here. I didn't see that one coming. Spider-Pig blinked his large eyes and squealed in disbelief. Whoa. How did he do that? He gestures to the horizon, which was now back to normal. Moore adjusted his fedora and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I've seen my fair share of weirdness, but this takes the cake. Sorcery and spandex, a peculiar combination indeed. He commented between drags of his cigarette. Paney looked down from atop from her mechanical companion and scratched her head, a mix of curiosity and admiration in her eyes. Wow, you never mentioned that you had such mystical abilities. This changes everything. With his magical abilities, their plans would have to change. Though it would be for the better. A/N, 1746 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone please, smiling face with smiling eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 379, C379 Battle for Acceptance. Money bag, insert expensive gifts here, most likes wins money bag. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Scar_Justice, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter and Miles stood across from the group of spider people on the rooftop, the weight of their gazes heavy upon them. Peter cleared his throat, breaking the silence. All right, everyone, Peter began, his voice filled with determination. I know you've all had your doubts about Miles joining us, but I believe he's proven himself today. So, here's what we're going to do. I want each of you to raise your hands if you still think Miles shouldn't be involved. One by one, the spider people slowly raised their hands, their expressions a mix of hesitance and guilt. Gwen and Ben were the last to reluctantly raise their hands, their eyes filled with empathy for Miles. Of course, they didn't see the training that Peter put him through, so a demonstration would be needed. Peter nodded, his gaze shifting from one person to another. All right, fair enough. But before we make a final decision, let's settle this with a little wager. I propose a challenge. You can choose a champion between all of you, someone to face Miles in a fight. If Miles wins, he becomes part of the team. But if he loses, he'll stay behind when we go to stop Kingpin. Miles looked at Peter in surprise and fear, not at all confident in his abilities, which had only been properly honed for a single day. But Peter smiled and rested a comforting hand on his shoulder, assuring him silently. The group of spider people exchanged glances, considering Peter's offer. After a moment, Moore stepped forward, his voice filled with conviction. I'll be our champion. I've got the most experience here, and Ben's a bit out of shape. Ben patted his stomach with a sheepish look. This is muscle. I swear. Peter pulled Miles to the side, speaking in a low voice. Miles, listen carefully. During the fight, just trust me. I'll make it so only you can hear me. If I call out a body part or instruction, react and strike as quickly as possible. I'll guide you through this. Miles looked up at Peter, uncertainty etched on his face. But what if I mess up? What if I'm not good enough? Peter smiled reassuringly. You've come this far, Miles. I've seen what you can do, and I believe in you. Just trust yourself and trust me. We'll get through this together. Miles nodded, a mix of determination and nervousness in his eyes. He would put his faith in Peter and give it his all. With the terms of the challenge agreed upon, Noir and Miles stood across from each other, the tension palpable in the air. Peter waved his hand and formed a spell circle, which sunk into the ground, creating a small rooftop arena for the impending fight. Everyone stared between Peter and the arena in shock, still new to the idea of magic. Inside the arena, Noir cracked his knuckles and adjusted his hat, his eyes fixed on Miles. You ready, kid? Miles took a deep breath, his voice steady as he replied, as ready as I'll ever be. Peter stood at the edge of the makeshift arena, his voice projecting clearly for all to hear. Ladies and gentle spiders. It's time for our main event of the evening. In this corner, we have the seasoned hero from the shadows, the master of mystery and danger, Noir. Peter gestured to Noir as everyone stared at him in exasperation. Peter ignored their stares and continued, motioning to Miles this time. And in the opposite corner, the young and fearless newcomer, ready to prove himself to all spiderlings in attendance, Miles, the amazing Spider-Man. With the introductions finished, Peter walks out into the center of the ring, a conjured black and white referee shirt appearing over his suit. A/N, he's using magic, not the reality stone. Standing between the two competitors, Peter says a few words. Before we begin, I want to remind both competitors to fight fairly and within the rules. I will be closely observing the match to ensure a fair contest, stepping in only when necessary. Now, touch gloves, take your positions, and may the best Spider-Man prevail. He steps back as the sound of a bell being struck fills the air, starting the fight. Instantly, the fight between Miles and Noir commenced. The two Spider-Men locked eyes, their determination etched on their faces. Noir made the first move, lunging forward with incredible speed and precision. Miles, still grappling with his nerves, barely managed to react in time. He attempted to dodge Noir's strike, but his inexperience betrayed him as he stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. The crowd of spider people watched with bated breath, their hopes resting on the young hero. Peter, taking his role as referee seriously, observed the fight with intense focus. He could see Miles struggling to find his footing, his movements hesitant and unrefined. He knew it was crucial for Miles to gain confidence quickly if he had any chance of matching Noir's expertise. Noir, capitalizing on Miles' momentary falter, launched a series of lightning-fast punches and kicks. His strikes were precise, calculated, and designed to exploit any weaknesses in his opponent's defense. Miles, relying on his instinct and the limited training he had received, did his best to evade and block the onslaught. The sound of blows landing filled the air as the fight continued. Miles fought with determination, his eyes never leaving Noir, searching for an opening. He swung his fists and kicked with all his might, but each attack was deftly parried or dodged by the seasoned Noir. Peter, watching from the sidelines, noticed an opportunity. He called out, his voice magically projecting straight to Miles. Left leg. Miles trusted Peter's guidance and swept his leg low, aiming to trip Noir off balance. However, he didn't react quick enough and Noir managed to effortlessly jump over Miles' leg, landing behind him. Before Miles could react, Noir delivered a swift strike to his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock as Miles hit the ground, his body trembling with pain and fatigue. Noir, with a hint of sympathy in his eyes, approached the fallen kid. "You've got heart, but you're still green," he remarked, his voice laced with understanding. "You're not quite ready for this fight." Miles, fighting through the pain, pushed himself up from the ground. He looked up at Noir with determination shining in his eyes. "I won't give up," he declared, his voice filled with newfound resolve. "I can do this." Peter's heart swelled with pride as he saw the transformation taking place within Miles. He knew that this fight, even if Miles didn't emerge victorious, was crucial in shaping him into the hero he was destined to become. Noir, impressed by Miles' determination, nodded and prepared to continue the fight. He respected the young hero's spirit at the very least. Miles wiped the blood from his lip and took a deep breath, his gaze never leaving Noir. He could feel the pain throbbing through his body, but his determination burned brighter than ever. This time, he wouldn't let his nerves get the best of him. He trusted Peter's guidance and hoped that with each move called out, he could turn the tide. Noir prepared for another attack. He lunged forward, his fists flying towards Miles with precision. But this time, Miles was ready. Peter, acting as the referee, observed the fight with laser-like focus. He called out, "Miles, down." Uppercut. In that split second, Miles ducked, narrowly avoiding Noir's punch, and struck back with a swift uppercut. The blow connected with precision, sending Noir staggering backward. The crowd of spider people erupted in cheers and applause, their faith in Miles growing with each successful move. They watched with awe as he started to gain confidence and find his rhythm. Peter's voice appeared again, left leg. Miles planted his left foot firmly on the ground and swung his right leg in a wide arc, aiming for Noir's leg. With agility and speed that contradicted his inexperience, Miles connected with a powerful kick, knocking Noir off balance. Noir grunted in surprise, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't expected this level of skill and precision from the young hero. But he wouldn't back down either. He quickly regained his footing and launched a counterattack. Peter, ever watchful, called out, "Miles, web his arm." Miles reacted swiftly, his web shooter releasing a thin strand of webbing that caught Noir's arm mid-punch. The web tightened, restraining Noir's movement and leaving him vulnerable. With a burst of adrenaline, Miles seized the opportunity. He spun around, delivering a spinning kick that connected with Noir's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The spectators roared with excitement, their cheers echoing through the arena. Miles stood tall, a mixture of exhaustion and triumph in his eyes. Noir, lying on the ground, looked up at Miles with a mixture of admiration and pride. "All right, I admit defeat. You've got some serious potential, kid," he admitted, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Consider me impressed." Miles offered a hand to help Noir up. "Thank you." As Noir took Miles' hand and stood up, the rest of the Spider team joined them in the center of the arena, their expressions filled with newfound respect and acceptance. Gwen stepped forward, a smile gracing her face. "Welcome to the team, Miles," she said, extending her hand. "You've earned it." Miles beamed, shaking Gwen's hand. The weight of his doubts and insecurities had lifted, replaced by a newfound sense of belonging. Peter approached Miles, a proud smile on his face. "See? I told you. You've got what it takes." Miles nodded, a surge of determination coursing through his veins. With the support of his new team and Peter's guidance, he was ready for any challenge that came his way. A/N, 1660 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your stones gemstone and I'll give you this money bag. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 380, C380 Vengeance and Theft. Police car light, insert poor gifts here, most likes wins. Police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. After Miles proved himself and joined the team, everyone gathered in the Spider Cave, their determined expressions illuminated by the glow of computer screens and flickering monitors. They knew that time was running out, and they needed to finalize their plan to stop Kingpin and his destructive supercollider. Peter took the lead, standing at the center of the room. "All right, team," he began, his voice steady and authoritative. "We know that Kingpin's supercollider is the key to sending us all back to our respective universes. Penny, how are we looking with Dr. Octavius's computer?" Penny, immersed in her work, looked up briefly and nodded. "I've managed to extract the data we need. The blueprints and coding for the supercollider, security protocols, and just about everything we need to shut it down. It's all here." She gestured to the computer in front of her, the screen displaying complex algorithms and schematics. Gwen leaned in closer, her eyes scanning the information on the screen. "Good work, Penny. We'll need to study those blueprints and identify any potential vulnerabilities. If for some reason we can't shut it down as planned, then sabotaging the supercollider will have to be the backup plan." Noir, leaning against a wall with his fedora tilted over his eyes, chimed in with his usual dry tone. "And what about the big guy himself? How do we plan to take him down?" Peter nodded, acknowledging the valid concern. "You guys can leave Kingpin to me. Since Ben and Miles' little heist at Alchemax, I wouldn't put it past Fisk to hire some more muscle, so you guys can focus on Dr. Octavius and whoever else shows up." Ben nodded his head. "Sounds good to me." Nobody voiced any disagreement with his rather simple plan. "All right, then I guess we have a game plan." Peter smirked as he turned to Penny. "Penny, get to working on that override key. We need it done by tomorrow." "Aye aye, Captain." She salutes Peter before returning to work, her robot companion hovering over her. Miles, still riding the high of his recent victory, spoke up. "What about me? How can I help?" Peter turned to Miles. "There's nothing for you to do today, Miles, so head home and get some sleep. Tomorrow, you'll fight Kingpin's minions with the rest of the team. And if everything goes according to plan, you'll send us all home." Miles nodded, determination burning in his eyes. "I won't let you down, Peter. I'll do whatever it takes." Peter placed a hand on Miles' shoulder, his voice filled with conviction. "I know you will, Miles. I have complete faith in you. Now head home and get some rest. We have a busy day tomorrow." After being shooed away, Miles said his goodbyes and ran off, returning to his dorm room for the night. Peter stepped out of the Spider Cave, thinking of a few things that needed to be done before tomorrow. As he made his way back into the dimly lit house, he found himself standing outside the door of his deceased counterpart's childhood bedroom. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, he found Aunt May still sitting on the edge of the bed, her eyes fixed on a framed photograph of her late Peter. Her face held a mixture of grief and determination, her resolve evident even in the midst of her pain. She glanced up as Peter entered, a flicker of sadness in her eyes before a small smile tugged at her lips. "I'm back," Peter said softly, his voice filled with understanding. He had left May with a choice earlier, and now it was time for her to give an answer. Aunt May set the photograph aside and stood up, facing Peter with a resolute expression. "I've made my decision," she declared, her voice steady. "I've thought long and hard about what you asked me earlier. Kingpin needs to pay for what he's done. I want vengeance for my Peter, for all the pain he caused." Peter's heart sank a little, knowing the weight of the choice she had made. But he also understood the depths of her grief and anger. He nodded, his voice filled with a quiet determination. If that's what you want, Aunt May, then I'll help you. We'll make him pay. Aunt May's eyes shone with a mix of gratitude and sadness. She reached out, placing a hand on Peter's cheek. Thank you, Peter, she whispered. I know it's a heavy burden to bear, but we can't let him get away with what he's done. We have to make sure that no one else loses someone they love to that maniac. Peter's gaze locked with Aunt May's, a shared understanding passing between them. He knew the path they were about to take was a dark one, but sometimes, darkness was the only way to bring about justice. We'll make sure Kingpin never hurts anyone again, he vowed, his voice unwavering. Now, why don't you go and get some rest? Aunt May squeezed Peter's hand before returning to the twin-sized bed. I'll get some sleep soon. I just want to stay here a bit longer. As Peter stepped out of the bedroom, his mind filled with the weight of Aunt May's decision, he found Noir leaning against the wall in the hallway. The detective Spider-Man had heard everything and wore a thoughtful expression. Noir pushed himself off the wall and approached Peter, his fedora casting a shadow over his eyes. Quite a heavy burden she's taken on, he remarked, his voice low and gravelly. Peter nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I know it's not an easy choice, but she's made up her mind. She wants vengeance. Noir's gaze met Peter's, his eyes searching for understanding. I get it, I do. But you can't let her be the one to pull the trigger. She shouldn't have to bear that weight. It'll haunt her. Peter's expression softened as he considered Noir's words. He understood the detective's concern for Aunt May's well-being. You're right, Noir. I don't want her to carry that burden. I'll make sure she's not involved in the final act. Noir's shoulders visibly relaxed, a sense of relief washing over him. Good, he replied, his voice filled with a mix of gratitude and determination. And don't worry. I won't tell the others about this. They wouldn't agree with taking a life. They're young and naive. It's better this way. Peter nodded in agreement. I appreciate that, Noir. Aunt May deserves some semblance of peace. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Noir's lips, acknowledging the agreement between them. We'll take him down. We'll make sure justice is served. And I promise, your secret is safe with me. As the situation settled between them, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of connection with Noir. He had always considered himself to be a hero who didn't mind killing, and it seems that he's met a kindred spirit. You're not the only one with a dark past, Peter, Noir said, his voice carrying a hint of regret. I've got a few bodies under me too. But we can't let that define us. We have to make sure we do what's right, even if that means getting our hands dirty. Peter looked at Noir, a mixture of understanding and empathy in his eyes. I couldn't agree more. With a solemn nod, the two Spider-Men parted ways, knowing that the path they were about to take was a difficult one. They each carried the weight of their choices, their shared understanding binding them together in the pursuit of justice, even in the face of darkness. Later that night, Peter made his way back to the Spider Cave. As the elevator descended, he was greeted by a sight that filled him with relief. The team, exhausted from their preparations, lay sprawled across various surfaces of the Spider Cave. Gwen was curled up in a corner, her head resting against a pile of web shooters. Penny and her robot companion were huddled together, their heads tilted to the side in slumber. Ben, with his suit partially unzipped, snored softly in a makeshift hammock alongside Spider-Pig, who was spooning his head. The only one missing was Noir, who seemed to disappear after their talk earlier. Peter's gaze shifted to the computer where Dr. Octavius's data was stored. It was located on the workbench, tempting him with its secrets. He knew that the plans for the supercollider could grant him multiverse travel, and he couldn't afford to leave them behind. Silently, he crept across the room, his footsteps barely making a sound. He approached the computer, his spider senses on high alert. With practiced ease, he accessed the hard drive and carefully detached it from the computer. Holding the drive in his gloved hand, Peter tucked it away inside his suit, ensuring its safety. He knew he had to study its contents thoroughly when he returned to his own universe. His eyes flickered to the slumbering members of his new team, their trust and faith in him unwavering. Peter couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for keeping the secret from them. But that guilt soon faded away, never to be seen or felt again. After all, this was multiverse travel. He could easily make it up to them when he visits their universes one by one. Taking one last glance at the sleeping heroes, Peter made his way out of the Spider Cave, leaving them undisturbed. With resolve burning in his veins, he disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a quiet Spider Cave and a team of heroes unaware of the secret he carried with him. A/N, 1630 words, smiley face. Police car light. Hand over your gemstone stones gemstone or eat a mountain of raw broccoli police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 381, C381 Gifts Before the Storm. A/N, alternate chapter title at the end. Face with cowboy hat. Insert cowboy gifs here. Most likes wins face with cowboy hat. Trophy. Yesterday's gift winners. Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, the 2-time crown. Peter stood in Aunt May's bedroom, the soft glow from the windows casting a gentle light on her sleeping form. He hesitated, contemplating whether to wake her up or leave her to her much-needed rest. Memories of his conversation with Noir echoed in his mind, reminding him of his agreement. Finally, he made his decision. He couldn't bring himself to disturb her peace, not when she had already endured so much. Instead, he quietly turned away and stepped out of the room, careful not to make a sound that would disturb her slumber. As he walked down the hallway, his footsteps echoed softly against the wooden floor. He knew deep down that keeping Aunt May out of Fisk's killing was the right choice. It was a dark path, one that would only lead to more pain and regret for a normal person like her. Especially at her age. Either way, Fisk wouldn't live past the night. Returning to the spider cave, Peter entered the dimly lit room to find his team in various states of slumber. They lay sprawled across the surfaces, their exhausted bodies seeking solace in sleep. Just as he was about to approach and wake them, their bodies twitched and distorted, their faces contorting in discomfort. Peter watched as they groaned in frustration, the glitches manifesting in visible ways. It was a reminder of their outsider status in this universe, a constant struggle to exist. And just as quickly as the glitches had appeared, they vanished, leaving the team in their normal forms once again. Confusion and annoyance clouded their sleepy expressions, their shared experience unsettling as always. As the team began to process what had just happened, Gwen spoke up, her voice laced with curiosity. "Peter, why didn't you glitch like the rest of us? You're not from this universe either." Peter shrugged, a slight smile playing at his lips. "I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's because I've traveled to other universes before, or maybe it's because I dabble in the mystic arts. Whatever the reason, I've never felt any rejection from this universe." His answer sparked a momentary silence as the team absorbed the information. Their gaze shifted from Peter to one another, silently acknowledging the depth of their shared experiences. Although he didn't say it, Peter thought of one more possibility. Maybe it's because I have the reality stone in me. Though I can't use it here. As everyone was staring at Peter in jealousy, suddenly, the elevator came alive, sliding down with a mechanical hum. Peter turned his attention toward the sound, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he saw Miles stepping out, clad in his loose Spider-Man Halloween costume. "Miles." Peter called out, his voice filled with warmth and familiarity. "Nice of you to join the party. You're just in time." Just then, Peter's attention turned to a nearby table, where he had stashed a wrapped gift for Miles. It was a small token of his appreciation for his latest student's progress. Peter picked up the gift, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Miles," he called, motioning for him to come closer. "I managed to finish this about an hour ago." Miles eagerly approached, his eyes shining with curiosity. With excitement, he ripped open the gift to reveal a sleek black and red spider suit, complete with slim built-in web shooters. Instantly, the room filled with gasps of awe and admiration. But as soon as Miles touched the suit, it disappeared from his hands, leaving him and the others startled. Confusion replaced the excitement, and Miles looked at Peter with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Where did it go?" Peter chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Think about putting on the suit, Miles." With a hopeful expression, Miles closed his eyes and focused. In an instant, his shabby Halloween costume vanished, replaced by a perfect black and red spider suit. The room erupted in astonishment, the team gathering around Miles to admire his new attire. To further indulge in the moment, Peter snapped his fingers, conjuring a mirror so that Miles could fully admire his work. "Insert picture of Miles' Spider-Man suit here." Peter took a deep breath, preparing to explain the enchantments he had added to Miles' new suit. He cleared his throat and looked at the expectant faces of his teammates. "All right, here's the deal," he began, his voice steady. "The suit I made for you, Miles, doesn't have all the bells and whistles that mine has, but it has some pretty cool features. First, it's bullet resistant. Here, let me show you." Peter conjured a small caliber pistol and aimed it at Miles. The others gasped, their eyes widening in shock. Without hesitation, Peter squeezed the trigger, emptying the entire magazine into Miles. The room fell into silence as they waited for the aftermath. But to their amazement, Miles stood unscathed, his suit intact. Slowly, he looked down at himself, a mixture of relief and disbelief washing over his face. "Whoa, I'm okay. It's really bulletproof." Peter nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. "Sort of. It can withstand small caliber bullets, like the ones from that gun. But anything bigger, like .44 Magnum, and there's a good chance it could breach the suit. So be careful out there. Don't get complacent." The team exchanged glances, a combination of awe and envy evident on their faces. Each of them wondered whether they should ask for a suit of their own as well. Peter continued, knowing Miles was hungry for more information. Next, the suit is temperature resistant. It can help regulate your body heat, keeping you comfortable in extreme cold or hot environments. It even has some fire-resistant properties, so it can handle a little fire if necessary. As he spoke, Peter conjured a pool of flames under Miles' feet. The flame danced across his legs but left no trace, extinguishing itself without causing any damage. The room erupted in murmurs of astonishment, the team realizing the true extent of the suit's capabilities. And lastly, Peter continued. It's self-cleaning and self-repairing. It will never get dirty or develop any unpleasant odors. And should it rip or tear, it can fix itself back to pristine condition over a short period of time. The other spider people stared at Miles' suit with a mix of admiration and envy. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, seeing the incredible features it possessed. Peter's expertise and craftsmanship were evident in every stitch and enchantment. Suddenly, Peter remembered something. Oh, and the web shooters have infinite fluid inside, so you'll never have to refill them. Gwen's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful smirk forming on her lips. Well, aren't you lucky, Miles? Looks like you hit the jackpot. She couldn't hold back the small bit of jealousy hidden in her voice. Miles nodded, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. I can't believe it. This is amazing. Thank you, Peter. Seriously, thank you. Peter patted Miles' shoulder. You earned it, Miles. You've come a long way in a very short time, and I have no doubt you'll make this suit proud. The team stood in awe of Miles' new spider suit, their eyes filled with longing and envy. They couldn't help but imagine themselves donning a suit with similar incredible features. It was as if the possibilities were endless, and Peter's craftsmanship had elevated their expectations. However, reality quickly set in when Peter's attention turned to Penny, who was also gawking at Miles' suit. Penny, I need the override key. Penny's eyes widening with surprise. The override key. Yeah. I finished it last night. She reached into her pocket, retrieving a small flash drive and held it out to Peter. Here. Without another word, Peter took the drive and handed it toward Miles, who took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the flash drive as if it held the weight of the world. Miles hesitated, his voice filled with uncertainty. Are you sure about this? I mean, what if I mess up? Peter placed a reassuring hand on Miles' shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Miles, I don't trust anyone more than you to send me home. I believe in you. So believe in yourself. The room fell into a hushed silence as the team surrounded Miles, their expressions filled with encouragement and support. Their longing for a suit like Miles momentarily forgotten as they rallied behind their young teammate. Gwen stepped forward, her voice gentle yet firm. Miles, you can do this. We've seen what you're capable of. Trust yourself, just like we trust you. Ben chimed in, his voice gruff but kind. Yeah, kid. You got the potential to be the best of us. Don't doubt yourself. Spider-Pig added his own words of encouragement, his voice filled with enthusiasm. You've got this. Show 'em what you're made of. Even Noir stepped up, appearing from the shadows. Don't doubt yourself, kid. Miles glanced around at his supportive teammates, their unwavering faith in him giving him the strength he needed. He took a deep breath and reached out, accepting the flash drive from Peter's hand. All right, he said, clutching the drive carefully. I'll do it. I'll send you all back. Peter nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude and trust. Good, now for some more gifts. He said, surprising everyone. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Peter pulls out a set of sleek smartphones, their screens reflecting the dim light of the spider cave. Peter handed them out, one by one, to Noir, Spider-Pig, Miles, Gwen, Ben, and Penny. Each of them eagerly accepted the device, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. These phones are connected through a special enchantment, Peter explained, his voice steady. They should allow us to communicate even after we return to our own universes. Noir raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Communicate across the multiverse. That's quite the bit of magic. Peter shrugged, a carefree look in his eyes. It wasn't as complicated as you'd think. He motioned for everyone to unlock their phones and find the app titled MChat. Multiverse Chat. As they tapped their way through the screens and located the app, their excitement grew. Peter's magic had proven to be very impressive thus far, and they were eager to see what else he had in store. As they were staring, Peter typed a quick message, which popped up on each screen. Ski Shooter 69420XD, yo waving hand. The team members looked at their screens, their expressions shifting between surprise and amusement. The choice of chat name elicited a mix of chuckles and groans, but they couldn't deny the brilliance of Peter's plan. Ben, ever the curious one, voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. Where did you get these phones? I mean, they have to be at least $800 apiece. You should be as broke as the rest of us in this universe. Peter shrugged nonchalantly, a sheepish grin tugging at his lips. Well, I may have acquired them through unconventional means. Let's just say a small portal opened up in an apple factory in China. Although that got him a couple disapproving looks, most didn't seem to care about his crime. Even Spider-Pig let out a snort of laughter. Peter winked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. But hey, they're for a good cause. Now we can stay in touch once this is all over. Gwen chimed in, a smile playing on her lips. It's pretty amazing, Peter. Thank you for thinking of this. It's like having our own spider support line. Miles smiled in relief as threw a few glances at Gwen while she wasn't looking. Yeah, this is incredible. Thank you. Peter smirked, noticing his student's odd behavior. I'm happy to help, he winked at Miles as he motioned to Gwen, knowing exactly why Miles was so thankful. Instantly, Miles started flailing, motioning for Peter to stop before Gwen noticed anything. Alternate title, Welcome to the Spider-Verse chat group. A/N, 2040 words, smiley face long one today. Police car light hand over your gemstone stones gemstone or take one of these, middle finger police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 382, C382 Invading Fisk Tower. Sparkles insert magician gifts here, most likes win sparkles. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, the Real King is your crown. After teasing Miles for a bit, Peter made his way back to Aunt May's bedroom, his heart heavy with the weight of his impending departure. The soft glow of the setting sun bathed the room in a warm, orange hue, casting a gentle light on Aunt May's peaceful form as she lay in bed. He stood by her bedside, gazing at her sleeping face, contemplating the words he needed to say. Memories of their short time together and the love she had shown him flooded his mind, bringing a bittersweet smile to his lips. With a heavy sigh, he reached for a pen and a piece of paper on the nightstand. He knew this was the right thing to do, but it didn't make it any easier. Gently, he began to write, pouring everything he wanted to say onto the page in carefully chosen words. As he finished the letter, Peter carefully folded the paper and placed it on Aunt May's nightstand, right beside her. He leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Goodbye, Aunt May, he whispered, his voice filled with a mix of sadness and determination. And just as he left the room, Aunt May stirring in her sleep. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing a mixture of sadness and relief after a good rest. It didn't take her long to find the folded piece of paper on her nightstand. She reached for the letter, her hands trembling, and unfolded it. As she read each word, her eyes filled with tears, and her lips quivered with emotion. Dear Aunt May. By the time you read this, I'll be long gone, back to my own universe. I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye in person, but I couldn't bring myself to wake you. You deserve the rest, especially after everything you've been through. I know that you're hurting. Losing your child is a pain I can't even begin to imagine. And I promise you, Aunt May, I won't let his death go unanswered. I will avenge him, for you and for everyone who cared for him. But I want to ask something of you in return. I want you to be there for Miles. He's just a kid and he needs guidance and support. You have shown me so much love and kindness, and I know you can do the same for him. Help him become the hero he's destined to be, just like you did for your Peter. I hope that by forging a bond with Miles, you can find some solace and purpose in your life. Losing your Peter is unimaginable, but I believe that you have the strength to continue living and to find joy again. You deserve that, Aunt May. You deserve to be happy. Please take care of yourself, and look after Miles. He may stumble and make mistakes, but with your guidance, I know he'll grow into an amazing Spider-Man. Thank you, Aunt May, for everything. Your counterpart has been a mother to me when I needed one the most, just as I'm sure you were to your Peter as well, and I think I can speak for us both when I say we will be forever grateful. With all my love. Peter. The weight of Peter's words hit her with full force, and she clutched the letter to her chest, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Peter and the team of spider people emerged from a golden portal, stepping into an empty hallway in the subfloors of Fisk Tower. The air felt heavy with anticipation as they made their way down the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. All right, team, Peter said, his voice filled with determination. We're getting closer. Stay focused. The group moved with purpose, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of trouble. As they approached a door, Peter reached out and turned the handle, pushing it open slowly. The sight that greeted them took their breath away. They stepped onto a balcony of a massive white spherical room, as large as a sports stadium, with two enormous lasers pointed at each other. The room hummed with a low, steady energy, the air charged with anticipation. Whoa, Ben exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight before him. This place is huge. Noir, his voice filled with a hint of cynicism, surveyed the room. This is the heart of Fisk's operation. Paney, her robotic companion by her side, analyzed the situation. I'm detecting a strong power source from the lasers. Peter glanced at his team, his mind racing for a plan. We need to either wait until the collider is activated or activate it ourselves. Just as Peter said this, the lasers began to hum and brighten, preparing to fire. Second earlier, Kingpin strode into the collider's control room, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the room. Olivia Octavius, the Prowler, and Tombstone followed closely behind, their eyes filled with a mix of loyalty and fear. Tombstone, an imposing figure with gray skin and a sharp flat-top haircut, stood at Kingpin's side. His white hair added to his formidable presence, and his suit exuded a sense of power and authority. Insert picture of Tombstone here. The Prowler, a figure shrouded in mystery and danger, walked with an air of stealth and malevolence. Clad in a sleek, form-fitting purple suit, every inch of his body concealed, he seemed to blend seamlessly with the darkness that surrounded him. Insert picture of the Prowler here. Eyeing the many scientists and technicians in the room, Kingpin's deep voice commanded attention. Begin the sequence. Instantly, a flurry of activity erupted among the room, each person diligently working to boot up the collider. Buttons were pressed, switches were flipped, and the room buzzed with the energy of impending chaos. And amidst this chaos, Fisk and his goons gazed out of the control room window, catching a glimpse of an unwelcome group of intruders across the way. Kill M. Fisk commands mercilessly as his three lackeys rush off to get the job done. Peter and the team stood in awe as the two lasers fired, their beams colliding at the center of the spherical room in a dazzling display of multicolored light. The energy crackled and danced, filling the air with an otherworldly hum. The entire building seemed to glitch, the walls flickering and distorting as universes collided. Cars, buildings, and other constructs began to emerge from the collider's beam, torn from their original universe. The team members felt a strange sensation wash over them, a temporary disruption of their own realities. Spider-Pig, his cartoonish features warping and stretching, let out a startled oink. Whoa, this is trippy. Gwen, her voice filled with concern, glanced at her hands as they momentarily faded in and out. Is everyone okay? Peter clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the colliding beams of energy. He could sense the immense power being unleashed, the potential to reshape reality itself. Noir adjusted his fedora, his voice laced with determination. We need to shut this thing down before it tears apart every universe. Paney nodded, her robotic companion beeping in agreement. We need to find where to insert the override key. Miles, his eyes wide with both excitement and fear, gripped the flash drive in his hand, frantically looking around the room for some sort of control panel. Peter's eyes narrowed as he spotted the control panel on the far side of the collider, embedded in the wall, pointing it out to the others. He knew they had to act quickly before any permanent damage is done. But their path was quickly blocked as three figures emerged from the shadows, their presence unmistakable. Where do you think you're going? A shrill feminine voice asked playfully. Olivia Octavius, her mechanical tentacles whirring with anticipation, advanced with calculated steps. She lashed out with her appendages, sending a flurry of metal towards Ben, Spider-Pig, and Noir. Ben stumbled backward, barely managing to evade the attacks, while Noir and Spider-Pig deftly weaved through the barrage with impeccable reflexes. The Prowler, his eyes glowing with a predatory intensity, lunged forward with remarkable speed. His movements were agile and deadly as he swung his weapon towards Miles. But thanks to his training, Miles managed to dodge, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Tombstone, his imposing frame radiating strength, drew two pitch-black desert eagles, which seemed small in his massive fists. Rapidly pulling the triggers, he shot straight at Gwen, who instantly rolled out of the way, returning fire with her webs soon after. Gwen strained to hold her ground as Paney came to assist her, determination shining in her eyes. As the team fought their respective adversaries, Peter's gaze shifted towards Miles, who frantically dodged his opponent in fear. Peter knew he had to take charge. Focus. Peter called out, his voice cutting through the chaos. Remember what I taught you. Fight smart. Miles nodded, snapping out of his momentary hesitation. With newfound confidence, he swung into action. His spider sense tingled as he expertly maneuvered through the battlefield, delivering swift strikes against the Prowler. As the fight raged on, Peter's mind raced with a plan. He needed to reach Kingpin, the man responsible for all of this, before he could escape or cause any more harm. You guys can handle this. Peter said to his team, his voice radiating a calmness that none of them currently had. I'll find Kingpin and deal with him. But remember, don't shut down the collider until we're all back in our universes. His team nodded in understanding, their determination etched on their faces. Peter rushed away, his web slinging him across the room, towards the control room where Kingpin awaited. A/N, 1629 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, and I'll feed this cute, starving bunny, carrot rabbit. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 383, C383 Battle of the Super Collider. Smiling face with horns. Insert sadistic gifs here. Most likes wins smiling face with horns. Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winners. Black Claire's trophy, A/N. A new king rises above the filth-covered masses. Crown. PS. It was a tie between you and me, but since you're a new king, I gave you my vote. Victory hand. Peter stepped into the Collider's control room, his eyes scanning the scene before him. Kingpin stood near the window, his massive figure casting a dark shadow over the room. The sound of the ongoing battles outside echoed through the walls, filling the space with a tense energy. Kingpin turned, his menacing gaze fixed on Peter. A sinister smile crept across his face. "Ah, Spider-Man. I've been expecting one of you to show up. How touching that you've brought a little team with you." Peter maintained a confident stance. "Well, us spider-folk are like a hydra. Cut one head and more will rise to take its place." He quoted an evil Nazi organization. Kingpin's face hardened, his fists gripped so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "Oh, I'll be sure to take pleasure in killing as many of you as I can." The scientists and technicians in the room huddled behind their desks, fear and anticipation etched on their faces. They knew that a clash between these two powerful forces was about to unfold. Kingpin's muscles tensed as he prepared for the confrontation. "You ready, time die?" he asked as he stomped over, winding up one of his fists. Peter's gaze narrowed, his spider sense tingling as he sensed the imminent danger. With lightning-fast reflexes, he caught Kingpin's incoming punch with a single hand, halting the villain's momentum with ease. The room fell silent, everyone's eyes locked on the unexpected turn of events. A mix of shock and disbelief washed over Kingpin's face as he strained against Peter's hold. How? How is this possible?" Peter smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "I'm a bit different from the average Spider-Man." In a swift motion, Peter released his grip on Kingpin's fist and delivered a powerful palm with his free hand, striking the crime lord squarely in the stomach. The force of the blow sent Kingpin hurtling backward, crashing through the window as he spit blood from his mouth. Glass shattered, raining down below as Kingpin plummeted into one of the many floating buildings, which was brought over by the Collider's activation. The room erupted with gasps and murmurs as the scientists and technicians peered out the broken window, witnessing the dramatic turn of events. Peter stood tall, his eyes showing a bored look. How the hell did this universe's Peter lose to such a weakling? He muttered as Kingpin shakily picked himself up. Well, at least he can take a punch. As her mechanical tentacles whirred with deadly precision, Olivia Octavius moved with an uncanny grace whilst facing off against Ben, Spider-Pig, and Noir. Her 4 mechanical appendages moved in sync, their razor-sharp ends ready to strike. Belly jiggling with each nimble movement, Ben dodged one of the tentacles with surprising agility. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to one of the tentacles. Spider-Pig, his cartoonish features stretching with determination, swung from the ceiling, narrowly avoiding the whipping tentacles. He let out a playful snort as he somersaulted through the air, planting a swift kick against Olivia's metallic body. Hog wild. Trench coat billowing behind him, Noir expertly weaved through the barrage of tentacles. With each movement, he dodged and countered with precise strikes, relying on his speed and agility. Analyzed their movements, Olivia's eyes glowed with a mix of intelligence and malice. She adjusted her strategy, launching a volley of tentacle strikes at Ben, attempting to overpower him with sheer force. The rotund Spider-Man's reflexes were pushed to the limit as he deflected and dodged, his moves surprisingly swift for his physique. Spider-Pig unleashed his inner Looney Tune, causing Olivia to momentarily falter with a mixture of confusion and irritation as she found herself dodging falling anvils, pianos, and lit sticks of TNT. Utilizing the cartoon distractions to his advantage, Noir grabbed a nearby pipe and swung it like a weapon, deflecting the tentacles with expert precision. With each strike, he chipped away at Olivia's defenses, aiming for critical weak points in her metallic appendages. With her frustration mounting, Olivia retracted her tentacles and formulated a new plan. She activated her mechanical suit's propulsion system, launching herself into the air. Hovering above the 3 spider people, she used her tentacles to rain down a barrage of energy blasts, forcing them to scatter like roaches. Ben, his web shooters at the ready, swung around, attempting to close the distance and launch a surprise attack. Spider-Pig used his odd reality bending to zigzagging through the air with a cartoon jetpack that just appeared on his back. As Olivia momentarily focused her attention on Spider-Pig, Noir leaped forward, delivering a devastating blow to her mechanical suit. The impact sent her crashing to the ground, temporarily disoriented. Seeing this, the team took the opportunity and closed in, each one of them launching a flurry of coordinated attacks. Ben delivered powerful punches, which cracked her metallic suit and appendages. Spider-Pig utilized his cartoon ability once again, summoned his mallet, which he swiftly began to beat her with. Noir struck with precise and calculated blows, exploiting any weaknesses in Olivia's armor. Soon enough, their adversary seemed to pass out, but they didn't stop. Grabbing each of her tentacles, the team of 3 used her own appendages against her, tying her into a knotted mess. Spider-Pig smirked as he stood victorious above his defeated opponent. Looks like this little piggy has you hogtied. Penny and Gwen quickly assessed the situation, their eyes locked on Tombstone, who stood before them with a menacing grin. With their minds in sync, they exchanged a nod, silently communicating their plan of attack. Penny stepped forward, her robotic companion obediently following suit, swallowing her safely inside. The large mechanical suit resembled a spider, with multiple limbs extending from its back, each armed with various gadgets and weapons. The robot's eyes glowed with a blue hue as Penny's voice echoed from its speakers. "Let's give him a taste of our teamwork, partner." The robot lunged forward, its limbs springing into action. It deftly evaded Tombstone's initial strikes, sidestepping his punches with remarkable agility. Penny controlled the suit with finesse, analyzing Tombstone's movements and counterattacking with calculated precision. Gwen, her webs fluidly weaving through the air, swung into action, creating barriers to protect herself and Penny. She swiftly closed the distance between them and Tombstone, her moves a graceful dance of agility and speed. As Gwen engaged Tombstone in close combat, Penny's robot companion launched a volley of projectiles. Gatling guns mounted on its shoulders unleashed a hail of bullets, forcing Tombstone to retreat and seek cover. The onslaught continued as the robot fired rockets from its back, detonating in bursts of concussive force. After running out of explosives, Penny maneuvered the robot into a flanking position. She expertly coordinated its movements, delivering precise strikes with its mechanical limbs. Each blow carried the weight of her determination, striking Tombstone with powerful force. Tombstone grunted, his durable body absorbing the impact of the blows, but Penny and Gwen refused to relent. They pressed their advantage, their teamwork seamless and fluid. Gwen's webs ensnared Tombstone's arms, momentarily restricting his movements, while Penny's robot delivered a devastating uppercut, sending him crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, Tombstone attempted to rise, but Gwen swiftly webbed his legs, rendering him immobile. Penny's robot joined in as well, encased him in a thick web cocoon, ensuring he wouldn't escape. Breathing heavily, Gwen watched as Penny jumped out of her robot companion, a rather unique-looking spider sat on her shoulder. The two standing side by side, their eyes locked on their defeated foe. They exchanged a triumphant smile, knowing their teamwork had prevailed. Gwen extended a hand to Penny, who gratefully accepted it. "Great job, Penny. Your robot was amazing." Penny beamed with pride as she lovingly pet the spider on her shoulder. "He is amazing, isn't he?" She cooed as the arachnid seemed to preen at her attention. Miles swung through the air with a grace that contradicted his inexperience, his spider sense guiding his every move. The prowler matched his agility, his movements fluid and calculated. They circled each other, their eyes locked in a fierce struggle for dominance. Suddenly, Prowler activated his boots and flew forward, his claws slashing through the air. Miles somersaulted backward, narrowly evading the deadly strike. He retaliated with a quick burst of webbing, aiming to immobilize his opponent. But the Prowler, trained and agile, dodged the sticky trap with a nimble twist of his body. Miles couldn't afford to hold back. He knew that he couldn't match the Prowler's skill and experience, but thankfully, he had many superpowers that his opponent didn't. Gathering his courage, he pressed forward, his fists clenched. They exchanged blows with incredible speed, the sound of their impacts echoing through the massive room. Miles relied on his agility and acrobatics, flipping and diving to avoid the Prowler's deadly strikes. His spider sense buzzed with intensity, warning him of incoming attacks milliseconds before they landed. As they continued their intense battle, Miles spotted an opening. With a swift kick, he knocked the Prowler off balance, causing him to stumble backward. Seizing the opportunity, Miles leaped forward, his fist reaching for the Prowler's face. And with one solid hit, he managed to accidentally pull the Prowler's mask off. Instantly, time seemed to slow as the truth was revealed. Underneath the mask stood Aaron Davis, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Realization washed over Miles, freezing him in place. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Uncle Aaron. He was beyond shocked. The connection between them surged in Miles' mind. But the battle wasn't over, and the Prowler, regaining his composure, lunged forward once again, delivering a clean hit to Miles' frozen, masked face. Prowler watched Miles fall backwards with a satisfied smirk, unaware that he just punched his own nephew. His brother would be furious if he found out. A/N, 1664 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or you won't like the consequences, angry face with horns, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down.